This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. A soft sigh suddenly came from the empty and quiet room. Strange energy fluctuations flowed slowly in the inner room. The person using them was probably not very skilled, but the energy was vast and surging, inadvertently revealing a youthful arrogance. Looking around, there were 4 such rooms in the hall, each exuding a different aura, seemingly representing the different temperaments of the people behind them. The next moment, the wooden door opened, and a girl of about 15 or 16 years old walked out from the inner room. The girl wore a porcelain white training uniform with dark patterns. Her jet black hair was tied in a high ponytail, making her appear exceptionally lively. Years of training had given her skin a healthy tan. However, the usually confident girl became somewhat reserved in this unfamiliar and strange place. Ju Tong. A deep female voice suddenly appeared in her ear, like a drop of water exploding violently in a pot of boiling oil, making Ju Tong shudder. Fortunately, Ju Tong remained composed and quickly calmed down. She recognized the person and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you, Ahao." The newcomer was a woman who looked 4 or 5 years older than Ju Tong, and the first person Ju Tong and her companions had met since arriving at this strange dragon palace. Therefore, seeing her now felt somewhat warm to Ju Tong. "You arrived much faster than His Highness estimated." Ahao's delicate face was almost expressionless, and she spoke calmly. Ju Tong touched her cheek and chuckled. What does arriving faster than His Highness estimated mean? She hadn't formally met that prince yet. He was the one who had saved them, a descendant of the dragon race named Dragon King, and also the master of the entire palace. Ahao, that means you have exceptional magical talent. Before Ju Tong could ask anything else, she added, His Highness said to go to the main hall when you wake up. Ju Tong responded, then asked, Where are you Wei and the others? She was asking about her other 3 friends. Ahao, they're still receiving their magical holy bath in their private rooms. After they come out, they also go to the main hall. Ju Tong gave a pitiful look. Can't I wait for them here? Unfortunately, Ahao wasn't buying it. No. During the magical holy bath, the energy fluctuations here are extremely high. You haven't completed your magical awakening yet. Staying here won't do you any good, and it will also affect them. Ju Tong immediately deflated, muttering but didn't continue. Ahao pointed to a spot not far away, where 2 women of similar age were smiling and waving at them. Hongrua and Inju will take you to the main hall. Ju Tong smiled again and said, Then I trouble you 2 sisters. Hongrua, with short hair, walked ahead, her smile radiant. Miss Ju, please come with us. Ju Tong walked towards the only door leading outside, and was quickly led away by the 2 enthusiastic girls, leaving only her slightly flustered voice in the air. Goodbye, Sister Ahao. Ahao smiled slightly at the sight. Meanwhile, Ju Tong, led away by Hongrua and Inju, was forced to talk to the 2 hospitable girls about their group. Hongrua, how did you get into the Dragon Palace? Ju Tong, the school organized a spring outing before graduation. A few of us were swimming at the beach and accidentally drowned. It was His Highness the Dragon King who saved us. Inju, I see. I thought you were also orphans picked up by His Highness the Dragon King. I never seen people your age come in before. Ju Tong asked curiously, Does this Dragon King often come to the Dragon Palace to pick up children? Hongrua nodded. Yes, His Highness is a very kind person. In the past 10 years or so, we only seen him once, and he's brought back dozens of children from the Dragon Palace. Not to mention, His Highness has lived for so long, and the number of people he's helped is countless. At this moment, Ju Tong had already imagined a very kind old man as the Dragon King. Ju Tong nodded in agreement. Then this Dragon Palace must be huge, able to house so many people. Inju said, Yes, we only seen a corner of the Dragon Palace. Sister Ahao was afraid you get lost after only 1 visit, so she had us wait here to guide you to the main hall. Ju Tong then asked, His Highness the Dragon King has saved so many people, are they still in the Dragon Palace? Hongrua replied, His Highness has assigned different tasks to everyone according to their abilities. Those of us who are physically weaker do the easier work. His Highness never. Your Highness will support us in our choice to return to our former world at any time, whether it's for a long stay or just occasional curiosity. Ju Tong looked at the invisible yet palpable energy in her palm and asked hesitantly, Are there any magicians among you? The 2 replied with a touch of melancholy but still calm. Of course there are, but unfortunately not many. And even if we have magic power, those of us with such low magical power would find it difficult to achieve anything significant in that world. Zhu Yingtong's heart stirred slightly upon hearing the other world, and she couldn't help but think of the person they had unexpectedly encountered when they first arrived at the Dragon Palace. To be precise, that person wasn't entirely human. They later learned that it was the Dragon King's sister, the Dragon Princess. At that time, the four of them were still unconscious from drowning, and they didn't know how long they slept before gradually waking up. The first person they saw was Ahao. Ahao briefly explained the situation to them, and it took them most of the day to process what had happened. They had actually transmigrated to a different world where magic could be used. Fortunately, through Ahao's words, they realized they could return to their original world, and after the initial shock, they weren't so panicked. Ahao explained that when the four passed through the Dragon Palace's barrier, they resonated with the abundant magical energy within. This meant that all four possessed magical talent, and their initial magical awakening had begun. It couldn't be interrupted. A hasty return to their original world would likely cause energy imbalances within their bodies, which would be detrimental to them. Therefore, under the Dragon King's arrangement and Ahao's relaying, Zhu Yingtong and the others decided to complete their current magical awakening before returning. Ahao left behind several plates of exquisite and delicious snacks before departing. The prolonged unconsciousness and the time spent exploring the Dragon Palace had left them ravenous, so they devoured the food without any regard for appearances. The turning point came shortly after they finished eating and resting. The only boy among the four, Zhou Yu, felt an unusual resonance with something uncertain, leading them to the forbidden area of the Dragon Palace. There they found a hanging coffin. Zhu Yingtong still remembered the scene. Several irregular chains connected the crystal on the stone wall to the enormous wooden coffin, and outside the coffin, a very pale black dragon, its body spiraling upwards, clung to the coffin. Its paleness wasn't referring to its color, but rather its almost invisible form, which prevented it from being noticed immediately. However, the dragon's eyes were closed, as if it were dead. Chapter 2. While they were still captivated by the spectacle before them, no one noticed that Zhou Yu had already fainted. It wasn't until his body crashed heavily to the ground that they were brought back to reality. What happened next shocked everyone equally. The enormous dragon instantly transformed into a beautiful woman, her golden eyes filled with murderous intent. The powerful pressure emanating from her body seemed capable of tearing them apart at any moment. But what surprised everyone even more was her almost ethereal figure, as if she might vanish at any moment. Zhu Yingtong's only thought at that moment was that this person had suffered severe injuries and lost her body. The woman's gaze lingered on Zhou Yu for only a moment before she suddenly attacked the seemingly weakest girl among the four, Yue, who had been shielded behind Zhu Yingtong. When everyone came to their senses, the Yue standing before them was already glowing with golden light. Before they could react, Yue raised her hand, and a powerful energy surged towards them. Zhu Yingtong was the first to regain her senses. In the nick of time, she scooped up the unconscious Zhou Yu and forcefully pushed the still-dazed Jin backward. The force propelled both of them backward, preventing them from being injured by the terrifying attack. Looking at the chaotic scene before her, Zhu Yingtong felt her adrenaline surge. She was almost in a state of panic. Although her body was still responsive, her mind was nearly blank. Suddenly, Zhu Yingtong remembered the magic Ahao had mentioned, and recalling the ethereal figure before her, she bit her tongue sharply, using the pain to regain her senses. Her brain raced, and with great effort, she managed to calm the person before her and negotiate a new body, thus saving their lives. Releasing the energy accumulated over the years, the woman seemed to regain her senses. Then, recognizing a key phrase in Zhu Yingtong's words, she slowly lowered her hand, which had been storing energy. Her deep golden eyes glanced at the group. Perhaps because she hadn't spoken for many years, her voice was low, hoarse, and broken. You are humans, yet you were able to come to the Dragon Palace. Perhaps even the heavens are helping me. On the way to the Dragon Palace's main hall with Hong Ruo and Yin Zhu, on the way to meet the Dragon King, Zhu Yingtong knew her life was about to undergo a dramatic change. She couldn't help but recall the situation at the time and the dragon girl's words. The woman, having calmed down, left Yue's body and began to recount her origins and her most basic understanding of that magical continent. My father and mother only have 2 children, the Dragon King and me. The dragon race was originally one lineage, inheriting lightning magic, but due to internal strife, it split into 4 seas, a situation that has persisted for thousands of years. The East Sea is still dominated by lightning, but I am an exception. My innate magical attribute is darkness. There are many types of innate magical attributes, broadly divided into elemental and supernatural categories. The most basic elemental attributes are 9: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, wood, ice, light, and darkness. Supernatural attributes are less common, with only 4: time, space, spirit, and undead. Of the 4 seas, the innate magical attribute of the dragons in the West Sea is wood, in the South Sea it's wind, and in the North Sea it's ice. Humans also possess innate magical power, but because the humans here are inherently weaker, their magical power is mixed and impure, resulting in very few being able to cultivate magic. Actually, besides the world you inhabit, there are many similar worlds. In one of these worlds, there is a continent called West Flossith, and the Dragon Palace Sea is the passage connecting these two worlds. That continent is rich in energy, allowing more people to cultivate, but even so, very few can truly become magicians. After saying this, the dragon girl sighed deeply, then looked at the various crystals embedded in the surrounding rock walls of the hall. She clenched her fist, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that shattered the surrounding crystals. For some reason, Zhu Yingtong felt a continuous flow of energy surging from the crystals towards the dragon girl. The next instant, she too was struck by the intense energy and lost consciousness. Through her hazy vision, she vaguely heard the dragon girl murmur, "I hope I can really succeed." What followed was that when they awoke, they encountered Ahao, who had come looking for them. Ahao didn't ask why they had come here, she was simply shocked by the scene before her, but still skillfully instructed people to tidy up the ruins in the hall before leading them away from this place. The group was somewhat weak upon waking. Seeing this, Ahao cast a healing spell on them, instantly making them feel refreshed, as if the fatigue of the past few days had vanished. Zhu Yingtong, feeling the gentle energy, asked curiously, "Is this water magic?" Ahao was somewhat surprised, "Yes." The group followed Ahao away. Zhu Yingtong looked at the empty wooden coffin, then at her friends who seemed normal, a question lingering in her mind. Where had the dragon girl gone? To everyone's surprise, Ahao didn't take them to their previous resting place or directly to see the Dragon King, but instead led them to a magnificent palace. Ahao succinctly explained the purpose of this place, and the 4 understood. Nodding in acknowledgement, they readily entered the cubicle, beginning their first step in awakening magic. While Zhu Yingtong was talking with Hong Ryinzu, she hadn't gone far when she sensed a powerful energy surging from where they had come from, only to be subtly diluted by something before reaching them. Looking at the palace in the distance, Zhu Yingtong assumed one of her friends had emerged. She clasped her hands together and pleaded with Hong Ryinzu, "Sisters, can we wait here for a while? I feel safe here. I'm really worried about my friends." 15 or 16-year-old girls are at their most playful. Zhu Yingtong blinked her beautiful eyes, her long, straight eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, instantly captivating the 2 girls. "Yinju, but..." "Zhu Yingtong, sister, please, please." "Hongrua, but..." Zhu Yingtong blinked even faster. "Good sister." "Hongrua, Yinju, okay." Hongrua scratched her head helplessly. Should I say His Highness had foresight? Before Zhu Yingtong could ask anything, she and Yinju exchanged a glance, then took out a bead from their storage pouches and placed it in their palms. Their palms then met, and a gentle energy emanated from within. Zhu Yingtong instantly felt that the faint energy from before was blocked by a barrier and had no further effect on her. Zhu Yingtong asked curiously, "This is?" Yinju explained, "His Highness guessed that you all wanted to meet sooner, so he instructed us in advance that if you had this idea, we should use this to help you." "Zhu Yingtong, this Dragon King is such a kind person." Not long after, the sound of footsteps echoed from the passage they had just come from. In a matter of moments, a figure appeared before them, accompanied by a girl's clear voice. "Tong Tong." Zhu Yingtong's body reacted faster than her brain. She took a half-step back and caught the girl before she could slow down. Zhu Yingtong's fingers ran through the girl's slightly curly hair, noticing that none of the braids she usually wore were in place. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were moist, filled with emotion. Even though they had practically grown up together, Zhu Yingtong was momentarily stunned by the beautiful, tear-streaked face of the girl before her. Ah, truly worthy of our Yue, even with tears in her eyes, she looked so beautiful. Yue, feeling the warmth of her body, finally accepted the reality of the person before her. A small golden bead nearly hid Zhu Yingtong's face. "What? I finally see Tonton again. It feels like so long." Zhu Yingtong patted her head. "Relax, we haven't been apart for long." After stroking Yue's hair, she looked back. A boy and a girl, about their age, were walking side by side. The girl had extremely fair skin, as clear as jade, with peach blossom eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, and a smiling gaze that easily won one's heart. The boy's phoenix eyes were slightly cold, his thin lips slightly pursed, his face expressionless, but a faint smile appeared on his lips when he saw Zhu Yingtong and her companion. From a distance, they looked like a perfect couple. As Jin and Zhou Yu approached, Zhu Yingtong belatedly realized that her perception had clearly improved. Hongrua, standing beside her, said, Actually, it's been a whole day. Chapter 3. What? Not only Zhu Yingtong and Yue beside her exclaimed in surprise, but even Jin, who was not far away, couldn't maintain her smile upon hearing her words. And Jin rushed in front of them the whole day? Oh no, oh no, oh no, I'm going to get a public reprimand from the school when I get back. I can already imagine the dean's face, and what he's going to say. You guys shouldn't think you can do whatever you want just because you have good grades. Don't think the school can't do anything to you. Then he find that he really can't do anything to the 3 top students, and then he start lecturing me, making me write a 500-word self-criticism, and I have to do it in front of everyone at the Monday morning assembly. He probably just doesn't like me. The girl was practically bursting with anger. At school, Zhu Yingtong was always first in her class, and Yue and Zhou Yu were almost the same, never falling out of the top 10 in the grade. And Jin's grades were slightly lower than theirs by a few points, which was probably why the dean only focused on her when they made mistakes. And Jin, is being in the top 100 of the grade really that bad? It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. There are so many people in a grade. Yue chuckled. Haven't you read your apologies in public enough? And Jin pouted, it's so boring going up there alone, I can't even chat with you guys. Zhu Yingtong laughed. So last month, that night you dragged Zhou Yu to order takeout, and then the next week the two of you stood on stage together reading your apologies? Zhou Yu sighed, saying nothing. And Jin chuckled twice, changing the subject, looking pitiful. Sister, really, it's been a whole day? Hongrua was watching the group bickering, thinking how His Highness managed to pick up such a bunch of well-behaved children. They're truly a sight to behold. Upon entering the Dragon Palace, the 4 of them, soaking wet, had already been changed by the servants. Although their current attire wasn't uniform in style, the colors, accessories, and patterns were all perfectly matched, making them look like a family. Suddenly, hearing Jin's voice, Hongrua explained, because of the time difference between here and your world, 10 days here are only 1 day in your world. The 1 day I just mentioned refers to your experience in the Dragon Palace. In your world, it's only about an hour and a half. The group was confused, and Jin exclaimed, that's amazing. Inju nodded. Once we reach the main hall, His Highness will explain in more detail. While they were talking, they had already reached the end of their journey. Zhu Yingtong and the others looked at the magnificent Dragon Palace's main hall, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As Zhu Yingtong followed Hongrua and Inju forward, she surveyed her surroundings. She roughly estimated the distance from the Dragon Palace entrance to the central throne to be about 100 meters. Dozens of long, jade pillars, inlaid with gemstones of various sizes and colors, blocked the way between the 2 rows of objects. Although she didn't recognize many, she suspected they were no ordinary stones. They stopped only when they reached the very center of the hall. Hongrua and Inju, Your Highness, we have brought the 4 guests. After speaking, the 2 retreated outside the door. A soft sound came from outside. And Jin looked curiously, and saw that the 2 seemed to be talking about something. Zhu Yingtong looked curiously at the person on the throne, and realized she had been terribly wrong. This Dragon King was not a kind-faced old man with white hair, but a young man. It made sense, considering his sisters also looked so young. She suddenly thought of the stunningly beautiful dragon maiden she met not long ago. Their faces were similar, and the sorcerer looked to be only in his early 20s. Could it be that practicing magic could grant eternal youth? Could this be a special ability of dragons? The Dragon King's voice interrupted their thoughts. His voice was incredibly pleasant, easing the unease in their hearts. As we agreed before, I will send you back after your formal magical awakening. Before that, I want to thank you for something. With that, the Dragon King instantly appeared before them, bowing slightly. The 4 were utterly astonished, almost frozen in place. Before the 4 could react, the Dragon King had already returned to normal. Thank you for saving my sister, Dragon Maiden, by trespassing into the forbidden area. Ah, well, it's nothing. Just a coincidence, a coincidence. Zhu Yingtong was the first to react, quickly waving her hand. She didn't finish her sentence. They were doing it for their own safety. She paused, then continued, but we will keep our promise. On the way to this palace, Yue had whispered to Zhu Yingtong that she could sense the Dragon Maiden's soul residing in her body, without causing her any ill feelings, only a slight sense of unease. The Dragon King knew his sister's temperament, simply smiling as he looked at the girl before him. Only after Zhu Yingtong finished speaking did he call out, "Someone come here." A short while later, 3 women, all human, entered from outside the palace, each carrying a box. Zhu Yitong wasn't surprised because she had discussed related matters with Hong Ryinzu. The other three were somewhat taken aback by the scene before them, but then, they immediately recalled the different scaled figures they had encountered along their journey, and were all surprised. Yue pursed her lips, revealing a shallow dimple at the corner of her mouth. She couldn't help but admire that this Dragon King was not only handsome, but also incredibly kind-hearted. The first attendant approached Yue and bowed slightly, making it easier for her to touch the box in her hands. Yue carefully examined the wooden box. It was a tender green, like tree buds, full of vitality. In that instant, almost everyone could see the green light flash in Yue's eyes. The Dragon King's thin lips parted slightly. Open it. His voice was exceptionally melodious, like a lover's whisper. Yue almost involuntarily placed her trembling hand on the box. She had a premonition that opening this box would completely turn her world upside down. With a gentle flick of her fingertips, Yue opened the box. The instant the wooden box opened, the entire hall was filled with a refreshing, vibrant energy, like an unknown rainforest paradise. Yue slowly closed her eyes, greedily inhaling the air. She couldn't help but marvel at how comfortable it felt. Surprisingly, Yue's body gradually floated into the air, rising several meters above the ground. Her slightly curled black hair spread out, making her look like a delicate porcelain doll. Wisps of green light emanated from Yue's fingertips, then rippled outwards in waves. Outside the hall, the vegetation rustled, seemingly growing. Before long, the vegetation outside the hall had extended to the center of the hall. Gradually, the vegetation began to grow upwards. After a while, it had wrapped around Yue's ankles and arms. Yue! The three of them widened their eyes immediately, and Zhu Yitong couldn't help but want to rush forward. The Dragon King frowned slightly. Ahau! Ahau entered from outside the hall, her delicate hand rising slightly, and a gentle wave of water enveloped the three of them. The cool touch instantly dampened their impulses by half. You? Although Zhu Yitong's anger had mostly subsided, looking at Yue, who was wrapped in vegetation in the air, and unsure of her safety, he couldn't help but feel worried and annoyed. Wait a little longer. The Dragon King raised his hand, stopping Zhu Yitong's movement, and with another wave, energy continuously spread towards Yue. The green light shone brightly, and everyone felt the vibrant life force. What element? And the ultimate single element magic. The Dragon King showed an approving expression and innate magic. A pillar of light with grooves gradually appeared around Yue. The pillar was divided into 10 equal segments, and in the middle groove, a green, liquid-like substance surged up. The liquid quickly reached the last small segment before gradually slowing its pace, finally filling the entire groove. Innate magic, max level. The groove being filled meant that Yue's magic was level 10. The wooden cocoon gradually receded, and Yue slowly descended, finally landing in Zhu Yitong's arms. Her face was peaceful, indicating she was relatively calm. Even so, Zhu Yitong noticed that Yue's face was somewhat pale. She called Yue's name, but the girl still did not wake up. What's going on? Seeing Yue like this, Zhu Yitong couldn't help but feel worried. This was also the first time the Dragon King had awakened magic for a human from another world. He pondered, this is the proper process for magic awakening. It's probably because, as a human, my physical condition is too poor. Zhu Yitong was speechless. Poor physical condition, poor physical condition, poor physical condition. You're a dragon, so what? Alright, it's your turn now. The Dragon King's smile faded, and he spoke calmly to N'Jin. N'Jin nodded, but looked blankly at the maid slowly approaching her. The maid carried a tray with a transparent, constricted neck vase. The water inside was a pale lake color, which appeared even more translucent under the amber's reflection. The vase contained a bunch of twin tulips, their fragrance filling the entire Dragon Palace hall almost instantly. This is a moon-attracting tulip. Perhaps it will help you. N'Jin nodded, looking at the beautiful flower, as if lured closer. Suddenly, a beam of golden light enveloped N'Jin, but she didn't float up like Yue. Just like before, the golden light around N'Jin gradually formed a pillar of light, and like Yue, the liquid in the groove eventually filled the entire pillar. A very faint smile appeared on the Dragon King's lips as he whispered, mood-attracting. The beam of light gradually disappeared, and N'Jin's long hair had spread out, reaching her thighs, the ends tinged with a faint gold. N'Jin's eyes were somewhat dazed, then her body swayed, and she fell forward, fortunately pulled into Yue's arms by those who had woken up earlier. It's ultimate light magic, max level. After saying this, the Dragon King abruptly changed the subject, turning to Zhou. Your turn. Zhou looked at the Dragon King and involuntarily took a step back. He glanced at the wooden box on the tray held by the attendant, a sense of dread rising within him, though he didn't know where it came from. Don't open it, don't open it, don't. A mournful cry echoed from the depths of Zhou Yu's heart, reverberating in his ears. The voice was low and hoarse, containing an unknown amount of sorrow, and in a daze, it carried a strange, eerie quality. Perhaps only Zhou Yu knew where that voice came from. Yue Wei also seemed uneasy. She clearly sensed that it was the dragon girl. Something was wrong with the dragon girl. Open it. The Dragon King's clear voice pulled Zhou Yu out of his predicament. He gazed at Zhou Yu solemnly, the aura emanating from his golden dragon eyes instantly dispelling the fear in Zhou Yu's heart. Zhou Yu staggered back, clutching his chest, his face turning deathly pale. He stared at the box before him, hesitant to touch it. In his terror, Zhou Yu felt a metallic taste in his throat, followed by a gushing out of his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhu Etong and Yue Wei had never witnessed such a scene before, and were utterly shocked. Zhou Yu collapsed, his legs giving way, half kneeling on the ground, his whole body trembling slightly, as if he had just returned from the brink of death. Seeing Zhou Yu's condition, Ahao immediately cast a spell in Zhou Yu's direction, sending several faint ripples of water towards him. Zhou Yu's complexion improved slightly, and after a while, he slowly rose to his feet. Zhou Yu's gaze at the box was still somewhat dazed. After closing his eyes, and taking a few deep breaths, he opened them again, his eyes now filled with a newfound resolve. Zhou Yu slowly raised his hand, and the moment he touched the wooden box, he was enveloped by a chilling aura, and icy cold. When he covered the lid of the box with his hands, they were so cold he could barely move them. His eyes darkened, and without hesitation, he opened the wooden box. Little by little, the box opened. Little by little. Until the box was completely open, everyone discovered that inside was a naked-colored conch shell. Chapter 4. Place it to your ear. The Dragon King's voice was gentle, without the slightest haste, like a friendly blessing. Zhou Yu's mind went blank for a moment. In just a breath or two, the conch shell was already beside his ear. A song. A mournful song echoed in Zhou Yu's ears, its sorrowful lament filling his entire mind, yet a faint glimmer of hope seemed to emanate from it. Tears streamed down the boy's face, each drop falling to the ground, the crisp drip-drip sound seeming to resonate in everyone's soul. Both Zhu Yitong, standing beside him, and Enjin, who had just woken up, were startled. Having known him for so many years, they had never seen Zhou Yu cry. Even more astonishing to everyone present was Yue Wei's, or rather, the dragon girl's, reaction. No. I don't want to. The dragon girl's hoarse voice escaped from Yue Wei's throat, eerily unsettling. A dark glint flashed in Yue Wei's eyes. When she came to her senses, a figure appeared before her, the dragon girl. She was even more ethereal than before, the most striking change being her eyes. The dragon girl's eyes, once a brilliant gold, were now stained blood red, sending a chill down the spines of all three. The dragon girl clutched her chest, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Xiao Rua. Seeing the conch shell in Zhou Yu's hand, the dragon girl almost snatched it from him, clutching it to her chest, whispering, Xiao Rua, why is this happening? Zhou Yu's condition was equally dire. As the conch shell slipped from his grasp, a blank look filled his eyes, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Where is he? He's gone, the dragon girl asked in a hoarse voice. The Dragon King whispered, he's gone. He's gone back to his world. The dragon girl was on the verge of tears. Darkness, do you know that for thousands of years, I thought of sealing you away every moment? It's you. If it weren't for you, Xiao Rua and I wouldn't have been separated. The Dragon King spoke with some reluctance. Even without darkness, you would have been separated in the end. Xiao Rua was just a human, and besides, he made that choice. The Dragon King trailed off, his sister still unaware of this, unaware that the man named Xiao Rua was already. However, the dragon girl was still immersed in grief, and couldn't quite grasp the Dragon King's words. Humans. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Then, did he leave me anything or any words? After all, the Dragon King was the last person she had seen Xiao Rua. The Dragon King pursed his lips. There's something. He waved his hand, summoning a servant from outside the palace. Go and fetch the ice crystal box from the back hall. Yes. Ice crystals are crystalline substances, cold in nature, and ice blue in color. This substance only grows in the deep sea, and its sole purpose is to store items, preserving them for millennia. Taking advantage of this moment, Yue Wei asked Ahao beside her, Sister Ahao, what are they talking about? Is that Xiao Rua the dragon girl's lover? Ahao shook her head. I've been in the Dragon Palace for less than 20 years. I don't know anything about these things. She paused, but the dragon girl has been sealed away for 3,000 years. Even the most powerful magicians are ultimately just humans. Their lifespans are far shorter than those of dragons. Zhu Yingtong and the other three were stunned. The dragon girl had been sealed away for 3,000 years. After 1,000 years, prosperity would fade, and the world would change drastically. What about a person? Just as Ahao finished speaking, a servant entered from outside the hall carrying an ice crystal box. Your Highness, Dragon King. The Dragon King nodded. Give it to her. Yes, my lady Dragon Girl. The Dragon Girl took the ice crystal box. The years of sealing made her almost unable to perceive the extreme cold. The Dragon Girl slowly opened it, and when she saw what was inside, her face turned pale. Bastard. Inside lay a single, brightly colored hyacinth. It was a new variety that Xiao Rua had specially cultivated for her, a token of their love, and a memory that haunted her dreams during her loneliest 3,000 years. The dragon girl bit her lower lip tightly. Xiao Rua, you bastard. After a long while, the dragon girl gradually calmed down. Even during their conversation, Zhou Yu's condition worsened rapidly. A deep green halo emanated from Zhou Yu's feet, ripples spreading around him. Instantly, the dark light enveloped Zhou Yu's entire body. Similarly, a deep green pillar gradually appeared beside Zhou Yu, but strangely, its color was extremely dark, containing an indescribable blackness. The progress within the groove also shifted erratically, eerily. The dragon girl's expression changed. Not good. He harbors deep sorrow. Dragon King, where's my flute? As she asked, the dragon girl tossed the conch shell she held to Yue Wei. The Dragon King was also startled, but quickly reacted. He made a swift movement at his waist, and a long flute appeared in his hand, which he immediately handed to the dragon girl. The flute was 13 feet long, entirely emerald green, with minimal decoration except for a red ribbon at the end. The dragon girl held the flute to her lips, her red lips parted slightly, and a melody of tranquility began to play. The music seemed to transform into delicate sprites, surrounding Zhou Yu, or like countless stars adorning his eyes. Zhou Yu seemed to snap out of his daze, abruptly opening his eyes to the twinkling stars. His mood gradually calmed, and the gloom in his heart faded. Looking at the increasingly calm Zhou Yu, the dragon girl gave a faint, bitter smile. Xiao Rua, you see, without you, this azure jade cannot fulfill its full potential. As she spoke, blood trickled from the dragon girl's lips, and her body slumped backward. The Dragon King's expression changed, and he rushed forward to catch her. As the dragon girl fell backward, her body gradually became transparent, eventually turning into specks of light, and returning to Yue Wei's body. The azure flute, which slipped from the dragon girl's hand, was caught by the Dragon King. A trace of pain appeared on his face, and he murmured, "Sister, sleep peacefully for a while. I will definitely find a suitable body for you." The final melody of Tranquility Melody brought Zhou Yu's transformation to a standstill. The pillar of light returned to normal, and the progress bar nearly overflowed. Ultimate Wind Attribute, Max Level. Zhou Yu's reaction differed from Yue Wei and in Jin's earlier. Perhaps due to Tranquility Melody, Zhou Yu did not fall into a deep sleep, though his face remained somewhat pale. The Dragon King looked at the group for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He abruptly turned his gaze to Zhu Yingtong, and his right hand transformed into a dragon claw in the air. A purple light suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, striking down with incredible speed. The first to react was Zhu Yingtong. Her eyes widened suddenly, a golden red light appearing within them, and a few strands of golden light also flickered from the dark patterns on her forehead. As if possessed, Zhu Yingtong's gaze turned icy. In an instant, she appeared before everyone, her right arm pointing straight up. The purple light vanished before their eyes, as if falling into a bottomless pit. Then, she spun around and appeared before the Dragon King. Her left hand drew an arc in the air, and a golden red halberd appeared in Zhu Yingtong's hand. The halberd was extremely long, its dark blue tattooed shaft perfectly wielded. The handle, held in her hand, exuded a chilling aura. "Don't touch them." A stiff, hoarse voice escaped from Zhu Yingtong's throat. The unfamiliar voice and strange tone made the three realize this was definitely not Zhu Yingtong. The Dragon King was forced back half a step by the vortex of energy surrounding Zhu Yingtong, then chuckled lightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "The Sun Halberd. Di Fuyan, you finally returned." Zhu Yingtong smiled slightly, his left hand wielding the Sun Halberd in an arc through the air, leaving wisps of flame, before retracting it behind his back. "Yes, Dragon King, it's been 1,000 years, hasn't it? How have you been?" The Dragon King's voice was deep. 2,900 years. The Dragon King glanced at the Dragon Palace, damaged by the aftershocks of the Sun Halber's appearance, and said with a wry smile, "After so long, you really given me a big gift." Di Fuyan looked at the Dragon Palace and shrugged indifferently. "Anyway, you're not short of money." The Dragon King laughed heartily. "Even after so long, you haven't changed." Suddenly, the Dragon King changed the subject, asking, "What's going on with you?" Di Fuyan touched the mark on Zhu Yingtong's forehead and chuckled, "Dragon King, do you know? I struck gold this time." The Dragon King frowned, but didn't interrupt. Di Fuyan said, "This girl possesses the most unique ultimate fire." The Dragon King was startled. "Yin Yang fire?" Di Fuyan raised his face. "Yes, I never expected that after 1,000 years I, Di Fuyan, would return to the world." The Dragon King's eyes widened instantly. "You mean? Her innate magic power is?" he stammered. Di Fuyan smiled innocently. "Yes, innate magic power. Level 20. Not only were Yue Wei and the other two astonished, but the Dragon King was also very surprised. The Dragon Clan's chronological history recorded nearly tens of thousands of years of history on the Western continent, and it recorded fewer than 20,000 mages with innate magic power reaching level 9. Those with innate magic power reaching level 10 are few and far between, numbering only 100 or so, truly rare. And among those, some come from. Thinking of this, the Dragon King's expression changed drastically. Di Fuyan asked, somewhat puzzled, "What's wrong?" The Dragon King shook his head. "Nothing." Di Fuyan nodded to herself, then looked at Yue Wei and the other two. "What about those three?" The Dragon King, "Send them back first." "Okay." Just as Di Fuyan was pondering this, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Ugh! What's wrong?" Seeing Di Fuyan's unusual behavior, the Dragon King quickly asked. He placed a hand close to Di Fuyan's brow, sensing the chaotic fluctuations of magic power there, and his expression turned extremely grim. Di Fuyan's brows furrowed in pain, her voice trembling. "I don't know. It seems the original soul of this body has suddenly begun to reject me." "Ah!" Di Fuyan's words were fragmented, her voice becoming somewhat shrill at the end. Her pupils gradually lost their light, almost causing her to cover her eyes in agony. Finally, her pupils returned to their brownish-black color. The three below, including Yue Wei, were still somewhat confused, but they at least understood one thing. Their Tong was back. Chapter 5. Tong. Yue Wei cried out in surprise, rushing onto the stage to catch the unconscious Zhu Yingtong. She breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming her breathing was steady. "Thank goodness, you're all right." Zhou Yu, looking at the scene before him, said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, may we be sent back now?" The Dragon King stared intently at the lingering golden lines on Zhu Yingtong's forehead, about to speak, when he suddenly remembered that person's words. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke. "Ahau, send the four of them back." "Yes, Your Highness." Ahau nodded. Yue Wei gently rubbed Zhu Yingtong's face, but she still didn't wake up. She turned to the Dragon King and asked anxiously, "Your Highness, why hasn't Tong woken up yet?" The Dragon King frowned. He pressed his fingertip between Zhu Yingtong's brows, and after a long while, he spoke softly, "Her soul rejects Di Fuyan's soul. She's just a human who has just awakened her magic, yet she dares to engage in a direct soul-to-soul confrontation with Di Fuyan. She's truly reckless. If Di Fuyan hadn't lost a significant amount of his power, she would probably already be mentally impaired." Looking at the still anxious Yue Wei, the Dragon King, Wang continued, "She's only suffered a mental shock and is currently in a deep sleep. She'd be fine after a night's rest." Ahau asked, "Your Highness, should we wait until Miss Yu wakes up before sending them away?" And Jean spoke first, "Your Highness, is there any way to helping Tong wake up faster?" The Dragon King nodded. "Of course there is. Of all the attributes, light, wood, and water are primarily for support skills. Wood is for healing, water for recovery, and light for mental healing. However, your magic power is too low, it probably won't be of much use." Meeting Yue Wei, and in Jin's expectant gazes, the Dragon King's tone held a hint of helplessness. "Fine, I help you to the end, being a good person." "Yue Wei, lay her flat on the ground." Yue Wei did as instructed. "Inu, I need your power." The three were astonished to find that the Dragon King was actually speaking to the tulip. The three were stunned, wanting to see what kind of spectacle the flower would produce. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and everyone's vision blurred. Then, appearing before them was a little girl, who looked only 5 or 6 years old, able to float in the air. The girl wore a simple yet adorable linen dress. Her rosy cheeks were incredibly cute, and her pale yellow eyes had a slightly hazy quality, as if she had just woken up. Her neat, short beige hair hung straight down her shoulders without any embellishment. The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes with her chubby little hand, her lips pouting so much they could almost hang a soy sauce bottle from them. She said reluctantly, "Dragon King, what are you doing? I only slept for a little while. And you woke me up? How annoying." And Jean whispered in Zhou Yu's ear, "I really want to know how long she meant by a little while." Zhou Yu shook his head helplessly. The Dragon King ignored the dissatisfaction in Inyu's tone. "Inyu, I need you to temporarily transfer your magic to her." Inyu looked in the direction the Dragon King was pointing and saw Jean. Inyu stared at Jean for a few seconds, then widened her eyes in surprise and said, "Dragon King, have you been struck by lightning? She's just a newly awakened human. How could she possibly accept my magic? You didn't do something bad that you want her to disappear, did you?" The Dragon King didn't answer Inyu, but instead said to Jean, "This is for you." His hand slid down to his waist, revealing a necklace made of extremely fine silk threads, adorned with a thumb-sized sapphire. "This is True Moon. It can help you compress some of Inyu's magic power. Wear it." Inyu looked at the necklace, and when no one was watching, a look of nervous anticipation crossed her face. And Jean calmly accepted the True Moon from the Dragon King. As soon as she put it around her neck, a chill ran through her. "What should I do next?" And Jean asked. Inyu stared at the True Moon necklace for a long time, until she was sure it didn't cause any adverse reactions within Jean, then looked up at her and said, "Don't be nervous, just follow my instructions. Come, extend your hands, flatten them." As their palms touched, and Jean immediately felt a continuous flow of energy emanating from Inyu's palms, coursing through her body. An unprecedented feeling of fullness made her somewhat uncomfortable. It hurt so much. And Jin's brows furrowed tightly, her lips pressed together in agony. The icy chill of the moonlight emanating from her neck intensified, simultaneously absorbing the immense energy, leaving Jean in a state of utter agony. About half an incense stick later, and Jin's hand finally separated from Inyu's. Inyu looked at the bewildered Jean, took a short breath, and said, "This magic can only last for 5 minutes, but it's enough to wake her up." Inyu took another deep breath. "Close your eyes and do as I say. Use your will to spread the magic throughout your body, then guide it to your palms. Don't have any distracting thoughts." Gradually, a golden light condensed in Jin's hand, forming a beam that slowly extended towards Zhu Yingtong. Soft halos enveloped Zhu Yingtong layer by layer, until the golden light in Jin's hand dissipated. The halos, like layers of thin gauze, surrounded Zhu Yingtong's body, adding a hazy, sacred quality to her. And Jean stared blankly at her palm, a strange realization dawning on her. Zhu Yingtong, within the halos, let out a soft hum. Yu Wei flashed forward and caught the girl falling steadily from the sky. The Dragon King, not far away, noticed that the golden markings on Zhu Yingtong's forehead had faded. The Dragon King pondered to himself, what does this mean? As for Yu Wei, it took her a long time to realize that her speed had never been so fast before. And Jean tried to return Jinyu to the Dragon King, but found she couldn't remove her no matter what she did. She had no choice but to seek the Dragon King's help. The Dragon King gazed at Jinyu, then at Inyu, who sat worriedly in the corner, and said, "Jinyu has recognized you as her master, accept her." Before Jean could reply, he turned to Ahau and said, "Ahau, once the Emperor, once Zhu Yingtong wakes up, send them back." With that, the Dragon King turned and left. "Ahau, yes, your highness." And Jean used her special ability to control Jinyu, and noticed the blue gem flashing before disappearing. And Jin's lips curled slightly. This was interesting. A short while later, Zhu Yingtong woke up. The entrance to the Dragon Palace. "The 4 of you, beyond this barrier lies the seabed. After you enter, I will help you safely reach the sea." Ahau pointed to the light blue, semicircular ripples, paused, and then said, "Miss Yu, please wait a moment." Yu Wei stopped, looking at Ahau with a puzzled expression. A slight energy fluctuation flashed from the ring on Ahau's right hand, and a small jade box appeared in her hand. Ahau opened the jade box. Inside was a green bracelet. It was a very common style, without any decoration, but the energy fluctuations emanating from the bracelet made the 4 of them feel that it was anything but ordinary. After a brief exchange of glances, Ahau gently lifted Yu Wei's left hand and placed the bracelet on her wrist. "His Highness the Dragon King asked me to give this to Miss Yu." Wearing the bracelet, Yu Wei felt a faint energy fluctuation on her wrist. She raised her hand to look at the bracelet and asked curiously, "What is this?" "A storage device. As the name suggests, it's a device for storing items. The buffet bracelet is quite valuable, possessing nearly 100 cubic meters of storage space. Buffet? Is that her name? Yue asked, her face lighting up with joy as she touched the jade bracelet on her wrist. Yes. Ahao nodded. The four of you, please. Zhou Yu was the first to turn and pass through the barrier, followed by Anjin, then Yue. Zhu Weitong glanced once more at the magnificent dragon palace before turning and leaving. Upon entering the seabed, everyone experienced a different feeling. They felt as if they were enveloped by gentle water, their clothes remaining completely dry. They rose steadily to the surface. Inside the dragon palace, Ahao asked, somewhat puzzled, Your Highness, why are you so friendly and affectionate towards these people today? Although His Highness the Dragon King often rescued children who had been forced to drift to the sea, this was the first time he had rescued children this old. Normally, if they encountered such children, he would use magic to send them back to shore. She intuitively felt it wasn't just related to the four children's magical talent. The Dragon King was silent for a moment before saying, It's Lancer, the great prophet. He told me that Di Fuyan would be among these people, and indeed. Ahao, curious, couldn't help but ask Lancer. She had lived in the Dragon Palace for nearly 20 years, and had never heard of Lancer. The Dragon King nodded. He's the prophet of the western continent of Ziliosis. His prophecies have never been wrong. He murmured to himself at the end, and her appearance seemed somewhat familiar. Ahao still had some questions, but seeing the Dragon King's weary expression, she didn't press the matter. Perhaps, these four children are truly extraordinary. Chapter 6. It was already night when the four reached the shore. Yue took a few deep breaths, then exclaimed with relief, It feels so good to be able to breathe freely for the first time. The feeling of nearly drowning earlier was still fresh in her memory. Zhu Weitong chuckled and scolded, Stop being silly, let's hurry back, or things will get complicated. Okay. The others nodded in agreement. The four tiptoed into the hotel. After being questioned by the front desk, hastily explaining, and calling for their friends, they finally followed their classmate Guyu into the elevator, preparing to return to their respective rooms. Guyu pressed the floor button, turned her head, and asked the others, By the way, there's one more thing. Why did you guys come back so late? That old man is easy to fool, but I'm not. Zhu Weitong blushed and looked at Yue. Yue shrugged and looked at Anjin. Anjin twitched her lips and looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu pointed to the slowly opening elevator doors. Guyu, we're here. Don't bother seeing me out. Anjin peeked out from behind Zhou Yu, her bright face peeking out. Bye. Bye. As soon as they stepped off the elevator, Guyu realized she'd been tricked. She quickly turned around but saw the doors slamming shut, and vaguely saw Anjin's face. Guyu puffed out her cheeks in anger. Those guys. The four of them had rooms on either side of the elevator. After saying goodnight to each other, they headed to their respective rooms. It was late at night, and the corridor was almost deserted. Anjin silently yawned as she brushed past someone who was taking small steps towards the elevator. Huh? Zhou Yu looked at Anjin. What's wrong? Anjin hesitated and shook her head. Nothing, it's just that person. The two turned their heads simultaneously. The girl had long, dark hair that cascaded over her shoulders. She wore a light-colored dress, and her arms, slender and delicate, were draped behind her back. They couldn't see her face at all, yet they felt a strange sense of familiarity. Ah, Jean, don't you think she? And Jean blinked, trying to get a better look. But she couldn't help but yawn again. Ha. Xiao Yu, I'm so sleepy. Aren't you sleepy? A little too. Zhou Yu stopped looking at the girl and turned to open the door with her room card. Their rooms were directly opposite each other. After confirming Anjin was in her room, Zhou Yu went into his own. Both of them tiptoed inside, careful not to wake their roommate. The girl turned around lightly after hearing the sound behind her. She looked at their backs with a meaningful smile, and after a while, she entered the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The rooftop was a large open space, and a man leaned against the side closest to the sea. The girl smiled slightly. I'm late? The man leaped down the moment he heard the iron gate open, teleporting to the girl's side in an instant. He gazed at her face and couldn't help but kiss her forehead. I wait as long as it took. Then he led the girl to the seaside. The girl looked at the deep blue sea under the moonlight and murmured, So beautiful. The man nodded. The shallow seas are managed by the dragons, and this area is the East Sea, ruled by the Dragon King. It's the most powerful sea region. Their power feeds back into the ocean, so it's not surprising that the East Sea is so beautiful. Having said that, he didn't interrupt the girl's enjoyment of the beautiful scenery. After a long while, the girl asked, Is everything arranged? The man replied, Of course, I checked everything. The girl nodded, Okay, then let them continue. She then nestled wearily into the man's arms. I ran into them. Her words were unclear, but he understood. The man's expression faltered slightly. Their beach trip coincides with this period. Most of this hotel has been booked by their school, so running into them is normal. Then he seemed to remember something. After they start school, their files will be new. I arranged for someone to handle that. The girl nodded slightly, her voice extremely soft, as if she might fall asleep at any moment. I sensed energy fluctuations in them. The man's expression changed slightly, waiting for her to continue. The girl closed her eyes and murmured, I should have thought of that. I should have thought of that. She fell silent. The man looked down in alarm, only to find she was asleep. His heart, which had been pounding, finally calmed. The man placed his hand on the girl's forehead, a gentle yet powerful energy flowing into her body, easing her furrowed brow. The man sighed softly, then picked up the girl and soared into the air. A yellow talisman floated out, instantly forming a delicate magic circle beneath his feet. The circle flickered a few times, and the two vanished. The next day arrived quickly, the last day of their seaside trip. After 2 more days of rest, they would return to their studies. So much had happened the night before, all 4 were exhausted and slept until almost lunchtime. Because she woke up late, all the other students in her dorm had already left. What time is it? And Jean rolled over in bed, but ended up falling off. With a thud. Okay, now everyone's awake. And Jean leaned against the bed, trying to wake herself up. After a while, she yawned and stumbled into her backpack to get her toiletries and clothes, then went into the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, and Jean stood in the hallway for a while, then noticed a door across the hall that was ajar. And Jean quietly pressed herself against the door. Seeing that there was no one on the outer bed, she knocked softly again, but there was still no response. And Jean cursed herself for a second. Why do I feel like a thief? I just came to check on Zhou. Right. Normally, Zhou should have woken up earlier than her, and come looking for her. Something was definitely wrong. After convincing herself, and Jean turned and slipped inside. She saw Zhou sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, breathing evenly. And Jean looked at Zhou with a puzzled expression. Shall you? Hearing in Jin's voice, Zhou suddenly opened her eyes, startling Jean into taking a step back. But Jean clearly saw a flash of green light appear in Zhou's eyes. Jean. I feel like I can circulate the magic power within me now. Although I'm not very familiar with it, but... Zhou's words were interrupted by Jean, whose eyes widened incredulously. Really? Teach me, teach me. And Jean excitedly hugged Zhou, thinking to herself, our Zhou is truly a genius. How could she have grasped the secrets in such a short time? Afterwards, Zhou asked, by the way, how did Jean get in? And Jean, huh? When I came to check, your room door was open. Zhou's roommate exclaimed in horror, how could that be? I remember closing the door. Did I remember wrong again? No way, no way. Did I lose anything? Help. The afternoon in City C was as scorching as usual, but something made everyone even more excited. The high school entrance exam. Chapter 7. First middle school, junior high division, evening self-study. Due to the regional zoning rules, Zhu Tong and the other 3 decided to take the entrance exam for the school's senior high division. With their scores, they were more than qualified for the school's admission line. And Jean slumped listlessly on her desk. Exams? I hate exams. She disliked exams terribly. Zhou slammed her book down on Jin's head, but with little force. Study hard. Your exam scores will affect your class placement later. And Jean shrank back in frustration, her face contorted with sadness. She finally took her textbook and went to study. A very soft ringtone sounded. It was Zhou's phone. Zhou apologized softly to the onlookers. I go outside to take this call. This was directed at Zhu Tong and Jean. Yu Wei, sitting next to Zhu Tong, woke up from her sleep. A few strands of hair clung to her flushed cheeks, still sleepy, making her look quite adorable. My hand is numb. What time is it? Zhu Tong calmly checked the time. 9:27. 3 minutes until evening self-study ends. You woke up just in time. Yu Wei, The heat of the exams came and went quickly, lasting only 3 days. That afternoon, after the exams, the 4 of them walked along the school's tree-lined path, feeling utterly bored. So boring. Do you guys have any game recommendations? And Jean was incredibly bored. She had planned to cultivate diligently during this homework-free holiday, but why was her cultivation having problems? She needed to find something else to do. Zhou Yu's lips twitched. Are you planning to spend the whole holiday like this? And Jean made a face at Zhou Yu. What else should we do? Hee, if you guys are really bored, then come with me. A slightly childish voice appeared in Jin's ear. What? And Jean asked instinctively. Zhu Weitong looked at Jin's blank expression and asked, What's wrong? And Jean innocently shrugged. It sounded like someone was talking just now. Yue asked curiously, What was that voice? I didn't hear it. Tong Tong, did you hear it? Zhu Weitong and Zhou Yu exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Zhu Weitong said, You're not hallucinating, are you? And Jean shrugged, I don't know, maybe. It's not a hallucination. It was that voice again. Suddenly, Jean felt her mind go blank, then everything went black. When Jean could see again, a beautiful little girl with transparent wings appeared before her. Jean stroked her chin, scrutinizing the person in front of her. She looked so familiar. Hey! It's you? Yue looked at the girl in surprise. I remember now, your name is Inu? And Jean thought for a moment. Right. Looks like your memories aren't so bad. Inu nodded happily. Zhou Yu, seeing Zhu Weitong's confused expression, recounted the events of that day to her. Zhu Weitong nodded thoughtfully, roughly understanding what had happened that day. As the four were talking, Inu's nose suddenly twitched. She exclaimed with delight, Oh my, I smell a familiar scent. You four are lucky to have run into him. Now you can really squeeze some money out of him. Inu circled in the air, muttering to herself, but the four couldn't understand what she was saying. Just as Inu was about to fly forward, she turned back to look at the four, their expressions varying, some curious, some indifferent, yet all standing still. A thought stirred within her. Are you interested in magical training? That person is incredibly skilled in magic. I want to try. Zhou Yu was the first to speak, seemingly extremely interested. He turned to the others and asked, You don't have much to do this holiday, do you? Yeah, if I stay home all holiday, I get bored. And Jean thought for a moment and agreed, then pulled the hand of the person next to her and said sweetly, Tong Tong, Yue, let's go. The two exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Great, unanimously approved, let's go. With that, Inu flapped her fluorescent white wings and flew towards the high school building, the four following behind. Huh? And Jean asked curiously, Inu, can't others see you? Although the exams were over, there were still a few people scattered around the school. Judging from their reactions, they didn't seem to have noticed anything unusual. Inu replied without turning her head, I am a guardian. People without magic cannot see us. You? Yes, us. The guardians protect that world. Has it always been just you? What kind of organization are you? How many of you are there? And Jean asked. Inu suddenly turned to look at Jean, saying in a calm tone, Yes. It's always been just us. Then you must have had a very hard time, having only had you for so long. If I had to do the same repetitive things all the time, I might give up someday. And Jean still seemed carefree. Inu didn't say anything more, just kept walking forward until she stopped. We're here. The four of them followed Inu's gaze, and saw a very ancient iron gate. The gate was extremely tall, giving off a sense of oppression. In the center was a golden lock, the lock's teeth consisting of only 5 round holes. This seems to be the high school section, or the top floor. Yue looked out. Inu said seriously, Zhu Tong, in a moment, I will enter a state of mental sharing with you, that is, your spiritual sea. Because my energy is vast, you might experience some discomfort. Can you accept that? Zhu Tong replied, Let's go. A golden light flashed in Inu's eyes, making it difficult for Zhu Tong to see clearly. Immediately afterward, Zhu Tong felt an overwhelming discomfort wash over her. She groaned softly, but could still bear it. This is mind sharing? Inu's voice echoed in her mind, Yes. Zhu Tong, you should not easily share your mind with others in the future. This time is an exception. If that person cannot gain your complete trust, mind sharing will bring you harm. Zhu Tong nodded, seemingly understanding. Let's begin. Zhu Tong closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, her black eyes were once again tinged with gold and red. Sealed soul. The host you swore to protect is here. With the blood of the contract, I will break the seal that has lasted for millions of years. Open the gate of the contract. This passage, guided by Inu, was initially somewhat awkward, but later sounded as if she had said it 1,000 times before. When she spoke of the blood of the contract, Zhu Yingtong extended her right hand and used energy to make a small cut on her fingertip. In an instant, blood flowed down, coiling around her finger like a small snake. At the same time, Yinyu's voice rang in Zhu Yingtong's mind. Without suspicion, Zhu Yingtong did as Yinyu instructed, quickly inserting her finger into the keyhole. Zhu Yingtong clearly felt something inside the keyhole sucking her blood. As Zhu Yingtong silently counted to 5, without warning, a loud shout rang out, a woman's voice. Who? The intense energy surge caused all 4 to stumble back several steps. Zhu Yingtong was thus freed from the bloodthirsty keyhole, and Yue quickly stepped forward to catch the levitating Zhu Yingtong. Yinyu leaped forward, blocking the 4, and called out loudly, Guardian Yinyu requests an audience with Prince Qiongqi. She clearly said a few words, but the others couldn't understand them. Shortly after Yinyu's voice faded, the iron gate slowly opened, revealing a dark vortex. Apart from this vortex, the rest of the world was shrouded in darkness, a truly eerie scene. Yinyu nodded to the 4. Follow me. She then stepped into the dark vortex first. The 4 exchanged glances, and just in case, held hands before entering. Once everyone was inside, the vortex slowly shrank and finally disappeared. The iron gate slowly closed automatically, and everything returned to how it was before they arrived. Chapter 8. The light in the attic was dim. Just as the 4 were wondering what was going on, a sudden whoosh illuminated the entire room with candlelight. Only then did Zhu Yingtong notice that they were walking on a path paved with small pebbles. It wasn't very wide, just enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side, but it seemed to stretch on forever. Beside the path were rows and rows of bookshelves, almost overflowing with books. It was unimaginable how many books the entire space could hold. Soon, soft footsteps sounding somewhat deep in the quiet, enclosed space. As the shadows shifted in the candlelight, the person appeared before them. It was a woman who looked to be in her early 20s, wearing a flowing, light blue cheongsam, and holding an exquisite folding fan. Her face might not have been stunningly beautiful, but her noble and elegant demeanor naturally drew people in. What surprised the foremost were undoubtedly her red eyes. Having previously witnessed the golden eyes of the Dragon King and Dragon Princess, and the yellow pupils of Yinyu, the 4 were now presented with blood-red eyes. They were only slightly astonished for a moment before calmly accepting it. Well, after experiencing a series of things that seemed impossible in the past, their ability to accept things had noticeably improved. Yinyu flapped her small wings and began circling the woman in front of her, looking her over. Prince Qiongqi, so many years have passed, how come you become a woman? The woman casually tossed her hair. Does gender matter to me? Thanks to that lord, my power is even greater in female form. Yinyu nodded and introduced her to the group. Yes, Prince Qiongqi's original form is a gigantic magical beast, frightening in appearance and unrestrained in behavior. I heard that many years ago, Princess Qiongqi and her 3 close friends were punishing evil and promoting good on the continent of Ziliusis, but were eventually subdued by a majestic empress. Ugh, why did you hit her? Qiongqi's lips twitched, but she didn't speak. Zhou Yu, punishing evil and promoting good? Zhu Yingtong, a majestic empress? Ah, Jean, don't you think the name Qiongqi sounds familiar? Yue asked Jean in a low voice. And Jin's grades at school weren't top-notch, but she surprisingly loved reading extracurricular books, especially mythological and fantasy stories. And Jean thought for a moment, it's mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas. Qiongqi, along with Hunnun, Taowu, and Taotai, are known as the 4 fiends. The book also says that Qiongqi looks like a tiger, is as big as an ox, and has wings. But these are all myths. The possibility of them existing is as small as the possibility of Nuwa and Fushi existing. Yue paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly raised her head and said seriously, Jean, if you had said this a while ago, I would have given you a good review. But now, after what happened with the Dragon King, the Dragon Girl Yinyu, and this woman in front of me, I need to revise your last sentence. Their existence is just as likely as the Dragon King and the Dragon Girls. And Jean, Zhu Yingtong, and Shouyu, Ahem. Yinyu's 2 coughs interrupted their conversation. When the 4 of them turned their attention back to Yinyu, she said, This is Qiongqi, whom I mentioned to you earlier. Yinyu turned to Qiongqi and said, I temporarily entrust these 4 to you. Your time flow here is 5 times faster, so their vacation is more than 2 months, which is a year. With your strength, tutoring them shouldn't be a problem, right? Before Qiongqi could answer, Yinwei added, Protest invalid. If you don't agree, Yinwei chuckled twice, transmitting her voice to Qiongqi, so the 4 could only see Qiongqi's pale face. Xiongqi's expression changed several times before finally agreeing, alright, as you say. Yinwen nodded, and then Xiongqi prepared to open a spatial rift to send the 5 of them out. I have a question. How should we address you? Oh right, shouldn't we call you sister? I think so too. Sister Xiongqi currently looks like a girl. How about calling you senior? A weak male voice interjected. I can't find any other way to address this face. It feels like she's only a few years older than me. Me too, me too. How about asking senior's opinion? A weak male voice became even weaker. Sister Xiongqi, which title do you like? Pick one. I think sister is fine. I like the title sister. I have a younger sister who calls me sister every day. I never been someone's younger sister before. Sister Xiongqi, what do you think? Xiongqi suddenly regretted agreeing to let Inu teach these noisy guys. The next day, the junior high school dormitory of the first middle school. And Jean quietly watched Zhu Yitong and Yue packing their things when her phone rang. I go answer this call. The door closed softly, and the two only heard in Jin's exaggerated voice, sometimes high and sometimes low. After packing, and Jean poked her head in. I go find Zhou Yu first. You two take your time. Dormitory lobby. A short while later, all three came down. After Jean explained everything, the two finally understood. Zhou Yu had no family home this summer, so he had stayed at Jin's house. 2 different phone rings sounded. Zhu Yitong and Yue each looked at their phones. Zhu Yitong said first, it's my aunt calling. I head back now. Bye. Yue also said it was her parents calling and then left. And Jean smiled and waved. Having parents around is strict. Really? I wish my parents could discipline me a little. Zhou Yu's voice was almost inaudible. And Jean turned to Zhou Yu and asked, Xiao Yu, what did you say? Zhou Yu shook his head, nothing, let's go too. Okay. After leaving the school gate, because of their heavy luggage, the two hailed a taxi. And Jin's home wasn't far from the school. It only took a short while to get home. And Jin's home is a typical 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. As a day student, she goes home every day, and a pile of unopened packages had just arrived at the door. This room is mine, that's the study, and next to the study is my aunt's bedroom. Xiao Yu, you can stay in my room for now. I had my aunt change the sheets and blankets. I even cleared out a wardrobe for you. You be staying for over 2 months, so don't feel too uncomfortable, Xiao Yu. Zhou Yu looked in the direction and Jean pointed. It was a room connected to a balcony, decorated in warm colors, making it feel cozy. There was a large double bed, and many plush toys on the bay window. I already talked to my sister. I move into her room first. She goes to boarding school, and probably won't be back until next month. Besides, her room is big enough for 2 people. There's a bathroom right across from my room, and the kitchen is next to the entrance. There's some food in the fridge, so you can have something to eat if you get hungry. Zhou Yu dragged her luggage inside, her fingertips tracing the wall. Thank you. And Jean smiled back at Zhou Yu, glanced at the clock on the wall. The hands were pointing to 11:30. Ah! Really, I forgot to buy groceries these past few days. Xiao Yu, you rest for a bit, I go to the supermarket to buy some things. Zhou Yu nodded, and a moment later, the sound of the door closing came from the entrance. Zhou Yu tidied up her things a little, and then took her clothes to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Zhou Yu intended to go back to her room to meditate, but suddenly heard a dingling sound. Zhou Yu's eyes involuntarily glazed over, and her brows furrowed. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw a room with its door tightly shut. What did Jean say again? The room next to the study is my aunt's. His head hurt so much, it started hurting again. Zhou Yu gasped for breath in silence, slowly walking towards the room. He placed his hand on the doorknob and, without thinking, opened the door. A white light, unlike sunlight, appeared before his eyes, dazzlingly bright. Chapter 9. Meow, meow. The moment the door opened, a few scattered meows drifted in, and the headache Zhou Yu had been feeling vanished. Zhou Yu looked intently, and saw a woman lying on the bed, playing with a cat. Because of her indecent posture, her pajamas were loose, revealing most of her snow-white shoulders, and the clothes only covered her buttocks. Her long, slender, white legs were swinging back and forth. Zhou Yu was startled and immediately turned around. He quickly said, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. But he couldn't help but recall the strange eyes he had seen for a moment. The color was light blue, as clear as ethereal crystal, but deep within the pupils were diamond-shaped pupils unlike those of humans, which looked rather strange. The woman only looked up when she heard Zhou Yu's voice. She had delicate features and extremely fair skin. She smiled, her voice light and cheerful, like that of an innocent young boy. Oh, are you Xiao Jiner's boyfriend? You look delicious indeed. Zhou Yu was taken aback, then flustered by the woman's words, finally saying helplessly, no, I just came to stay at a Jin's house. The woman looked at Zhou Yu, who was standing ramrod straight with his back to her, and couldn't help but laugh. All right, turn around. Zhou Yu glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and saw that the woman had changed into a long dress. Zhou Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief before daring to turn around. Ah, staying overnight. The woman's eyes darted around, and she added, did Xiao Jiner tell you anything about me? And Rong, I'm warning you, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't cook for you anymore. Just then, and Jin's voice came from the doorway. Xiao Jin, you're so heartless. And Rong cried. I don't need to be so kind to you. After saying that, and Jin said to Zhou Yu, Xiao Yu, go and rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready in about 40 minutes. Okay. Zhou Yu nodded, glancing hesitantly at Rong, who was still smiling at him, before turning and heading towards his room. Zhou Yu didn't want to waste time, so he began cultivating as soon as he returned to his room. As an extremely intelligent person, he had already grasped the basics of magic, something he had never encountered before, in just over 10 days. He remembered Yin Yu's words, on the continent of Ziliusis, what determines a mage's ability is undoubtedly their level, starting from level 0. Innate magic power is not just a representation of magic power, but also determines a mage's talent. The more powerful the magic technique, the more solid the foundation it requires. Xiao Yu, dinner's ready. And Jin's voice came from outside the door. Zhou Yu opened his eyes, exhaled a soft breath, looked at his palms, and muttered to himself, level 11. The speed doesn't seem that fast. With that, Zhou Yu got out of bed and left the room. If Yin Yu and the others heard him say this, they would definitely shout that Zhou Yu was ungrateful. After all, it hadn't even been half a month since he started this, and to increase his magic power by a whole level, it was hard to say whether he was a genius or a prodigy. And Jin's achievements in cooking were considerable. Although she couldn't prepare a full Manchu Han imperial feast. Perhaps it was too tiring and troublesome for one person. Everyone who had eaten in Jin's cooking gave it a 5-star rating. Zhou Yu never had a big appetite, usually only eating one bowl, but today he unusually ordered a second. However, and Jin still felt that every meal with Zhou Yu was a test, because now she was about to order a 4th bowl. After finishing the meal, Zhou Yu intended to clear the table, but Jin stopped him. And Jin explained that Zhou Yu was a guest, and it wouldn't be appropriate or reasonable for him to do chores on his first day. She jokingly added that he'd have to do chores later, and Zhou Yu then returned to his room to continue his cultivation. Little Jiner. And Rong, half lying on the table, looking lazy, called out, her voice carrying an ambiguous meaning. What? And Jin asked absent-mindedly, as she cleared the table. You're acting strangely. How so? And Jin's movements didn't stop. You? Smell of Yin Yu and Xiongqi. And Jin stopped what she was doing, turned to face Rong, and rubbed her throbbing temples. And then? And Rong's tone suddenly turned harsh. After I saved you, didn't I tell you those things were dangerous? I said you better not touch those strange things? And Jin shook her head. Strange things? If they're strange things, then as a being of chaos, aren't you strange things too? And Rong was speechless. Back then, those people, didn't they also say they were strange things, until many years later, only their master tamed them without any reservations, accepting them? And Jin laughed. It's nothing, I protect myself, there won't be any danger, besides, I have you, don't I? You silly girl. And Rong frowned, but didn't say anything more. The room was silent for a moment, then Rong suddenly spoke, give me your hand. And Jin was taken aback, but still did as she was told. Although she didn't know what Rong wanted to do, she knew Rong wouldn't harm her. The moment she grasped Rong's hand, and Jin felt a surge of warmth emanating from it, spreading throughout her body, making her feel warm and extremely comfortable. And Jin closed her eyes, sensing the magic power within her body, then asked curiously, it's increased. Now it was Rong's turn to be curious. What happened? And Rong hadn't been staying home all the time, so Jin finally found some free time to tell her every detail of her unexpected trip to the EC, her encounter with the Dragon King and Dragon Princess, and her awakening of magic power. At the hotel, I asked Xiao Yu about his cultivation methods, but they didn't seem to work for me. I just didn't expect them to accumulate so much over the past few days. And Rong's expression changed several times before she finally said seriously to Jin, sit opposite me. And Jin rarely questioned Rong's words, So she sat cross-legged facing her. And Rong's expression became somewhat solemn. She suddenly raised her hand, creating a strong gust of wind that struck in Jin's shoulder, then touched her hands within Jin's. Golden light immediately surrounded Jin, making the entire room seem even brighter. How do you feel? And Jin blinked. My breathing is easier. And Rong pressed, anything else? The magic power within me seems to be circulating. It seems to have formed a small vortex. And Rong's eyes lit up immediately. Good, try your best to circulate the magic power within you. Concentrate it all into that vortex, and create a cycle. And Jin nodded in agreement, then entered a meditative state. The sky gradually darkened, and the sun's residual heat faded considerably. During this time, and Rong carefully observed Jin, not wanting to miss any changes, but found nothing unusual. With a soft sigh from Jin, she slowly opened her eyes. And Rong asked, how are you feeling? Not bad. Before she could finish speaking, and Rong took Jin's hand, sensing the magic power within her. Something's not right. Why is it still so little? It's not a blocked meridian, there are circulating vortexes. What's going on? She suddenly stopped, somewhat dejectedly saying, never mind, let's leave this for now, I think about it some more. Little Jeaner. I'm hungry. And Jin, A few days passed quickly, during which everyone returned to school several times to complete their enrollment procedures, and a 2.5-month vacation without homework arrived. However, when it came to magic power, the four of them frequently encountered problems. Chapter 10. First, there was Jin. No matter how much she cultivated, her magic power didn't increase much. On the contrary, her magic power increased when she rested and played, and she's now almost at level 11. Jue Tong is in a much worse situation. She's practically unable to cultivate. Her magic power circulates smoothly and perfectly forms the vortex, but after half a month, she still hasn't made any progress. Yue and Zhou, you are doing well. One has steadily broken through to level 11, and the other has begun to attempt level 13. Currently, Jin's magic power is the lowest, but at least it has increased. If Zhu Tong's situation continues like this, things might change. Zhu Tong is also getting anxious. For the first 15 years of her life, she strived to be number one in everything, but now she's hitting a wall in this area. Her feelings are understandable. Xiongqi wasn't overly surprised. She simply said, you carry your master's aura, and like her, you possess the most unique ultimate fire. Therefore, it's not surprising that you encounter similar problems. Your master was only 8 years old when she noticed the anomaly. Her condition was even worse than yours. She couldn't awaken her magic at all, and she resolved this issue when she was 18. At this point, Xiongqi felt Zhu Tong's gaze was almost murderous. Time isn't the key is what happened back then. She fell into a monster cave, the most complex and abundant place in terms of energy on the continent. Her magic, painstakingly cultivated over 10 years, collided with the external energy, and thus her magic awakened. So, the key is the immense amount of energy. But now, my strength alone isn't enough. However, I have another method that might solve this problem quickly. What is it? Zhu Tong asked excitedly upon hearing there was a solution. It is to awaken the dormant soul of my master, Di Fuyan, within you. And for you, this process will undoubtedly be difficult. Xiongqi paused, leaving aside how troublesome the process of awakening your master is. Your body may not be able to withstand the coexistence of your master's soul and your own. I still advise you to wait. The implication was clear. One side was strong, the other weak. A battle was inevitable. Tong. Yue wanted to speak up and advise Zhu Tong. They had both witnessed how formidable this powerful being was, but she was interrupted before she could finish. The girl was still smiling. I will try my best. No matter how difficult, I can endure it. She had spent these past few days mentally preparing herself. If she was going to do it, she would see it through to the end and do it to the best of her ability. She would not be an ordinary person, in any field. Xiongqi hesitated, but finally, under Zhu Tong's insistence, reluctantly agreed. The process wasn't too long. After quickly completing a unique summoning technique, Zhu Tong fell into a deep sleep, which lasted for 2 months. Even within Xiongqi's space, 1/6 of that time had already passed. During Zhu Tong's slumber, Xiongqi didn't teach the other three anything, simply letting them choose weapons suitable for themselves, and then allowing them to cultivate on their own. Yue chose a pair of short blades, ideal for close combat and self-defense. Zhou chose a wind attribute law sword, perfectly suited to his own magical attributes. And Jin chose a bow imbued with a strong light attribute. Xiongqi told her it was called the Yuan Bai Yingyue Bao, originally a pair of light and dark attributes, while the dark attribute Feng He Yang Bao was wielded by the dragon girl. After Zhu Yingtong woke up, she discovered that her cultivation during this period hadn't increased her magical power, meaning her awakening was still problematic. Xiongqi was also puzzled, but Zhu Yingtong didn't ask for anything additional. She seemed to have made some discovery, but hadn't revealed it yet. Even so, the four of them entered Xiongqi's somewhat insane training. For nearly 10 months, all four complained bitterly. Initially, the training focused on their physical fitness, from simple running exercises to weighted long-distance running. Yu Wei and Jin, whose physical fitness was only average to begin with, were brought to tears. In this training, Zhu Yingtong and Zhou Yu both achieved perfect scores. Now, they could easily run a marathon with tens of kilograms of weight. But the ones who improved the most were indeed Yu Wei and Jin. At least, Jin wasn't crying anymore. Following this, Xiongqi led them through the application of magic and practical combat techniques, often having them practice in pairs or individually. In these 2-on-2 battles, both sides maintained a coordinated approach of one attacking and one supporting, and their mastery of magic improved significantly during this time. In the final days, Xiongqi briefed the four on the current state of the Western continent. The continent was divided into 5 parts. The Zhongrong Empire in the east controlled approximately 1/3 of the continent's territory, and was arguably the strongest in terms of overall power. The Mou Empire in the west, while not as powerful overall, possessed a rich economic foundation due to its location by the sea. The Qinhui Empire in the south separated from the Yangwei Empire. While relatively weak, it developed rapidly due to its advantageous terrain. The Yangwei Empire in the central region, backed by the Hill of Death, possessed extremely rich mineral resources and considerable overall strength. The remaining northwest region was a desolate wasteland comprised of the Hill of Death and desert. Further northwest lay the vast ocean, and in the more distant reaches lay another unexplored continent. Xiongqi concluded, "I remember your world has a short holiday coming up soon. Prepare to go to the western continent of Ziliosis during that time. I will be waiting for you here then." Under Xiongqi's diligent training, everyone gained a deeper understanding of magic, and their interest in it was much stronger than before. Under Xiongqi's torture, the four also made significant progress. Zhu Yingtong, level 20, weapon, Nun Yu Wei, level 16, weapon, linked blades. And Jin, level 16, weapon, Yuan by Moondrawing Bow. Zhou Yu, level 17, weapon, K. Zhu Yingtong, though her magic power isn't increasing, is still slightly ahead. And Jin and Yu Wei are at the same speed. Overall, Zhou Yu's cultivation speed is the fastest. The short holiday is 7 days, which translates to more than 2 months on the Ziliosis continent. All four are excited, seemingly more eager for the holiday than usual. After the start of the new semester, the four will become first-year students in the high school division of the first middle school. Yu Wei and Zhou Yu, having started school early, are not yet 15 years old, and Jin, the oldest of the four, is not yet 16. And Jin has been the busiest during this period. When she's not cultivating, she has to cram for her weaker subjects, all to be in the same class as Zhu Yingtong and the others. The final result, of course, is that hard work pays off. The first day of school was mainly about getting to know new teachers and classmates, but one person caught the attention of Zhu Yingtong and the others. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Li, and I'm a student in the junior high school section of the first middle school. I had to take a break from school due to some health reasons and only returned in early June this year." And Jin, who was half asleep, immediately looked up upon hearing the name Zhou Li, startling the students in front of her. She looked up and saw a girl with bright, expressive eyes, long, slightly wavy hair, and a smile introducing herself on the podium. Wasn't that Zhou Li, who had taken a 2-year leave of absence? "My name is Zhou Li from..." A familiar voice. "Little Li. 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 Please teach me, it's so difficult." Intimate memories and shared moments. "Li, take good care of yourself. We come see you again next week." Even when battling illness and being rushed to the emergency room, the girl still smiled. Such scenes weren't just in Jin's mind, they also appeared in the memories of Zhu Yingtong and the other two, a beautiful past shared by the 5 of them. Zhou Li walked down from the podium and sat in the empty seat next to Jin, surrounded by Zhu Yingtong and the other two. Zhou Li chuckled and reached out to flick Jin's forehead, the light touch of his fingertips making Jin's nose tingle. "What? It's only been a year, and you don't recognize me?" And Jin pouted, "Of course not." Her expression was clearly joyful. "Welcome back." Chapter 11. What are you doing? "Ah. The above dialogue is between Zhou Li and Jin. Zhou Li was startled by Jin's scream and took 2 steps back, but the next step was the stairs. Zhu Tong stepped forward to steady Zhou Li. Zhou Li thanked Zhu Tong while thinking irritably, I just patted your shoulder, why does it look like I took advantage of you? Or, is there some secret I'm hiding? A month has passed since the start of the semester, and today is the last day of September. It's around 7 or 8 p.m., school is letting out. Because tomorrow is the short holiday, the teachers have finished classes early, and there are hardly any students at the school at this time. Zhu Tong and the others didn't want to waste time, they couldn't wait for the actual holiday to start. However, the 4 of them headed towards the roof without saying goodbye, which caught Zhou Li's attention, leading to the scene at the beginning. Wow! What a handsome boy. Handsome? You mean know you? His good looks have been a thing for a while now. Everyone turned to look at the only man beside them, Zhou Yu. But Zhu Tong instinctively felt that Zhou Li wasn't talking about Zhou Yu. Following her gaze, she saw a tall, slender boy leaning against the wall, resting with his eyes closed. Long, curled eyelashes cast shadows below his eyelids, making his face appear even softer in the sunlight. The man looked to be only in his early 20s, it was the Dragon King. He lacked the dragon horns and scales they had seen in the Dragon Palace that day, appearing instead to be a very gentle young man. The 3 of them followed Zhu Tong's gaze, all somewhat stunned. They had assumed there would only be the 4 of them in the group, they hadn't expected the Dragon King to join them. What's going on with this person? The Dragon King opened his eyes, and his golden pupils puzzled Zhou Li. How can he have golden eyes? Zhou Li murmured. Ugh. Zhou Li was about to say something when she felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck, and she unconsciously fell forward. Fortunately, Jin caught her in time. Support her. I need to cast a spell on her. Your identities cannot be revealed in this world. The person who silently appeared behind Zhou Li was Yin. Yue frowned, asking worriedly, won't this hurt her? Yin shook her head, no. After saying that, she placed her palm between Zhou Li's brows. For a fleeting moment, no one saw her expression change drastically, but she hesitated only for a second. With the appearance of golden light, Yin completed the spell in a short time. It's done. She'd be fine after a while. Let's go! And Jin didn't want to do this either, but had no better solution. In the end, she could only position Zhou Li in a somewhat comfortable position against the wall, then whispered in her ear, I'm sorry, Xiao Li, I make you lots of delicious food when I get back to make it up to you. Everyone who heard this found it both funny and exasperating. With Yinyu's call, the spatial gate opened, and everyone disappeared. Shortly after they left, Zhou Li regained her senses, and slowly woke up. Ah! My neck hurt so much, what happened? Her gaze shifted to the still tightly closed door, her eyes filled with unreadable emotions. A gentle breeze rustled the shadows of the trees outside the window, disturbing her vision. Moonlight and starlight streamed down, and Zhou Li realized how late it was. She quickly got up and went downstairs. Ready? Xiongqi asked. Always ready. And Jin, can you please stop being so funny? These were the inner thoughts of Zhu Tong and the other 2. Xiongqi lowered its eyes, its slender right arm slowly rising, sweeping over its head, and then rapidly drawing a spatial rift in front of her. The 4 of them were utterly astonished by this, while the Dragon King's eyes flickered with spatial attributes. Let's go! I contact you in 2.5 months. Okay. And Jin rushed to the front, unable to contain her excitement. The 4 of them entered one after another, but the Dragon King stopped. Zhu Tong and the others are still young, and they haven't had much exposure to this world. Right now, they're mostly just excited by the novelty. But they're all very hard-working children, and perhaps they haven't thought things through completely. I hope you can help them. Also, Zhu Tong is. The Dragon King interrupted Xiongqi. I know, I'm leaving now. Just as the spatial rift was about to close, the Dragon King's voice came again. You talk too much, but I take care of them. Xiongqi smiled. Dragon King, you really are. The place where the 5 of them landed didn't resemble a town, but rather a forest. The surrounding area was filled with lush trees, which made Yue, whose innate attribute was wood, feel exceptionally familiar. Looking at this scene, Yue was very happy, thinking that if she had the chance to come here again in the future, where is this? A blue light flashed around in Jin's neck, and Yin appeared before everyone. And Jin seemed to be used to Yin appearing from the true moon, and didn't show any surprise, while the other 3 were more curious. Huh? How did this happen? Yue asked curiously. Dragon King, Jinyu has already acknowledged Jin as her master, so naturally she belongs to her. Jinyu is a vessel that can contain life, so Inu can live inside. This is the Wanshan Forest, within the territory of the MOU Empire. This place is very close to the capital of the MOU Empire. Judging from the growth of these trees, we should still be on the outskirts, not far from the city. However, it's getting dark. If we hurry, we should be able to enter the city before nightfall, Inu said, looking at the surrounding environment. Dragon King and Inu were undoubtedly familiar with this place, so Zhu Yingtong and the others followed behind them. By the way, the MOU Empire has a strange rule. Except during special periods, no household or inn can accommodate men who are not of the country's nationality overnight, Dragon King suddenly said. The three of them simultaneously turned their gazes to Zhou Yu. For them, this rule was undoubtedly aimed at Zhou Yu. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's expression stiffened slightly. Yue suddenly asked, Dragon King, what about you? I am a dragon, I can transform into other forms, and go in with you, they won't be able to check me. The Dragon King paused, thinking, as for Zhou Yu, maybe a change of hairstyle and clothes would suffice. After all, those soldiers won't come up to check him. Check him. Check him. Isn't there any other way? And Jean looked at Zhou Yu's face, which was trying to suppress a word, and although she found it somewhat amusing, she still asked on his behalf. Other places, probably only brothels. Inu scratched her head and thought for a while. Zhou Yu was taken aback. What's a brothel? Inu explained. The owner of Mayu brothel has some connections, so the soldiers never inspect it. A brothel is a place where girls dance. Cute and fragrant girls love it. The owner also owns many businesses. If you can get her permission, spending the night shouldn't be difficult. Zhou Yu frowned, quickly making her choice, a brothel. Xiao Yu, are you determined never to wear women's clothes? Our Xiao Yu would look beautiful dressed up, and Jean teased, her tone tinged with regret. Zhu Yingtong and Yue, standing nearby, had already burst into laughter. Zhou Yu snorted and walked straight towards the city gate. The three girls behind her laughed, but quickened their pace to follow Zhou Yu through the city gate. The Dragon King, on the other hand, transformed into a very inconspicuous little dragon, wrapped himself around Yue's arm, and followed her inside. Chapter 12. After entering the main city, the four quickly found the brothel Inu had mentioned. Zhu Yingtong explained the situation to the owner, who, being understanding, readily agreed and immediately made room for them in the largest private room. Zhou Yu, however, was frequently teased and pranked by the brothel owner because of his exceptionally handsome face. The group then learned that the brothels in Mayu were primarily dance halls, because the emperor of the Mayu Empire enjoyed watching beautiful girls dance. Several beautiful girls inside the brothel swarmed around the youthful yet handsome Zhou Yu upon seeing him, their words dripping with teasing. Zhou Yu, frightened, immediately returned to his room, not daring to step outside. Late at night, Yue carefully opened the window, rolled over, and climbed onto the roof using the corrugated brick wall, then lay down and counted the stars. Sigh. You seem troubled? Yue was surprised and quickly looked for the source of the voice, finding it belonged to a girl who looked slightly younger than herself. The girl was dressed simply, with shoulder-length short hair, and pink eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at her with a smile. Perhaps because the girl looked so well-behaved and cute, without any aggression, Yue relaxed her guard. She shook her head with a smile. No way. You definitely are. You let out a sigh as soon as you came out, which means you're relaxing, but then you sighed. I could hear a lot of worry in your voice. What else could it be but something on your mind? The girl analyzed earnestly with an icy expression. Yue chuckled. How could such a young girl be so clever? Then she suddenly realized something. You been observing me? The girl cupped her face and smiled. I just happened to come out for some fresh air, and saw a pretty girl sighing, so I couldn't help but follow her. Yue chuckled. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad guy? The girl didn't speak but shook her head. She asked seriously, why are you sighing? Yue also propped her face up with her hands, her voice tinged with undisguised bitterness. I don't know where to begin. It feels like a long story, but if you think about it carefully, it's only been a short time. Besides, I don't know if I should tell you. The girl obediently closed her eyes, leaning against Yue's shoulder, muttering, I'm asleep now. I don't know anything, you can tell me now. Yue couldn't help but laugh. How can you be so clever and mischievous? The girl's eyes suddenly opened. Only when she was closer did Yue notice that there was a light brown hue deep in those eyes. Exceptionally beautiful. She retorted, who's the little girl? We don't even know who's older. Yue smiled. Alright then. Can I ask your age? The girl pouted. No, you tell me first. Yue didn't hide it. I'm almost 16. The girl paused, then her eyes darted around. Hee hee, I turned 16 a few days ago. Yue Wei's eyes widened. This girl was 16? She didn't look 16 at all. She didn't think too much about it, just smiled and said, okay, not a little girl. Do you still want to hear the story? The girl's eyes gleamed mischievously. I want to hear the story, but I'd rather you tell it to me when we get back. Yue Wei was stunned. What? Before she could finish speaking, Yue Wei felt a sudden dizziness, and the next second she lost consciousness. The girl gently pulled the unconscious Yue Wei into her arms, a smug glint in her eyes. She lifted Yue Wei's chin with her left hand, clicking her tongue in admiration, truly a beauty. She picked Yue Wei up and vanished into the night. The green light emanating from the jade bracelet on Yue Wei's left wrist became the last glimmer of light in the darkness. The next day, early morning. On the continent of Ziliosis, it was early summer, and dawn broke early. It was only the hour of Mao, 5 to 7 a.m. And Jean, just awakened, stretched as she came out of her room. She noticed Zhou Yu still sitting cross-legged in the living room at this hour, and a slight stirring stirred within her. Great, I can cultivate. I should go ask Inu what we can do now. Inu. And Jean held Jinyu in her hands, calling out in her heart. Something terrible has happened. Zhu Yingtong's shrill voice, trembling with excitement, came from outside the door. Yue Wei. Yue Wei is missing. Inu emerged from the true moon necklace, her words surprising the three. The Dragon King's aura has also vanished. Wasn't the Dragon King with Yue Wei? Shouldn't they be together now? And Jean asked, somewhat puzzled. Zhou Yu frowned as well. That's possible. Yingtong, what happened to Yue Wei? I went to bed early last night, and when I woke up this morning, I found Yue Wei wasn't in her room. So I asked the ladies at the brothel, and they said that no one had left the brothel, neither last night nor this morning. After a pause, Zhu Yingtong continued, but when I came back, I found this in my room. Zhu Yingtong showed the object in her hand. It looked like an invitation. I think this is related to Yue Wei's disappearance. Inu floated in midair, took the red invitation from Zhu Yingtong, and examined it. On it were large black characters, MOU, branded with some unknown material. It's an invitation from the MOU Empire's court. This color of writing, only royalty are authorized to issue them. Inu glanced through it. The content was essentially an invitation for them to have a brief chat. Are these kids getting such a grand welcome on their first visit to this world? Who arranged this? Yesterday I asked Sister Fanchio some questions about the MOU Empire. One of them was that the current ruler of the MOU Empire is a 14-year-old female emperor, who has been on the throne for 2 years, Zhu Yingtong said. The Wuma family, the successive rulers of the MOU Empire. Inu glanced at their expressions and asked, are you going? Zhu Yingtong chuckled softly, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Of course we're going. They practically delivered invitations to our door. How can we refuse? The group quickly tidied themselves up and left the brothel. And Jean gazed at the distant buildings and asked curiously, the Imperial Palace, is it the tallest one? Inu shook her head without hesitation. The tallest building in every country is the Demon Priest Tower. It's a symbol of power and faith. However, generally speaking, the Imperial Palace isn't too far from the Demon Priest Tower. Then it must be the more magnificent one next to it. And Jean pointed to a slightly shorter, but still regal palace nearby. Zhu Yingtong raised his chin, his eyes sharp. Let's go! The three walked along the city's main road. The brothel wasn't far from the Imperial Palace, about half an hour's walk. This distance was nothing to the three, who had already been trained by Qiongqi, and they quickly arrived at their destination. Upon arriving at the palace gate, thanks to the invitation, they entered the palace without difficulty. The guards asked them to wait a moment. After a short while, a guard led a girl of about 17 or 18 years old. The girl bowed slightly to the three, a faint smile on her face. Please follow me, gentlemen. The three exchanged glances and then followed. Upon entering the palace, they discovered that it was indeed different from the outside. The main road branched into many different paths, and various kinds of vegetation lined the roads, many of which they didn't even recognize. Red bricks and green tiles, resplendent in gold, pavilions with carved beams and painted rafters, the central hall standing majestically, surrounded by other magnificent palaces, all displaying the distinguished status of its owner. And Jean could only sigh, yes, they certainly have a lot of money. The three followed the girl. Zhu Yingtong glanced around and realized they seemed to be entering a unique palace, but they were getting further and further away from the main hall. She asked softly, are we going to the princess's palace? The girl looked at Zhu Yingtong with some surprise, then smiled, yes, Princess Shuming's palace is just ahead. Chapter 13. And Jean asked curiously, "What's your name?" "My name is Pearl." "Pearl, do you know why this princess invited us here?" Pearl shook her head. "I'm not quite sure." "Oh." And Jean looked at the innocent little girl before her, knowing she wouldn't get any information, and wisely remained silent. Shortly afterward, the four entered the palace. Pearl pushed open the door to the innermost room, and the person sitting inside turned around eagerly upon hearing the door open. If Yue were here, she would be surprised to find that this girl looked remarkably similar to the person she had met yesterday. "You finally arrived." She stood up excitedly, and told Pearl to wait outside. The three were somewhat bewildered. The girl quickly said, "My name is Wu Yueyin, a princess of the Mayu Empire's royal family. I'm the one who invited you to the palace. I hope you can forgive my impolite actions." Wu Yueyin's pink eyes were filled with apology. Zhu Yingtong's thoughts raced. She asked, "May I ask what your highness wishes to ask us to come here?" Wu Yueyin's voice was pleading, "I want to save my lover." Seeing the three's questioning gazes, Wu Yueyin continued, "This matter dates back a year. Since when, people have been disappearing within the capital, only to reappear at their doorsteps the next day. However, if you ask them what happened, they themselves can't say. Nearly 3,000 such incidents have occurred in the past year, and all of them have involved men. This time, even my lover has been tragically murdered. My elder sister has also investigated, but so far, she has no leads." Zhu Yingtong frowned. "Why do you think we can help you?" Wu Yueyin hurriedly replied, I once met a prophet. He told me that in early January this year, several outsiders would arrive in the territory, and he said that these people could solve my problems." The three exchanged glances, all somewhat puzzled by the prophet's identity. "Are there really people in this world who can predict the future?" Zhu Yingtong gave the two a look, then coldly said to Wu Yueyin, "Did he tell you that there are actually more than three of us? We came to the palace only to find companions." Wu Yueyin nodded under the three's somewhat surprised gazes. "Last night, my elder sister suddenly left the palace. I saw her return with a girl. My elder sister has always had a fondness for beautiful people, and I was afraid of causing trouble, so I secretly brought her here. If I'm not mistaken, she should be your companion." Zhu Yingtong immediately said, "Good. As long as that person is indeed Yue, we will try to help you." Wu Yueyin's face lit up with joy, and she immediately summoned Pearl, who had been waiting outside, and asked her to bring the girl. In just a short while, the group saw a sleepy-eyed girl with a tired expression. "Wasn't that Yue?" "Yue, are you alright? How are you feeling?" And Jean quickly asked. Yue yawned, feeling a bit sleepy, and said with difficulty, "I feel okay. I stayed up a little late telling stories yesterday, so I had a bad night's sleep, but otherwise nothing's wrong." Wu Yueyin opened her mouth, but didn't say anything more. When she went to see Yue earlier, she saw her older sister hugging someone else very tightly. Given her sister's personality, it was best not to tell them. Why do I feel a strange, oppressive atmosphere?" Zhu Yingtong said, "Alright, we've seen him. What do you need us to do?" Wu Yueyin hesitated. I don't know. Aching hasn't come back for 5 days. I'm afraid Aching." She paused, her eyes reddening. Zhou Yu, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly reached out and lightly stroked the table, opening his palm. Everyone froze for a moment. Zhou Yu spoke, "There's dust." Pearl was the first to react. "I just wiped it this morning. There couldn't be dust this quickly." "No, it's not dust, it's sand." Zhou Yu's brow twitched, his fingertips carefully tracing the sand, this kind of sand. "It's from the sea." Yue felt a warmth on her wrist, and a man appeared before her. Although it was only his back, he gave off an extremely reliable feeling. The Dragon King looked up, his gaze finally settling on the view outside the window. A faint smile played on his lips as he asked Wu Yueyin, "Is this place close to the sea?" Wu Yueyin, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of a man in the room, instinctively replied to the Dragon King's question, "Not exactly close. The northern sea lies beyond the mountains." "Sister, there's a secret passage here." Inyu's soft voice rang out. Everyone's attention was drawn to her. Inyu was pointing to a stone slab, its unusual appearance barely noticeable at first glance. Seeing Jean nod, Inyu reached out and pried open the slab. To everyone's astonishment, they discovered a hidden passage. Wu Yueyin and Pearl were also startled. This tunnel had actually reached inside the palace? Wu Yueyin's face was ashen. She said to Pearl, "Pearl, you stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in." "Yes." The group entered the secret passage one after another. At the entrance, there were scattered pebbles, clearly showing signs of footsteps. Wu Yuan's face paled instantly. Who on earth had dared to take her lover away right under her nose? The passage wasn't wide, only wide enough for an adult man to crawl through, but since they were all still young, it didn't pose much of a problem. The airless environment inside made them hesitant to light fire starters. The path was extremely dark, but fortunately, there were no forks, so they had to feel their way forward. After walking for about 15 minutes, the damp air told them they were nearing the exit. Emerging from the passage, they found themselves on the path leading down a hill. Looking into the distance, they saw a massive altar on the ground. A sea breeze blew gently, and beside the hill lay the northern sea that Wu Yuan had mentioned. The deep blue sea rippled and danced, its vast surface offering a sense of tranquility. Yue Wei, however, could sense the comfort of the Dragon King and Dragon Girl, which surprised her somewhat. Wu Yuan's eyes widened. How can there be an altar here? And this doesn't seem like a place within the capital. Below the hill lay a vast, empty plain. There was only a dark altar and a woman. Because of the distance, no one could clearly see the woman's appearance. They only saw her kneeling on the ground, with a richly dressed man lying on her lap. "A Chung!" Wu Yuan called out loudly, then ran down the hill. Hearing her cry, everyone guessed what had happened and followed her down the hill. The path down was somewhat rugged, full of potholes, and Wu Yuan tripped and fell countless times. Aching, that was her Aching. She didn't want to wait a moment longer, she just wanted to embrace him. The group ran down the path, and soon reached the plain. While passing through some area, Yue Wei felt the Dragon King's body wrapped around her wrist become slightly warm. Before she could react, they were already in front of the woman. Upon closer, they could see the woman's appearance clearly. She wore a long blue dress, the hem trailing on the ground because of her kneeling posture, yet it remained spotless. Her long, black hair cascaded smoothly down her back, with most of it reaching the ground. Her eyes remained closed on her fair face. The man on her lap appeared to be about 30 years old, handsome and richly dressed, but his face was now pale. "Ah Chung. Little girl, could you please be quiet?" The woman spoke, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. Wu Yuan suddenly fell silent, though she continued to breathe heavily. How did you get in?" the woman asked. Everyone was a little confused. What did she mean? Although the woman didn't open her eyes, she seemed to sense their confusion. "Those who aren't from this world can't enter this barrier." Yue asked, "Why do you say we're not from here?" She subconsciously raised her hand to stroke the Dragon King's body. Was the feeling just now because they had passed through the barrier? "Your auras are different, all emanating a distant scent." And Jin's eyes widened suddenly. "A scent?" she exclaimed. How could she smell it? "It smells like the sea, like the East Sea. And a familiar scent." The scattered words left everyone somewhat stunned. She finally murmured softly, "Could it be the people my brother mentioned?" "Brother, are you doing this to warn me?" The Dragon King, who had been coiled on Yue Wei's wrist in his small dragon form, was startled by the mention of the East Sea, and his dragon eyes, looking at the woman, held a hint of curiosity. "You are a Lancer?" A purple light flashed on Yue Wei's wrist, and the Dragon King appeared before them. "Dragon King, hello." She called out the Dragon King's name, but didn't directly answer his question, just a sinner. "Your name. If you insist, call me Lan Xing." "Lan Xing." The Dragon King repeated, then suddenly remembered the purpose of their visit. He asked, "Lan Xing, who is this person?" "Just a debt of sin." "What?" Everyone present was stunned. What did that mean? Chapter 14. Yesterday, at the Lancer altar. Lan Xing had a headache. Why hasn't he woken up yet? It's been 3 days. A small bell floated beside her, from which came a woman's light voice. "Almost there, almost there." Lan Xing sighed softly. "After searching with you for so long, it's finally almost over. This period has been so tiring." The woman smiled apologetically. "Of course I have to thank you, my great hero. If it weren't for the connection between you Lancer people, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found him for years. I won't break my promise to you." Lan Xing opened her unusual eyes, looking at the man before her. She hesitated, then finally said, "If you're truly so obsessed with him, why not take him back to the Yu family? With your abilities, how could he possibly escape?" Searching for that trace of aura in this vast world, she had narrowed it down several times, confirming the area to the Mayu Imperial City. This person was deliberately concealing his aura. Even with her help, she still couldn't pinpoint his exact location. She had made thousands of blunders. How embarrassing. She touched her heart and sighed silently. Although the wrong people she had brought before had been compensated by this guy from his little storeroom, doing this too many times still. Luckily, she had found the right person now. The woman sighed. If he were just an ordinary man, I would have had all sorts of ways to keep him by my side, but when I think of his ideal of saving all the people in the world, I can't bring myself to do it. A beam of light emanated from the bell, slowly enveloping the man. The woman continued, in the end, I'm the one who wronged him. I just wanted to lift the restrictions on the Yu family and give him some compensation. I had no choice. After all, he'd been avoiding me all this time. Sensing the shifting aura around the man, Lan Xing gradually regained his senses and began recounting the past to the crowd. Lancer is an ancient surname. It was born almost simultaneously with this world, yet it declined before it. About 10,000 years ago, this world lacked a fully formed magical system, and the continent was divided into dozens of seemingly harmonious nations. The Lancer already existed at that time. Back then, due to their prophetic abilities, the Lancer were almost universally regarded as gods. More than 5,000 years after that peaceful era, some coastal nations suddenly sank into the sea. Beneath the cracked earth, a group of strange beings calling themselves demons emerged. At that time, all the nations united like never before, concentrating their forces to resist them. However, due to the long period of peace and stability, the various nations didn't have many permanent military forces, so the initial concentrated forces were relatively small, making it difficult to even contend with them. But the biggest variable was Lancer. The Lancer chieftain of that time was cowardly and profit-driven, and secretly colluded with the demons, leaking information and leading to the nation's crushing defeat. The demon army wantonly invaded the continent, leaving devastation in its wake, with almost no survivors. This near massacre lasted for 14 days, drastically reducing the continent's population. What puzzled the continent's inhabitants was that the demons arrived unprepared and left just as suddenly, yet this completely passive war did not end. Later, Lancer's prophet prayed to the gods, and the gods brought magic to the world. Finally, with the blessing of magic, humanity was able to completely end the war. After the reorganization, the various nations held a centralized trial of the Lancers, ultimately executing the current patriarch with a death penalty and exiling the clan as criminals. So, besides you, are there any other members of the Lancer family now? And Jean asked. Lan Xing sighed slightly. Of course there are. What about this person? Xu Yingtong's gaze shifted to the still sleeping man. There was no tension or unease in his eyes. The fact that he could sleep so soundly beside Lan Xing showed his trust in him. He is my lover. Wu Ma Yueyan angrily retorted. You're talking nonsense. Perhaps due to concern, Wu Ma Yueyan didn't recognize that the voice wasn't Lan Xing's. Meanwhile, the highly tense Xu Yingtong and the others spontaneously formed a circle, observing every movement of every blade of grass and tree in the vast space. I'm here. The voice was clear and crisp. This time, it was easily recognizable as a young woman's. Just as everyone was still searching for the source of the voice, a dark figure descended from the sky. The person was dressed in black, her long black hair tied in a high ponytail, and her brown eyes radiated a cold aura. I'm talking nonsense? You can ask Lan Cheng when he wakes up. The woman curled her red lips, her words revealing a hint of disdain. Lan Cheng? His surname is Lan? Upon hearing this surname, the Dragon King roughly understood. Another Lancer. What's going on? The Dragon King turned to Lan Xing, his tone light, as if speaking to an old friend of many years. Lan Cheng, also a Lancer. If I remember correctly, he's almost 1,000 years old. Lancer people have a slightly longer lifespan than humans. 500 years or more is equivalent to adulthood in humans. And she, hundreds of years ago, was indeed Lan Cheng's lover. Upon hearing that Lan Cheng was 1,000 years old, Yue subconsciously glanced at Wu Ma Yueyan, only to find her expression unchanged, seemingly aware of this secret. The woman noticed Yue's subtle movement and snorted. So what if he's 1,000 years old? I'm several times his age. Everyone looked at the woman in surprise. Several times? This woman, who looked only in her 20s or 30s, was thousands of years old. An old cow eating young grass. Yue raised her chin slightly, her eyes narrowed, revealing no emotion. What did you say, brat? The woman didn't seem to have a good temper either. Her eyes widened, and everyone present could feel the magical fluctuations emanating from her. She was clearly not someone to be trifled with. The Dragon King flashed, blocking the way for everyone. He said nothing, yet the flow of energy around the two of them was palpable. Eh? The woman called out softly after recognizing the Dragon King's face, then withdrew her magic. You are? The little Dragon King? Everyone was stunned by this address. The wariness in the Dragon King's eyes lessened somewhat, even his own sister, the Dragon Girl, had never called him that, only, "I'm your sister from your boudoir. I even drank your coming-of-age wine." The Dragon King was stunned. He remembered when he was very young, his sister was sealed away by his father because of dark magic, and his mother was also. At that time, the 4 dragon palaces of the sea had been at odds for a long time, and his father wouldn't allow him to go to the human world, so he spent almost his entire childhood alone. Until he came of age, many people came to the East Sea Dragon Palace, almost all of them his father's friends, but very few were his age. A beautiful aunt saw the Dragon King huddled alone in his palace, looking rather pitiful. She summoned her little niece, Qin Fang, from afar. Qin Fang, interrupted from her sweet afternoon nap, was about to throw a tantrum at her aunt when she was led to the young Dragon King's side. Qin Fang instantly took a liking to this adorable little dumpling. Taking advantage of being a day older than the Dragon King, she insisted that he call her sister. At that time, Qin Fang would run to the East Sea almost whenever she had free time. The old Dragon King, seeing how well-behaved the girl was, and wanting to give his son a companion, didn't interfere much. Naturally, the two became close. However, later, the young Dragon King truly became the Dragon King of the East Sea, and his responsibilities grew heavier. Something seemed to have happened to Qin Fang's clan, and she rarely went to the East Sea anymore. As time passed, the Dragon King lost contact with Qin Fang, and they were separated. The woman's face gradually overlapped with the face in her childhood memories. Sister Qin Fang. At this moment, amidst this touching scene of a family reunion, Yue made another connection. This woman was probably several thousand years old. The Dragon King called her sister, and she had even attended the Dragon King's coming-of-age ceremony, so she didn't seem much older than the Dragon King. So does that mean the Dragon King was also several thousand years old? Just as everyone was talking, the man lying on Lan Xing's lap slowly woke up. Surrounded by the crowd, Wuma Yueyan's eyes flashed. Finding the weakest point, she slipped out and instantly appeared beside Lan Cheng. Wuma Yueyan took half of Lan Cheng's body from Lan Xing's arms, gently leaning him against her shoulder, and softly asked, "Hey Cheng, how are you feeling now?" Lan Cheng was about to comfort Wuma Yueyan by saying he was fine, but his sharp eyes caught sight of someone unexpected. He instinctively stretched out half his body to block Wuma Yueyan, his voice cold as he questioned, "You Qin Fang, what do you want?" Yu Qin Fang giggled, "If I said I just came to see you, would you believe me?" "Believe you?" Lan Cheng didn't speak, inwardly cursing, but becoming even more wary. "Oh dear, so afraid of me. Don't worry, I won't do anything to your little girlfriend. I really just came back to see you." Yu Qin Fang blinked, as if to prove her sincerity. Lan Cheng froze, opening his mouth to say something, when a sudden gray-white beam of light flashed before their eyes, and in an instant, the group vanished into thin air. Lan Cheng. Yu Qin Fang's eyes widened in horror. She reached out to grab something, but only touched cold air. Yu Qin Fang stood there stunned for several seconds, then turned and half-squatted down, grabbing Lan Xing's collar tightly, her voice filled with uncontrollable rage. Is it emotion sure? Chapter 15. Lan Xing was grabbed tightly by the collar, and almost couldn't breathe. Clearly, she had also sensed the magical fluctuations from earlier. She frowned slightly, somewhat confused. "Brother, are you blaming me for meddling?" "Ha!" Yu Qin Fang scoffed as if he heard the funniest joke. "Meddling? What do you mean by meddlesome? What do you mean by important business?" "My business is meddlesome, but is his important business? If that self-important brat were really that powerful, how come he couldn't find that stone woman? How come he's trapped in some unknown place, even separated from his sister who's his only family? What fate? It's all just..." Seeing Yu Qin Fang's words, Lan Xing felt a bit helpless and wanted to explain. "Brother has his reasons." Yu Qin Fang interrupted Lan Xing. "My ass. It's like nobody doesn't have their reasons." "His reasons? He brought it on himself." Yu Qin Fang. Lan Xing frowned, loudly suppressing Yu Qin Fang's outrageous words. Yu Qin Fang chuckled, but the laughter didn't reach her eyes, making her expression appear somewhat distorted. "What? Feeling sorry for her? You brother-obsessed, biased brat." Somewhere in the sky, a wide road floated, shrouded in mist and clouds, its end invisible. "Achoo! Where am I? It's so cold." Yue sneezed, startled by the sudden chill. The Dragon King turned to look at Yue, saying nothing, but with a flick of his wrist, and using some unknown method, Yue felt a warmth spread through her body. Because of the sudden warmth, a blush rose to Yue's pretty face, like a shy young girl. She whispered to the Dragon King, "Thank you." The Dragon King smiled and nodded. The two moved slowly, and being at the very back of the group, their conversation went largely unnoticed, everyone's attention drawn to the scene before them. "My God, what kind of place is this?" And Jean uttered the exclamation that echoed in everyone's minds. There was only one path, and they had no choice but to keep going. But the further they went, the colder it became, forcing Zhu Yingtong to circulate her internal magic to resist the chill, as did everyone else, just to prevent their breath from condensing into tiny ice crystals. They still couldn't see the path ahead, and they didn't know how long they would have to walk. "Enough, don't go any further." Although the Dragon King's cultivation was the highest among those present, and the icy aura had almost no effect on him, Yue and Lan Cheng, who were walking ahead of him, were clearly at their limit, their bodies trembling slightly. The Dragon King stepped forward, placing his hands on their shoulders, and waves of heat circulated around them, slightly improving their condition. And Jean followed Zhou Yu, and the two observed the Dragon King's actions. Simultaneously, they clasped hands, their magical energy circulating and complementing each other. The surrounding temperature immediately stabilized, even showing signs of slowly returning to normal. "Hey Tong, why are you still walking?" And Jean asked with difficulty, her voice hoarse from the extreme cold. The Dragon King had intended to continue, but turning to look at Yue and Lan Cheng's increasingly uncomfortable expressions, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is carrying two people already this difficult? Emotion, sure. Does your presence still limit my magic? The further they walked, the colder it became. If they continued like this, Yue and Lan Cheng wouldn't be able to hold on. Thinking this, the Dragon King led the two back a little. "Stop, you won't be able to take it." "But Tong, she..." And Jin's voice suddenly stopped, because she saw the girl she was worried about walking forward without stopping, even running, her figure gradually shrinking until it disappeared from sight. What silenced her was the pair of fiery red wings on Zhu Yingtong's back, so bright that one wanted to get closer, to feel the scorching heat. Unfortunately, the flames were getting further and further away from them. And Jin's eyes widened, and she subconsciously ran after her. Zhou Yu turned to look at the three who were starting to retreat, his gaze meeting the Dragon King's, and then he also ran after Jean. Ah! She hadn't run far when she heard a soft thud, as if she had bumped into something, forcing her to stop. And Jean was somewhat surprised. She raised her hand to wave forward, but was blocked by an invisible light screen. Frustrated, she pressed her hand against the hidden screen, trying to find a mechanism to break it and continue. A few breaths passed, and just as Jean was about to give up, she found her hands pressed tightly against the screen. She could only move them horizontally, unable to leave the surface. Aside from that, there was nothing unusual. She could even feel a gentle flow of magic. And Jean panicked, calling out Zhou Yu's name. "Xiao Yu, what are you looking at? Help!" Zhou Yu looked away, only to see Jin's hands passively pressed against a flat surface, her little face contorted in a pleading expression. She couldn't help but laugh. "You're still laughing. Come help me." "What do we do?" Zhou Yu asked, catching on to a crucial point. Was this light screen related to the symbol he just seen? The runes revealed at the bottom of the screen, where it met the road, were characters he'd never seen before. This was the first time he encountered something like this, and he had no idea where to begin. And Jean tilted her head and loudly asked the three people who had stopped in the distance, Dragon King, do you know how to break this?" Hearing Jin's voice, the Dragon King looked at the two in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, then changed his grip on their shoulders to palms pressing against each other. After stabilizing them, the Dragon King flashed to their side, raised his hand, and touched the light screen. He slightly bent his fingers, then opened them, producing a sound like shattering glass. The two widened their eyes in disbelief. Zhou Yu could almost see the tiny shards of glass. "Wow! That's amazing! What about mine?" And Jean asked excitedly. "This is called a reverse screen, a kind of barrier that uses the principle of borrowing strength to counteract strength. It weakens against the weak and strengthens against the strong. If you can't break it, you can cultivate here. It contains abundant magical resources, so there's no need to waste them." The Dragon King pondered for a moment, a little puzzled. However, who could be behind such an ancient trick? This phenomenon of magical power feeding back to a mage is somewhat similar to the magical crystals he found for the dragon girl. Ancient? How ancient? Although her hands were bound, and Jean still asked with undiminished interest. "I only know that the inventor of the reverse screen was a puppeteer who has been dead for a long time. I don't know anything else. Have you heard? Xiongqi said you often hide among her pile of books." Puppeteer? That name sounds familiar. Although Cheonchi's books are numerous and varied, no more than 5 puppeteers are mentioned. They're only briefly mentioned in so many books. This reverse screen, could it be? Just as Jean was deep in thought, a familiar shattering sound interrupted her thoughts. And Jean turned her head and saw scattered fragments. The one who made the move was Zhou Yu. Is she really that weak? Right now, she can only slide like a billiard ball. As for how Zhou Yu broke the reverse screen, the Dragon King saw the details, clenching his fist, throwing a punch. 2 simple steps, different from his own process, but the result was the same. She learned so quickly. Further away, Zhu Yingtong pursed her dry, chapped lips, rubbing her arms together to warm them. She had long since realized she was separated from the group, but the slightly burning mark on her forehead guided her forward. A strange feeling stirred within Zhu Yingtong. Perhaps here, she would find something she desired. Zhu Yingtong continued walking, the path winding and endless, unexpectedly becoming covered in a layer of ice. The path she traversed was gradually swallowed by the mist, eventually disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 16. Zhu Yingtong stared in disbelief at the scene before her. The crystal-clear ice pillars seemed to connect to the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. What surprised Zhu Yingtong even more was the man inside. The man didn't seem to be frozen by ice magic, rather, a vast and powerful energy supported him, and his slightly fluttering robes possessed a captivating quality. If it were the former Zhu Yingtong, she might not have been able to see the man's face, but with the enhancement of magic, she could clearly see that the man inside the ice had an extremely handsome face, slightly closed eyes, and gently relaxed brows, as if he were simply in a deep sleep. He wore elaborate and gorgeous clothes, and long blue hair flowed down his back. His brows were slightly furrowed, exuding an aura of unapproachability. Zhu Yingtong looked up, her eyes blinking rapidly, trying to see more clearly. A blush crept onto the girl's cheeks without her noticing. Despite the bitter cold, Zhu Yingtong felt a surge of heat. Without warning, the man opened his eyes. His brilliant blue eyes, like the night sky, twinkled and captivated. The man had been sleeping for an unknown amount of time. A trace of confusion lingered in his eyes, yet he noticed Zhu Yingtong below. You? He didn't speak, but transmitted his voice through a secret technique. The unfamiliar yet expected voice reached her ears, and Zhu Yingtong regained some of her senses. Still looking up, she replied, "Hello? My name is Zhu Yingtong." You shouldn't be here." The man spoke, his voice cold and calm, as if devoid of desire. "I don't know how I got here. And I don't know how to get back." Zhu Yingtong's face was full of innocence. The man slightly raised his hand and said, "I take you out." Zhu Yingtong interrupted him hastily. Wait. The man stopped, meeting Zhu Yingtong's eyes without speaking. Zhu Yingtong's cheeks flushed, and she asked softly, excuse me, where is this?" The question immediately filled her with regret. Why had she asked such a useless question? The deepest part of the cold land. Zhu Yingtong clasped her hands behind her back, clenching her fists tightly, trying to calm herself down and relax. "What's your name?" The man met Zhu Yingtong's eyes again, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "My name is Cold." True to his name, he would unconsciously push her away. You look a bit like someone I know." Zhu Yingtong, interrupted, showed no impatience, but rather a surge of excitement. She tried to find something to talk about with him. "Who is it? Do I know her?" The man paused, then suddenly laughed. "You couldn't possibly know her. She's dead." Seeing the man smile, Zhu Yingtong's face burned even hotter, little by little, as if searing her heart. Zhu Yingtong had to cover half her cheek with her cold hands, partly to cool down and de-redden it, and partly to turn her head away, to avoid showing her embarrassment. Han Lung stared at Zhu Yingtong's face. Being stared at like that by the person she admired, Zhu Yingtong's face burned like fire. She stammered, trying to say something, but Han Lung spoke first. "No suitable weapon?" Han Lung glanced at Zhu Yingtong's hand, his tone remaining as calm as ever. Under the control of magic, Zhu Yingtong raised her hand. Han Lung looked at the girl's unresponsive hand, and said, "No weapon imprint." Zhu Yingtong paused, but didn't deny it. She smiled, looked up at Han Lung and winked. "Do you have a suitable one?" She looked exactly like a little girl asking for candy. Han Lung thought silently for a few seconds, then raised his left hand, and waved it in front of him. With his movement, a slender handle slowly appeared. Zhu Yingtong stared intently. Even before the weapon was fully revealed, she almost immediately made her judgment. A scythe, its entire body a vibrant fiery red, like a blooming rose. "Perhaps we are destined to meet, and I happen to have a flame demon here." Consider it a gift. With that, Han Ling grasped the handle and tossed it downwards. Zhu Weitong was startled and tried to use her magic to catch the fire demon, but it swayed gently into her hand like a docile pet. Zhu Weitong looked up, her eyes sparkling, and smiled brightly. Thank you. The man in the ice remained expressionless. You should go. Zhu Weitong's eyes widened, and she shouted at the man in the ice, when can I come again? When can I see you again? The man in the ice covered his eyes. No need. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, and Zhu Weitong felt herself being violently pushed backward, losing consciousness. She knew nothing more after that. In just a few breaths, there was no one left in front of the ice. After an unknown amount of time, a hoarse voice came from somewhere in the silent air. How much longer? Han Ling looked up at the vast blue world. How long had it been since he'd been outside? After a while he slowly said, let's wait a little longer. What are your plans? Lan Xing asked. Yu Qinfang's voice was calm, but a deep, hidden melancholy could be heard. Plans? Of course I'm going back. I've been out for so long, and there are still many things in the clan waiting for me to resolve. Have a safe journey. Lan Xing pursed his lips, saying only these few words in the end. When everyone returned to the coastal plain, Yu Qinfang had already left. My God, that place was so cold. And Jean pouted and complained. After complaining, she suddenly realized something and looked at her hands in disbelief. And those hands, white and delicate as jade, had just accomplished a task she dared not even imagine before. She actually had the ability to break through the reverse screen. She broke it? She broke it? She really broke it. They're back already? Yue looked around, then suddenly cried out, Where's Tong Tong? Where's Ing Tong? Hearing Yue's words, and Jean also reacted, her previous joy instantly vanishing. The Dragon King beside Yue, whose eyes had been calm as still water, suddenly fixed his piercing gaze on Lan Xing upon hearing Yue's words. Lan Xing seemed to sense everyone's gaze on her before speaking slowly and deliberately, her voice somewhat hoarse. She should be back soon. Yue almost rushed forward to argue, but the Dragon King stopped her with a gesture. Stopped, Yue glared at the Dragon King. The Dragon King gave her a look, and Yue snorted, not intending to cause any more trouble for Lan Xing. Time ticked by, and just as the group was clearly on the verge of losing their composure, Lan Xing's voice, coming, made everyone hold their breath. The scene before them stunned everyone. A girl suddenly appeared in the center of an inconspicuous magic circle, fast asleep, her hand tightly gripping a long-handled red scythe that emitted a buzzing sound. Tong Tong. Yue and Jean were the first to react, rushing to Zhu Weitong's side. They only relaxed after confirming she was alright. Tong Tong, why isn't she awake yet? Yue asked. Ever since returning from the Dragon Palace, Tong Tong has become lethargic and difficult to wake. What strange thing is this? Lan Chung pondered for a moment. Make way. Everyone became wary. Wuma Yuyen explained, Aching is a healer, perhaps he can help you. Hearing this, everyone made way. Lan Chung didn't approach. He simply flicked his left wrist, and two threads, one gold and one white, flew out from his sleeve. The gold thread made a small cut on Zhu Weitong's arm, before quickly retracting. The white thread, however, circled the wound several times around the arm. The blood from the wound quickly stained the white thread red, rising at an incredible speed. It paused briefly in front of where Lan Cheng's index finger rested before rapidly ascending again. Lan Cheng's expression changed. He drew his thumb across the point where the thread intersected with the white thread, and the thread softly scattered on the ground. Zhu Weitong's wound stopped bleeding. His expression changed several times. After a sigh, he flicked his wrist again, and 7 or 8 thin threads of different colors flew out. Some threads were wrapped around Zhu Weitong's wrists, some around her ankles, and some were subtly embedded in the back of her neck. Lan Cheng's fingers tightened, the thin threads paused, and he quickly withdrew them into his hand. Zhu Weitong let out a muffled groan, then slowly awoke. Yue and Jean, upon seeing Zhu Weitong awake, didn't even have time to thank her before pulling her aside to inquire about her condition. Zhou Yu, standing nearby, glanced at the 3 girls playing around and sincerely said to Lan Chung, "Thank you." Lan Chung waved his hand, his expression still grave. "I can't cure her poison." "What?" Several voices rang out simultaneously, indistinguishable from one another. Lan Chung continued, "This poison is called floating poison, and it's paired with flame life. If you're only affected by one of them, it's not a big deal, but if the two are mixed together, I don't know what the outcome will be. Wasn't this flower supposed to be extinct? How could it be? If you're only affected by one, it will actually benefit your cultivation, but the side effect is drowsiness. Zhu Yingtong frowned. This wasn't a good solution. Yu Wei, standing nearby, secretly glanced at Zhu Yingtong's expression and asked Lan Cheng, "Is there any way to cure drowsiness?" Lan Cheng frowned, pondering. There is a formula for this kind of drowsiness, but it requires long-term treatment. Lan Cheng paused, quietly looking at Yu Wei. He had carefully observed this girl named Yu Wei. There was a unique determination in her eyes. Her hands were fair and slender, yet her delicate fingertips and pads had thin calluses. He had learned from His Majesty that this girl also came from a family of physicians. Yu Yin, His Majesty discussed our marriage with me before. Before that, do you think I should pass on my teacher's mantle? Although Lan Cheng spoke to Wuma Yu Yin, he ultimately looked at Yu Wei, waiting for her answer. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Yu Wei was overjoyed, kneeling and bowing 3 times respectfully, saying, "Teacher." Zhu Yingtong knew that Yu Wei's choice was partly for his sake, and felt a warmth in his heart. After the 3 bows, Lan Cheng reached out and helped Yu Wei up. "Good child. Someone is looking for you. She's been waiting for a long time. I take you back. Consider it my small compensation." While everyone was slightly stunned, Lan Xing slightly raised her left hand. A gentle breeze swept by, and there was no one in front of her. Her whole world fell silent again. She turned her head to look at the sea, her eyes remaining closed. Her world was once again only the wind and the sea. Chapter 17. The Dragon King couldn't help but lower his eyes. It was spatial attribute again. How long had it been since he'd seen spatial attribute before Lan Xing and Qiongqi? Bored, the Dragon King surveyed the scene before transforming back into a smaller dragon and going into hibernation. When everyone came to their senses, they were already back in Wuma Yueyin's palace. At the table before them sat a girl dressed in magnificent robes, exuding a noble air. It would have been even better if she hadn't been impatiently crossing her legs. Upon closer inspection, the girl bore at least 7 or 8 parts resemblance to Wuma Yueyin, one gentle and reserved, the other bold and passionate. "Your Majesty." "Royal sister." Lan Cheng and Wuma Yueyin gave a slight bow. The young empress waved impatiently, then spotted Yu Wei behind the two. She darted past them, and hugged Yu Wei tightly, leaving a soft pop on her cheek. "You're finally back." "Wuma Yueyin, sister, there are so many people." "Zhu Yingtong, what's going on?" And Jean, "Oh dear, I forgot to have any record this wonderful scene." "Zhou Yu, I just look, I won't say anything." Dragon King, Lan Cheng, what are you going to do to my precious disciple? Feeling the various gazes of the crowd, Yu Wei shyly pushed the girl away. After the girl let go, she took the girl's hand and introduced her to everyone. "This is Her Majesty the Empress of Mou, Wuma Xiaoyan." "Wuma Yueyin, are you really my sister? What's with that meeting the parents expression?" "Zhu Yingtong, she looks so young." And Jean, yes, I recorded it this time." "Zhou Yu, Dragon King. After Zhu Yingtong and the others greeted Wuma Xiaoyan, the room fell silent. Zhu Yingtong spoke. "Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, we be leaving now." Wuma Xiaoyan blinked. "Yes, of course there's something." Then she looked at Zhu Yingtong with a sincere expression, making Wuma Yueyin, who was standing to the side, almost believe that something really had happened. "It really is something." Wuma Xiaoyan smiled. "If you're not in a hurry to leave, could you all come with me to a place? Mr. Huangjue wishes to see you all." The 4 were a little confused. "Mr. Huangjue?" Lan Cheng explained. "Mr. Huangjue is a close friend of the late emperor, and someone who watched the Yueyin and Yueyin sisters grow up. Although I run to him whenever I have worries, and he listens and gives me advice, he never helps me with government affairs. It's so tiring managing all this and that." Wuma Xiaoyan picked up where Lan Cheng left off, shaking Yu Wei's hand, and complaining somewhat discontentedly. "So he's a free strategist plus a good listener?" And complaining. After chatting, everyone followed Wuma Xiaoyan and the others out. "Huangjue loves peace and quiet. He's always lived deep in those old mountains and forests. Ever since I can remember, it's always taken me a long time to walk there to see him. Let me tell you, Huangjue is quite old and incredibly reserved. He always dresses like an old man about to die. He loves playing chess. When I was little, I saw my father playing chess with him all the time. He seems quite good at it. I never seen my father win more than a few times." Just as Wuma Xiaoyan was about to expose all of Mr. Huangjue's secrets, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a lush bamboo forest, and along the road, 2 exquisite little wooden houses stood atop a high hillside. They walked towards it, the familiar sea breeze washing over them, bringing a sense of comfort. What a comfortable place, Yue murmured, taking a deep breath as she looked at the verdant bamboo grove. She decided that her future home would definitely be filled with plants. Bamboo was a perfect choice. Is that Mr. Wangjue? Zhou Yu asked, noticing a man standing by a stone table in front of the wooden houses. The man appeared to be around 30 years old, with an ordinary face, but an air of refined elegance. Wangjue. Wuma Xiaoyan's voice preceded her arrival, and she waved excitedly at him. Huang Ju seemed to be fiddling with the chessboard on the table. Hearing Wuma Xiaoyan call him, he turned to look at the group, nodded, and continued working on his chessboard. What are you doing? Wuma Xiaoyan quickly walked over, sat opposite Huang Ju, rested her chin on her hands, and stared intently at him. Zhu Yingtong and the others followed, only to find that the chessboard on the stone table wasn't the kind they usually saw. Zhu Yingtong looked closely, and was surprised to discover that it was actually a map of the Western continent, East Zhengrong, West Mou, South Qingyu, Central Yangyu, Northwest Wanqiugomo. And the flags they had imagined were actually irregularly distributed white glutinous rice grains. The man suddenly asked, "Does this look familiar to you?" And Jean looked left and right, then casually said, "Isn't this just a map of the continent, the most common kind?" Saying it's the most common actually means it's the cheapest. There's no special indication of its location. Zhu Yingtong carefully examined the map on the stone table, then identified the white glutinous rice distributed across various locations. He asked, "Mr. Wangjue, have you finished placing the items on this map?" Wangjue smiled. "Then take a good look." He slightly raised his hand, took some other beans from a small glass bowl beside the chessboard, and scattered them in front of everyone. A slight magical fluctuation controlled the movement of the beans in the air, so they didn't roll around. Zhu Yingtong frowned, examining the map closely. A large handful of small glutinous rice and round soybeans were unevenly scattered across various areas. Judging from the distribution of the white glutinous rice on the map, each of the 4 kingdoms had some, but the northernmost frigid ice plains and the Gobi Desert, where the 2 kingdoms meet, were almost entirely devoid of it. The round beans, however, were found everywhere, even in the Gobi Desert of Wanqiu, separated from the sea by a few grains. Zhu Yingtong suddenly realized something, and his heart skipped a beat. Zhu Yingtong pursed his lips, carefully choosing his words before speaking. The white glutinous rice refers to the distribution of commoners among the various countries of the continent. The number of commoners in the 4 countries is almost equal, while the ice plains and Gobi Desert are uninhabited. These soybeans, are they an army? No, these are magicians? Magicians. Zhu Yingtong and Huang Ju said in unison. Upon hearing their words, everyone present changed their expressions. Zhu Yingtong, his face full of surprise, pointed to the northernmost soybean. Why are there magicians here? Huang Ju suddenly laughed. The people here are all descendants of Lancer. What? The crowd exclaimed in surprise. That place was actually related to Lancer? Wasn't Lan Xing also a descendant of Lancer? She had never mentioned these things. So the Lancer people migrated to the northernmost part of Ziliosis back then? Huang Ju seemed to know more than they did, and seeing their doubts, he said, Lan Xing isn't just a descendant, she was the only surviving direct descendant of the Lancer family. The crowd's expressions froze. What did this mean? Huang Ju quickly changed the subject, raising his hand and waving it again. With the sound of beans hitting the stone table, the tiny black beans seemed to scatter everywhere. What is it this time? Zhu Yingtong opened her mouth, a bad feeling creeping over her. Is it the army? Huang Ju laughed. Truly a clever girl. Why do you have this feeling? Zhu Yingtong frowned, pointing at the chessboard. Black beans are clustered more densely than glutinous rice and soybeans, and mostly concentrated in the capitals and borders of various countries. Clever. Huang Ju nodded slightly, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he flipped the chessboard over. Have you all heard of Shanchen? Ma Xiaoyan interjected. I know, that largest maritime nation. Even if you sail from the westernmost port of Mayu, the closest to Danshan, it would take 10 days to half a month. Huang Ju nodded. That's right, that maritime nation. Look! Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. There was a large expanse of blue, and on the left side of the map were small parts of Mayu and Qingyu's territories. Beyond the vast sea, Danshan, shaped like a crescent moon, could be seen. At the most rounded and upturned part of that crescent bay, the land was even more fertile. However, the army of black beans from Danshan was growing larger and larger, and mixed in with a few clearly visible yellow beans. A magician's army? Wuma Xiaoyan also realized this, and she looked up at Huang Ju in disbelief. Huang Ju chuckled. Ian, you still need to work harder. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the mechanisms on both sides of the chessboard, putting it away, and in no time it transformed back into a stone table for drinking tea and enjoying the scenery. Zhu Yingtong and the others stared wide-eyed at this magical tool. The mountains and rivers here are beautiful, and spring is in full bloom. There's no need to worry about food. The Wanshan forest is not far away, perfect for your cultivation, so I hope you can stay for a while. Zhu Yingtong turned to the three of them and winked, asking for their opinion. Yue Wei felt a slight itch on her wrist. Looking down, she saw the Dragon King's little tail sweeping up and down across her wrist, trying to attract her attention. Yue Wei blinked, as if asking, "What are you doing?" The Dragon King's golden eyes widened. "Say yes." Yue Wei raised an eyebrow. "Why?" The Dragon King didn't answer, but continued to stroke Yue Wei's arm, with an expression that said, "I won't give up until you agree." Yue Wei was amused by the Dragon King. All right. After communicating with the Dragon King, Yue Wei squeezed in Jin's hand, gesturing to her. And Jin understood, gave Zhou Yu a wink, and then gave Zhu Yingtong a no questions asked gesture. "Then thank you for your kindness, sir." Chapter 18. Since that day, people rarely saw Mr. Huang Jue. When they did, he was usually seen alone, leaning against the edge of the woods, gazing at the sea, seemingly lost in thought, perhaps admiring the distant scenery. On that very day, Wuma Xiaoyan had 2 more cabins built, separated from the 2 smaller ones, fully equipped. One, slightly larger, was for Zhu Yingtong and Jin to rest in, while the other, slightly smaller, was Zhou Yu's quarters. Yue Wei was assigned to Wuma Xiaoyan's usual room. Of course, a bed was also reserved for Yue Wei at Zhu Yingtong's and the others' rooms. Wuma Xiaoyan sat alone on the roof of the wooden house, glancing at the group of people meditating cross-legged in the bamboo grove not far away. Suddenly, she remembered Huang Ju's words. A golden carp is not meant to stay in a pond. Befriending them will benefit Mou as well. Is that necessary? Wuma Xiaoyan propped her chin on her hand, squinting at the sky. Humph, why should I need your interference in what kind of friends I make? That annoying Huang Ju, you big jerk. You controlled me since I was little, and now you even gossip about my friendships. I hate it. What started as a quiet muttering turned into a near shout. Wuma Yueyan looked up at her sister on the roof, somewhat confused. Imperial sister, aren't you coming down? It's so sunny up there. Wuma Yueyan and Lan Cheng had recently held a grand and lavish wedding in the capital, and were now husband and wife. The couple's honeymoon consisted of delivering meals to everyone in the bamboo grove every morning, noon, and evening, quite a unique affair. Let's soak up some sun. Yeah, what delicious food did you bring today? It's noon now. Ah Chung and I brought some refreshing chilled mung bean cakes and iced stew soup, along with some light dishes. Won't you come down and try some, your highness? Iced stew soup? Hee, it must be Yaya who made it. Saying this, Wuma Xiaoyan rolled down, opened the food box held by the little maid following behind them, and took out a delicate glass dish from the bottom. A refreshing breeze wafted out. Wuma Xiaoyan immediately felt much better, and picked up a small spoon to taste it. My Yaya's cooking skills are getting better and better. Wuma Yueyan smiled and said to the maid behind her, Pearl, set these out. Pearl curtsied, yes, princess. Yue Wei, who was sitting cross-legged deep in the bamboo forest, seemed to have radar as soon as she smelled the aroma and rushed to their side. The palace chefs knew all sorts of specialties, preparing various delicious dishes every day to please everyone's stomachs. Yue Wei had been eating here for 2 months without getting tired of it. In fact, she liked it more and more, almost wishing she could bring a chef home with her. Yue Wei walked to the only stone table, switched the lock to the 3rd position, and with a click-clack sound, the stone table enlarged several sizes, becoming a round table large enough for 5 or 6 people. While setting the table with Pearl, Yue Wei meticulously counted the dishes on the table according to the note left by the thoughtful chef. Her good upbringing kept her behavior quite proper. Huh? Where's Yingtong? And Jin came out of the house, yawning. Did she run off to the mountains again? Zhu Yingtong said the fire element there was abundant, perfect for her cultivation, and she practically settled down there. Yeah, she hasn't been back for almost 3 days this time. And you, are you sleeping again? I feel like you've been sleeping for almost 2 months. Yue Wei asked while drinking her soup. And Jin picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks. Delicious. It's been 2 months. I occasionally come out for some fresh air, and besides, sleeping more makes me look better. And I don't really care about cultivation anyway, so sleeping like this actually increases my cultivation level quite a bit. Yue Wei glanced at her silently. So how far have you gotten in these 2 months? And Jean scooped up another spoonful, sensing the magic power within her body. I'm already level 15. What about you? About the same. It's really unfair. The three of us don't dare to slack off every day, and Jean can catch up to us just by sleeping. And Jean chuckled twice and continued eating, suddenly turning to look at Wuma Xiaoyan, startling her. Xiaoyan, I always wanted to ask you something. What? Wuma Xiaoyan mumbled, sipping her soup. How old are you really? Having finished eating and drinking, Yue wiped her mouth and hands with the silk cloth Pearl had prepared beforehand. Hearing Jin's question, she couldn't help but recall her first encounter with Wuma Xiaoyan 2.5 months ago, and blurted out, She's 14. Yue. Wuma Xiaoyan called out, displeased. Yue raised an eyebrow. Who told you to lie about your age on our first meeting? You're older than me. She's the emperor. Wuma Xiaoyan muttered, sounding somewhat aggrieved. And Jean couldn't help but laugh. You two are arguing about this. Who's arguing with her? The two said in unison. The three of them playfully bickered and laughed, having a good time. Time passed quickly, and before long, Yue, the little apprentice, was learning about various herbs and medicinal plants unique to the western continent from Master Lan Cheng. Yue woke up every day and cultivated until noon. In the afternoon, she studied medicine with Lan Cheng, and in the evening, she read books on medicine. This slowed down her cultivation speed, so her cultivation level wasn't much different from Jin's, who was only a novice. As for the prescription Lan Cheng had mentioned for curing Zhu Yingtong's drowsiness, Yue found the herbs and medicinal plants almost inedible, so she and Jean tried to make them into small snacks for Zhu Yingtong to carry with him. As for Zhou Yu, that cultivation fanatic, he was rarely seen. It seemed he had recently started advancing to level 16. Perhaps due to the floating celestial body, Zhu Yingtong's cultivation had also begun to progress, and she was now preparing to advance to the 21st level. Just as Jean and the Wuma Xiaoyan sisters were chatting and sunbathing, everyone suddenly felt the ground shake. And Jin's eyes widened. What's wrong? An earthquake? As soon as she finished speaking, a crack appeared in the space in front of him, and half a figure emerged. Black hair flew wildly, and red eyes blazed. It was Qiongqi. Having played for so long, why aren't you going home? Qiongqi leaned back, flicking his black hair, and said lazily. Huh? Is it time? And Jean frowned, her eyes filled with reluctance. 70 days had passed so quickly? 4 days left, but... Have you done your homework? The 4 days Qiongqi mentioned were, of course, for days in the western continent of Ziliosis, which, after time conversion, is only 1 night on Earth. And Jean wailed, Oh my god. I forgot about that. I haven't done a single thing, I'm doomed. And Jean was almost in tears. She hurriedly opened the communicator Wuma Xiaoyan had given them to contact Zhu Yingtong. What's wrong? Zhu Yingtong's voice came through the device, accompanied by the rustling of leaves in the forest and the chirping of insects and birds. Tong, help me! And Jean cried, looking utterly aggrieved. Zhu Yingtong blinked, not understanding what was going on. Qiongqi is here. And Jean spoke quickly, rapidly explaining the situation to Zhu Yingtong. Okay, I understand, I'll be right back. Yue stammered, Jean, it's only an extra hour going back now anyway, why don't we go back tomorrow? And Jean was a little confused, but nodded anyway, okay. Night fell, the sea breeze caressed her face, and waves crashed against the rocks. Deep in the bamboo forest, some unknown object emitted a melodious tune in the dead of night, slow and soothing, refreshing the soul. The moon hung high in the sky, and Yue sat alone on the rooftop again, gazing at the enormous moon with a touch of melancholy. Suddenly, Yue felt a darkness before her eyes, feeling a smooth, delicate touch. She didn't panic, instead, she reached out and grasped those hands, then smiled softly, her sorrow easing somewhat. Xiaoyan. TCH, boring. Recognized, Wuma Xiaoyan sat sullenly beside Yue, both gazing up at the starry sky. Her face appeared calm on the surface, but 1,000 words remained unspoken in her heart. What's wrong? You're leaving tomorrow. Will we ever see each other again? Wuma Xiaoyan leaned on Yue's shoulder, her voice filled with grievance, as if she were about to cry. Yue sensed her unsteady breathing and wanted to turn to look, but heard Wuma Xiaoyan's voice. Don't move. I don't want you to see me cry. Yue paused, then pulled her arm around Wuma Xiaoyan's shoulder, her tone firm. Yes, definitely. And, immediately, you won't have to wait long. This young empress was clearly younger than her, yet she bore 1,000 times more. She couldn't imagine how a 12-year-old girl could bear the weight of a nation of millions. Girls the same age. Yet so lonely and isolated. You said it. You must. You can't go back on your word. Wuma Xiaoyan's voice trembled with tears. Yes, I said so. Yue rested her chin on Wuma Xiaoyan's head, gently patting the girl's shoulder and back. Inside the wooden house, the girl's long, incredibly smooth hair draped over her shoulders, then slipped down to the edge of the bed. The nightmare that had just woken her still lingered in her mind. Her gaze was unusually deep. She looked at the sleeping Zhu Yingtong beside her, then turned to look out the window at the sea. A faint sadness graced her delicate face, for reasons unknown. How many people slept this night? Chapter 19. The next morning, Qiongqi escorted Zhu Yingtong and the others away. Everyone's eyes were slightly red as they saw them off, and the young emperor, Wuma Xiaoyan, hid behind his younger sister, sobbing uncontrollably. After returning home, the mischievous Jin took Zhu Yingtong and the others' homework to Qiongqi's space, modified it, and turned it into her own. She then spent the rest of the time reading. October 8th, Earth First High School. My head is spinning. And Jean slumped weakly onto the table, saying listlessly. Yesterday, she said, I just fell asleep while reading, and no one came to wake me. Well, actually, Zhu Yingtong, Yue, and Zhou Yu all went back to school early to tidy up their dorms. As a result, she caught a cold. Zhou Li touched Jin's forehead and asked worriedly, You're a little feverish. Do you want to ask the teacher for leave to rest? And Jean shrank back and said in a hoarse voice, No need, I'd be fine after a while. Zhou Li frowned, knowing she couldn't persuade Jean otherwise, and could only say okay. And Jean was half asleep when she suddenly heard a group of people screaming, clapping, and whistling. She reluctantly opened her eyes. What's going on? She vaguely realized her head wasn't dizzy anymore. How much time had passed? Although Zhou Li wasn't as excited as the other students, she was still curious. She peeked in and then said with a smile, A new teacher has arrived, and she's dressed. Very well. But she wasn't caught by the headmaster? And Jean was also curious after hearing Zhou Li's words. She rarely heard Zhou Li praise someone's appearance. Although this probably couldn't be considered a compliment. She wanted to see which teacher it was. She froze the moment she looked up. The person had long, slightly wavy black hair, light blue eyes with a slight upturn at the corners, and full lips painted with vibrant lipstick, making her look exceptionally sexy. She wore oversized sunglasses, carried a small handbag, and wore a flowing dress from the latest season, with heels at least 8 centimeters high, like a fashion show model. But this face was so familiar. She practically saw her everywhere. Qiongqi. Those who knew the truth couldn't help but silently cover their faces. The teacher on stage was elegant and poised, smiling slightly, seemingly having captured the hearts of many. Hello students, I'm your new dormitory supervisor and counselor. My surname is Hua, and my given name is Hua Yu. You can call me Teacher Hua or Sister Hua, it's fine. My office is next door, you can come find me if you need anything. I don't usually use my cell phone, so you don't need to give me my phone number. I usually stay in my office, so if you can't find me there. Qiongqi, you're as talkative as ever. But is our school really that amazing? We even have dormitory supervisors and counselors. And Jean thought to herself. After the first class, there was still time for gymnastics and recess. Zhu Yingtong asked the homeroom teacher for leave, and then quietly went to Qiongqi's office with the other 3. Wow, is this an office or a dormitory? Are high school teachers really this well paid these days? And Jean exclaimed in surprise. Qiongqi sipped his tea and typed on his computer. You think everyone's this well off? I spent a lot of money to make this room. And Jean looked left and right. Indeed, it seemed this place was sealed off before the holiday. How did you get here? What's your identity? And your eyes? I'm here to supervise your cultivation, of course. Identity is important. They do whatever I say as long as they see me. Eyes, you call this, color contact lenses? That boss talks too much, and he messed up my hair, so annoying. Qiongqi spun her chair around, tugged at her slightly curly hair, looking somewhat displeased. And Jean laughed and patted Qiongqi's head. Haha, you look good like this too. Qiongqi's expression brightened slightly. Zhu Yingtong, come here. Qiongqi's eyes remained fixed on the computer screen. As Zhu Yingtong approached, her slender index finger swept across Zhu Yingtong's eyes, touching her brow, leaving only a faint red glow in the air. This is... Zhu Yingtong sensed what Qiongqi had transmitted. There were words, pictures, and actions, it seemed. This is a training routine I temporarily devised based on your physical attributes, magical properties, weapons, etc. It's not quite complete yet, but it's ready to be implemented. It will be somewhat helpful for you who are still in the early stages. And Jean blinked, but we're in class all day, and we have homework to do when we get back. Where do we find the time to train? Xiongqi smiled. Time? That's my purpose. Seeing the somewhat puzzled looks on everyone's faces, she continued. This room? She pointed to the ground behind her. This place you're in is a small space I created with a time interval of 10. You all come here to train after lunch break and after school. The four blinked, a bad feeling creeping over them. Sure enough. So, all your vacation time is now mine. If anyone doesn't work hard and doesn't meet my standards, Xiongqi finished with a sinister laugh, sending a chill down their spines. Zhou Yu thought it was excellent. He always felt there wasn't enough time, and Xiongqi's method seemed quite good to him. And Jean, her face contorted with worry, cried, "What am I going to do? I'm already annoyed by your nagging every day. Now I have to see you during all my free time." What? Zhu Yingtong and Yu Wei exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's meaning. Zhu Yingtong asked, "Xiongqi, can we go home for half a day each week?" Xiongqi asked, "Go home for what?" Yu Wei said, "To see mom and dad and let them know you're safe. Otherwise, they worry if we don't see them." Mom and dad? What are those? Oh, you humans call them the people who gave you life and raised you? Humans are so strange. Xiongqi's voice trailed off. And Jean, standing closest to Xiongqi, stepped on her foot to stop her from saying anything more strange. All right. Xiongqi glared at Jean, then waved to Zhu Yingtong and Yu Wei, "Whatever you want. Just don't waste too much time." And so began the miserable and tedious cultivation life. And Jean silently calculated the time ratio, 24 hours a day, 15 hours from morning self-study to evening self-study, 22 school days a month, going home once a week. 16 months. And Jean asked again, "What about Zhu Yingtong, Yu Wei, and Zhou Yu? They're boarding students." Xiongqi tapped his fingers on the table. "Should I get you a leave slip?" And Jean froze. "How about we get them day student permits?" Xiongqi nodded indifferently. "Whatever you decide." And Jean was shocked. "I was just kidding." Xiongqi pinched Jin's cheek. "I wasn't kidding you. You guys have a lot on your shoulders." Yu Wei silently raised her hand. Can we go to the Western continent every now and then?" Xiongqi frowned. Tearing open space is too exhausting, too troublesome. Yu Wei spoke quickly. "I can help you with whatever I can." Xiongqi laughed. "I do what I want myself. If I can't do it, can you?" Yu Wei wanted to insist, but hesitated, unable to speak. Xiongqi was right. But Xiongqi thought for a moment, then interrupted Yu Wei. "How about this? I'm currently drawing talismans and crafting artifacts, and I'm short on materials. Each time you go, I give you a list. Remember to bring them back. Consider it your payment for my labor." Yu Wei nodded. This was perfect. Okay. And so, every 10 days or so, Yu Wei would go to Western Continent to visit Wuma Xiaoyan and the others, and then bring back the items listed on the list for Xiongqi. When Zhu Yingtong and the other two had free time, they would occasionally go with Yu Wei. And Jean went there the most, though she spent most of her time playing at Fanchio's brothel. Xiongqi 110 simulation space. And Jean, there are 2 at 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 9 o'clock, 2 behind you, and 4 above. Zhou Yu wind sweep. Yu Wei, amplify and heal. Zhu Yingtong swept her side, calmly and methodically directing the battle, showing none of the composure expected of a naive young girl. With the activation of their magical skills, and the cries of several magical beasts, the battle ended. Xiongqi's voice drifted over. 9 Tier 3 magical beasts, 23 Tier 2 magical beasts, 87 Tier 1 magical beasts, total score, 93. 4-person skill scores, Zhu Yingtong 78, Yu Wei 72, and Jean 77, Zhou Yu 83. Zhu Yingtong's command bonus 75. Well, barely passing. You can have a holiday. Xiongqi's tone seemed slightly dissatisfied with the results, but they were still given a holiday. Because their school was also on break. Yay! Yay yay yay. And Jean excitedly hugged everyone she could find as soon as she heard about the holiday. "I'm going to the brothel to find Fanchio. The ladies there dance so beautifully, and their plays are amazing." And Jean was almost too excited. She was about to hug and kiss everyone she saw. "Let's go to Ziliaxis. Let's go to Ziliaxis. Let's go to Ziliaxis." Yu Wei's eyes were brimming with barely suppressed excitement. She'd been busy with her breakthrough, and hadn't visited Xiaoyan and the others in a long time. Zhu Yingtong and Zhou Yu were also happy, but they didn't show it much. Finally, the group decided to go back and rest for a day, just in time for school's winter break, then go find Qiongqi, and then go to Ziliaxis together. The next day. Oh. We're finally here. Let's go, let's go, let's go! And Jean brought almost nothing. Of course, only superficially. She brought a storage device she extorted from Qiongqi a few days ago, mostly filled with her clothes and everyday items, a basic trigger-based instant cast array she snatched from Qiongqi, and quite a few books. Although everyone had complained bitterly over the past year, they all had to admit that Qiongqi was an excellent teacher. Zhu Yingtong, Magic Level 28, Weapon, Flame Demon Scythe. Yu Wei, Magic Level 22, Weapon, Linked Blades. And Jean, Magic Level 22, Weapon, Yuan by Moon Guiding Bow. Zhou Yu, Magic Level 23, Weapon, K. And for some reason, even after a year in Qiongqi's 110 space, the four's facial features and bone structure hadn't changed much. Judging from their skeletal age, they were still 15 or 16-year-old boys. Qiongqi stared expressionlessly at Zhu Yingtong and the others, a strange unease creeping into her heart. Qiongqi, let's begin. And Jean was almost bursting with excitement. Qiongqi was pulled back to reality by Jin's excited voice. She composed herself and said seriously, all right, let's begin now. She focused her attention and opened the passage. Just as Qiongqi was concentrating on controlling the spatial rift, a violent tremor startled everyone. Zhu Yingtong and the others, already inside the rift, heard Qiongqi shout, who goes there? Before the light faded, Zhu Yingtong seemed to see Qiongqi's deathly pale face and incredulous eyes. Chapter 20. It's you? You're still alive? What have you done? From beginning to end, Zhu Yingtong hadn't seen the person's face or heard their voice. The entire space darkened, falling silent, devoid of sound. Yet the oppressive weight made it hard for Qiongqi to breathe. Qiongqi's lips trembled as she stared incredulously at the person before her. The woman before her also watched her silently. Qiongqi suddenly raised her voice, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, her voice trembling terribly. Speak. Why won't you answer me? The woman spoke slowly, her voice low and bitter. You still remember me, that's good. I thought you left because you hated me. Qiongqi fell silent, her face turning pale. Fortunately, she changed the subject, not continuing the conversation. It was me. I always been alive. I changed everything just to get my little master away safely. At least so far, she is safe. If they hadn't met the Dragon King, she'd probably just be a child now, happy or worried about going to school. Qiongqi's voice was sharp with excitement, but only she could save His Highness. The ultimate yin-yang fire, you know that for over 10,000 years, only His Highness and she have shared it. She could also share His Highness's body, and everything with his soul. Meeting the Dragon King, the Dragon Girl, and Yingwe, these were all destined and inevitable. The woman suddenly interrupted Qiongqi. So, she has to bear the fate of saving a complete stranger? Even if this person. She shook her head. There are some things I can't tell you right now. Upon hearing this, Qiongqi couldn't help but feel angry again, but she interrupted him with a single sentence. Qiongqi, have you thought of me all these years? Qiongqi's breath caught in his throat, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Tao Wuyu. West Liuxi continent deep in the Pugu forest. Zhu Yingtong tried hard to open her eyes, but all she saw was white. Various noisy sounds filled her ears, but she couldn't understand what they were doing. Where is this? Where are you, Wei, and the others, so cold? Zhu Yingtong tried to open her eyes wide, but her weakness overcame her, and her vision flickered between light and darkness. This person. She tried to look up to see who was walking towards her, but that silver-gray figure instantly filled her vision. So fluffy and comfortable. So warm. With extremely low physical strength, coupled with a sudden comfortable embrace, Zhu Yingtong's body instantly entered a dormant state. At the same time, at the mouth of the Qingwu Empire, at the mouth of the Fujiang River. Help! High in the sky, the girl's once clear voice now rang out, now laced with sobs, startling the seagulls into scattering in all directions. Yu Wei herself didn't know what was happening. Weren't we supposed to go to Ziliaxis together? Why was she suddenly in a place she didn't even know? And this was in the air. Below her was the sea. What terrible things had she done in her past life? Oh God, am I going to die? Yu Wei closed her eyes in despair. The sea breeze from her rapid descent stung her delicate skin. She could even smell the salty seawater. Yu Wei covered her face with her hands, biting her lip tightly. The metallic taste in her mouth numbed her. The jade pendant on her wrist made a soft clattering sound as it struck the other wrist. Dragon King. Save me. I don't want to die. The rustling wind continued to echo along the beach. Scared to tears? The Dragon King's clear voice rang in Yue's ears, tinged with a hint of amused laughter. Yue kept her hands covering her cheeks. Beneath them, both her eyes and face were flushed red. So disregarding the feelings of others, flirting so brazenly? The one who spoke from the side was the dragon girl, who hadn't appeared in a long time, having been repairing her soul. She still had that icy demeanor, only now with a few more smiles. Teased by his older sister, the Dragon King became somewhat embarrassed and couldn't find the words to retort. Sister, don't talk nonsense. The dragon girl raised an eyebrow and drawled, nonsense? Seeing the Dragon King's face beginning to turn red, the dragon girl couldn't help but smile. What? Planning to just keep holding me like this? The Dragon King was slightly embarrassed. He slowly descended from the sky to the seaside, put Yue down, and then asked, Are you alright? Yue still covered her face with her hands and remained silent, her body trembling slightly. The dragon girl seemed to hear Yue's soft voice, and leaned down to listen carefully. After hearing it clearly, she couldn't help but laugh, leaving the Dragon King completely bewildered. What was this little girl saying? Dragon King, you bastard, you scoundrel, you big bad guy. Early March, 2905, Western Continent Calendar. Ah! Zhu Yitong woke up suddenly from a strange dream. She glanced around at her surroundings with a puzzled look. They were unfamiliar yet warm. Zhu Yitong reached out and touched the still soft mattress beneath her, made of short, silver-gray fur. Although it was laid directly on the cold, hard stone, it still felt warm. A slight sound came from the doorway. Zhu Yitong turned, warily eyeing the newcomer. How should she describe this person? It was a little girl, who looked about 10 years old, with medium-length silver-gray hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed entirely in silver-gray, fluffy clothes. No, it looked more like her own fur. What kind of creature was this? Zhu Yitong's thoughts raced. She naturally noticed the girl's pointed ears, and the large tail swaying behind her. She made her judgment almost instantly. Wolves? The girl's face lit up with a happy smile, as soon as she saw Zhu Yitong wake up. Oh, you're awake. I'm going to find Grandpa Chief and the others. She skipped over to Zhu Yitong, put down the food container she was carrying, and skipped off again. Zhu Yitong called out to her, hello, may I ask where this is? The little girl clearly didn't want to leave so soon, and happily chatted with Zhu Yitong. It turned out that this girl was called Yayata. Although she looked only about 10 years old, she was much older than Zhu Yitong, having recently celebrated her 40th birthday, yet she was as innocent and naive as a child. Even at that age, she was still considered a child in their tribe. From Yayata's words, Zhu Yitong realized that her guess was correct. This was wolf territory, or more precisely, night wolf territory. A race that has existed on this earth for tens of thousands of years, living here for millennia. Over the years, many have strayed into the deep valley, and the night wolves, being naturally friendly, have taken good care of these people, and sent them on their way. This is why Zhu Yitong came to the night wolf tribe from the snowy lands. It was two brothers from the tribe, who found the unconscious Zhu Yitong, while foraging for food and brought him back. These two brothers happened to be Yayata's father and uncle. Yayata smiled and said, several older sisters and brothers in the tribe like you very much. They will be very happy that you have woken up. I go find them. Zhu Yitong was confused. What was going on? Oh, uncle, you're back? As soon as Yayata pushed open the door, she found that the person standing outside was her uncle, one of the people who had saved Zhu Yitong. Zhu Yitong turned her head and looked at the man. He appeared to be around 30 years old, tall and robust, at least 2 meters tall. His silver-gray fur was a darker color than Yaya's, and standing in front of Yaya was like a high wall, giving her a strange sense of security. Zhu Yitong threw off the covers and got out of bed. She walked up to the two men, looked up at Yaya's uncle, and gave him a standard smile. Thank you. Himker nodded, but didn't say anything. What's going on? Wasn't the Night Wolf clan supposed to be hospitable? This is so awkward, it's not what they said. The room was silent for a few seconds. Zhu Yitong felt someone needed to speak first. So she cleared her throat and asked, excuse me. But Zhu Yitong was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Kurji's voice was low and deep. He said, Yayata and the others like you very much, but they're too shy to say so, so they asked me to speak for them. They hope you can stay here a little longer and play with them. They're actually quite bored. Zhu Yitong blinked, somewhat bewildered. I haven't asked your name yet. Zhu Yitong. Yayata, watching the two of them conversing with such seemingly divine logic, widened her eyes even further. She couldn't help but say, Uncle, I haven't agreed yet. Hearing Yayata's soft, sweet voice, and glancing at the expressionless Kurji, Zhu Yingtong said, "Ah, that's fine. I don't have anything to do right now. Staying here is no problem at all." Kurji nodded. "Then thank you very much." With that, he pushed open the door and left, leaving Zhu Yingtong and Yayata staring at each other in bewilderment. Yayata felt slightly awkward. "Sister Yingtong, are you unhappy?" "I'm sorry, my uncle just has this quirky personality." Zhu Yingtong smiled. "Of course not. He seems like a straightforward person, probably a good guy." Hearing Zhu Yingtong's unreserved words, Yayata laughed happily. At the same time, on the border of the Zhengrong Empire, in front of an inconspicuous little shop stood a person dressed in a black cloak. He was tall and well-proportioned, about 1.8 meters tall. His hood covered most of his face, only revealing the delicate lower half of his face and his long fair neck. He exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. He casually picked up a scroll, his voice low but undeniably pleasant. "How much is this?" "1 copper coin." The old man looked up shakily, and only spoke slowly after clearly seeing the scroll in the old man's hand. Throughout the process, the boy waited quietly, without the slightest impatience. His eyes remained focused, and a faint light flashed on his right index finger, revealing a gold coin. He gently placed the coin in the old man's hand. "Keep the change." "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The old man's eyes showed barely suppressed surprise. He looked up in the direction the man had left, but only vaguely saw a dark, fading silhouette. "Who?" The boy pulled down the hood of his black coat, revealing a handsome face. Although he still looked somewhat immature, his appearance was impeccable. His eyes, as bright and dazzling as obsidian, seemed to illuminate the night, captivating and unforgettable. It was Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu rubbed his hair, carefully examining the map he had just bought, pondering, "This is Zhengrong. The border. Not far from Guli City. Just a walk, about half a month." He glanced at the approaching dusk and decided to find a place to rest first. Zhou Yu found a simple hotel nearby, but even the most basic room cost 20 gold coins a night, a painful price. He knew that the extra money he had just paid the old man would have been enough for a poor family to live comfortably for a month. That very day Zhou Yu set off. Half a month later. Night Wolf Tribe. Sister Zhu, come this way, I show you some good stuff." The speaker was chubby, looking a few years younger than Zhu Yingtong, but actually several times her age. Zhu Yingtong was surrounded by several children, who looked only 10 years old, walking forward. Zhu Yingtong, her hand still held by the chubby little boy who had spoken earlier, couldn't help but laugh at the thought of him saying he wanted to marry her. Such a young child, yet thinking about such things. However, Zhu Yingtong forgot that every child here, judging by age, could be considered her senior. Walking hand in hand, the group of children led Zhu Yingtong to a place she never expected. Yes, she never imagined that such a beautiful place existed in this remote and cold tribal area. A riot of colors rushed into her eyes. She truly hadn't expected to find such a natural garden here. Beautiful and vibrant flowers bloomed amidst the white expanse, their diamond-shaped, long, and semicircular petals adorning everyone's eyes. They didn't seem to be planted according to human rules. Unrestrained, natural beauty flourished, radiant and dazzling. That unexpected feeling was even more delightful. That gift from nature was even more exhilarating. The light brown branches stood out prominently, making the entire scene even more beautiful and memorable. What happened next was something she hadn't anticipated at all. Chapter 21. Red and unstoppable, spreading red, soaked her eyes. The soft branches that had swayed gently in the wind just moments before were now like deadly weapons, strangling one vibrant life after another. Yayata. Akul. Moya. Uncontrollable tears welled in her eyes as she cried out their names, but none of the fallen, motionless bodies responded. Just as she was lost in thought, the branches quickly wrapped around her limbs and tightened, some barbs digging into her skin, the intense pain bringing her back to her senses. Zhu Yingtong bit her tongue hard, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth, her hand already gripping the gradually appearing, flaming flame demon scythe, an unusual golden red light appearing in her eyes. The scythe in her hand sliced through countless branches, and suddenly a giant, silver-gray egg appeared before Zhu Yingtong. The outer shell of the sphere was peeling away bit by bit, and the branches that had been there before were spreading from this point. If Zhu Yingtong hadn't retained some reason, she would have already charged forward with the flame demon. Suddenly, Zhu Yingtong felt a powerful surge of magical energy rushing towards her. She abruptly placed the flame demon in front of her, using her own body and the flame demon to shield Yayata and the others from their wolf-like forms. When the smoke cleared and she could see clearly again, Zhu Yingtong was somewhat stunned. The person before her, or rather the wolf, shared a similar appearance with Yayada and the others, yet there were differences. For example, he had already taken on a completely human form, only using branches to cover his body. His short hair was blacker, shinier, and smoother than any night wolf she had ever seen. For example, his black eyes, unlike the brown eyes of Yayada and the others. Under Yayada's guidance, Zhu Yingtong saw almost all of the night wolves. Of all the night wolves she had ever seen, none had black eyes. Phew. Finally out? Quite a few sacrifices, huh? No wonder it was so easy this time. Zhu Yingtong looked at those familiar, yet nightmarish, black eyes, and a surge of anger rose within her. No life should die for the sake of another. Zhu Yingtong's expression hardened as the man approached her. So there were still some small fry who slipped through the net? No problem, I'm definitely leaving, ha ha ha. He laughed, but in a swift movement, he was in front of Zhu Yingtong. Sharp, pointed nails instantly extended from his human-like fingertips, nearing her throat in a flash. Zhu Yingtong was startled. She steadied herself and flipped to the side, her flame demon weapon clashing fiercely with his. Clang! The sound of the two weapons colliding violently made Zhu Yingtong's ears ring for a moment. But she knew that in this critical moment, she couldn't afford to be distracted for even a moment. The next instant, the flame demon swung its full moon scythe through the air again, this time targeting his shoulder and neck. The man frowned slightly, but in his haste, he had no time to think. He reached out and locked the blade of the scythe with such force that Zhu Yingtong could barely budge it. Zhu Yingtong's brows furrowed. This flame demon was a gift from Han Lung, and had been in her hands for quite some time. She knew its strength and fragility. Even Qiongqi had some admiration for the sharpness of the flame demon's blade, so how could it seem to leave no mark in this man's hands? Before Zhu Yingtong could react, the man's other hand reached directly for her hand gripping the scythe handle. Zhu Yingtong's eyes widened. What was going on? Then, the two of them started pulling at each other like children. What a joke. How could she possibly lose to such a little brat? The man's expression changed, and he shouted. Zhu Yingtong felt a blur before her eyes, then her body was kicked violently away, and she lost all feeling in her body, though she still didn't let go of the flame demon in her hand. The man said discontentedly, Are you trying to kill me? Why are you holding on so tightly? I just wanted some travel money. Don't be so petty. Fine, I'm leaving. Just as he was about to leave, the aura of the entire space suddenly became chaotic, and then he felt the temperature around him slowly rising. This won't do. Yi Buju's steps froze. That familiar warmth, that familiar voice, that familiar feeling. No way. Di Fuyan pulled Zhu Yingtong from the snow and held her in her arms, gently warming her. How can you bully my person? She gently rested Zhu Yingtong's head against her chest, softly channeling energy into her body, and whispered, Tell me, you heard her, how can I let you live? Yi Buju swallowed hard, and without thinking, ran forward as fast as she could, even using her spatial magic. Di Fuyan chuckled, Come back. Yi Buju froze completely. Turn around. Yi Buju was as obedient as a kitten. Are you that afraid of me? Forget it, it's all in the past. Let's pretend what happened back then never happened. Yi Buju instantly exploded, Never? Never? You sealed me away without a word and left me in that god-forsaken place for thousands of years. You? Yi Buju's words were lightly interrupted by Di Fuyan. Back then you were just an egg, yet you already had memories? Judging by your appearance, you only been fully formed for a little over 100 years. What's there to complain about? Yi Buju's eyes widened. 100 years is a long time. I'm so bored all alone, and I can't get out. Di Fuyan chuckled as if she heard a joke, looking down at Zhu Yingtong's restless sleeping face. I've been wandering for thousands of years too. A moment later, she abruptly changed the subject. All right, let's not reminisce. Let's talk about her. Yi Buju wrinkled her nose. What's there to talk about with her? Di Fuyan looked at Yi Buju and chuckled. I want you to make a contract with her. Yi Buju's eyes widened instantly, instinctively wanting to refuse. Di Fuyan continued, I can teach you the return of all things. Yi Buju hesitated, That's so good? You're not digging a pit for me to fall into, are you? Di Fuyan chuckled, When have I ever toyed with you? Yi Buju grumbled, The first time you tricked me, you made me sleep for so many years. Alright, I agree. What kind of contract? Di Fuyan narrowed his eyes. The Fire God's Covenant, an equal contract. Yi Buju froze, What's that? I never heard of it. Di Fuyan chuckled, How could you possibly know about something from thousands of years ago? You were still an egg back then. This contract is initiated by the contracted beast, and can only be dissolved by the contractor. Both share life and are connected by soul. But only those of the yin-yang fire can establish this contract. Then, please keep your promise. Zhu Weitong didn't know how much time had passed when she woke up again, but the creature crouching beside her, resembling a domesticated dog, startled her. After the initial shock, Zhu Weitong quickly regained her composure. Who are you? But the hand hidden behind her back was already gripping the flame demon. Yi Buju curled his lip. Was he that scary? He recalled the wolf children he had seen in the forbidden area, and Yi Buju felt quite pleased with himself. My name is Yi Buju, and I am your contracted partner. Contracted partner? Zhu Weitong's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She had heard Xiongqi mention this before, but wasn't it supposed to require both parties to exchange magic power to establish a contract? And the complicated rituals and incantations. She had no recollection of any of that. Seeing Zhu Weitong's disbelieving expression, Yi Buju held out his hand. Look, this is the mark between our contract. You should have one on your hand too. Zhu Weitong immediately flicked her sleeve, revealing the mark Yi Buju had mentioned on her once slender, wheat-colored arm. A striking, palm-sized, grayish-black mark on the inside of her forearm. Zhu Weitong's eyes turned icy, her tone chilling. So, I can deal with you now? As far as she knew, contracts between humans and magical beasts, except for equal contracts, granted the contractor absolute control over the contracted beast. This grayish-black mark was different from the marks of equal contracts she had seen before. As she spoke, an unusual red glint appeared in her eyes. She grasped the dissipated flame demon in her hand again, and slowly pressed down on Yi Buju with a ruthless aura. Yi Buju's eyes widened. What was going on? Feeling the oppressive force of the flames, Yi Buju retreated while waving his hands. Wait! What are you doing? Our contract is an equal contract. You have no right to do those strange things to me. In his mind, anything other than what he wanted to do was strange. Zhu Weitong waved his arm, and the flame demon stopped in front of Yi Buju's face, coldly saying, What am I doing? Why should someone like you, who would sacrifice others' lives for his own benefit, remain in this world? Besides, how could it be an equal contract? Aren't there only one kind of equal contract between humans and magical beasts? The color of the contract mark should be similar to the color of the contractor's magical attribute. Yi Buju stammered, feeling his face burning with embarrassment. He couldn't escape it, stammering, I didn't sacrifice anyone's life. He was so aggrieved he almost cried. Those kids weren't his choice. What did it have to do with him? Besides, they weren't dead. It was just a matter of sucking some blood to help him break the barrier. Why was he being so serious? Zhu Weitong sensed something. She swung her flame demon scythe, the sharp blade against Yi Buju's neck. Tell me, what happened? Yi Buju, still feeling wronged, explained the whole story to Zhu Weitong. It turned out that having Yayata and the others bring Zhu Weitong to the Night Wolf clan's forbidden area was a plan Kur, and the others had discussed beforehand. It was all for the so-called sacrifice, to help Yi Buju break the seal. With the seal broken, the royal blood in Yi Buju would be reintegrated into the Wild Wolf clan, allowing them to regain their powerful strength. Only Zhu Weitong and Yayata were kept in the dark about the whole affair. Zhu Weitong was stunned, blinking as she asked, Why didn't you tell us? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly recalled what happened on her first day here. She was semi-conscious then, but vaguely heard some conversation. She's fire attribute. Could it really be a gift from heaven? The royal bloodline sealed for 1,000 years is finally returning to the Night Wolf clan. Yi Buju sneered, his tone full of contempt. You think those guys are all well-intentioned? They're willing to sacrifice their own children's blood to break the seal on me and obtain the long-sealed royal bloodline of the Night Wolves. But that has nothing to do with them anymore. It's mostly for their own selfish gain. When the barrier broke, the excess magic power that leaked out was probably already absorbed by them. They make it sound so noble, all for the sake of the Night Wolf clan, humph. Zhu Weitong roughly understood the situation. At least she realized she had misunderstood Yi Buju. Zhu Weitong, a little embarrassed, blushed and apologized to Yi Buju. Then, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Yi Buju rolled his bright wolf eyes, secretly calculating, no need for apologies. Then let's do this. Generally, contracted beasts are kept in the contractor's soul box. You hit me so many times, let me stay in human form and go with you. Zhu Weitong was about to nod, then added, Go? Yi Buju nodded, Yes, I follow you wherever you go, as long as we get out of this godforsaken place. Zhu Weitong agreed. And so, the two set off. Yi Buju? Buju, that's a really weird name. Who gave you that? A voice gritting its teeth. Myself. Well, it's pretty good. Really, pretty good. Buju, stop glaring at me. Okay, I was wrong. Actually, it's a very nice name. Chapter 22. The prosperous and magnificent old city is a place all mages yearn for it houses the headquarters of the most powerful symbol in the mage realm, the Magic Priest Tower. And this is Zhou Yu's purpose for this trip. Hey, have you heard? The selection for the Demon Priest Tower's Adding Fresh Blood competition is about to begin. TCH, that's it? Isn't it only once every 3 years? Hey! This time it's different. I heard that because of the heavy casualties in last year's demon extermination operation, the Demon Priest Tower plans to directly select Blackrobe priests this time. What? How could that be? You're just bragging. Everyone knows the status of Blackrobe priests. How could they be directly selected? Every Blackrobe priest has honed their skills over a decade, rising from the initial selection of Greyrobe priests. Don't disbelieve me. I tell you, I heard it's also for the next demon extermination operation. The selection of Blackrobe priests will only consider talent, not just current ability. The Demon Priest Tower is a place like that. How could they not have secret methods to quickly increase magic power? The voices faded into the distance, and Zhou Yu didn't listen any further, because it was true. Moreover, the Blackrobe priests were his goal. Zhou Yu turned to leave, but was tripped by something. Or rather, bitten. Zhou Yu lowered his head helplessly, but his eyes softened. It's you again. It was a small black and white dog. Zhou Yu remembered the first time he saw it. It was a dirty, scruffy little dog with an injured leg, looking quite pitiful. Zhou Yu knelt down and gently stroked its soft fur. The little dog squinted its eyes and nuzzled against Zhou Yu's hand, feeling the warmth of the boy's palm. Why are you so clingy? You used to be just as clingy to your owner too? Zhou Yu's tone was calm, but his eyes held a deep affection. It looked at Zhou Yu without fear, its little tail wagging from side to side, its little mouth opening and closing to let out a soft whimper. Your owner really spoils you. It wagged its tail again, raised its little head, and whimpered something. Zhou Yu shook his head helplessly, patted it a couple more times, and was about to leave. But then it got bitten again. Zhou Yu sighed. Just say what you want to say. It whimpered, its tone pitiful, its bright, big eyes blinking, almost too wet to be real. Zhou Yu watched silently, thinking, this is too cutesy. Can't find it? You want to come with me? It nodded vigorously. Zhou Yu hesitated, and then the little guy widened its eyes, and started acting cute again. Alright. Zhou Yu said helplessly, I really can't do anything with you. But there's nothing enjoyable about following me, you need to think it through. It crouched down, then suddenly jumped up. Zhou Yu, afraid it would fall, quickly caught it. Okay, he was worrying unnecessarily. It didn't seem like a weakling. Then let's go. Late at night, on the rooftop balcony of a hotel. Zhou Yu held Luozi in his arms, that stubborn dog who insisted on following him. It said its owner named it that. Zhou Yu lay back on the chaise lounge, the two of them silent. Until Zhou Yu spoke first. I never met my parents since I was little. My uncle and aunt raised me. Until I was 13, I found that painting. It depicted someone I never seen before, yet she looked so familiar. I thought that was my mother. My uncle made me kneel in the ancestral hall for a day and a night, and no one told me why. It wasn't until late at night that my uncle entered the ancestral hall. He didn't speak to me, but walked to the red curtain in front of me, and then he began to mutter to himself. Zhou Yu's eyes gradually became hazy, as if his thoughts were returning to the past. The Zhou family had served the royal family loyally for generations, yet they were suspected by the royal family, and met such a tragic end. My elder brother was murdered in the council, and my sister-in-law was deliberately informed of his murder while giving birth. My sister-in-law was already in poor health, and this shock caused her to pass away. That was the first time Zhou Yu had seen that strong and resolute man cry. When Awen and I arrived, we could only take this child and leave Danshan overnight, unable even to take your bodies with us. That night, he said a lot, completely overturning Zhou Yu's previous understanding. Zhou Yu now understood the unusual nature of her origins, whether it was because she wasn't originally from this world, or because it involved family conflicts. We didn't intend for you to know these things. Our greatest hope was that you could grow up here like a normal child. But? So that painting was the last gift my sister-in-law left for me? Zhou Yu's voice was low, revealing an unusual vulnerability, responsibility, mission, family, inheritance. Like an invisible mountain, pressing down on me. I told you too much. Even Jean and the others don't know these things, yet I told you first. Zhou Yu stroked Luozi's soft fur, her voice so weak it seemed it would disappear in the next second. I still don't know how to tell them. Luozi raised her little head, extending her pink, moist tongue to slowly and gently lick Zhou Yu's tightly closed eyes, as if using a soothing technique. Zhou Yu, who had been feeling conflicted and annoyed, was tickled by Luozi's licking. Okay, stop. It's nothing. I can accept all of this, I handle it. Luozi blinked her bright black eyes, whimpering, really? Zhou Yu patted Luozi's head. Of course. Zhengrong Empire, Haikao Alley. Dragon King. To make the refined Yue scream like this, the Dragon King must have some skill. The Dragon King hovered in the sky, looking down at Yue, who seemed to be struggling in the water, but was actually in despair, and chuckled. Naval warfare is an important tactic for mages, and also a weakness for most mages. You should thank me. Thank what? Thank you for teasing me like this? Yue took another sip of water. She could swim, but fighting in the ocean was a first for her. The Dragon King shook his head helplessly. Shallow waters are like this. The ocean, however, is unpredictable. He then chuckled softly. Yue, this is shallow water. There are many plants on the seabed. These can all be your allies in battle. You must learn to use them to help you fight. Yue, who had been struggling on the surface, suddenly calmed down. She carefully considered the Dragon King's words, then closed her eyes and submerged herself in the seawater. Everything fell silent. A rustling sound gradually arose as various unknown plants frantically stretched out from the seabed, desperately trying to entangle the Dragon King. The Dragon King chuckled softly. Is this how you treat your teacher? I suppose I'm half a teacher to you. Well, fine. The Dragon King reached out and submerged himself in the sea. Soon after, a splash broke the silence, and Yue emerged from the water. Her dark hair was slightly disheveled, but this didn't detract from her inherent beauty. Instead, it shone even brighter under the blazing sun. The girl's gentle smile was a picture of unparalleled beauty. Not far away, the Dragon King also silently surfaced, gazing intently at Yue playing in the water, suddenly wishing time could stand still. Realizing his thoughts, the Dragon King blushed and silently submerged again. What is this feeling? The Dragon King immersed himself in the sea, relaxing his expression. It seemed the cooperation with the merfolk needed to be put on the agenda. On the border of the Zhengrong Empire, in the ancient city of Guli, Luozi, a lone dog, sat on the highest point of the hotel, basking in the sunlight as the sun rose. Bored, it licked its furry front paws. Master, oh master, when will you come to find me? Hey! Luozi twitched its ears. Luozi! Luozi's eyes lit up instantly. Come here! Luozi barked and ran over, its tongue lolling out, looking extremely happy. But Luozi forgot that it was in the hotel, at the highest point, and the voice seemed to be coming from a great distance. What? How pitiful. Master, come save me. Are you an idiot? A little boy, about 7 or 8 years old, caught Luozi just in time. His short, black hair was incredibly smooth against his cheeks, and his face was slightly round and chubby. With delicate features, his large, dark eyes revealed a child's helpless and complaining nature. So you still know how to come find me? Despite the complaint in his voice, Luozi kept snuggling into the boy's arms. Then you can leave. He raised an eyebrow, his tone seemingly indifferent. Luozi put on a pitiful look again. Little Black. The boy called Little Black pouted. Still running around? Luozi shook his head vigorously. Let's go. Huh? Go where? Little Black pouted, somewhat reluctantly. Didn't you say you were going to come with me to thank the person who took you in? Luozi's eyes lit up immediately. He knew it. He messaged him 5 or 6 days ago, but he still hadn't come. The little guy was probably worrying somewhere again. But his worries weren't in vain. With such a long delay, Zhou Yu's competition was probably already at some stage. Xiao Hei suddenly seemed to remember something. That Zhou Yu can understand what you're saying? Speaking of this, Luozi was also a little curious. Yes, I've been thinking about that too, she thought. I tried to subtly inquire, but he wasn't quite sure either. It seems he could only understand some simple phrases. Xiao Hei chuckled. Looks like he's still not as good as me. Luozi rolled her eyes and retorted, yeah, not as good as you. Who's born understanding animal language? Xiao Hei snorted and raised an eyebrow. If I hadn't been born understanding animal language, you'd probably be struggling to make a living somewhere. Luozi snorted twice in response, but didn't say anything more. Zhou Yu's cultivation was interrupted by the knocking on the door. But why was Luo Zi spitting in his face again? Woof. Or is this just a canine habit? Hello. Receiving no response, Zhou Yu paused for a second, then politely spoke again. You are Luo Zi's owner, right? As he spoke, Zhou Yu observed the boy's expression and roughly guessed the relationship between Luo Zi and the little boy, so he spoke directly. Xiao Hei's eyes brightened. Yes, my name is Xiao Hei. Does Luo Zi often mention me to you? When Xiao Hei smiled, his eyes curved into crescent moons, looking innocent and adorable. Zhou Yu seemed to be infected by this smile, a faint smile appearing on his lips, one he didn't even realize. Yes, that's right. The room suddenly fell silent. Chapter 23. Xiao Hei's smile faltered slightly. Luo Zi didn't need to look at his expression to know that the little boy was agonizing over something again. His agonizing thoughts were roughly as follows. What? So cold. I shouldn't have come. What's so good about it? Luo Zi, that's enough. This is so awkward and annoying. What do I do now? Would it be too rude to just leave? This person is really something. Why can't they let me in through the door? I can't go in or out. I'm so embarrassed to back out. This is just too much. Luo Zi, your master, I'm agonizing over this. Do you have to stare at me like that? And so on. The young Xiao Hei didn't know how to hide his emotions. His agonizing frustration and helplessness were all written on his face, which Zhou Yu found quite amusing. How about coming in and sitting down? Zhou Yu asked, suppressing a laugh. Okay. That was exactly what Xiao Hei was waiting for. Upon entering the room, Xiao Hei noticed that Luo Zi's big eyes were fixed on Zhou Yu without taking their eyes off him. Xiao Hei was greatly displeased. Don't think I didn't hear your laughter, Luo Zi. And that you? I saw you laugh. Thinking this, filled with utterly unreasonable frustration, Xiao Hei unceremoniously went straight to the soft sofa in the room and sat down, letting Luo Zi go to harass Zhou Yu. But seeing the two playing so harmoniously, Xiao Hei became unhappy again. Luo Zi, do you even remember who your master is? Because the Demon Priest Tower only announced the competition time one day in advance, and the organizer, the Demon Priest Tower, didn't handle anything other than the competition itself. Zhou Yu had to pay for his own accommodation in the closest place to the competition venue. Because of this competition, nearby property prices had more than doubled, so Zhou Yu only chose the cheapest standard room at this hotel. Even so, 100 gold coins a day was a bit much for him. Luckily, Jean had given him some money before he came, otherwise he would have been sleeping on the streets. Should he go and earn some money? Otherwise, he simply couldn't afford to continue like this. Zhou Yu, lost in thought, pondered this sadly. If it weren't for Luo Zi's whimpering cries, Zhou Yu, lost in his own world of thoughts, would have almost forgotten that he had received 2 guests today. Luo Zi probably knew that having a conflicted person with an extremely active inner world chatting with a quiet and somewhat aloof person wouldn't end well, so he took the initiative to speak. Zhou Yu, are you alright? How far along is the competition? Although his cries were mostly whimpering, they were perfectly clear to Zhou Yu and Xiao Hei. Before Zhou Yu could answer, Xiao Hei spoke first, asking, a competition? What competition? Zhou Yu replied, just a small competition at the Demon Priest Tower. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei suddenly seemed to realize something. The Demon Priest Tower? Oh, the selection for the Black-Robe Priests. He blinked and asked again, you want to compete for that half? Zhou Yu was taken aback. His uncle had only told him to try his best to join the Demon Priest Tower, without mentioning how many Black-Robe Priests would be selected. However, he didn't contradict Xiao Hei. Yes, that's right. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up immediately, like a child experiencing the world for the first time, his voice filled with excitement. Then can I participate with you? Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment. The competition had already begun, and this wasn't something he could decide. Besides, the child looked too young, didn't he? How old was Luo Zi saying again? 7 or 8? Xiao Hei seemed to sense his hesitation and confusion, replying, interrupting midway is allowed. It's an unwritten rule of the Demon Priest Tower since ancient times. As for whether one can ultimately win, the Demon Priest Tower never selects priests based on rank, but rather on the participant's potential. After all, reaching the Saint Archmage level presents numerous hurdles, which some lacking in talent cannot overcome. The 2 red-robed priests of the Demon Priest Tower possess an ancient, closely guarded secret technique that can condense the elemental magic power watering between heaven and earth, then absorb it and transform it into their own power. And the better one's innate potential, the more pronounced the effect of this secret technique. Therefore, in their view, age is not a problem at all. Zhou Yu was a little stunned. He always worked his way up step by step, This kind of meteoric rise was something he never seen before. Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled brightly. Then it's settled. I'm going to register. With that, Xiao Hei skipped off. When did they agree to this? If it weren't for how long you taken care of Luo Zi, I wouldn't have said any of this to you. Actually, Luo Zi had said a lot more. Like how she seemed cold, but was actually very gentle. How she seemed indifferent, but actually cared a lot about him. Luo Zi, that's enough. Zhou Yu was both amused and exasperated. This kid ran off as soon as she finished speaking, just like in Jean. Because he ran so fast, no one saw the conflicted look in the boy's eyes, and his slightly reddened ears. Luo Zi nestled in Zhou Yu's arms, barking softly, his voice filled with confusion. Where had his master gone again? Just as Xiao Hei had said, interrupting the competition was possible, and he quickly and smoothly completed his registration. Zhou Yu also became interested in Xiao Hei's abilities. Xiao Hei used various excuses, that he was too young and unsafe, that sleeping alone with Luo Zi was too boring, and that he could split the room cost, to share a room with Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu didn't hesitate much, splitting the cost was important for him, a poor man, especially since the bed was large, and he couldn't resist the cuteness of the two. Xiao Hei sat on the sofa, eating the various snacks and desserts the shop assistant had been trying to sell him, and mumbled somewhat indistinctly, my magic power? Above average, I guess. It wasn't until he watched Xiao Hei's first competition that he understood what above average really meant. The entire selection process was extremely simple and brutal. A group of people were divided only by age, followed by various chaotic battles, after which a black-clad priest selected a few to advance to the next round. Xiao Hei naturally belonged to the youngest group. The large competition arena housed 16 people in total. The oldest appeared to be no more than 20 years old, while the youngest, Xiao Hei, was only 7. Another person caught Zhou Yu's attention, a girl dressed in red. Xiao Hei's magical attribute was darkness, while the girl's attribute was fire. The two seemed to know each other, or perhaps they had reached some agreement before the competition. Their cooperative match against 14 opponents proved surprisingly effective, ultimately resulting in victory. In Zhou Yu's eyes, the girl's magic was at least 3 or 4 levels higher than his own, while Xiao Hei's was about the same level, or even a level higher. Zhou Yu was shocked. After all, he was only 7 years old. Zhou Yu shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed he hadn't tried hard enough. Given Xiao Hei's age, most people would have underestimated him. But after Xiao Hei single-handedly sent 2 people flying with his spear, almost everyone dared not underestimate him. The girl in red took a step, her figure swaying as she moved to Xiao Hei's side. The girl's weapon was also a longbow. Unlike in Jin's pure and radiant yuan by Yin Yu, this bow, as dazzling as flames, was wielded with great skill by the girl. With each movement, she shot an arrow, one kill after another. Although she didn't immediately force everyone to retreat, she gave Xiao Hei ample time. Zhou Yu watched the two's extremely familiar teamwork, turned and left. Everything was settled. Sure enough, the black-robed priest said, Little Black, Fonger? Little Black skipped back to his room and immediately jumped into Zhou Yu's arms, who had opened the door for him. He looked up and asked with his bright black eyes, How was it? How was it? I was amazing, right? Ha. Zhou Yu smiled too. Yes, great. Little Black was like a child who had received candy, laughing very happily. He stepped aside, revealing the person behind him. Let me introduce you. This is my sister's good friend, someone who's practically watched me grow up. Her name is Fonger. Fonger stepped forward, smiling and extending her hand to Zhou Yu. Hello, I'm Fonger. You must be Yu? I often heard Little Black mention you before I came. Thank you for taking care of him these past few days. This naughty child must have bothered you. You're welcome, no offense intended. He's a very capable and outstanding child. Fonger frowned subtly, chatted with Zhou Yu for a few moments with a smile, and finally said, I have some other things to attend to, so I'd be leaving now. Zhou Yu nodded. Okay, goodbye. Fonger turned and left with a smile. As she passed Xiao Hei, who was playing with Luo Zi, she transmitted her voice. Come with me, I have something to do. Xiao Hei blinked and waved to Zhou Yu, indicating that she would be leaving for a while. Zhou Yu didn't think much of it, and went back to cultivate and meditate. After all, there was a competition tomorrow. After leaving Zhou Yu's room, the two turned and entered Fonger's room. Compared to the simple layout of Zhou Yu's room, which had an open view, Fonger's room was more than 3 times larger. All the switches and circuits in the huge room were connected by a magic crystal, making it far superior to ordinary rooms in terms of both comfort and hotel service. The price is naturally extremely high. For example, Feng's room costs 10,000 gold coins per day, and the room uses at least 6-tier magic crystals. The energy from these magic crystals is enough to power the room for at least a year. On the continent of Zeliosis, currency is unified and circulated in all countries. The exchange rate is uniform across the continent. 10 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. Copper and silver coins are generally used in households without mages, while gold coins are used for transactions between mages. These 10,000 gold coins are enough for Zhou Yu to stay in an ordinary hotel for 1 or 2 years. As for magic crystals, while not exactly priceless, they are extremely rare. This is because magic cores and magic crystals are items that magical beasts inevitably leave behind when they die, and their prices vary depending on the rarity and level of the magical beast. Magic crystals and magic cores are the most basic and widely used energy sources. With the development of technology, people have gradually developed new energy sources, magic crystals. Each magic crystal requires 5 magic cores and 5 magic crystals of the same rank, representing the 5 elements of water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Adding the resources and labor involved, the cost of 1 magic crystal is 20 times that of a magic core of the same rank. However, this skill of fusing magic crystals is not common in the Western continent. Even a chain hotel chain like this, which earns tens or hundreds of thousands daily, wouldn't have more than 10 such rooms in all its branches. Hotels with such rooms are either located in the capitals of various countries or in the most developed cities. In the next room, Feng, her previous gentle and kind demeanor gone, slammed her hand on the table and shouted sharply, "Ha! You've been neglected for 3 days, and you're already causing trouble?" Chapter 24. You even knew you sneaked out of the house? What were you thinking? Do you know how worried your sister was about you? Feng grew increasingly angry, her voice rising louder and louder. Luckily, the room was well soundproofed, so it wouldn't disturb anyone else. She was furious. She'd finally gotten a moment to rest, and less than an hour later, Xiaobai came running over to tell her that her younger brother was gone again, the communicator was cut off, and she couldn't even contact Luo Zi. After talking for ages, she was sent off to look for him. She was so aggrieved, she didn't know who to talk to. Xiaobai? What happened to loving me, cherishing me, and protecting me? In the blink of an eye, not a trace of it remained. Xiao He, expressionless, picked up the teacup in front of Feng, poured himself a cup, and after tasting it, said, as expected of Hung Bo, "The taste is really good." He then stood up, stretched, and looked around. The environment is nice. It's worth the 10,000 gold coins. Feng glared at him. How old are you? Can you stop liking tea like your sister? Shouldn't children like sweet things? She sighed again. When are you planning to go back? I don't like sweet things, and I don't want to go back. Xiao He looked at his empty teacup, poured himself another cup, and found it still the same taste and temperature. The 10,000 gold coins were indeed well spent. But Xiaobai, Feng hesitated. Xiao He pursed his lips. We see. Feng blinked, wanting to say something, but didn't speak. Finally, she just sighed. Remember to let your sister know you're safe. Okay. Come and stay with me. Don't bother anyone else. The room is big, and there's an extra bed. No need. Alright then. Go to bed early tonight. Okay. Don't kick off the covers. Okay. Get up early, remember to eat breakfast. Okay. And? Xiao He bristled. When did you become so long-winded? Feng blinked. Your sister told me all this. Xiao He immediately wilted. Go back, turn on your communicator, chat with your sister often, she misses you a lot. Okay. Feng also bristled. Weren't you going back? What are you still doing here? Xiao He said expressionlessly. There's no hanggupa or food in Zhou Yu's room. The implication was clear. Oh dear, why am I so unlucky to have to be stuck with you 2 siblings? Feng rubbed her forehead, looking miserable. Here you go. Saying that, she took out a golden card from her waist storage device. Xiao He took it. He knew it was a mainland-wide savings card. Every city and country on the mainland had a branch of the bank. Judging by the card's color, the maximum limit should be 1 million. Thank you. This was the first time Feng had heard this brat say thank you. She couldn't bring herself to say anything lecturing him, only managing. Plan your spending carefully. Okay, I know. Going. Feng watched Xiao He's retreating figure without a backward glance, her mind heavy with thoughts. She then caught a glimpse of Luo Zi still perched on the table, his rear end sticking out, rummaging for food in an unseemly manner. Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. Take it, take it. With that, she tossed the dog and the shelf out of the room. She was practically pinned down by the two of them and couldn't get up. Fonger felt utterly exhausted. The priest selection process was in full swing, with over 1,000 participants reduced to just 5, including Zhou Yu and 2 others. The other 2 were a man in his 30s, with the cultivation level of a Grand Magister, and a woman in her early 20s, with the cultivation level of a Magister. They were currently being led by a black-robed priest towards a forest. This is the final test. I will send you all inside separately in a moment. The first 2 to emerge will be the winners. If you encounter difficulties inside and cannot save yourselves, you can crush this object, and a magic circle will teleport you out. Only by finding the correct magic circle to emerge will you be considered a winner. He then distributed 5 small crystal balls to everyone. Are you ready? Almost everyone nodded. The black-robed priest looked at the hesitant Xiao He and patiently asked, "Is there anything else?" Xiao He nodded. Yes. Out of affection for a child, he was exceptionally patient and kind. What is it? I'm withdrawing. With that, Xiao He returned the crystal to the black-robed priest. Everyone was stunned. The black-robed priest took a deep breath. Where else could he find such a promising talent if he let this opportunity slip by? Can I know why? Little Black answered without hesitation, I suddenly don't want to participate anymore. Kid, can you please not be so capricious? I already reported your situation to the boss. One of the people the boss cares about most is letting you slip away. What am I going to do about my prize money? But according to the rules of the Demon Priest Tower, he couldn't influence anyone's decision. Alright. Participant Little Black forfeit. The match continues. Xiao He retreated to the black-robed priest's side, glanced at the puzzled Fonger, shook his head, indicating it was alright. Turning to Zhou Yu, seeing Zhou Yu's slightly furrowed brows, Xiao He stuck out his tongue and blinked. Those were practically expressive eyes. Zhou Yu's unspeakable anger was suppressed by this child-coaxing tactic. However, Fonger felt a bit uneasy about the oppressive atmosphere beside her. Why did this have to involve innocent people? Sobs, I'm so wronged. I want to go home, boo-hoo. The remaining 4 stepped into the teleportation mirror one by one. The black-robed priest looked at Xiao He, who was still beside him, and asked kindly, aren't you going to rest for a bit? Xiao He shook his head. I'm waiting for someone. The black-robed priest paused, then persistently asked, are you really not planning to join the Demon Priest Tower? His prize money. Maybe he should try again. No. Would you like to reconsider? The Sacrifice Tower treats all recorded mages very well. No. Reconsider? Our Sacrifice Tower blah blah. Our blah blah. The Magic Sacrifice Tower blah blah. No matter what the black-robed priest said, Xiao He remained unmoved, his eyes fixed intently on the image projected in the magic crystal mirror. Time passed quickly. In just half an instant's time, the mirror in front of them stirred slightly, accompanied by the black-robed priest shaking his head regretfully. Xiao He asked nervously, what does this mean? The black-robed priest said, someone crushed the crystal. Xiao He's expression turned serious. If only. If it wasn't. The black-robed priest spoke. The contestant solemnly forfeits. The match continues. Almost simultaneously, Xiao He inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, but then paused for a moment, stunned. Who was he worried about? Zheng Vong was that male mage in his 30s. Actually, at under 40 and already at level 60, his strength was quite impressive. However, he was incredibly unlucky. Before even figuring out the terrain, he encountered a terrifying being. A 9th tier magical beast. In the world of magical beasts, 9th and 10th tiers are the most important dividing line, much like the 90th level leap for human mages. The difference in strength between 9th and 10th tiers is enormous, but the probability of a 9th tier mage breaking through to 10th is much lower than for human mages. Therefore, many magical beasts choose the more conservative approach of remaining at 9th tier. However, some recklessly attempt this, and a few eventually reach 10th tier, possessing even greater strength and a longer lifespan. What a pity, the black-robed priest said, his expression completely different from when he was talking to Xiao He, now just going through the motions. Please go back and rest. Zheng Zhong, though only lightly injured and not seriously hurt, scratched his head and chuckled. The Demonic Priest Tower's trials are indeed as legendary as they say. They even managed to summon a 9th tier magical beast. Haha, interesting. Interesting. With that, he left with a grey-robed priest, who was waiting nearby. Although he spoke readily, he was certainly unwilling to accept defeat at the final step. The black-robed priest rubbed his head, looking somewhat troubled. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong this year. Xiao Hei was taken aback, then exclaimed urgently, "What do you mean?" "Well, this is mainly our boss's personal quirk." At this point, the black-robed priest's expression turned strange, a look of wanting to laugh, but not daring to. "Our boss, you know, always likes to bring in weird things. Like that 9-tier magical beast Zheng Zhong just encountered. It's not something you see in the usual selections." Even though he directly chose the black-robed one, it still went beyond the scope. Well, actually, there was something else he didn't mention. The demon priest tower's boss's perverse sense of humor went beyond this, but hopefully nothing went wrong. There have been similar incidents before, even resulting in deaths, which is why we proposed no mercy from the beginning. Xiao Hei's face changed, but there was nothing he could do. Perhaps he should go in with them. Just as the two were talking, the mirror in front of them stirred again, and Xiao Hei almost jerked his head around. The black-robed priest glanced at the mirror. Contestant Fonger passed. The competition continues. "Oh he, his prize money is in the bag he. Xiao Hei almost instantly teleported in front of Fonger, grasping her hands, and continuously channeling magic to help her recover. Seeing Fonger's completely pale face, he anxiously asked, "Are you alright? Are you okay? Do you feel any discomfort?" Fonger forced a smile. "Ha, finally you know how to care about people. All these years of spoiling you haven't been in vain." She then fainted. The black-robed priest had somehow moved to Fonger's side, placing a hand on her shoulder and smiling, "Congratulations on becoming one of us." With the priest's help, Fonger slowly regained consciousness and thanked him. "Thank you. I might need your help in the future." The black-robed priest said, "Go back and rest." He then waved his hand, and the gray-robed priest who had been waiting nearby stepped forward to take Fonger away. Fonger glanced at Xiao Hei, who was still guarding the teleportation mirror. Her eyes were lowered, so her thoughts couldn't be seen. She asked softly, "Aren't you coming with me?" Xiao Hei turned to meet Fonger's gaze, hesitated for a moment, and finally shook her head. "No, Fonger nodded. "Waiting for him is fine too." She gave him a meaningful look and left. Xiao Hei struggled a little, turning her head away from her. Black-robed priest, "I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything." Chapter 25. Deep within the empty forest. Nayuer warily watched the newcomer, gripping her twin blades protectively in front of her, her eyes revealing distrust. Dozens of large and small wounds marred her body, suggesting she had endured numerous battles. Zhou Yu knew his sudden arrival had startled Nayuer, and he tactfully took a few steps back, indicating he meant no harm. Nayuer, though surprised, remained vigilant. Zhou Yu knew the stalemate couldn't continue, so he spoke first. "I discovered a magic array, but I can't activate it alone. Would you like to come with me to take a look?" Nayuer paused. "Are you inviting me?" Zhou Yu nodded. "You can think of it that way. Perhaps we can go out together." Nayuer thought for a moment, then cautiously said, "You go first, leave a mark, I follow later." Zhou Yu knew this meant she didn't completely trust him, but he also knew Nayuer didn't have to. This was already a good compromise. Zhou Yu nodded and turned to leave. Each time he walked about 100 meters, he left wind blade marks on the surrounding trees. Watching Zhou Yu's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Yuer could no longer hold on. She collapsed, gasping for breath. She steadied herself, replenishing her magic power. Looking at the eerie surroundings, she gritted her teeth and followed the mark. Zhou Yu, guided by his memory, returned to the place he had left behind. He looked at the enormous, motionless mechanical beast before him with a hesitant expression. Fragments of words appeared in his mind. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, taiyin and xiaoyang. Bagua, qiankuan xiaoyin. Stop arguing. Zhou Yu's face was deathly pale. A familiar voice kept echoing in his mind, speaking haltingly, constantly stimulating his nerves. "I'm just trying to help you." The voice gradually became clearer. It was unmistakably a girl's voice. Before Zhou Yu, a somewhat ethereal figure gradually appeared. A delicate, fair face, bright, expressive eyes, and a faint smile played on her lips. Every part of her was like a masterpiece sculpted by the world's finest artist, flawless. If anyone were watching this scene, they would be astonished to find that her face was indistinguishable from Zhou Yu's. The contours, the features, everything about her seemed like a perfect copy, making it hard to believe that two people could be so alike. "Brother, I'm just trying to be kind," the girl said softly, her voice sweet and affectionate, yet without causing any discomfort. The girl seemed to appear out of thin air, her bare, fair ankles exposed, her delicate feet lightly touching the ground. A smile played on her lips, her eyes brimming with alluring charm. She wore the most ordinary white dress, yet she was unforgettable. Brother. Talk to me, I'm always alone, it's so boring. The girl said, wrapping her arms around Zhou Yu's neck, a gentle smile on her face. Zhou. Zhou Yu spoke with some difficulty. Yes, I'm here. Zhou's smile broadened, her eyes filled with joy. Brother, call my name again, and I tell you how to break the formation. Zhou spoke softly, uttering words Zhou Yu couldn't refuse. Zhou. Zhou smiled contentedly. Yes, I'm here. Someone's coming. Zhou Yu's words had barely left his lips when Zhou's figure lunged forward and vanished, as if merging into Zhou Yu's body. Zhou Yu stood there, stunned, the soft ends of the girl's long black hair brushing against his face. The extremely slight touch felt like an illusion. Accompanying this was Yuer's voice. Is this the magic array you mentioned? Zhou Yu quickly composed himself, turning around and nodding. This is a magic array from ancient Danshan. It requires at least 2 people to break it simultaneously. Our destination should be this land after the array is dispelled. Zhou Yu pointed to the deep fog not far ahead. This magic array is composed of complex mechanisms. We both need to activate the mechanism simultaneously in the correct positions, and create signs of life in the 4 cardinal directions to break it. Yuer knew nothing about these things, but she was clever enough to understand immediately. So you activate the mechanisms, and I take the positions and control the magic to create the aura. If that's the case, let's begin. Zhou Yu didn't waste any time, leaping to the front of the fog array, and then slowly walking into it. Watching Zhou Yu's figure gradually disappear, Yuer remained calm. Sure enough, Zhou Yu's voice drifted back. Stone mechanisms can be forcibly destroyed or activated from all 4 directions. In the thick fog, an ordinary person would be completely blind. But as mages, they could channel magic into their eyes to temporarily enhance their vision. At this moment, his eyes gleamed, penetrating all obstacles. His hands deftly manipulated the stone mechanism, and with a soft clicking sound, Zhou Yu suddenly shouted, South, the underground has reached the stone card. North, 3 feet to the left of the underground stone barrier. West, 3 feet in front of the right foot and 3.5 feet to the right. Finally, 100 meters to the sky. And then? Na Yuer's expression was excited. She could already feel the hazy mist Zhou Yu had entered beginning to thin, indicating that Zhou Yu's method was correct. They really could get out. Then do it again in the order I just said. Na Yuer responded immediately, and in no time she was surprised to find that most of the mist had disappeared, and Zhou Yu's figure was now visible. She exclaimed excitedly, and then? Before Na Yuer finished speaking, she heard an unusual cracking sound behind her. She instinctively turned around, but was struck by a powerful palm strike, sending her flying 100 meters or so. Na Yuer had considerable combat experience and reacted quickly. As she retreated rapidly, her feet scraped hard against the ground, leaving a clear mark on the thick grass. Na Yuer's eyes widened. She could even feel the heat emanating from her feet. She spread her arms wide, the fierce wind whipping across them, swirling leaves drawing blood. But no matter how she changed her approach, she could only slow down, barely stopping. Na Yuer bit her lip, somewhat annoyed. Retreating like this would only cause trouble for the child. Na Yuer bit her tongue hard, a faint yellow light emanating from her body. Suddenly, her aura surged, and she plunged her twin blades into the ground before her. Her retreat indeed slowed. Ugh! Na Yuer's retreat abruptly stopped, then she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She glared angrily around. Who is it? Oh dear, how unappealing. Single earth element, level 53. For your age, you're still a bit lacking, although you be decent among ordinary people. But I, Jur, am still a little dissatisfied. Yuer pulled a blade from the ground, holding one horizontally in front of her and the other firmly in her hand, coldly asking, who is it? Just where Yuer had retreated from, a mechanical city suddenly rose. Although not as grand as a real city, its extremely tall form exuded a strong sense of oppression, instantly blocking the already sparse and dappled light. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this mechanical city had a distinct form, a mechanical figure. Yuer's eyes widened. Good heavens, how much material and time would it take to create such a large mechanical figure? Moreover, wasn't the method of making mechanical figures long lost? A wave of horror washed over Yuer, but she forced herself to calm down and carefully observe the situation to offer her side some advantage. Oh dear, Jur, I remember there was another child besides you, right? You broke through Jior's fog array? Looks like you know quite a bit. What a good child. Jior loves children like this the most, he. Na Yuer looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a figure on the shoulder of the mechanical figure. The person who called herself Jior looked to be about the same age as Na Yuer. She had delicate features, A tall and slender figure, and a slightly outward-leaning waist, striking a graceful yet comfortable pose, her red dress fluttering lightly. With a light flick of her left hand, a jade-green flute shone against her long black hair, revealing an indescribable beauty. Nayuer was momentarily stunned, asking in confusion, "Who are you?" Jior chuckled slightly. "Did your teacher ever tell you? When you're fighting, don't get distracted." The words had barely left her lips, when Nayuer felt a chilling wind rush towards her. When she came to her senses, Jior was already before her, the seemingly harmless jade flute pressed against her brow, a powerful sense of urgency immobilizing her. This person. Too strong. Nayuer forced herself back, stopping abruptly after about 10 feet. Using the momentum from her retreat, she skillfully spun around, her twin blades slashing towards Jior. Jior maintained her smile, but her movements were swift and decisive. Gripping the jade flute tightly, she struck Nayuer's shoulder with a backhand blow, forcing Nayuer to retreat step by step, utterly powerless to retaliate. Hee. Jior smiled alluringly, then turned around, thrusting her flute directly into Nayuer's chest, causing Nayuer to stumble and fall. Ah! Nayuer's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she really been defeated so easily? Ugh! She gritted her teeth, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Are you alright? Zhou, who had rushed from the misty formation, leaped behind Nayuer, catching her as she retreated. Their speed of retreat decreased significantly, lessening Nayuer's injury. Nayuer shook her head, trying to speak, but a sharp pain in her internal organs rendered her speechless. Zhou's eyes narrowed. He pressed his left hand on Nayuer's shoulder, while his right hand slowly channeled magic into her. Nayuer's pale face instantly regained some color. Thank you. Zhou shook his head, looking at Jior. Jior's expression was somewhat curious. She muttered to herself, "That's not right." Jior remembers that the mist array she designed needed magical support to prevent it from spreading outwards. There are only the two of you left, how could this happen? Jior's expression suddenly changed, and she laughed, "Haha, it seems there's a little guy Jior doesn't know has sneaked in. Let's see how Jior personally catches you." Although Jior was smiling from beginning to end, it only increased Zhou and Nayuer's unease. As soon as she finished speaking, the two felt a hurricane beside them. Jior had actually flown past them directly, stepping into the mist array behind them, at a speed that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Zhou's expression changed drastically. He only said to Nayuer, "Go and watch that mechanical man, don't let him in," before turning around and rushing towards Jior. The sword in Zhou's hand flew away suddenly, blocking Jior's path in the distance. Jior stopped abruptly, and Zhou could no longer see just a flash of crimson, he could see a living, breathing person. Jior turned around, hands on her hips, and angrily said to Zhou, "What? You deliberately targeted Jior's slowest speed? You're really heartless." Zhou didn't say anything more, simply moving in front of Jior, retrieving his sword, and then cautiously creating some distance. But Zhou's heart still skipped a beat. Even at her slowest speed, he needed to accelerate at full speed, and that was with the enhancement of Feng K. Moreover, Jior was clearly holding back, or rather, she wasn't taking it seriously at all. For her, this was just a trivial game. At this speed, he needed to mobilize all his magic power to barely catch up. It was as if she had seen through him, calculated his strength, and deliberately displayed a slower speed. Only then did Jior see the sword clearly, a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes. "It's actually the Wind Child's sword, Feng K? Jior seems to have found a treasure, haha." Before she finished speaking, Jior reached out her hand, as if wanting to examine the Wind K in Zhou's hand. Zhou's eyes narrowed, and he took a step back, his back sprouting a pair of eerie green wings amidst the rapidly swirling, fierce wind. Unlike those of mammals with feathers, they were as swift and agile as the wind, as dazzling and holy as daylight. Chapter 26. Jior's eyes seemed to sparkle with light. She cupped her face in her hands, and exclaimed to Zhou, "This is something only a few could do. Jior really likes you so much." Jior composed herself and blinked her beautiful eyes, asking, "Are you really not going to let Jior go?" Zhou pursed his lips and whispered, "I'm sorry, I can't." Jior pouted, "That's such a pity." Jior didn't want this either. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped up, though not as high as Zhou, but the flames from her flute enveloped him, circling him repeatedly, rendering him completely immobile. Zhou's pupils dilated sharply. Jior giggled, "Hee, you can have some fun inside. Jior's going now, ha ha." With that, she ran joyfully towards her destination. For a few breaths, the world seemed to pause for a moment. "Sorry, you can't go in." Jior stared wide-eyed at Zhou, who was blocking her way again, and asked in disbelief, how did you break Jior's fireball? Even if fireball was just a low-level fire spell, given the amount of magic she used, it shouldn't have been so easily broken by this child, who was only in his 20s. Zhou seemed to realize something, and couldn't help but smile. That's a secret. Zhou, look how interesting this magic circle is. Although its effect is only to restrain the opponent, the duration is extended based on the level of magic power. And the magic power consumed is less than the speed at which one's own magic power recovers. Ing Tong can learn this. Hey Tong, come and see this. That lively girl, like an elf, always had boundless curiosity and a smile. Jior blinked. Alright then, Jior loves secrets the most. Let's see how Jior makes you tell. With that, she launched seemingly random attacks with her flute, and Zhou, who was being firmly suppressed, could only block her attacks with his wind blade again and again. While attacking, Jior couldn't stop asking Zhou, little friend, who taught you your swordsmanship? Jior said in a particularly disdainful tone, it's really terrible. Oh dear, can't I even say that, little friend? Hey, talk to Jior. Jior is so bored. Jior even had time to wink at Zhou. Zhou replied in a low voice, has anyone ever told you not to get distracted when you're fighting? Jior froze, and the next second, Zhou thrust his sword towards her brow. Wind style. Wind rises. Zhou gripped his long sword and thrust it at Jior, but in the next instant, he noticed that Jior's figure twisted slightly before gradually dissipating. Oh dear, you're so cruel. Jior reappeared behind Zhou, almost pressed against him, her right hand teasingly lifting his chin, her left hand holding the flute across his neck, leaving a red mark with a slight pressure. Alright, if you admit defeat now, Jior can give you a little reward. How about a sweet kiss from Jior? Jior laughed coquettishly, uttering various teasing words. Zhou sighed softly, somewhat helplessly. I'm really sorry. The next second, he whirled around, eliciting a scream from Jior. Are you crazy? That hurts. Jior stared wide-eyed at Zhou's bleeding neck, her tone displeased. He flapped his wings, sliding backward a short distance, and replied to Jior, word by word, impossible. Jior's eyes widened, and in the next instant, her entire aura became unusually calm. You're very good, very smart, just too young. Then, she resumed her usual carefree manner, otherwise, I might even pursue you. As she said this, she winked at Zhou, but in the next instant, her hand holding the flute lashed out mercilessly again. Zhou shook his head helplessly. This was definitely more like it. Jior's ears twitched slightly. That little girl is about to break my trap array with your help, so shouldn't I deal with you as soon as possible? And she raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the mist behind Zhou, the little one who sneaked in. Zhou didn't say anything more, only holding his breath, preparing for the next attack. Wind style. Fall. This move wasn't like the rise of wind, it was merely a defensive auxiliary move, its main purpose being to entangle Jior. Huh? Jior looked at the unfriendly wind slowly rising around her, with some surprise, her astonishment growing even more. Such a young child could use external magical attributes so skillfully, truly a promising talent. Haha, I decided, it's you. So the game should end now. Jior's usual carefree demeanor vanished as she gently placed the flute to her lips, and began to play softly. You can listen with peace of mind, okay? That's it. Let's end it. As she finished speaking, Jior's voice slowed, her gentle tone carrying a seductive quality that drew listeners in. Zhou was momentarily stunned, then his eyes glazed over, as if sinking into oblivion. Jior looked at her creation with satisfaction. Alright, time to go see my little darling. The little darling, of course, referred to the mechanical puppet. Brother, I'm here. The ritual, once begun, could not be stopped. A dark figure silently appeared, speaking softly, as if unlocking all taboos. Where felt her brain couldn't keep up with the mechanical puppet's speed, she was almost at the end, but was stuck. Was she going to disappoint that child's heart? Alright, it's over. That figure, shining like the sun, appeared before Yue in a flash, gently pushing her brow with his palm. Yue was forced backward, unable to resist. Yue gritted her teeth. I won't give up like this. This was that child's hard work, the result of his efforts. How could she let it all go to waste? As if making up her mind, Yue twirled the blades in her hands, the sharp blade slicing across her wrists. Instantly, blood gushed out, seeping into the ground, staining the thick, yellowish earth a vibrant crimson. The ground beneath Yue's feet suddenly sank, and layer upon layer of yellow earth covered her, threatening to bury her alive. In the instant Yue collapsed, lost in thought, She felt a gentle breeze brush past her, enveloping her in concentric circles. Thank you. This has been enough time. With a sudden boom, a small magic circle appeared before Zhou Yu. Next to appear was the ethereal, beautiful girl who called Zhou Yu brother. Zhou. She stood gracefully at the very center of the magic circle, holding Zhou Yu's sword, the wind sword, which Jior called the son of wind. She smiled sweetly. Brother, we won. Before she finished speaking, she inserted the wind sword into the magic circle's core and pointed her right hand to the sky. At the same time, Zhou Yu saw the giant mechanical figure behind Jior explode from its very core, and saw Jior's incredulous expression. Jior only paused for a second before snapping back to reality. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good. Good. Truly excellent. Worthy of being the one I chosen. A smile played on her lips as she swept her right hand beside her. Space forest, reverse, illusion ends. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yu noticed the mist around him had thinned considerably. Jior turned her head. Come on, follow me. With that, she stepped into the teleportation array before her. Zhou blinked, then turned and threw herself into Zhou Yu's arms, rubbing against his chest. Brother, am I super amazing? She looked up at him, her expectant expression like that of a child hoping for praise. Zhou Yu smiled gently, stroking the girl's long hair. He said sincerely, yes, you are amazing. He then gently hugged Zhou in return. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhou's pale face. Her body gradually became transparent and then disappeared, merging into Zhou Yu's body. Brother, I might need to rest for a while. Zhou's voice faded into the distance until it disappeared completely, as if she had never been in this world, leaving not a trace. Zhou Yu remained embracing Zhou, unable to recover for a long time. This was the first time he had physical contact with this sister he had known for so many years. This feeling. He was silent for a moment, then turned and picked up the unconscious Yuer from the ground, before stepping into the magic circle left by Jior. The entire forest was filled only with the faint chirping of insects and birds. If it weren't for the countless remains of mechanical figures and the shattered earth, probably no one would imagine that such a fierce battle had taken place here. Everything seemed to have returned to nothingness. The moment Zhou Yu stepped out of the magic circle, he collapsed as if he had lost all support, along with Yuer, but fortunately, a black-clad priest caught them in time. Jior, who hadn't left yet, glanced at Na Yuer, who had recovered. Seeing her gloomy face, Jior smiled and said, You should already know my answer? Na Yuer nodded silently. She knew that apart from cultivation, that child was better than her in everything. She was still far inferior. Jior nodded and said, Actually, you're quite good in every way, but I prefer Zhou Yu. Who was this person? The discerning Na Yuer had already figured it out. As the final examiner, he could defeat them effortlessly, and create such a powerful mechanical puppet. All the information pointed to one possibility, one of the red-robed priests of the Demon Priest Tower, and I Qingjiu, the strongest in the Demon Priest Tower. Who could refute her words? Jior paused. Don't be discouraged. Perhaps there's a place more suitable for you. Na Yuer instantly raised her head, waiting for her words. Huilin Academy. Na Yuer paused for a moment, but quickly understood. At her age, it was impossible for her to study there. There was only one path left. She instantly grasped this, bowed deeply to Jior, and then turned to leave. Watching Na Yuer's departing figure, Jior turned and left without looking back, saying to the black-robed priest behind her, Let him recover well. His spiritual energy is severely depleted. Treat him with the highest hospitality from the demonic priest tower. The black-robed priest bowed slightly in the direction Jior had left, his tone solemn and respectful. Yes, sir. Chapter 27. The Library of the Demonic Sacrifice Tower. To think it could destroy the mechanical doll it made? Unbelievable. And to be able to control wind, earth, and space magic simultaneously, using wind as the main axis, earth as the fuse, and space as the main attacker to destroy my doll, it shows a deep understanding of magic. Moreover, 3 types of magic, and to have such skill, this isn't an ordinary 3-elemental mage, unless. In the dimly lit, enclosed library, a petite girl sat on the floor, surrounded by various books, each bearing strange symbols incomprehensible to others. She seemed to suddenly remember something, leaping to the top shelf of a bookcase, rummaging for a while before finally pulling out a book. It was an extremely ancient-looking book, its thick cover covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly untouched for a long time. She slowed her movements, brushed away the dust, and gently opened it. The yellowed pages looked old, as if too much force could easily destroy them. She traced the strong strokes of the pen with her fingertips, softly reading aloud, Devourer, One body, two souls. Endowed with twin magical attributes. Possesses special methods to acquire the magical attributes of others. Has extremely high magical talent. She stopped after reading a short passage, biting her lip. It really was a devourer. Devourers were forbidden on this continent, not allowed to exist. She pondered for a moment, then reached out and waved her hand in front of her. A mirror brimming with energy appeared before her, reflecting a figure. The man, who had been lost in thought with a calm expression, instantly broke into a barely perceptible smile upon seeing the mirror image. Jior, what's wrong? Jior whispered, Lu-yi, listen to me. A devourer appeared in this selection. I plan to take him in. Lu-yi paused for a moment. Have you thought it through? Jior nodded. And I want to teach him myself. Lu-yi seemed somewhat surprised. You? Jior winked at Lu-yi and smiled. Yes, you might soon have a junior brother. Lu-yi paused, a little worried about his junior brother. Jior's personality. And in the temporarily unused book, on the open page, in the lower right corner, was a small signature. Yeah. A few days later. Zhou Yu slightly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but surprisingly found his lips weren't dry. He moved his body, and found himself feeling quite refreshed. Looking at the boy beside him, his guess was now clear. You're awake? The boy, who had been lying beside the bed, immediately stood up at Zhou Yu's movement. After carefully checking that Zhou Yu was alright, he said with relief, You haven't eaten for so many days. I go get you something to eat. Zhou Yu then reacted, grabbing the boy who was turning away. Seeing the boy's questioning expression, he said earnestly, Thank you, Xiaohei. Xiaohei paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and scoffed softly, Serves you right for being so stubborn. Now you know how good I am, right? Zhou Yu nodded. You're very good. Xiaohei was stunned for even longer, then abruptly turned and left the room without a word. Unfortunately, Zhou Yu didn't see it. Xiaohei's fair face suddenly flushed red. Zhou Yu? Zhou Yu? Question mark. Watching Xiaohei's figure gradually disappear, Zhou Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, got out of bed, and went to the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror on the wall, she tentatively called out. Zhou? Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Zhou Yu felt a little confused. Yes, didn't Zhou say she would be resting for a long time this time? Zhou Yu shook her somewhat muddled mind, quickly washed up, and left. Shortly after Zhou Yu left, the already dim space seemed to darken further, and a slender figure gradually emerged in the darkness. She stood quietly where Zhou Yu had stood, looking at her face in the mirror, so strikingly similar to Zhou Yu's. She whispered, Brother. I'm sorry. I lied to you again. Zhou suddenly fell silent, curling up in a small corner of the space. She stretched out her right hand, her expression utterly calm. Wind, earth, space, thunder, fire. And you. Zhou clenched her fist, then slowly opened it again. In her palm, a tender green sprout appeared. Zhou looked at the sprout in her palm, her thoughts gradually drawn back to half a month ago. Half a month ago. Zhenrong Empire, within its borders, Noko City. On a not-so-bustling street, two figures moved about. Walking in front was a tall man. From behind, his broad shoulders gave a great sense of security. Even in simple white robes, he possessed an ethereal, almost otherworldly quality, making one involuntarily imagine his face. Looking at him from the front, the man had slightly long black hair, and a faint smile made his already handsome face appear even more gentle and approachable. It was the Dragon King. The girl behind him seemed to have a curious eye for everything new, looking around at the novelties here and the delicious snacks there. Her innocent and lively demeanor drew everyone's affection. Yue Wei, tired from walking, looked around at her surroundings and asked the Dragon King, Dragon King, Dragon King, where are we going? The Dragon King turned and smiled gently at Yue Wei, the underground dueling arena. Yue Wei was taken aback. What are we going there for? Although she had never been there, she could guess what kind of place it was from the name. The Dragon King slowed his pace, to show you what I call real combat. And, to help you find your location. Yue Wei blinked. Ah, is that the location you mentioned in the team the other day? The Dragon King nodded and stopped. Yue Wei's curiosity was immediately piqued. How do I find this? The Dragon King didn't answer immediately, and Yue Wei, as if she had guessed something, stood quietly to the side waiting. The Dragon King stopped at the small shop in front of him, tapped 3 times on different parts of the shop's surface, then patted it twice. After a pause of about 2 or 3 seconds, the door slowly opened, and a person wearing a silver-gray mask and a black robe emerged. Please show me. The Dragon King retrieved something from a distance, and Yue only saw a golden token appear in his hand. The person merely glanced at it before replying, identity confirmed, Shallow Sea Dragon King. Token validity period, permanent. Permission, allows 3 people. He then took a step back, leaving only a narrow passage, barely wide enough for 1 person to pass through. Please come in. The Dragon King waved his hand, and the token disappeared again. The Dragon King turned to look at Yue, who was clearly out of it, and took the girl's hand. Come with me. Then he pulled Yue through the door. The moment they both stepped into the passage, the door closed by itself. Everything returned to its original state, ordinary and unremarkable. Shallow sea, what does that mean? Is there a deep sea? Validity period. Why is it permanent? Permission, 3 people. Yue followed behind the Dragon King, muttering to herself, her big eyes blinking as she looked at him. The Dragon King slowed his pace somewhat helplessly. You shouldn't get lost. Looking at Yue's curious eyes, the Dragon King said, the entire ocean is divided into shallow sea and deep sea. The shallow sea is the area governed by successive Dragon Kings, which are the 4 sea areas we have now. The deep sea is an unexplored area, protected by an impenetrable barrier. This is the Hidden Spirit Pavilion, which has existed for nearly 3,000 years. The current head of the pavilion is surnamed Wu. The Hidden Spirit Pavilion is primarily responsible for various intelligence gatherings, making it arguably the most extensive intelligence network on the Western continent. It's said that here, there's no information you can't get, only a price you can't pay. And this price has various interpretations, as the Hidden Spirit Pavilion's requirements for each person and each matter are different. The token's expiration date. This token was a gift sent to the Shallow Sea by the Hidden Spirit Pavilion during its founding. At the time, my father didn't value such things, but now the Hidden Spirit Pavilion has expanded to the entire continent. Yue asked curiously, what kind of information did we come here for today? The Dragon King shook his head. Besides information, Hidden Zero Pavilion has other places, one of which is the dueling arena. Yue's large eyes lit up with curiosity and excitement again. Are we going to watch others fight? The Dragon King nodded. This is different from the arenas attached to auction houses on the mainland. You can choose to fight one-on-one or in multiples. Hidden Zero Pavilion also sets up betting odds for each battle, generating high profits. Therefore, Hidden Zero Pavilion offers substantial prizes for each battle, leading many to risk their lives for it. Yue frowned slightly. To do something that harms your body for material things. She couldn't say anything too harsh, but she felt a vague unease. The Dragon King gently patted Yue's head, a faint smile playing on his lips. A doctor's heart is benevolent. It seems Lan Chung has taught you very well. Yue became more talkative when the topic turned to her interests. Of course. My teacher is excellent. Although he can't always teach me personally, he writes books and compiles them for me to study. He knows so much. He experiments with many unknown wildflowers and weeds from our area and puts them to good use. And he and Yue Yin are deeply in love. He treats Yue Yin exceptionally well, like a model couple in my eyes, just like my parents. I envy such a relationship. My teacher and them. Yue spoke eloquently, seemingly tireless. The Dragon King watched her with a smile, offering timely responses. The two walked and talked, soon arriving at a spacious private room. Chapter 28. After talking to herself for a while, Yue pursed her slightly dry lips and looked around at her surroundings. We're here already? The Dragon King nodded and handed Yue the tea that had been prepared on the table. You've been talking for so long, have something to drink first. Yue smiled a little shyly, took the tea set, and said thank you. Yue moistened her lips with the tea, but was attracted by its sweetness, and couldn't help but take a few more sips before drinking the whole cup. This taste has the sweetness of rainbow flowers, and the bitterness of numbing spiciness. Both of these are excellent medicinal herbs for nourishing the body and replenishing qi, and their prices are quite high. This is called Hungu Bo. The Dragon King glanced at the tea set on the table and added, it's very helpful for children like you who are still growing and building their foundation. Yue, displeased by this, made a face at the Dragon King, who's a child. The Dragon King chuckled, all right, you're not a child. Amidst their playful banter, a cold, mechanical voice announced, in 3 minutes, it's the match between number 3765 and number 16. Betting is now open. Number 16, 10-1. Number 3765, 1-10. Hearing this, Yue's curiosity was piqued again, and she looked around. Yue noticed that the room was about 10 square meters, furnished like a typical living room, with several soft chairs and a large dining table laden with delicate pastries and tea. The most striking feature of the room was the large floor-to-ceiling window. Yue ran to the window and, looking at the scene below, exclaimed, "Wow! Is this the underground dueling arena the Dragon King spoke of?" The view through the window was unobstructed. In the center was a square arena, which Yue casually estimated to be at least 100 square meters. The seats arranged a few dozen meters away from the arena, not too crowded, were presumably the spectator seating. This is just the betting area, so it's relatively small. The Hidden Zero Pavilion's underground arena has 2 sections, plus the life or death zone. As the name suggests, the betting area is a no-holds-barred game, where spectators can place bets. There are more betting tables in the betting area, a total of 18. The life or death zone matches are held every night at Highshire, 9 to 11 p.m. Highshire. So late. The Dragon King looked at Yue and said with a smile, "What, do you want to watch? If you do, I can book it for you." No. Upon hearing this, Yue shook her head vigorously, refusing repeatedly, her charming appearance almost comical. Just as the two were talking, the betting below began, drawing their attention. The 2 men on the ring were both male. Number 16 appeared to be in his 40s, with a square face, large, wide eyes, and an expressionless expression. His bronze skin seemed to glow in the dimly lit ring, giving him an imposing presence. His opponent appeared younger, around 30 years old, with slightly long hair. His face was much gentler than his opponent's, giving him a milder air. However, his occasional pursing of his lips, and the furtive glances around betrayed his nervousness. After hearing the cold, mechanical voice count to 3, 2, 1, Yue heard them both perform the same action, raising their right hands, and a captivating halo slowly appeared above their bodies. Yue watched intently. Above number 16's head appeared a purple circle containing 5 lightning bolt-like symbols arranged in a neat row. Above the young man opposite him was a pale blue water circle containing 4 water droplets. Yue's heart stirred slightly. There's an unwritten rule in the gaming area. You must release your magical impression before the match to demonstrate your strength and show respect to your opponent. Look, that's it. Number 16's magical impression indicates he's a level 50 lightning mage, and the other is a level 40 water mage. The Dragon King paused. Did Qiongqi teach you how to release your magical impression? She mentioned it briefly, then moved on. I practiced it 2 or 3 times, is that right? Yue reached out, and in a split second, under her deliberate control, a small, light green circle appeared at her fingertip, containing 2 slowly rotating leaf symbols. Yue stared intently at her fingertips, the magical image on them growing larger and smaller, thoroughly enjoying herself. The Dragon King nodded. To master it in just 2 or 3 tries is quite talented. Yue was flattered. This was the first time the Dragon King had praised her talent. The Dragon King glanced at Yue and gently tapped her head. What are you grinning about? Watch carefully. Although our goal is the next 6-person team battle in the gambling zone, you can still learn some basic techniques between mages. Yue nodded in agreement and turned to watch the game with complete focus. In terms of combat skills and techniques, Yue could only learn so much, as both players below were pure strength-based combat mages. Number 16 was an offensive mage, while the other was more gentle, leaning towards agile or fast attacks, liking Tong and Zhouyu. Yue currently sees herself as a half-baked support character. However, for a mage like herself, the chances of survival on the battlefield alone are undoubtedly extremely low, which is why the Dragon King needs to learn some self-defense techniques. For example, this near melee match. Hey, that number 16 is too ferocious. Charging in with that giant iron hammer and doing whatever he wants is terrifying. Both are lightning attribute, but the Dragon King's Burning Lightning 9 is so much more visually appealing. The difference is just too huge. Yue, a girl who watched the entire match with exaggerated facial expressions. Assessment complete. However, although she seemed reckless, upon closer inspection, number 16 used 4 magic skills in the match, 3 of which were used on herself. Yue didn't know the effects of the skills, but she knew they were all support skills, and the combined support effect would definitely be considerable. Just like support skills in a game, adding a certain percentage to attack, speed, defense, etc. And Jean, the most skilled gamer, said this. A support mage is extremely important in a team, and their boost to the entire team is not to be underestimated. The outcome was quickly decided. The difference in magic power levels, coupled with no underestimation of their opponent, allowed the gamblers, who bet on number 16, to make a small profit. Half an hour later, it's a 3-on-3 team match. Team 6 versus Team 10. You can place your bets now. Team 6 is 1 to 2, and Team 10 is 1.2 to 1. The Dragon King suddenly asked, "What do you think a large group needs?" "Healers, tanks, and DPS," Yue answered immediately. The Dragon King frowned. "Aw, no. Yue quickly shook her head. "At least we need control, attack, and support types." The Dragon King softened his tone, gently tapping Yue's forehead. "That's right. Control types are responsible for pre-planning and on-field operations. Attack types have different focuses depending on their abilities. Support types are roughly divided into attribute amplification and healing. I heard from Cheongchi that he hasn't given you much instruction in magic skills yet. You still have many options for your future paths." As they spoke, the two teams slowly entered the arena. Still in the game area, the two teams bowed slowly, then retreated, arranging simple formations during the countdown. Yue used this time to observe that the 10th team on the left was a combination of 2 women and 1 man. The 2 women looked to be in their early 20s, probably blood relatives. They looked very similar. Even their expressionless faces seemed to be cut from the same mold. From a distance, they were indistinguishable. The 2 women stood at the front of the triangular formation, presumably the main attackers, while the man was likely a support. On the right, number 6 was a formation of 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men stood in front, and the younger woman stood at the back. Yue suddenly thought of something. "By the way, Dragon King, I remember you said that getting information from the Hidden Zero Pavilion would come at a price. The Hidden Zero Pavilion's influence is spread throughout the entire continent. If they were just bringing me to watch a few matches, there would be no need to travel all the way from the Qingwei Empire's port to the continent's strongest nation, the Zhongrong Empire. But this Noko city doesn't have a large population, and the Hidden Zero Pavilion's operations here are very discreet. They shouldn't be easy to find. Also, I remember when we came in, Dragon King you made some knocking motions. Was it unique? Only that would make the people of Hidden Zero Pavilion open the door? The 6 people in this group battle don't look very old, but their magic power is considerable. I saw their magical impressions. The 3 of them, number 6, are all level 50 mages. The 2 older sisters, number 10, are level 50 mages, and the older brother has level 60 magic power, stronger than the 2 mages in the previous individual match. Moreover, the 2 older sisters seem to have excellent teamwork, and with a support character whose abilities are no less than theirs, their strength is practically overwhelming. They seem strong to me, but in a place like Hidden Zero Pavilion, they're probably nothing special. However, the teamwork of team number 10 exceeded my expectations. If they were just a team temporarily arranged by the Hidden Zero Pavilion, they couldn't possibly have this kind of synergy. They must have known each other for a long time. Not only that, they are very familiar with each other. Even with overwhelming strength, they didn't let their guard down. It wasn't like a game of chance, but more like practice. Practicing magic skills, practicing teamwork, practicing synergy. Dragon King, you said this is a gambling arena, with stakes or prizes. If it's just a gambling arena, the rewards would hardly satisfy the participants. Let's think about it another way. What if they came to the Hidden Zero Pavilion not for items, but to train themselves? At this point, Yue suddenly fell silent, as if she had thought of something. The Dragon King smiled, lightly tapping Yue's forehead with his fingertip. "You're very clever." "Huh?" Yue blushed shyly. "The Hidden Zero Pavilion has existed on this continent for thousands of years, its power growing ever stronger, even extending its reach into the heart of various empires. Yet, no one wants to destroy it. Do you know why?" Yue seemed to think of something but didn't speak. The Dragon King continued, "Firstly, because the Hidden Zero Pavilion operated almost entirely in the shadows for the first 2,000 years. By the time people truly recognized it, it was already deeply entrenched. That's one reason. Secondly, after the Hidden Zero Pavilion appeared in the world sites, its second leader led its elite forces to the capitals of various empires on the Western continent for a memorable conference, known as the Hidden Zero Conference. This was both a gesture of goodwill and a demonstration of power. Thirdly, after that, the Hidden Zero Pavilion established an unwritten agreement with the royal families and powerful clans of the various empires. Each clan could select 3 members every 10 years to receive instruction from the Hidden Zero Pavilion, and each power would repay in unique ways. For example, the Shao family's sword, forged only once every 20 years, the Yu family's secret realm, opened only after 50 years, and the Shui family's millennia-old ice pool. Yue blinked, thinking to herself, it really is training. I wasn't wrong. Wait, the Yu family? That Yu Qifeng we met last time. The Dragon King nodded. Yes, she's the current head of the Yu family. Yue said oh, and went back to watching the match, seemingly lost in thought. The Dragon King paused. You can watch the match and think about so much at the same time. You seem to be quite good at distraction. Huh? Yue blinked, a bad feeling creeping over her. Her family always told her to concentrate. But the Dragon King couldn't help but chuckle at Yue's alarmed expression. I want to praise you. Didn't I say I help you find your niche? But no matter what niche you choose, I have a secret method to teach you. Yue's eyes widened. Something new. She loved it. Chapter 29. The Dragon King said, this secret technique is extremely rare. To be precise, almost no one can master it to its fullest extent. Its name is 11 Melodies and Exquisite Heart, a secret method of cultivating the mind. 1 step, music. 2, continuous singing. 3, shifting voice. This is the foundation of 11 Melodies and Exquisite Heart. Then comes quartet. 5, resounding listening. 6, breaking the sky. 7, soul playing. 8, group harmony. 9, ensemble. 10, owl sound. 11, decisive strike. These are the 11 layers of the 11 Melodies and Exquisite Hearts cultivation method, divided into 4 levels, but the final level is rarely touched. As for the final 11 decisive strike, only its creator can use it proficiently. Yue suddenly interjected. 3,000 years ago, with the power of one person, she simultaneously controlled 11 musical instruments, playing a burial song that remains unmatched to this day. Am I right? The Dragon King nodded. You heard about it? Yue said. I heard a little. And Jean likes to go to Cheongchi to read books, and then she tells us stories when she comes back. I thought this story was very interesting, so I asked her about it. The Dragon King continued. Do you know who the protagonist of this story is? It's, and Jean doesn't seem to have mentioned this to us. It's the ruler of Danshan, the creator of Yinling Pavilion 3,000 years ago, and also the teacher of the current pavilion master, Li. That name. A thought flashed through Yue's mind, but she couldn't quite grasp it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Is she still alive? Why did you suddenly think of asking this? Yue blinked and said coquettishly, just asking. She should be alright. I don't have much contact with her. I only know some people around her. Yue's eyes seemed to light up. What does she look like? Isn't she amazing? Someone who has lived for 3,000 years. How does she compare to you, Dragon King? The Dragon King couldn't help but chuckle. You're very interested in her? 11 musical instruments. 11. That's incredible. Yue's eyes seemed to gleam, her tone full of envy and admiration. Dragon King, do you know which 11 they are? The Dragon King countered. Didn't Jean tell you? And Jean didn't tell you everything. She said the book didn't have a complete list. Yue counted on her fingers. Shi Yuqin, Chu Gu Zhong, Feng Yu Wu Luo Ho, Fu Yen Baian Qin. Yue retracted 4 fingers, looking at the Dragon King without speaking, her eyes sparkling like stars, just staring at him. The Dragon King continued. Back then, Li was famous for 11 musical instruments, including her signature weapon, the water attribute Shi Yuqin, ranked 8th. Then came the light and dark twins, Chu Gu Zhong and Fu Yen Baian Qin, ranked 12th and 38th respectively. The twin wind attribute Jiu Qi Yin Xiao and Ji Yin Xiao ranked 14th and 22nd respectively. The twin thunder attribute Dong Qing Di and Su Qing Di ranked 24th and 43rd respectively. The 5 elements and their derivative attributes. The earth attribute Feng Yu Wu Luo Ho ranked 34th. The fire attribute Lai Ling 42nd. The ice attribute Ci Pipa 46th. And the wood attribute Xiao Shenggu 83rd. Yue exclaimed, so many. The Shi Yuqin ranked 8th? That's amazing. Then, Dragon King, where does your signature weapon, Ran Lei Lijiao, rank? Ran Lei Lijiao, ranked 6th on the weapon ranking. Yue's eyes widened. Only 6th? How powerful were the top 5? The Dragon King smiled. The top 10 weapons on the weapon ranking each have their strengths, without any inherent superiority or inferiority. They are simply ranked according to the time they were included in the ranking. But I remember my Dragon Maiden sister telling me that the Burning Thunder Blaze 9 is a renowned weapon passed down through generations of your dragon clan. It must have appeared a very long time ago. How can it only be ranked 6th? The Dragon King said seriously, Yue, you must understand that all weapons in the world possess a spirit. They have their own requirements for their wielders. Before recognizing a master, they may seem unremarkable. In the history of the Dragon Clan, the Burning Thunder Blaze 9 has had 3 masters. The first was an ancient dragon god, and the second, in terms of seniority, is my cousin. It was from the time This cousin began using it, that the Burning Thunder Blaze 9 was truly included in the weapon ranking, ranking 6th. Ah, then the last one is you, Dragon King. The obvious answer was delivered with an unusual undertone by Yue Wei. The Dragon King nodded and continued, as for the 8th weapon, the Dawn Moon Harp, it was successfully created even before I was born, but it only became truly known and understood by people through the burial song. Thus, the weapon ranking suddenly gained 11 more musical instruments. What about the other weapons in the top 10? Looking at Yue Wei's eager eyes, the Dragon King smiled slightly and said, the 10th ranked Moya Fan, the 9th ranked Wuxia Scythe, the 7th ranked Floating Life Lock, the 5th ranked Dark Spear, the 3rd ranked Suppressing Staff, and the 2nd ranked Heavenly Light Cloud Shadow Staff were all crafted by a predecessor. Yue Wei's eyes widened in surprise. So powerful. The 4th ranked Wuxian Sword is said to be formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for the 1st ranked Yuri Halberd, the public doesn't know its origin. I only know that it was obtained by Di Fuyan during his training. What about Tongtong's Flame Demon Scythe, Agent Yuan by Moondrawing Bow, Xiaoyu's Windslaying Blade, and my Lianren Blade? The Dragon King chuckled at Yue Wei's questions. Do you think I'm part of the weapon ranking and know everything? Yue Wei tilted her head, asking doubtfully, huh? Aren't these things everyone knows? Of course not. The weapon ranking contains thousands of weapons. The most complete ranking is kept by the Demon Priest Tower, and each empire only possesses the top 100. The weapon ranking is shared by the Red-Robe Priests of the Demon Priest Tower, and the rulers of each empire every 5. We make revisions every 10 years, and the top 100 generally remain unchanged, with most additions. The Dragon King continued, as for your question, Yuan Bai's Moondrawing Bow and my sister's Phoenix Black Qiyang Bow were once tied for 18th place, but were later removed from the weapon rankings, because not all high-level light and dark mages could wield it, and might even suffer a backlash. As for Windchild Feng, he's ranked 40th. Yue Wei's tone was somewhat dejected. Tong Tong isn't with me. Mentioning Zhu Tong and the others immediately made Yue Wei's mood somber. Dragon King, how much longer will it take before we can go find Tong Tong and the others? The Dragon King suddenly smiled gently. Now Yue Wei, tell me, how many things could you focus on just now? Team battle observation, understanding of 11 melodies, and Linglong Heart, interest in the Hidden Zero Pavilion Master, the weapon rankings, and Zhu Tong and the others. Yue Wei, huh? Yue Wei was a little confused. Yue Wei pouted and blinked, hoping the Dragon King would take back this difficult question. But the Dragon King just looked at her quietly, his smile as usual. Looking at Yue Wei's cute little face, the Dragon King couldn't help but smile. Alright, I won't make it difficult for you. Just as Yue Wei was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the Dragon King said again, just tell me about your observations of those 3-on-3 matches. Yue Wei, ugh. Yue Wei gathered her thoughts, glared at the Dragon King who was still smiling, and then slowly said, the 2 older sisters on the left, number 10, both have ice magic. Their weapons are the same, both long swords, belonging to the melee attack type, except one is left-handed and the other is right-handed. They cooperated very well. I guess they must be twins. The older brother standing behind me has the same wood element as me, but we take different paths. He leans more towards control and support. He's like the brain of the team. He stands there, yet exudes an aura of authority, effortlessly dominating the entire match. From the start, the 2 older sisters used their powerful ice element to drastically lower the temperature of the entire arena, suppressing the opposing fire element, particularly the 2 men who were the main attackers. Ice is a derivative of water. This level of elemental suppression shouldn't just be a matter of elemental strength and weakness. I remember when we awakened, you, Dragon King, said, ultimate single element wood, ultimate single element light. I think even within the same element, there are differences. For example, those 2 sisters have ultimate ice element, so can they suppress non-ultimate ice element? And can they also suppress ordinary fire element even more effectively? They're evenly matched against ultimate fire element. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King couldn't help but glance at Yue Wei a few more times, his eyes filled with approval, but he said nothing more. Yue Wei, seemingly unaware of anything, continued, suppressing his elemental attributes is only the first step. Next is that wood elemental man. He seems very familiar with his magic. There aren't many wood elemental elements in the arena, but I remember there was a small forest outside where we came in. It's as if they heard his call and came to his side, to be close to him, to help him. Yue Wei couldn't help but raise her hand to sense the wood elemental aura, a hint of pleasure unconsciously appearing on her face. This kind of suppression by wood. I really like the feeling of being surrounded. It's like being with my parents, and Tong Tong and the others. Yue paused, a little embarrassed, and touched her cheek. Am I being too self-centered, taking it all as my own understanding? Actually, I can't really explain it. The Dragon King suppressed his surprise, paused, and then said, your feeling is correct. He suddenly stood up, looked at the arena from before, and continued, that boy's name is Shui Hanjia. He's 22 years old, but his magic power is as high as level 60. His cultivation. It's all thanks to him. He's lived in the forest since childhood, and he doesn't need those expensive medicines to strengthen his foundation, so every step he takes is more solid. The Dragon King nodded. Those two girls are indeed twin sisters, and Shui Hanjia is their eldest brother in the clan. You're right, he's the one in control. And he's hailed as the Shui family's genius of the past century. Although he doesn't possess the ice magic inherited from the direct lineage of the Shui family, he's considered the number one in the Shui family this generation. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the next head of the Shui family in 20 years at most. Although he's an exception. Yue blinked. An exception? Chapter 30. The Dragon King lowered his eyes, watching the departing group, and said calmly, because the Shui family has always had women inherit the position of family head, this is probably the only male family head. Yue was a little curious. How do you know so much about all this? The Dragon King held out the token in his hand. It shows up here. Yue took it and looked at it, then was somewhat surprised. She hadn't noticed anything until she touched it. This was practically a super powerful Baidu. It has everything. Shui Hanjia, male. Born in 2883 of the continental calendar, 22 years old. Magic attribute, wood. Magic level, around 60. Favorite weapon, none. Note, on the surface, he is one of the Shui family's prospective family heads, and is almost universally considered the designated family head. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the Shui family's only male family head to date. Shui Hanqing, female. Born in 2886 of the continental calendar, 19 years old, eldest. Preferred weapon, law sword, left hand. Magic attribute, extreme ice. Magic level, around 55. Note, sister of Shui Hanjia, closely related to Shui Hanjia. Shui Hanwe, female. Born in 2886 of the continental calendar, 19 years old, youngest. Preferred weapon, law sword, right hand. Magic attribute, extreme ice. Magic level, around 55. Note, sister of Shui Hanjia, closely related to Shui Hanjia. Yue exclaimed in surprise. The Hidden Spirit Pavilion knows so much. Does the Shui family know? The Dragon King gave a meaningful smile. Perhaps? The Dragon King paused for a moment before speaking. All right, let's go. We have other matters to attend to. He turned and left the room as soon as he finished speaking. Yue glanced at the people on the arena one last time before skipping and hopping after the Dragon King, leaving the area. Little did she know the immense challenge the Dragon King's words implied. March 2905 of the continental calendar, North Sea. Yue, looking at the woman before her, couldn't help but recall her first encounter with the Dragon King. A face as dazzling as a god's, eyes gleaming with golden light, unforgettable even from afar. Yue murmured in admiration, how come all of you dragons are so handsome? The beautiful woman laughed heartily. I love sweet-talking children, especially such a pretty girl. She wasn't exaggerating. In all her millennia of experience, this young girl's appearance was exceptionally pleasing to her eye. Though not yet at her peak of beauty, her budding charm was already captivating. The Dragon King looked at the sea behind them, and said to Yue, this is Dong Ming, the ruler of the North Sea. Turning to Dong Ming, he introduced, this is my friend Yue. Yue, I had some other matters to attend to lately. I asked Dong Ming to mentor you, hoping you gained something from it. The Dragon King smiled slightly, awaiting Yue's reply. Yue nodded firmly, her eyes brimming with confidence, yes. Dong Ming, watching the Dragon King, thought to himself, a friend? How long has it been since the prodigy he was? This girl. As if lost in thought, Dong Ming suddenly smiled meaningfully. The Dragon King turned and disappeared from Yue's sight. Yue quietly gazed in the direction he had left, lost in thought. Dong Ming slowly walked behind Yue, placing one hand on her shoulder and pointing to the spot where the Dragon King had vanished, asking, this is spatial attribute. Have you seen it before, besides the Dragon King? Yue paused for a moment, then nodded. Qiongqi, that's the spatial attribute, right? Dong Ming suddenly raised an eyebrow. That's really lucky. The spatial attribute isn't very common. Yue kept looking at the sea and asked softly, isn't the Dragon King's magic attribute lightning? How come he also is spatial? Dongming smiled. Because he's very powerful. Seeing Yue Wei's puzzled look, Dongming continued, the Dragon King and the others should have told you that most humans on this continent only have one primary magic attribute. But not everyone's magical elements are pure. If there are impurities or conflicting magical attributes within them, they need to be removed through certain methods before they can continue cultivating. Otherwise, even their lives would be in danger. That's why mages are so precious. Dongming said, suddenly taking Yue Wei's hand. Magic flowed through his body to his fingertips, instantly blooming into a small flower on Yue Wei's hand. Your extreme attribute is perfect for cultivation. Yue Wei looked at the flower in her palm, inexplicably surprised. Dongming could actually slightly control her magical flow through her own extraordinary control over magic. Then, Dongming changed the subject, but we dragons have slightly better talent. We are born with only one pure attribute, and we can learn another type of magic later through our talent. Generally speaking, everyone chooses an attribute from the basic magic attributes that complements their own. For example, wind and fire, wind and earth, fire and earth, etc., which can be combined. In the tens of thousands of years of dragon history, only a handful of people have learned spatial magic, and the Dragon King is one of them. Many members of the clan tried, but almost all failed, having to start all over again. The Dragon King is so powerful, Yue Wei exclaimed, then asked curiously, the Dragon King's other attribute is space. What about Sister Dragon Girl? Sister Dongming? If there are basic attributes, are there non-basic ones? He is indeed powerful, but he also puts an effort that outsiders can't see. Dongming smiled. I also wanted to learn space back then, but unfortunately I didn't have the Dragon King's talent. I couldn't even get past the basics, so I switched to water. Dongming paused. The Dragon Girl, I remember she didn't learn it. After all, her darkness is so powerful. So powerful that even he couldn't control it. Thinking of this, Dongming couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. The Dragon Girl and Xiao Ru back then, how many people envied them? Dongming paused again, then said, the basic attributes are 9 elemental attributes and 4 magical attributes, a total of 13 basic attributes. You should know these. As for non-basic attributes, they are also considered mutated attributes, such as yin-yang fire. Non-basic attributes are generally derived from or mutated from basic attributes, and they all develop in a positive direction, without exception. So little Yue Wei, you have to be very careful when you encounter these mutated attributes, they're incredibly powerful. Dongming looked into the distance and said with a smile, it's been many years since yin-yang fire has appeared. I wonder how far that little girl can go. Yue Wei knew she was referring to Juing Tong. Yue Wei couldn't help but lower her eyes. Tong Tong, where are you? I miss you so much. Dongming's voice interrupted Yue Wei's thoughts. Since the Dragon King has entrusted you to me, then I must teach you properly. Yue Wei quickly composed herself and confidently agreed. Then, the first item, 11 melodies and the exquisite heart. Target, 3rd level. Voice shift. 11 melodies, and the exquisite heart have 11 levels in total. Based on Yue Wei's chosen direction. Group support. Unfortunately, so far, only the founder has mastered them to their full potential. A companion who can enhance all aspects of a team's abilities is undoubtedly something every team needs and dreams of. Therefore, Yue Wei knew the weight of her responsibility. I will do my best. West C. A man dressed in magnificent robes knelt on the ground, the fine yellow sand beneath his feet stained a more radiant gold by his blood. He stared at the 2 men before him, his voice hoarse, golden liquid spilling from his lips as he spoke, Dragon King. Aren't you afraid of the condemnation of the other 2 for doing this? The Dragon King chuckled softly. The other 2? Are you referring to Dongming and Nans? His tone suddenly turned fierce. Do you think I need their permission to do anything? You have usurped my dragon clan's control over the sea for 1,000 years. Do you think I'm wrong to reclaim what's mine? A flicker of fear crossed the Western Dragon King's eyes. You come to take the rule of the Western Sea. What about him? After all this talk, we finally come to my topic. The man standing behind the Dragon King took 2 steps forward. He was shrouded in a black cloak, only vaguely discernible as being about the same height as the Dragon King. As he moved forward, his cloak slipped down halfway, and his long black hair fell over his shoulders. Unfortunately, his face was covered by a black mask, making it impossible to see his features. His androgynous voice was very pleasant to hear, but at this moment, it sounded like a death knell to the Western Dragon King. He slowly approached the Western Dragon King, crouching down before him. Because he wore a mask, his voice had a buzzing, distorted quality, making the Western Dragon King almost unable to believe his ears. He said, The people of this continent have given me the name Devourer. He said, I came to devour your magical attributes. He said, goodbye. Aya! A piercing scream echoed across the quiet coastline, yet no one dared to approach, or rather, no one could. The boat, having absorbed the Western Dragon King's magical attributes, appeared somewhat weakened. She slowly approached the Dragon King. Now, what do you intend to do? Slaughtering one's own kind is unacceptable anywhere. Her voice trembled slightly, her words somewhat indistinct. The Dragon King chuckled. What are you talking about, Slaughter? I merely sparred with him. In truth, that blade of slaughter was you, wasn't it? Zhou smiled and nodded. TCH, that's good. She then turned to look at the dying Western Dragon King. What do you plan to do with him? The Dragon King looked at the Western Dragon King with complicated emotions. This was an elder who had watched him grow up, yet he coveted the power in his clan's hands and committed acts of division. Remembering his father's instructions, he still had no choice but to do this. The Dragon King flipped his wrist, his 5 fingers moving nimbly. At the same time, a magic circle suddenly appeared above the Western Dragon King's head, gradually enveloping his body. Zhou watched the Dragon King turn and leave, her eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Ah, so it's a cage. It really does imprison dragons. Chapter 31. Zhou looked at the silent Dragon King and asked, what's next? East or south? The Dragon King pondered, Eastern Underworld. Not for now. Zhou noticed the Dragon King's pause and smiled playfully, then, Southern Marsh. The Dragon King glanced at Zhou, greed knows no bounds. Already digested? Already thinking about the next one. Zhou laughed, how could I possibly have indigestion? I'm perfectly fine. The Dragon King said, oh? Try attacking me. Zhou didn't say much, taking a leap and charging towards the Dragon King. Just as she was about to reach him, she swerved behind him, crossing her arms in front of her. A soft rustling sound followed, and green vines, which couldn't grow in sandy soil, wrapped around the Dragon King's limbs. Zhou clenched her fists, and numerous small thorns suddenly protruded from the slender vines. The Dragon King wasn't in a hurry, letting Zhou do as she pleased. Unseen by Zhou, hissing sparks of electricity, carrying seawater, crept up the vines from their source. Zhou, being perceptive, noticed the anomaly in a few moments. She frowned then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she stepped onto a thick vine to distance herself from the Dragon King, waving her arm in the air while her voice was full of delight. Your Highness, Dragon King. I treat you to something delicious. The Dragon King was startled, instantly looking down at his feet. The soft sand loosened, and in the next instant, something burst forth from the ground, rapidly growing into a towering tree. The Dragon King, caught off guard by the vines, was suddenly lifted dozens of meters into the air by the treetop. Zhou couldn't help but laugh. How is it? Delicious? The Dragon King's expression instantly became complex. This tree only existed in the ocean, the moon-blooming branch of the Western Sea. The Dragon King sat down in the treetop, the vines that had been wrapped around him now reduced to powder by electricity. Zhou said softly, consider this a gift from me. Come find me again next time. Pleasure doing business with you. Zhou's figure gradually disappeared, her voice drifting away in the wind. The Dragon King smiled bitterly. A gift? This originally belonged to the dragon race. You only had the wood attribute for a short time, and you can already use it so skillfully, even bringing the moon-blooming branch from the palace. A devourer. No wonder, some want it, some want to destroy it. I hope we won't ever be enemies. The Dragon King looked in the direction Zhou had left, then gently waved his hand towards the moon-blooming branch, which slowly disappeared into the sea. Zhou leaned against the cold floor for a long time, yet she didn't feel cold. She couldn't help but chuckle to herself. None of the 6 attributes can solidify into a real body, and each time it only lasts for a short while. How much longer do I have to wait? Brother, wait for me a little longer. I be truly by your side soon. The next day, Zhou Yu, with her excellent biological clock, got up and washed before dawn. The sky was still faintly light, and many people had already set up stalls on the street. The sound of rushing water calmed her heart, but Zhou Yu was suddenly drawn up and saw the girl in the mirror smiling gently at her. Weren't you going to rest for a long time? Zhou smiled sweetly. I just wanted to see you. Zhou Yu hesitated, as if he wanted to speak but then stopped. Zhou asked, is there something you want to ask, brother? Zhou Yu opened his mouth, his voice low and hoarse from puberty. Zhou. He paused for a long time after calling the girl's name, as if organizing his thoughts. Zhou smiled at Zhou Yu in the mirror, showing no sign of urging him. Zhou, I have no recollection of that morning 16 days ago, not a single memory. Zhou's expression changed instantly, though she quickly recovered. Zhou, you noticed it all. Zhou, feigning nonchalance, said, I just used your body to go out and play for a while. Why are you so serious? Zhou Yu's voice was low. Tell me. Brother is so annoying, you're forcing me even though I don't want to tell you. Zhou Yu's voice was even lower. Zhou. It was just to see a friend. Why are you so nervous, brother? Zhou Yu's expression relaxed for a moment. A friend? Yes, what's wrong? But you're injured. Huh? Zhou was stunned for a moment. Brother, you can even sense that? But she quickly recovered and said in a nonchalant tone, I was sparring with a friend. It was an accident. The girl couldn't help but lean half her body out of the mirror and get close to Zhou Yu. Brother, are you worried about me? Concerned about me? The sudden closeness made Zhou Yu unconsciously take a half step back, but seeing the undisguised disappointment on the girl's face, he stopped retreating. Brother is concerned about me. Zhou smiled happily. Zhou suddenly said very seriously, Brother, you just need to know that everything I'm doing now is for you and for us. I won't hurt you, and besides, I also want to. She took a step forward, stopping in front of Zhou Yu. She didn't even dare to go any further, because she hadn't fully recovered, and she was afraid she would just pass right through. Like nothingness. The girl opened her arms, raised her face, her expression extremely serious. I also want to be able to truly hug my brother. Zhou Yu couldn't help but reach out, stopping near the girl's cheek. I know. In that instant, their eyes only saw each other, the most similar eyes in the world, and only that face most similar to their own. Half a month later. Demonic Sacrifice Tower, Library. Zhou Yu had practically lived in the library for the past 2 weeks, with Xiaohei bringing him 3 meals a day, which he then ate in the first-floor restaurant. Speaking of Xiaohei, because of Zhou's special favor, his status in the Demonic Sacrifice Tower was almost equivalent to that of an ordinary black-robed priest, so no one bothered him about coming and going from the library at any time. Zhou Yu. Are you still reading? Time to eat, time to eat. Xiaohei's clear, slightly childish voice rang out from the library entrance all the way to Zhou Yu's ears. The library was rarely visited. Aside from its fixed monthly opening hours, Zhou Yu practically had the whole place to himself. Thanks to Xiaohei, who prepared a variety of meals every day, never repeating the same thing twice. After feeding him like this for half a month, Zhou felt his older brother was practically sprouting leaves. He spent every day there, almost never leaving his seat except to choose books. Won't he get fat if he keeps being fed like this? Xiaohei saw Zhou Yu look up from his sea of books, nod to indicate he heard, and then lowered its head back to its book. Xiaohei pouted, quickly walked to Zhou Yu's seat, and slammed the food box on the table in a huff. It's already past noon. Did you eat lunch or afternoon tea? Aren't you hungry? Xiaohei didn't expect Zhou Yu to answer, and casually picked up a few books Zhou Yu had neatly placed aside. The 4 Great Empires of Zeliosis, A Brief History of the 8 Great Families of Zeliosis, A General History of the Yin Reign Empire, A General History of the Zhongrong Empire. Xiaohei couldn't help but wonder, why are you reading these? Zhou Yu finally looked up from the books and smiled slightly. I wanted to learn about them. Xiaohei pouted. I hated these kinds of books when I was in school. I thought you read something like Wind Techniques, or The Son of Wind. Zhou Yu nodded. Yes, the library has books about wind. I already read these books twice. Xiaohei's eyes widened instantly. No way, you read all of them? Even their family's library has at least 100 books on a single magical attribute, not to mention the library of the Magic Priest Tower, which boasts the largest collection of books on the entire continent. Moreover, the 2 books he just listed, each nearly 2,000 pages long, are only considered concise and relatively short. Zhou Yu scratched his head. Pretty much. But I only read them. There are still some parts one don't quite understand. Xiaohei couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhou Yu. You're getting a good deal, and still complaining. Be content. These are books that countless people never even see in their lifetime. Zhou Yu read them all in one go. Countless people would envy that. Suddenly, Xiaohei seemed to remember something. He rolled his eyes and asked, Are you planning to just keep reading like this from now on? Zhou Yu thought for a moment. I might stay here and read for a while longer. After all, he couldn't take these books out. Xiaohei leaned forward, his hands on the table. Zhou Yu could even see the boy's bright eyes and thick, long, curled eyelashes like tiny brushes. Aren't you going out to play? Zhou Yu felt he was too close. He could even feel Xiaohei's breath as he spoke, and even breathing as he waited quietly for his answer. Zhou Yu composed himself. Play? I'm not familiar with this place. I don't really want to. Before Zhou you could finish speaking, Xiao He interrupted him with a mischievous smile. That's precisely why you need to go out and explore. I take you out to play. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Zhou Yu up from his seat and dragged him outside, as if afraid Zhou Yu would run away. Xiao He, pulling Zhou Yu along, chatted as they walked. You might not know this place well, but I do. I've been to so many places lately. Guli City truly lives up to its reputation as one of the commercial centers of the Zhengrong Empire, the first empire on the western continent. Even though it's in a border region, there's a huge transit population. There are so many foods I never seen before. And there are plenty of things to do. I heard the night market gets really lively after 5 p.m. Zhou Yu was both amused and exasperated. Wait a minute while I tidy up these books. Xiao He turned and looked at the pile of books he had just disturbed, a little embarrassed. Xiao He nodded to Zhou Yu, saying nothing, but helping him tidy up. Just as Zhou Yu and Xiao He had finished tidying up, a beep-beep sound suddenly rang out in the quiet library. Zhou Yu looked down at his raised wrist. A figure gradually projected onto the bracelet. An I Ching Jior. Projected onto the screen, Jior smiled at Zhou Yu. Darling. Little Zhou Yu. We have a meeting in the Heavenly Pavilion in 5 minutes, don't be late. She winked at him, and then vanished from their sight. Zhou Yu was stunned, then looked up at Xiao He, feeling a little embarrassed, and was about to say something. Xiao He looked at Zhou Yu for a moment before looking away, then turned back and said, It's okay, I wait for you. Go to your meeting, I wait for you here, I don't have anything to do anyway. Xiao He suddenly said fiercely, You promised? Zhou Yu was taken aback, then smiled and said, Yeah, I know. He then left the library, leaving Xiao He standing there, still tidying up the last few books. Xiao He couldn't help but blink. It was the first time he had seen Zhou Yu smile so gently. Chapter 32. Zhou Yu changed into his priestly robes as he went downstairs. He walked to the heavenly pavilion that Jior had mentioned, and took out his black token to identify himself. Respected black-robed priest, please come in. The red-robed priest is already waiting inside, the person guarding the heavenly pavilion said respectfully, opening the pavilion's doors. The floor of the empty hall was engraved with ancient patterns, resembling a teleportation array. As soon as Zhou Yu stepped into the heavenly pavilion, he heard a clear, bell-like laugh. Little Zhou Yu is here so early. Zhou Yu followed the sound and, as expected, it was Jior. The heavenly pavilion was a tall tower with 7 floors. The priests held their meetings on the 4th floor, but this tower couldn't be reached by walking. A special teleportation array was required to reach the top. The higher floors of the heavenly pavilion's meeting room held the secrets of the demonic priest tower. The placement of the magic stones outside the teleportation array was known only to the 2 red-robed priests, and the people specifically guarding the heavenly pavilion, a security measure. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment, then bowed slightly to Jior, wanting to say something but holding back. Jior approached Zhou Yu and directly took his hand. If you don't mind, just call me sister. Jior's soft palm rested on Zhou Yu's, her bright black eyes sparkling. Jior stood directly in front of Zhou Yu, only slightly shorter than him, at least 1.7 meters tall. Priestess. Zhou Yu opened his mouth, but couldn't bring himself to say sister. After all, they had only known each other for a short time, and calling her sister directly. Zhou Yu felt a little embarrassed. He tried to pull his hand away from Jior's, the unfamiliarity making him want to take a step back, but Jior's grip was too strong. Jior pouted, dissatisfied. Fine, don't call me that then. Why call me priestess? Then, she changed the subject, pointing to a person near the window at the round table in the conference hall, saying, Let me introduce you. This is Yu Xian, also a black-robed priestess, but her seniority far surpasses yours. The person Jior pointed to was dressed similarly to Zhou Yu, sitting gracefully at the round table. From her figure, it was clear she was a woman with waist-length black hair. A veil covered half her face, revealing only her clear, serene eyes. Although her entire face wasn't visible, her features hinted at beauty. Upon hearing Jior's introduction, Yu Xian turned and nodded to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu returned the gesture with a friendly nod, respectfully saying hello, unaware of the deep shock in Yu Xian's eyes. Seeing Yu Xian's reaction, Jior gave a mischievous smile and continued, This is another red-robed priest of our sacrificial tower, Rengue Lui. Zhou Yu looked in the direction she was pointing. It was a man who looked to be in his early 20s, dressed in a bright red robe similar to Jior's, yet not at all gaudy. His black hair and red robes actually accentuated his noble bearing, reminding Zhou Yu of the first time he saw Jior. Jior released Zhou Yu's hand, went to the man's side, and gently took his hand, stroking it against her face. We're lovers too. Lu Yi smiled upon hearing Jior's words, but said nothing, his eyes filled with deep affection. Zhou Yu stood there stunned, before he could say anything, when a loud voice startled him. Sister Jior, do you have to say this every time a new person comes? Jior raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Yes, it seems you remember it very well. What, jealous? Can't get on, eh? So you come here to cause trouble? The man had a standard square face, dark skin, and large, round eyes that stared so intently that no one dared to look him in the eye. Zhou Yu felt that if he considered himself to have a well-proportioned build, this man was truly exceptionally strong. Standing there, he resembled a 2-meter-high city wall, his black priest's robes seemingly specially tailored, otherwise, they wouldn't fit him properly. Why bring up those old stories in front of a child? The man scratched his head and chuckled. Where would I be causing trouble? I only came because you said there was a meeting. Jior said to the man, it's not a very important meeting, mainly to let the 2 new members of the Black Robe get acquainted, and for everyone to become familiar with each other. Then Jior turned to Zhou Yu and said, this gentleman's name is Hualian. No, nothing? Hualian exclaimed. What do you want? At least tell me about my glorious achievements and unparalleled merits, so I can establish some authority in front of the children. Then do you want to establish some authority in front of me, a child? At this point, Hualian realized that neither what do you want nor authority were things Jior had said. Zhou Yu took 2 steps into the room, clearing space at the meeting room door. He looked closely again, and of the 4 people who entered, he only recognized the one standing on the far left, Fengmer. Of the other 3, the 2 in the middle were women, both appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. One of them wore a charming and alluring begonia red dress, the ordinary black robe draped over her shoulders unable to obscure her radiance. Her makeup was exquisite and charming, and a malicious smile on her face stirred the heart. Another woman, dressed in simple, elegant light purple, with long, light gray hair partially obscuring her face, was only visible to Zhou Yu from her angle. She was looking at the person beside her, a child. The boy looked to be about 10 years old, roughly the same height as Xiao He. His usually adorable face now appeared unhappy, and it was he who had just uttered the word child. Fengmer's here too, perfect, let's introduce them together. Jior pointed to the woman beside Fengmer. This one is named Pei Dai, her magic attribute is fire, level 81 spirit venerable. Although she only broke through to level 80 last year, she is still the strongest among the black-clad ones. Jior then patted the shoulder of the woman in light purple beside her, saying, this is Washir, her attribute is water, level 88 spirit venerable. She's the strongest overall among the black-clad ones. But Shir's mouth is even more formidable, you better not mess with her, haha. And then, there's this little kid, we all call him Xiao Qi, his attribute is wind, level 84 spirit venerable. Although he's not the highest level, he's quite troublesome to deal with. Who are you calling a little kid? Xiao Qi spoke crisply, his voice soft and sweet, as if he were really just a 10-year-old child. But what 10-year-old child could have such strength? Zhou Yu's attention was drawn to the childlike tone, and when he looked at Xiao Qi, he found that Xiao Qi was also looking at him. Suddenly, Xiao Qi walked up to Zhou Yu, opened her arms, and said, can you hug me? Jior, startled by the slightly forced softness in her voice, took a half-step back. When did Xiao Qi learn to act cute? Especially towards my adorable Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was taken aback, but still granted Xiao Qi's wish, opening his arms to hug him. That's probably how you hold a child. And Jean used to hold her sister like that too. Let's just do it like that. Holding him, Xiao Qi instantly grew taller, becoming a head or 2 taller than Jior. Even the little one is taller than you. Jior, huh? Jior reached out and pinched Xiao Qi's smooth little face, saying with a forced smile, who's taller? Seeing Xiao Qi's cheek being pinched by Jior, Zhou Yu almost instinctively took a step back, allowing Xiao Qi to escape her clutches. Xiao Qi turned to look at Zhou Yu, put me down, thank you. Zhou Yu shook his head, squatted down to let Xiao Qi slowly step onto the ground, and then stood up again. After this little commotion, the atmosphere in the conference room wasn't as tense as it had been initially, becoming more lively. Jior continued, this is Yu Xian, a spatial attribute cultivator, level 85 spirit venerable. Our Xian was the youngest among this group to break through level 80, only 33 years old at the time. He could definitely be considered a representative of the younger generation on the continent. Feeling the admiring gazes of the 2 juniors, Yu Xian shook his head. Speaking of representatives of the younger generation, it should be a Mo Ming. He's a few years younger than me. Jior raised an eyebrow. That kid. Her voice trailed off. Then she turned to Zhou Yu and Fengmer, saying, including you two, That's basically the entire red-robed and black-robed lineup of the sacrifice tower. There's one more black-robed priest, who has something to attend to, and can't come for the time being. That's Mo Ming, the one Xian mentioned. I introduce you when we meet again. Let me reintroduce you. This one is named Hua Lian, nicknamed Painted Face, a master of disguise. A level 88 would attribute Spirit Venerable. Now, let's begin the meeting. 2 red-robed priests, 5 black-robed priests present, plus them, make a total of 9 people. Before the last demon extermination operation, roughly during the Demon Priest Tower's heyday, there were 2 red-robed priests, 17 black-robed priests, 385 purple-robed priests, and thousands upon thousands of yellow, white, and gray-robed priests. This was one of the top forces on the western continent. Perhaps, just the 2 red-robed priests alone were enough to awe the entire continent. A divine descent. Zhou Yu had also heard Qiongji mention the Spirit Venerable that Ni Qingjiu had mentioned before. Mages are divided into 10 ranks based on their magical power, from lowest to highest: Sorcerer, Mage, Archmage, Sorcerer, Grand Sorcerer, Archmage Master, Grand Sorcerer, Holy Sorcerer, Spirit Lord, and Divine Descent. Of these 10 ranks, only the last 2 differ slightly from the preceding ones, highlighting the difference in power between them. The number of mages on the continent of Ziliosis is not small, but each rank prevents many from advancing further. While the earlier ranks might be achievable through hard work, the first rank to consider is talent. Breaking through the level 70 threshold of Saint Archmage. Talent and effort are both crucial, and many are halted by either one. This is one reason why Saint Archmages are highly respected and treated like honored guests in every empire. However, even with talent, everyone's talent differs, determining how far a mage can ultimately go. If level 70 is the threshold, then entering Spiritual Venerable is the ladder to heaven. Not to mention the insurmountable level 90 barrier. Currently, there are probably no more than 20 Divine Descent Masters on the entire continent. The continent of Ziliosis has approximately 20 million mages. This one in a million is an absolute symbol of strength. And the 2 pillars of the Demon Priest Tower have both reached the Divine Descent level. From any perspective, every empire holds the Demon Priest Tower in the highest esteem. Legend has it that a Divine Descent can withstand a million-strong army. It is also said that a Divine Descent can change the very fabric of the world. But almost no one knows the full strength of a Divine Descent Master. After all, it seems there has never been a battle that could force a Divine Descent to go all out. Chapter 33. As Jior said, there were no major events at this meeting, except that the All-Continental Academy-style Youth Mage competition, hosted by the 4 great empires and overseen by the Demon Priest Tower, was changed from a 5-year system to a 3-year system. Throughout the meeting, Zhou Yu and Feng remained mostly silent, quietly listening to everyone's remarks. Judging from past All-Continental Academy-style Youth Mage competitions, the Demon Priest Tower and the various empires would extend offers to the top 3 winning academies, recruiting them into their respective factions. After suffering heavy losses in numerous anti-magic operations over the past few centuries, the Demon Priest Tower had to quickly recruit outstanding mages from across the continent to bolster its strength, and the competition was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity. However, in the past few decades of the competition, the Demon Priest Tower's results were less than ideal, recruiting only a dozen or so people, as were those of the various empires. The competition offered very generous rewards, and similar calls for reform had been circulating across the continent for decades. This reform was widely anticipated, but the Demon Priest Tower only now had the time to discuss it. The meeting was brief and went smoothly, with a decision made in just over 10 minutes. The continent-wide academy-based youth magician competition was changed to be held every 3 years. The next one would be in 2 years. After finishing their business, everyone seemed a little bored. Feng turned her head and whispered in Zhou Yu's ear, "Actually, the black-robed priest we tested that day was Senior Hua Lian." Zhou Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had already guessed this when he heard that Senior Hua Lian was a master of disguise when he first came in. Zhou Yu recalled the priest's tall, slender figure from that day, then stole a glance at Hua Lian, thinking how impressive her disguise was. Pei Dai said goodbye and left the heavenly pavilion. No sooner had Pei Dai left than Hua Lian followed. Huashir Shaoqi and Feng also left one after another. Before leaving, Feng asked Zhou Yu, "Want to come along?" Thinking of his promise to Xiao He, Zhou Yu wanted to agree, but before he could speak, Jior stopped him. "No need. I have something to discuss with him." Feng nodded. "All right then, I go first." Zhou Yu was a little confused and asked Jior, "If you don't want to call me sister, just call me senior." Red-robed priest, what kind of adult is that? It's so formal. Senior Jior. Jior's face lit up with joy. Yes, that's right. Zhou asked, is there anything else you need, Senior? Jior pouted, looking aggrieved. Can't I talk to you if I don't need anything? Zhou was somewhat amused and exasperated. Senior you. Jior blinked her large, bright eyes. Actually, I do need to talk to you. Before Zhou could speak, Jior looked intently into his eyes, and said seriously, I want to know, if I said I wanted to take you as my disciple, what would your usually expressionless face do? Zhou was completely stunned. Nixing Jior said, she wanted to take him as her disciple. Who is Nixing Jior? The red-robed priestess of the demonic sacrifice tower, one of the most powerful divine descent masters on the continent, the representative of the pinnacle of strength on the entire continent, and she wants to take him as her disciple. Jior chuckled, oh dear, it's just like I imagined. I was completely stunned. She smiled and pinched Zhou's cheek. So, have you made up your mind? Zhou nodded almost without hesitation. I thought it through. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step back, widening the distance between himself and Jior, and knelt down, 3 heavy thuds echoing through the heavenly pavilion. Teacher. Jior then helped Zhou up, her hand brushing against his waist. Before Zhou could react, he felt something on his waist. Looking down, he discovered a simple, unassuming black bag tied around his waist. This is called Fortune and Misfortune. Consider it my gift for your apprenticeship. It's a storage bag, with 1,000 cubic meters of storage space. It's not great, but it's to encourage you to work harder in the future. Zhou was shocked. The jade bracelet the Dragon King gave you only had 100 cubic meters of storage space. Jior's gift was 10 times that. Just how rich is the demonic sacrifice tower? And this isn't even great. How extravagant is this? Thank you, teacher. Jior nodded, then pointed to Lu Yi beside her and said to Zhou, this one is not only another red-robed figure in our sacrifice tower, but also your senior brother. Zhou couldn't help but be surprised. A red-robed figure's teacher is another red-robed figure? Just how powerful is Jior to teach a red-robed figure at the divine descent level? Zhou bowed to Lu Yi, senior brother. Lu Yi nodded in return. Jior said coquettishly, when you became an apprentice, it wasn't as grand as this for little Zhou. Lu Yi sighed, I was just born then, I couldn't even speak human language yet, and you insisted on teaching me. How could I possibly be expected to make it grand? The people of the Western continent generally have long lifespans. Ordinary people, barring unforeseen circumstances, can live past 100. Even a tiny bit of magic power is enough to add 10 or more years to one's lifespan. The red-robed priestess, Rengui Lu Yi, has been renowned throughout the continent for centuries, while the name Nixing Jior era has been rarely mentioned in recent years, but this hasn't diminished her influence. Nixing Jior era has been famous for centuries. In her youth, she was arrogant and awe-inspiring, and many legends surround her. However, things have gradually quieted down in the last century. Even the annual magic competitions have been organized by Lu Yi herself. She has almost never shown her face in public, and some have even begun to doubt her fate. Of course, she's not dead. She's still here, lively and energetic, bullying her disciples. You also have a second senior brother, Mo Ming, whom Yu Xian mentioned before. I introduce him to you when he gets back. Mentioning Yu Xian, Zhou realized that besides his teacher, senior brother, and himself, there was another person in the entire heavenly pavilion, the black-robed priest Yu Xian. Jior suddenly chuckled, I finished everything I needed to do, Xian, do whatever you want without hesitation. Yu Xian, Zhou, Lu Yi, Zhou, what do you want to do? Yu Xian didn't respond to Jior, but walked up to Zhou, her lips parting slightly beneath her veil, her voice soft and gentle, I want to ask, when you were little, who did you live with? Although Zhou was a little confused, she still answered seriously, I lived with my uncle and aunt. Yu Xian said softly, that's quite a coincidence. I was also raised by my aunt. Zhou was somewhat stunned. Suddenly, he wanted to ask something, but was interrupted by Yu Xian's actions. Yu Xian reached behind her ear and unfastened the silver clasp on her veil in her hair. The black veil instantly slipped to the ground, but no one moved. Because everyone was stunned. From the first moment Jior and Lu Yi saw Zhou, they knew the two looked very similar, but comparing them side by side here, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. On the continent of Ziliosis, everyone with magical talent wanted to be superior. Because this not only meant greater power and a longer lifespan, but also maintaining a more vigorous state. Magicians who cultivated to the level of Grand Magister already had the ability to delay aging, and those who reached the level of Saint Magister could completely preserve their youth. Although Yu Xian was nearly 40, as one of the representatives of the younger generation, she had already broken through level 80. Standing together, Yu Xian, who looked no more than 26 or 27, and 16-year-old Zhou Yu, looked more like siblings. Zhou Yu was also stunned. He suddenly had the illusion that Zhou, now an adult, was standing before him. Zhou. Yu Xian paused slightly. Zhou Yu was startled and quickly shook his head. Nothing. He never imagined that besides Zhou, there could be someone in this world so similar to him. But Yu Xian was clearly much older than him, and besides. Yu Xian smiled. This is the first time I met someone so much like me. Although he's a boy, to be so similar is truly an inexplicable fate. She wanted to say something more, but noticed that Zhou Yu seemed off, so she quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhou Yu froze at that smile, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. Zhou Yu tried to speak several times, but no sound came out. Yu Xian was also somewhat surprised, but still comforted the boy, though he couldn't help thinking, this expression. Could it be that he's thinking of someone? Zhou Yu finally uttered the words that had been stuck in his throat, tears streaming down his face, "Mother." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Yu threw himself into Yu Xian's arms, his unstoppable tears almost blurring his vision. Lu Yijiao and Yu Xian, ? Chapter 34. Zhou Yu suddenly thought of things from many years ago. His mother died in childbirth, and he never even saw her one last time. But he had seen her portrait, in a room that was never occupied yet was cleaned every day. Perhaps it wasn't a portrait, but each frame depicted her every smile and gesture. That vibrant woman seemed to truly appear before him. Although he had never met his parents, he could tell from those paintings that they must have loved each other deeply. That smile, it was one of being loved. This smile was so similar. Yu Xian was at a loss, bewildered by Zhou Yu's crying and throwing himself into the water. She could only pat Zhou Yu's back soothingly and say softly, "Don't cry, don't cry." Hearing Zhou Yu's sobs gradually subside, Yu Xian gently pulled him out of her arms. Zhou Yu was also a little embarrassed. Calling someone mother on their first meeting was probably because he was startled. Zhou Yu took a step back, straightened up, and stubbornly grabbed Yu Xian's hand. Yu Xian was taken aback, then reached out her other hand to stroke Zhou Yu's face and wipe away his tears. "Your name is Zhou Yu, right? Can I call you Xiao Yu?" Zhou Yu nodded, his eyes red. "You can't be my mother, after all, I'm not married yet, where would I get such a big child?" Saying this, Yu Xian seemed amused by her own words, and smiled faintly. Seeing the sadness and longing in Zhou Yu's eyes, she couldn't help but add, "How about? You recognize me as your older sister? I don't have a younger brother yet." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Xian herself was stunned. What was wrong with her? Why was she being so enthusiastic towards someone she had just met? Zhou Yu was stunned, but the next second he called out, "Sister." "Yes." Yu Xian felt her heart melting. Perhaps, having a younger brother wouldn't be so bad? "Why are you smiling when you come back?" Xiao Hei, bored, lay sprawled on the table, looking at Zhou Yu's smiling face, and couldn't help but ask. He really rarely saw Zhou Yu smile, and this smile, how to describe it, was like the satisfied smile of a child who had received the candy they wanted. Although Zhou Yu didn't seem like a child at all. Zhou Yu finally realized what was happening, pursing her lips. "I'm smiling? So obvious?" Xiao Hei rolled her eyes. "Anyone who's not blind should be able to see it. What's making you so happy?" Zhou Yu smiled, pursing her lips. "I recognized a sister, and a teacher. They're very good to me." Xiao Hei couldn't help but widen his eyes. Sister? Teacher? He subconsciously guessed that one of them was I Qingjiu, whom Fenger had said was a ruthless character. Yes. Yu Xian is the sister, and Jiu is the teacher. Yu Xian? Zhou Yu was startled by Xiao Hei's suddenly raised voice. Startled, what's wrong? Xiao Hei's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you know that the most beautiful woman on the continent, the black-clad priestess Yu Xian, is the dream lover of countless people? She's hosted every magician's tournament, and many say that half the reason this tournament is so popular is because of her. You actually recognize the most beautiful woman in the magician's eyes as your sister? Finally, Xiao Hei asked, is she really as beautiful as the legends say? Zhou Yu replied, she looks a lot like me, that's why we became siblings. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei looked up and carefully examined Zhou Yu. Well, she really is beautiful. He paused, then couldn't help asking, you wouldn't like her, would you? Zhou Yu was taken aback, then quickly explained, no, she really looks like an older sister, even more like my mother. There's a very familiar feeling about her. Xiao Hei inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, then teased, if you win her over, you'd be the enemy of every man in the world, haha. Zhou Yu was a little embarrassed. I already said no. Xiao Hei waved his hand. Let's not talk about her anymore. Your teacher, is she the red-clad priestess in I Ching Jior? Xiao Hei couldn't help but confirm again. Zhou Yu nodded. She's quite capable too. She should be able to teach you well. Oh, you could hardly call her human. After all, she's the last descendant of the flowing cloud flame lion and the submerged mackerel. Zhou Yu asked doubtfully, flowing cloud flame lion? Submerged mackerel? Xiao Hei hummed in agreement. It's not exactly a secret, but many people have probably forgotten about it over the years. And I Ching Jior is a direct descendant of the flowing cloud clan and the submerged mackerel, practically their only descendant. Although we don't know if she has any brothers or sisters, even if she did, it's probably just a fleeting memory. Because the submerged mackerel's nature is to feed on those of the same bloodline, which is why there are so few of them. Although the flowing cloud lions are social magical beasts with a relatively stable population, due to a disaster 1,000 years ago, their numbers greatly decreased. Coupled with the flowing cloud clan's poor fertility, by an I Ching Jior's mother's generation, she was the last flowing cloud flame lion in the world. Even rarer than a mackerel. Xiao Hei's tone held a hint of regret. The once mighty flowing cloud clan, who dominated the entire Warcraft world, has fallen so low. Zhou Yu had never heard of this before. His feelings were complicated. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Xiao Hei, oblivious to Zhou Yu's reaction, continued, before you, she had 2 other disciples, Rengui Lui, another red-robed priest of the demonic sacrifice tower, and also another divine descent. I heard there's one more after her, also from the demonic sacrifice tower. Xiao Hei's voice abruptly stopped. Zhou Yu looked in the direction he was looking, and saw the blessing and curse that Jior had given him. Looks like you're really lucky. So many gains on your first visit to the Heavenly Pavilion. Besides its enormous storage space, the most important thing about the blessing and curse is that it can hold living things. I can put that talking bun Luozi in there. Although Xiao Hei spoke with envy, Zhou Yu vaguely sensed that Xiao Hei didn't feel any envy at all. You know so much. I never seen any of this in books. Xiao Hei, I know because of my sister. I understood animal language since I was little, and I read a lot of books about magical beasts from her. That's why I found Luozi. Xiao Hei looked at Zhou Yu's unclear expression and paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, didn't we say we were going to the night market? Come on, I'm starving waiting for you. Zhou Yu nodded, okay, let's go. As Xiao Hei said, the night market in their hometown was very lively. Everything, the food, the trinkets, even the stories told by the storytellers, was new and exciting to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, these grilled fish skewers are so delicious. Zhou Yu looked at Xiao Hei's bulging cheeks, and wiped the grease from his mouth. So delicious, you got food all over your face. Finish it up first. Xiao Hei hesitated for a moment, then held a skewer of fish to Zhou Yu's mouth. This grilled fish is really good, you should try some. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment, but under Xiao Hei's expectant gaze, he finally tried a bite. It did seem pretty good. After finishing the grilled fish Xiao Hei gave him, Zhou Yu bought some more with his own money, and ate them with relish. Boss, what's this? Xiao Hei pointed to a neatly arranged pile of rings and asked crisply. The shopkeeper, who looked to be in his 50s or 60s, was very kind. These are gifts between 2 people, family members, lovers, friends. They can all give them to each other. There are many kinds of rings, like this one, the love-longing ring, usually given to lovers about to embark on a long journey. The heart-to-heart ring is given between husband and wife after marriage. This one is called a ring gift, usually given between siblings. The shopkeeper went on and on, pointing to the rings on his stall, as he explained. What are you looking at? Zhou Yu saw Xiao Hei stop and caught up in a few steps, just in time to hear what the shopkeeper was saying. He looked at Xiao Hei, you want to buy one? Xiao Hei grumbled softly, I don't have any friends. No one will give me this. Who would I buy it for? Zhou Yu paused, then turned to the shopkeeper and said, Sir, I like a knotted knot. The shopkeeper smiled and handed Zhou Yu a knotted knot, 5 copper coins. Zhou Yu gave the money to the shopkeeper and said to Xiao Hei, hand. Xiao Hei was stunned for a long time. What hand? A hand with a knot. Which hand do you want it on? Almost instinctively, Xiao Hei stretched out his left hand. By the time he realized what he was doing, Zhou Yu had already half squatted down and carefully placed the knot on his hand. Done. Zhou Yu looked at the knot he had tied, round and round. The bright red knot complemented Xiao Hei's skin perfectly, it looked quite nice. Xiao Hei stared at his hand in silence for a long time. It was just an ordinary knot, and this was the first time he had received a gift from anyone other than his sister and the others. Shopkeeper, I want a knot too. Xiao Hei slammed the money on the stall, took the knot from the shopkeeper, and turned to look at Zhou Yu. He wanted to say smoothly and confidently, here, but looking into Zhou Yu's eyes, Xiao Hei's confidence faltered. Xiao Hei paused. Hand. Zhou Yu obediently held out his hand. Xiao Hei glared at Zhou Yu. Right hand. Zhou Yu was confused, but obediently switched hands. Xiao Hei reached out and tied a knot on Zhou Yu's wrist, his mind racing, but he said nothing. All done, Zhou Yu said. Actually, Xiao Hei had already finished tying it, but he was a little dazed, still holding Zhou Yu's hand. Zhou Yu's voice brought him back to his senses. All done. Looking at Xiao Hei's dazed expression, Zhou Yu couldn't help but flick his nose. Want to keep walking? Walk, of course I walk. Let's go, let's go. His voice was a little hesitant at first, but it became more fluent as he spoke. Zhou Yu smiled and, with Xiao Hei, continued to enjoy the night in his hometown. Chapter 35. 6 months ago. Early March, 2905, Western calendar of the Western continent. Northern port of the Yen Rain Empire. Northern port was originally just an ordinary port in the eastern part of the Yen Rain Empire, and not many people sailed out from here. Until the seas became a little calmer, many people became bolder, wanting to take advantage of their youth and strength to make a fortune at sea. Thus, over the centuries, Northern Port became a famous seaport on the continent. Uncle, are you going out to sea? The salty sea breeze swept through the city, and the girl's clear voice was carried on the wind. The middle-aged man who was lowering the rope heard the voice, looked around, and seeing that he was the only boat about to set sail, he replied, Yes. Little girl, do you want to come? Hearing this, the girl immediately skipped happily onto the boat. When the girl came aboard and got closer, the boatman finally saw her clearly. He swore that in all his years of sailing, he had never seen such a beautiful girl. She was truly stunning. The girl, lively and cheerful, smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Uncle, what's wrong? The uncle, captivated by the girl's melodious voice, slapped his bald head and laughed heartily. Hey, isn't it because you're such a beautiful girl? I never seen such a pretty girl before. My daughter will definitely like you. The girl covered her mouth and smiled. Ha ha, uncle, don't tease me. My aunts all say I'm not good looking. The uncle laughed heartily. How could that be? They're probably just saying that to keep you from getting too proud. The afterglow of the rising sun shimmered, casting a blush on the girl's face. You're making me blush, she said. Unlike the inland winds, the sea breeze, though salty, carried a cool and moist feel. The sun had just risen. It wasn't very hot at this time of year. The girl on deck wore only a fitted, light short-sleeved shirt and shorts, revealing her long, slender legs. A sheer, almost translucent gauze jacket reached her ankles, and her fair skin shone almost transparently in the sunlight, drawing admiring glances from everyone on the ship. Why did you take in such a skinny girl, boss? We don't know how long we be at sea. Can a little girl handle it? One man, stuffing himself, said, Who cares? This delicate-skinned girl, who knows which rich lady is out having fun. But what family's cooking is this good? This is the best food I ever had at sea. Yeah, I thought the food at sea would be terrible, so I brought a lot of fast food, but it's so good. The speaker was a young man, around 20 years old, his eyes unconsciously brightening with delight as he looked at the girl. Hearing this, many people burst into laughter. The clueless young man, completely bewildered, quickly nudged the person next to him and asked why. Although the man kept laughing, he still kindly explained, I can tell you're going to sea for the first time. You're lucky to have met such a capable young lady. We fishermen make a living at sea. Do you think we're some wealthy family? We don't have any delicacies. We don't eat anything fresh all year round. From morning till night, from the beginning of the year to the end, it's the same fish and dry rations every meal. The fishy smell and the parched lips. Don't even mention it. He paused, taking a large bite of the grilled fish in his hand. You wouldn't normally find this kind of preparation in Beijing. The boy blinked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I see. The boat wasn't large, carrying about 20 people. Besides various fishing tools, there was plenty of space to rest. The girl adjusted her straw hat, which was slightly tilted up by the sea breeze, and turned to the helmsman on deck, asking curiously, Uncle, are you sailing on the boundless sea? The helmsman chuckled. Yes. I didn't expect you to know about the sea routes, young lady. Let me tell you, although this route is a bit bumpy, the fish in this area are very popular with inlanders. For example, the girl didn't listen to what the man said next. She looked at the dark shadows spreading along the shore, and felt the overwhelming emptiness of her energy source. Her expression was utterly flat. She murmured softly, "It's not that I understand the ocean, it's that I saw him." The man turned to look at the girl. "What? Saw what? What else could be on this vast ocean besides rolling fish?" The girl turned back to meet his gaze, a bright smile on her face, pointing to the calm, expansive sea ahead. "Him." Her tone was cold. "He won't save you. Is this your greeting gift?" The girl lifted the hem of her skirt, which reached her feet, as if afraid it would touch anything dirty. She had somehow become barefoot, walking barefoot onto a ladder that seemed to rise from the sea. Upon reaching the highest point, she seemed to remember something and looked down. The once clear, azure sea was now tinged with crimson. Dark fish swam nimbly beneath the surface, enjoying their meal. Those crimson bodies were their appetizer for the day. The once remarkable ship was now shattered into pieces, slowly sinking like a piece of junk. But besides the blood, there was also a layer of unmistakable gray shadow. Her expression was grim, her lips pressed tightly together, and she remained silent. At the very top of the ladder, a man's figure gradually appeared. He reached out his hand to the girl and asked, "Are you angry with me, sister?" The girl raised her hand and lightly touched his fingertips. "No," she said with a forced smile, "you're just a little late." The man sighed, then smiled and said, "Sister, I missed you so much." The girl smiled too, reaching out her other hand to stroke his face. "But I didn't want to see you at all." Even with his good manners, the man's expression stiffened slightly. "Oh, what a pity." The girl's face lit up with a bright smile. "I still prefer you when you were little." "Oh, that's a real shame." The two said nothing more, continuing up the ladder, and soon disappeared into the sea. When the sea finally calmed down, the boy who had been submerged surfaced. He didn't know what the dark figure that had killed the entire ship was, but he knew the girl had saved his life. If he hadn't possessed some magical power, unlike the others, the girl wouldn't have been able to transfer that extra power to him. Otherwise, he would never have escaped this calamity. He also knew he would probably never forget the girl's fleeting glance. September 2905, Western Continent Calendar. The Dragon King looked at Yue, who was cultivating not far away, and asked Dong Ming, "How is she progressing?" Dong Ming nodded and said, "She's more talented than I imagined. I thought she only mastered 3 levels in 6 months, but I didn't expect her to already be in the late stages of the quartet. Once she overcomes this bottleneck, she can step onto the 5th level." The Dragon King smiled unconsciously. "She's truly talented. Even Li's disciples back then didn't progress this quickly." Dong Ming stretched. "At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to teach her in another year. After all, I've been stuck at the group harmony level for many years." However, she looked at Yue, her eyes filled with satisfaction. "Yue has many insights into Li's cultivation method, some of which I hadn't even considered. She's also had some sudden realizations lately." Just then, the Dragon King sensed something amiss beside him. Sensing something below, he exclaimed in surprise, "You've broken through to the 9th level?" Dong Ming smiled contentedly. "Yes, it's been many years since I felt this way. How many people can reach the 3rd level of this cultivation method? Speaking of which, I should thank Yue." The Dragon King smiled. "You too. You thank others?" Dong Ming pursed her lips. "That's because those people don't need to." She paused. "You girl. Dragon King, you really struck gold." The Dragon King was silent for a moment. "It's too early to talk about that." Dong Ming said, "How long until the North is unsealed?" "At least 20 years, right? Isn't 20 years enough for them to grow stronger?" The Dragon King shook his head. "Not them, it's me." Dong Ming asked in surprise, "Your seal hasn't been broken yet? You haven't found Emotion Sure?" The Dragon King said, "Weaker, but still far from my peak." Emotion Sure. His whereabouts are too difficult to track. I'm not sure if I can recover my strength before the North arrives." Dong Ming frowned. "Back then, why did you agree to him? With your strength you could have." The Dragon King shook his head. "If I were alone, I wouldn't be able to tear through space and teleport accurately. He used space-time positioning and weakened my power through the gap, which is exactly what he wanted. After all, at that time, I was the only non-human of the divine descent level in the entire Western continent, and you were not yet born, so it's understandable that they were wary." Dong Ming pondered. At that time, the Demon Priest Tower and Huiluan suffered considerable losses due to the demon-slaying operation. After the operation, there were only 8 divine descents left on the entire continent, and most of them were weaker than you, so they were somewhat wary. Speaking of divine descents, how many are there in the Western continent now? 3 in the Demon Priest Tower, 4 in Huelun Academy, and 1 or 2 in each of the major empires. The North. More than Zeliosis. Dongming raised an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? The Dragon King said, have you forgotten the Northern Spirit Pavilion? The Northern Spirit Pavilion has at least 13 divine descent level mages. Mentioning the Northern Spirit Pavilion, Dongming's expression became extremely ugly, and the Dragon King's face also became unusually cold. Dongming realized her breathing was unsteady, took a few deep breaths, and said somewhat awkwardly, I'm not feeling well, I go back to the North Sea first. The Dragon King nodded. He knew how much this matter affected Dongming, and didn't say anything more. Dongming turned and stumbled a few steps before disappearing by the sea. Only her soft sobs and repeated calls remained in the air. Schwanner. Yue awoke from her meditation, unable to see the Dragon King in the distance, and used her magic to rush there at top speed. Yue looked around and found that there was indeed only the Dragon King, asking, where is Sister Dongming? She had something to do and left. The Dragon King abruptly changed the subject. Do you know the Black Sea? Yue asked curiously. The Black Sea? She never heard of it before. What kind of sea? That's black. And even has such a name? The Dragon King said, there are some things you should know. As soon as he finished speaking, Yue felt the ground beneath her feet tremble slightly. Startled, she tried to find the Dragon King, but found herself surrounded by darkness. Looking up curiously, she was speechless with astonishment. It was something far away, yet it exuded an unconscious pressure. A thick, long black shadow hovered and moved in the sky. The sky was no longer blue, instead, it was a dazzling gold, blending seamlessly with the heavens and earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Golden scales shimmered, and a dark tail was hidden in the distant clouds. Bare feet, 5 claws, dazzling gold. Yue couldn't tell if it was real or an illusion. Yue spoke with a trembling voice, mostly filled with excitement. Dragon King, is this your true form? It's so beautiful. The dragon spoke in human language. Still the Dragon King's voice, I thought you'd be frightened. Come on, I show you. Yue leaped, touching the Dragon King's body several times, and thus boarded its form. Under the Dragon King's guidance, Yue reached the top of the dragon's head, and the two soared through the clouds, heading north towards the continent. At the Dragon King's flying speed, in just a few breaths, the two arrived at the border of the western continent. Surrounded by clouds thousands of meters high, Yue felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. Looking at the layers of clouds passing through them, Yue could only marvel. Soaring through the air. This exhilarating feeling, almost indescribable. It was simply amazing. It seemed Zhou Yu could fly too. I wondered if he could fly as high and as comfortably as the Dragon King? But comfort aside, the breathtaking scenery before me couldn't be forgotten. The city's towering buildings and low houses stood side by side, the mountain ranges stretching endlessly, rising and falling like a continuous melody. Heading north, they soon arrived at the largest mountain grassland in Zeliosis. As far as the eye could see, everything was lush and green, with only a few patches of light brown soil dotting the landscape. The scattered dots were probably border herders, and their herds of animals, slowly traversing the vast grassland. Further ahead, Yue couldn't help but freeze, feeling her heart skip a beat. The lush green grass was gone, replaced by a deep, bottomless blackness. Nothing on the seabed was visible. It was completely different from any sea she had ever seen before. Even thousands of meters above the ground, they could sense the strangeness. Was this the Black Sea the Dragon King had spoken of? Cold, unfamiliar, uncomfortable. Completely different from the feeling of bathing in spring breezes before. Like the cold of the night, like the chill of deep winter, like the frigid air she had encountered at the shores of Mayu Beach. Yue felt an involuntary sense of resistance. The girl opened her mouth. Dragon King, that place. Chapter 36. That's the Black Sea, also called the Boundless Sea. It's the sea separating the western continent of Zeliosis and the northern continent of Niueki. Crossing the Boundless Sea leads to Inerno City, a border city of the northern continent. Yue frowned. This Black Sea, where did it come from? Such blackness was truly unsettling. The Dragon King was silent for a moment, then spoke after a long pause. That is. He only uttered a few words before being interrupted by a sudden clap of thunder. The Dragon King's golden eyes flashed, and then his form shifted. Yue felt a blur before her eyes, her body seemingly descending. When she came to her senses, she was already in the arms of the Dragon King, who had transformed into human form. Yue was startled, her pretty face flushing red. Dragon King. The Dragon King's expression hardened. Don't make a sound, and don't move. The thunder was deafening, and the distant flashes of light gradually drew closer. Clouds swirled, and water vapor filled the air, creating a strange and eerie atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the clouds slowly dissipated, and a woman's figure gradually emerged from the mist. Dragon King. A tender, melodious voice drifted from nearby, and Yue gradually made out the person's appearance. She was 14 or 15 years old, looking even younger than herself. But Yue knew that someone so familiar with the Dragon King was definitely not as young as she appeared. What was most striking were the girl's deep purple hair and eyes. A depth Yue had never seen before, like whirlpools, alluring like a fairy. Despite her youthful appearance, she was captivating, exquisitely beautiful. The girl's lips parted slightly, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Dragon King, I missed you so much. Yue blinked. Had she discovered something she shouldn't have? The Dragon King regained his usual composure, not answering the girl's question, but instead saying to Yue, Dongming told you about mutated attributes, right? Besides the yin-yang fire you've seen, this person's magic attribute is also mutated. Lightning. Seeing that the Dragon King ignored her, the girl's initial alluring demeanor vanished, replaced by dissatisfaction as she glared at him. You don't want to marry me because of this human girl? Yue, huh? What are you talking about, sister? How did this get involved with me? What does this have to do with me? I only known the Dragon King for a short time. The Dragon King's expression darkened. He raised his hand, and a bolt of blue-purple lightning fell from the sky, stopping just above the girl's head. The girl's red umbrella was gently tossed upwards, catching the lightning steadily. She playfully smiled. Dragon King, your power has indeed been weakened considerably. The Dragon King remained unmoved, but pulled Yue back 100 meters. The Dragon King gave Yue a push, his expression turning stern. Leave here, go find Dongming. Yue was taken aback, then said, I won't leave, you need me. The Dragon King hesitated, looking at Yue's determined eyes, with a hint of helplessness. Then try to stay as far away as possible. Yue frowned slightly. Why do I always have to shoulder everything alone? I can clearly help. As soon as she finished speaking, before the Dragon King could react, Yue slightly broke free from the hand he had been holding, channeled her magic to temporarily lift herself into the air, and spread her arms. With type magic collided violently in the air, and thousands of thick vines rose from the seabed, all rushing towards the girl. Yue might have forgotten something. A girl who was acquainted with the Dragon King, a girl who could effortlessly withstand the Dragon King's attacks. How weak could she be? The girl paused, then smiled slowly, calmly taking a long flute from her waist, holding it to her lips, and gently playing an unknown melody. The speed at which the vines attacked her suddenly slowed. Just as the vines were about to disappear, and the girl put down her flute, the Dragon King's 9 blazing thunder swords were already upon her. The girl cried out in alarm, retreating rapidly, grabbing the red umbrella that was floating in the air and spinning, holding it in front of her to defend against the Dragon King's attack. Ah! Dragon King. Is this how you treat an old friend? The Dragon King's sword-wielding movements did not slow down. Old friend? Luolai, how dare you say that? Luolai's eyes showed a moment of confusion, then he regained his composure, puffing out his cheeks in anger, but a deep pain was hidden in his eyes. It's just that my second brother and I slaughtered half a sea. Well, your dragon race is so indifferent to human relationships, shouldn't I help you clean things up? So that when you ascend the throne, there won't be any gossip. The Dragon King said coldly, Luolai, you and Wan Chiga slaughtered my dragon race. I will avenge this sooner or later. Luolai blinked and smiled. All right, I wait. She changed the subject, looking at Yue, her smile fading. However, I don't quite like her. Before she finished speaking, the lightning umbrella in Luolai's hand retracted its ribs, transforming into a sharp blade that rushed towards Yue. Yue was startled and quickly activated her magic power. The vines that had previously faded rose into the air again, forming a barrier in front of her. The difference in strength between the two was too great. The vines retreated step by step, pierced and shredded layer by layer by the razor-sharp umbrella ribs. Just as they were about to strike Yue, a soft clang was heard, and the Dragon King's blazing thunder 9 blocked Yue's path. Yue's heart pounded violently. If it weren't for the Dragon King, that umbrella blade. Luolai curled her lips. What? You used Agio to stab someone, but you used him to protect this girl. Luolai pursed her lips, her purple eyes filled with indescribable emotion. The Dragon King of the past didn't have the leisure to meddle in other people's affairs. That emotion was jealousy. Jealousy that the human girl could see the Dragon King smile every day. Jealousy that the Dragon King was willing to show his kindness to others. Jealousy of the love she could never obtain. Luo Lai composed herself, looked up, and smiled slightly. Then, she can't be allowed to stay. Although she smiled, it gave Yue an even greater sense of unease. Luo Lai's smile vanished, her magic unabashedly unleashed, a dark purple magical image rising around her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9? 9 lightning seals? Yue gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. A god! A divine descent? Yue's words were barely out of her mouth when she suddenly felt an intense pressure, making it hard to breathe. Because of the emanating lightning seals, Luo Lai exuded an aura of sacred inviolability, and seemed to have aged several years. Seeing Yue's discomfort, she chuckled softly. Look! How can someone as weak as you be worthy to stay by the Dragon King's side? The Dragon King's face darkened, and he pulled Yue behind him. With a wave of his hand, a magical image representing divine descent power appeared, surrounded by 9 lightning rings. The difference was that Luo Lai's lightning seals were noticeably darker. This was probably the mutated lightning the Dragon King had mentioned. Why are 2 of the Dragon King's lightning seals gray? Yue, protected behind the Dragon King, felt the pressure from Luo Lai gradually dissipate. Looking at the demonic seals on the person before her, she couldn't help but ask. The Dragon King remained silent, his face cold, while Luo Lai smiled, because the Dragon King and Mr. Mo have an agreement. To request Mr. Mo's help, the Dragon King willingly allowed Mr. Mo to absorb 30% of his power with the demon locking ring, and the Dragon King's request was for help. Shut up. The Dragon King's expression hardened, and he unleashed the 9-fold blazing lightning, aiming for Luo Lai. Luo Lai's expression changed, and he was about to raise his lightning umbrella to block. The Dragon King swiftly seized the flying blazing thunder 9, delivering a powerful blow, only to have it easily blocked by something. Your Highness, my younger sister has a fiery temper. If she has done anything wrong, I apologize. Second brother? Wan Si Gu! Yue stood at a distance, watching as a figure appeared out of thin air between the Dragon King and Luo Lai. The man wore a mask covering half his face, revealing a gentle smile on his lower half, a smile that was both handsome and effortlessly confident. That confident smile suggested he could accomplish anything, just like when he protected his sister and blocked the Dragon King's sword. Yue could feel the full force of the Dragon King's strike. Even she, behind him, felt a sharp aura. Yet, this attack was easily blocked by the man before her named Wan Si Gu. The Dragon King couldn't defeat him. At least, the current Dragon King is no match for him. Dragon King. Yue called out with some worry. Wonkage, the next time I ascend to the north, it will be the day your northern spirit pavilion falls. His golden dragon eyes flashed with bloodlust. The hatred for the slaughter of his own kind would be his revenge sooner or later. Wonkage smiled. I be waiting. The Dragon King gritted his teeth, still filled with immense resentment. Wonkage! Die! As he spoke, the Dragon King uncontrollably revealed half of his dragon form, dragon eyes, dragon claws, dragon ears, and crimson pupils, a sign of his rage. Seeing the sudden change in the weather, with deafening thunder and flashing lightning, Wan Chiga shook his head. Why bother, Dragon King? He smiled calmly, and with a wave of his hand, the boundless sea beneath their feet suddenly transformed into columns of water that rose into the air, like pillars connecting the earth and the sky, or an invisible barrier. Excuse me. The Dragon King's hands, transformed into dragon claws, suddenly lunged at Wan Chiga, but were instantly repelled by the water barrier, forcing him to retreat violently. The Dragon King's eyes widened, and golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he retreated. Dragon King. Luo Lai, standing behind Wan Chiga, cried out. Yue's expression changed drastically. She rushed forward, grabbed half of the Dragon King's body, and quickly retreated. Wan Chiga's eyes flickered, sensing something amiss. With a wave of his hand, the water barrier around him receded. Before them no longer lay dark clouds and rumbling thunder, but a vast expanse of green vines. Luo Lai exclaimed in surprise, This is? Wan Chiga had already regained her composure. We fell for that girl's trick. Luo Lai frowned. An illusion? But she's so weak, how could she? Wan Chiga nodded. She couldn't do it alone, she relied on external forces. However, we only spared a fraction of our consciousness here. It's hard to say what would happen if we really fought the Dragon King. This is for the best. Luo Lai nodded thoughtfully, gazing in the direction the Dragon King had departed, unable to recover for a long time. Silly girl, you're gone. That girl, is her name Yue? Yes, that's what the Dragon King calls her. Her surname is Yu. That's interesting. Is she one of those children who were sent away back then? Who knows? Second brother loves to keep things mysterious. She's home. Oh. Little 12 is waiting for you to come home and tell her a story. Ugh, I hate storytelling. Little 12 is such a chatterbox. Juan Chica smiled at his younger sister's troubled expression. It seems she's one of those who slipped through the net back then. Chapter 37. Ugh. Yue clutched her chest. Using a treasure beyond her level had brought her intense discomfort. She even felt a metallic taste in her throat. The Dragon King looked at the clear blue sky, the red in his eyes gradually fading. He looked at Yue's discomfort and quickly took out some medicine. He then reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of Yue's mouth, feeling a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, I hurt you. Yue shook her head, holding out her hand to reveal something in her palm. She caught her breath before saying, thanks to Sister Dongming, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bewitch those two at all. The Dragon King then saw clearly that it was a broken crystal ball, stained with a considerable amount of Dongming's aura. The Dragon King nodded. No wonder earlier. Having recovered from the crisis, Yue returned to her usual self and asked curiously. The person from earlier seemed to know you well. The Dragon King paused for a moment. I knew them before. I mentioned the North to you before, the northern Niueki continent. That continent is separated from Ziliaxis by a vast sea called the Boundless Sea. There's an organization on that continent called the Northern Spirit Pavilion. The 13 demon lords of the Northern Spirit Pavilion are the 13 most powerful individuals on the northern Niueki continent. The second demon lord, Water Lord Wankage, the 11th demon lord, Thunder Lord Luolai. Yue suddenly asked gossipily. That girl, Luolai. Do you like the Dragon King? The Dragon King was stunned for a moment, not expecting Yue to say that. After a moment of silence, he said, there's no future for us. Yue suddenly remembered the conversation between the Dragon King and Luolai earlier. Between them, it seemed like there was a blood feud. That girl clearly liked the Dragon King. So why did she do this? Yue realized she had seemingly stepped on a landmine and hurriedly said, Dragon King, I'm sorry. The Dragon King shook his head, seemingly unwilling to continue the topic. Yue paused for a moment, feeling a little uncomfortable looking at the Dragon King's expression. She took his hand and gave him a playful wink. Then let's not think about unhappy things. Let's go to the Rain Empire and find Xiao Yin and Yu Yin. Didn't you also like Huangju's mountain listening wooden house? The Dragon King hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yue immediately became very excited. She hadn't seen Xiao Yin and the others in a long time. Let's go and play our way there. I checked the route. It only take a month to reach the Rain Imperial City. I haven't really seen the sights of this continent yet. The Dragon King looked at the enthusiastic Yue rushing ahead, a smile of relief appearing on his lips. He hoped she could always maintain this innocence. Half a month ago. Mid-August, 2905, Western Calendar. After the commotion with Xiao He at the hometown night market, Zhou Yu resumed his usual routine of going to school, home, and back. Immersed in the library, Zhou Yu had been provided with meals by Xiao He for a month and a half. During this time, Yu Xian also visited several times, offering guidance on the use of magic as a senior, from which Zhou Yu benefited greatly. Brother. Seems a little distracted lately? Zhou, in a pale humanoid form, lay on the table, listlessly watching Zhou Yu as he read, and asked. Really? Zhou reached out and tapped Zhou Yu's nose. Yes. I feel like brother's mind is very chaotic, filled with so many things. Even your reading speed has slowed down considerably. Zhou Yu paused, then put down his book and said in a low voice, We've been apart for so long, I wonder how Jean and the others are doing. Zhou pouted, Brother's always thinking about other women. Zhou Yu chuckled, What are you talking about? They are like you. They're all my family. Zhou frowned, speechless for a long time before finally saying, If you're worried, go find them. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment. I don't know where they are. I can't reach Tong and Jean with the communication devices, and I haven't received any response from Yue either. He paused, perhaps. Perhaps Yue went to the Mayu Empire. She really likes the Wuma sisters, and Jean and Tong probably think so too. Zhou cheered, then let's go to the Mayu Empire first. Finally I can leave this awful place, I'm so bored. Zhou Yu stood up and began tidying up the books around him, but he was thinking about something else. Go. Say goodbye. Having received the communication, Xiao He was already waiting in the room specially prepared for them in the Demon Priest Tower. Standing before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view of his hometown, he seemed lost in thought. A slight click came from the door closing. Xiao He whirled around, looking at Zhou Yu approaching. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Zhou Yu shook his head. I'm leaving. Xiao Hei frowned. Where are you going? Zhou Yu replied without hesitation. First to the Rain Empire. I might stay there for a while. I'm going to see my friend. Xiao Hei blinked. Oh, why are you telling me all this? Zhou Yu was silent for a moment before asking, what are your plans? Do you want to come with me? Xiao Hei hesitated for a few moments, then shook his head. No. I need to go home. There are some things. Xiao Hei trailed off. Zhou Yu asked, what is it? Xiao Hei opened his mouth, a little embarrassed, and said, I'm 8 years old this year. Can I invite you to my coming-of-age ceremony in 10 years? 10 years? That's so long? In his world, that's a whole year. Xiao Hei looked at Zhou Yu's silent expression and panicked a little. Was I too abrupt? My elder said I can bring friends home for my coming-of-age ceremony, but if you don't have time. No, I do. I will go. Zhou Yu said with a smile. Xiao Hei's eyes widened slightly. Really? Zhou Yu nodded. Yes. Pinky promise. Saying this, he extended his right pinky finger to Xiao Hei, and Jean always liked to pinky promise with him. Xiao Hei didn't quite understand the gesture, but still mimicked Zhou Yu's gesture and extended his hand. 10 years later, in December of 2915, I'd be waiting for you at the demonic sacrifice tower in my hometown. My name is Mo Xuanqi. Did you go the wrong way? No. I followed the map. How could this be? Follow the map? Weren't we going to the Rain Empire? How did you end up in the forest? And it feels like we're getting further and further in? Are we going to get stuck? Oh. No. Hee. Are you lost? Yi Buju immediately bristled. Zhu Yingtong, clutching the map, felt somewhat aggrieved. You said you couldn't read and told me to look at this, but I don't know the way either. The characters here weren't exactly the same as the ones they usually learned. She was still learning, but she couldn't understand them all yet. Sure enough, she should have turned left at that intersection, right? I only been out for a few days. How could I know so many characters? I haven't been learning these characters for very long. Zhu Yingtong cried out inwardly. Before, it was just ordinary daily communication, who knew there were written characters to recognize. Now, without anyone to guide her, Zhu Yingtong could only guess, and this was a matter of guessing perfectly. Zhu Yingtong. She would definitely learn it in a short time. Zhu Yingtong opened her mouth to say something, but Yi Buju quickly covered her mouth. Yi Buju pulled Zhu Yingtong towards the woods behind them, saying, someone's coming, a dozen or so, all stronger than you. Always comparing me to others. Why don't I compare myself to you? Zhu Yingtong said helplessly. Yi Buju snorted. As a member of the Night Wolf clan, and a descendant of a royal family from 1,000 years ago, I was born a 7th-tier magical beast. Having been sealed for so long, I'm roughly equivalent to a level 70 or 80 human mage. Zhu Yingtong's eyes widened in surprise. She had only just broken through to level 30. Was Buju really that strong? Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but ask, then why are you hiding from them? Are there any stronger than you among them? Yi Buju scoffed them. Their average magic power is only around level 40 or 50. Only the leader and the one in the middle are a bit stronger. I'm afraid you get into trouble if a conflict breaks out. Really? Zhu Yingtong smiled, her eyes crinkling. Really not your problem? What problem could I have? Yi Buju roared, standing up from the jungle, his face displeased. Who goes there? The leader of the group shouted upon hearing the commotion. The others immediately formed a defensive formation. A few rustling sounds arose, and then a girl dressed in light red emerged quickly from the jungle. Her long, dark hair was tied in a ponytail and cascaded over her shoulders. Her innocent face showed a bewildered expression. She bit her lip, seemingly at a loss. The fluffy creature she was holding was yawning, and upon seeing the gazes of the group, it couldn't help but snuggle closer to its owner. What a cute little girl. The little thing she's holding is so cute too. A boy's voice came from the group, a hint of envy in his eyes. Zhu Yingtong looked up at the voice, and saw a boy who looked only 2 or 3 years older than her, with neat chestnut brown short hair, and dressed in lake blue casual clothes, surrounded by a group of people. There were 12 people in total, 2 girls and 10 boys. The boy who had spoken was the youngest looking one. Zhu Yingtong blinked. Hello everyone, did I disturb you? Seeing that it was a young girl, and that there wasn't much magical energy emanating from her, the group lowered their guard somewhat. The boy who had spoken earlier said, No, we haven't found any prey yet. But aren't your family worried about you coming to the Puga forest alone? Zhu Yingtong smoothed her wind-blown hair. I ran away from home, and I got lost. Everyone immediately understood, guessing that some lively young lady had wandered off again. The leader asked, "So what are your plans now?" Zhu Yingtong thought for a moment. "Do you know how to get out of the Puga forest?" "I want to go to Wanxiang, the capital of the Mayu Empire." The man said, "The roads around this forest are quite complicated. After our hunt, we need to go to the Mages Guild in the capital. Would you like to come with us temporarily? Even as a temporary member, you receive rewards after completing the mission." As soon as he finished speaking, the man cursed himself for being stupid. This girl probably didn't need those things. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yingtong's face lit up with a smile upon hearing his words. "Really? I come with you all." The girl smiled. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhu Yingtong. Thank you for your help during this time." The boy with chestnut-colored short hair was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Zhu? This surname, how did it end up in Moyu?" He then put on a cute smile. "Hello, welcome to the team. My name is Shui Hanjia." Zhu Yingtong nodded but didn't say anything more. Shui Hanjia's expression suddenly froze. You haven't heard of my name?" Zhu Yingtong tilted his head, thinking, "No, what's wrong?" Shui Hanjia turned her head away, annoyed. "Nothing." The others all wore expressions of suppressed laughter. "Zhu Yingtong?" One of the girls held his hand and said something with a smile. The boy's displeasure eased. He mumbled a few words of indistinct slang before falling silent. However, his gaze toward Zhu Yingtong became even more resentful. Chapter 38. Zhu Yingtong pondered. According to the leader, this was a hunting team registered with the Mages Guild and had received a mission from the guild. As for the young master, Shui Hanjia, she knew of the Shui family. They were one of the 8 great families Jin had mentioned, famous for the 1,000-year-old ice of the cold pool. This Shui Hanjia, she truly didn't know him. However, judging from the way the young master was being fawned over, he must have a high status at home, but she wasn't really that interested in the specifics. After walking through the forest with this team for half a day, Zhu Yingtong had become quite familiar with the group. It was indeed a hunting team registered with the Mages Guild, but there were only 3 people in the team, the young master Shui Hanjia, and his 2 younger sisters. This time, due to some reasons, only he had come, the others were merely Shui family guards. The Mages Guild's missions were divided into 10 levels, A, B, C, D, etc., with A being the most dangerous. Shui Hanjia's mission was level C. Our mission is the 6th-tier magical beast, the Heavenly Scale Serpent, a descendant of the Heavenly Scale, one of the 10 ancient magical beasts. Shui Hanjia winked at Zhu Yingtong. Actually, I could handle it by myself. My family was worried, so they arranged for so many people to come with me. A 6th-tier magical beast is equivalent to a level 60 human mage. Has this boy, who looks no more than 20 years old, already become so powerful? Meanwhile, she was only level 30 at 16. In 4 years, could she reach that level? Xiongqi and the Dragon King said that the yin-yang fire is unique, a talent that only appears once in millions, yet she has wasted so much time. Zhou Yu is almost catching up with her. This is truly. Zhu Yingtong was dejected for a moment, but quickly cheered up. Since it's an unparalleled talent, she can't let it go to waste. She will definitely become the most powerful person. Only then can she protect Yue Wei, and Jin, and Zhou Yu. Zhu Yingtong counted the time on her fingers, but wouldn't being 20 years old and level 60 be a bit too terrifying? The Heavenly Scale Black Serpent is of the Yin water element, and likes to live in cold, damp places. They should be heading towards the interior of the Puga forest. There's an iceberg there that connects to the distant ice plains, the coldest place in the entire Mayu Empire. Further in, there's the extreme cold ice plains. Zhu Yingtong looked at the map, and could roughly confirm her location. From the other side of the ice plains. Hey, what is this place that's a mix of yellow, red, and green? Shui Hanjia heard her aunt. It's my mother's voice, she said, slowing her pace as she glanced at the map. It's the first academy on the western continent, Huilun Academy. The academy is backed by the edge of the Puga forest and part of the ice plains, and it also connects to the capital of Mayu. Many people would kill to get into Huilun Academy. Her tone shifted. If I got in, I'd definitely be number 1. If it weren't for not wanting to be separated from my brothers and sisters, I would have already registered. A woman beside Shui Hanjia called out helplessly, "Young master." Shui Hanjia paused, realizing he had said something wrong, and then fell silent. Zhu Yingtong seemed lost in thought. Huilun. Huilun. Zhu Yingtong felt Yi Buju stir in her arms, and rubbed his ear. Do you know anything about him? I heard of him. He's been established for thousands of years, but when I was sealed away, it was still a small academy, not very famous back then. The academy's location is quite good, backed by the extreme cold ice plains, with the Puga Forest to the left and the Wangqiu Mountains and Kunlun Mountains to the right. Just a straight walk from the main gate leads to the capital of Mayu. The capital city of Mayu is also a coastal city, so the area is rich in resources. Later, the quality of teachers and students improved, and gradually it gained the reputation of being the #1 academy. However, I heard that the academy's fame reached its peak because of a major competition 1,000 years ago. Wait, what was it called again? The Continental Academy Style Youth Magician Competition? I think that's the name. At that time, Huiluan Academy had won the championship for many consecutive years, but someone with malicious intentions tried to sabotage it. However, a teacher from Huiluan Academy defeated the entire academy, and afterwards, the academy's reputation declined, and it gradually fell into obscurity. That teacher has 9 magic rings. Buju. He was that powerful 1,000 years ago, you tell me. How come he's still like this now? Hey Buju, wake up. Listen to me, Buju. Yi Buju yawned several times while nestled in Zhu Yingtong's arms. You're so long-winded. Just like her. What? Buju, Buju, Buju. The two were talking, but they didn't notice the expression of the boy beside them at all. After a while, Shui Hanjia saw that Zhu Yingtong was no longer communicating with the little thing in his arms, and then he asked, were you talking to him just now? Zhu Yingtong pinched Yi Buju's nose. Yes, it was this unlucky kid. Shui Hanjia's eyes held a hint of envy. You understand beast language? Zhu Yingtong was taken aback. No. What was beast language? She could only understand Yi Buju's speech. She couldn't understand anything else. Shui Hanjia was also surprised. Then how do you communicate with him? Even the most common contracted magical beasts didn't have this feature. Yi Buju's voice echoed in Zhu Yingtong's mind again. It's because I didn't want them to hear, so only you can hear what I'm saying. To them, I only made a sound. You didn't speak. Zhu Yingtong was delighted, and couldn't help but pat Yi Buju's nose. Then can you speak human language? Or rather, can you communicate with people other than me? Yi Buju scoffed disdainfully. I'm a high-level magical beast, an intelligent one. If I'm willing to learn, it's a piece of cake. Zhu Yingtong smiled, and ruffled Yi Buju's hair. This kid really deserved a beating. It's more like mental communication. Buju's mental strength is quite strong, so we can communicate in the sea of spirit. Ah, I see. It seemed there was such a thing. The sea of spirit. High-level magical beasts possess intelligence. They really can communicate with humans on a deeper level. They don't just express emotion through vocalizations, they can even express emotion through language. It's amazing. Shui Hanjia sighed. Sigh, I haven't found a suitable contracted magical beast yet. If this heavenly scaled black serpent wasn't so ugly, I might have chosen to contract it. Ugly? Have you seen it? Shui Hanjia said, I never seen a live one, but there's information about it when you accept a quest in the guild. Let me tell you, the information describes the heavenly scaled black serpent as having scales all over its body, all black like a loach, a dark blue head, a red tail, ears that look like futons, and black eyes. It's really ugly. Shui Hanjia's expression was full of disgust as she described it. A 6-tier heavenly scaled black serpent is about 100 meters long. It's ugly and so big, I'm afraid I have nightmares if I contracted it. Oh, that's true, it's not very good looking. At least our Buju looks presentable. That's because the heavenly scale serpent isn't fully evolved. It's a magical beast possessing 1% of the heavenly scale bloodline. If it could evolve to the 9th rank, it probably wouldn't look so ugly, Yi Buju said. Zhu Yingtong was about to say something when she felt the ground shake violently, almost causing her to lose her footing. Shui Hanjia, who was closest to her, flashed behind her and lifted Zhu Yingtong into the air. What is that? It's in the northwest. What's that? Shall she fly up and take a look? It's moving too fast. I can't see it. It's very long. It's blue in the front and black in the back. It's... Shui Hanjia flew in the air, a slight smile playing on his lips. It's the heavenly scale black serpent. Xiao Yingtong, you're truly my lucky star. We've been searching for 5 or 6 days without finding any trace of it, and it appeared as soon as you arrived. That's wonderful. He looked down at Zhu Yingtong, whom he was carrying. Can you fly? Zhu Yingtong stiffly shook her head. To be honest, not only could she not fly, but she was also a little unaccustomed to it. Forced into the air suddenly, she hadn't recovered yet, her face a little pale. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly noticed that Yi Buju in her arms was emitting a strange light. When the two of them came to their senses, a handsome young man of 16 or 17 years old had appeared before them. The boy's expression was fierce, and without a word, he pulled Zhu Yitong from Shui Hanjia's arms, saying, "I take care of things here." Zhu Yitong, seriously so fierce. Shui Hanjia's surprised gaze swept back and forth between the two of them. All right then. In an instant, he rushed to the front of the group. "So, you're mine." "What? Never seen you before." Shui Hanjia poked the fire with a stick, smiling as he spoke. Zhu Yitong shook her head, remaining silent. To be honest, she was still a little shaken. The scene of Shui Hanjia single-handedly fighting the heavenly scaled serpent still occasionally flashed through her mind. That eerie blue light enveloping the young man's body, his fearless struggle against the massive beast, his attacks ruthless yet his movements fluid and graceful, like a master painter's brushstrokes, his techniques breathtaking, and he held his own. Zhu Yitong suddenly asked, "Wait, where's the heavenly scaled serpent?" When she came to her senses, all she saw was a ravaged battlefield, and the hunting party members' encampment, nothing else. Shui Hanjia smiled, "Want to see?" Before Zhu Yitong could respond, he flicked his wrist, and a small, octagonal wooden plaque appeared in his hand. A strange, shifting light emanated from it, and from the ravaged ground emerged a shrinking, writhing heavenly scale serpent. Zhu Yitong stared in astonishment at the octagonal wooden plaque in Shui Hanjia's hand, then at the restless beast, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is..." Shui Hanjia toyed with the plaque. "This is a magic array temporarily lent to registered hunting teams by the Hunting Association. It uses magic to activate an array engraved in locust wood. Different engravings produce different effects. It's called a divine seal. However, this wasn't made by the Hunting Association. It was provided to the association by the Hidden Spirit Pavilion. I heard they charge them a hefty sum. I heard that locust wood is only produced in the Yu family's sacred land. It seems the Yu family has made quite a bit of money." He tossed the wooden plaque to Zhu Yitong. "This is just a level 4 magic array. Magic arrays are divided into 7 levels. A level 5 array is enough to trap ordinary level 9 magical beasts. As for level 6 and 7, I heard that the Hidden Spirit Pavilion doesn't provide them to the public, so the highest level magic array the association has is only level 5. Even with level 5 wooden plaques, the association doesn't have more than 10. But that makes sense. Level 9 magical beasts are rare. I rarely seen any missions to capture level 9 magical beasts." Zhu Yitong caught the divine seal, curiously turning it over and over to examine it. The engravings on this. Shui Hanjia casually broke off a stick and started drawing on the ground. "There's a secret technique on the continent called array, which can be used to. Using a magic array as a medium and activated by magic, a trapping spell can be cast. To break the array, specific techniques are required. Different arrays have different methods of breaking. However, this array technique has been lost in Ziliosis for a long time. Only the Danshan Imperial Palace in the western part of the continent still retains some ancient relics." Shui Hanjia's throat was dry from talking. Looking at Zhu Yitong's focused gaze beside her, she reached out and poked her forehead. "Go and rest. We didn't bring any extra supplies on this trip. Can you squeeze in with the 2 girls in our team?" Zhu Yitong nodded quickly. Yes, I can." If Shui Hanjia hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have even noticed this problem. Would she be sleeping in the open, under the open sky, on the ground as her bed? What a pitiful girl. She should hurry out of the forest and prepare some essential survival items. Shui Hanjia stood up and called out to the busy hunting team members, "Aki, make room in the big one for Xiaoyun and the others, and Xiaotong." The burly man who was called paused for a moment, then loudly replied, "Yes," and quickly went to make the arrangements. Shui Hanjia tapped Zhu Yitong's forehead. "They be ready soon. You should go and rest." Zhu Yitong nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Okay." Good heavens, the people she met were just too kind. Chapter 39. In the dead of night, some places were not so quiet. Zhu Yitong. Yitong. Ta Tong. Who is it? Who is calling me? Zhu Yitong was awakened by the sudden voice, but she couldn't open her eyes or get up. It felt as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. "Tong. Who are you? Why are you calling me?" "You? Zhu Yitong? Ah." Zhu Yitong suddenly woke up, a golden light flashing in her eyes. "Who?" "It's me, Shui Hanjia." The voice outside paused for a moment. "We're preparing to leave the forest. Are you ready?" Zhu Yitong hesitated for a second, then immediately replied, "Soon. Give me 5 minutes. Xue Hanjia agreed and left. Xue Tong put on her outer clothes and stepped out of the tent. The girl Xue Hanjia called Xiaoyun waved to her. Xue Tong jogged over, thanked her for the water she offered, and began her necessary washing. While washing, Xue Tong heard a faint arguing sound. Curious, she turned to look. She saw Xue Hanjia with his back to the group, and standing beside him was a tall, slender man. The two were talking. Judging by Xue Tong's estimation, the man was probably taller than Zhou, at least 1.9 meters. Coming to that, Xue Hanjia was actually more than half a head shorter than the man, only a few centimeters taller than herself. Xue Hanjia looked a few years older than her. It seemed she wouldn't grow any taller. Coming back to her senses, Xue Tong shook her head helplessly. What was she thinking? How was the trip? Do you want to go back? The man asked. Xue Hanjia turned her head. No, I didn't. It's Kenner's birthday. Aren't you going back to see her? The man asked again. Xue Hanjia was stunned. I almost forgot. Xue Hanjia fell silent, about to say something, but the man pulled her into his arms. The man gently stroked Xue Hanjia's hair and asked softly, This outfit looks so good? Don't you want to go home? Haven't you had enough fun yet? Let go. There are other people here. What kind of behavior is this? Xue Hanjia blushed, but couldn't break free from his embrace. I go back after this mission. What's the rush? The man picked up a strand of Xue Hanjia's hair. I'm worried about you. I know. Xue Tong, I get beaten to death if I speak now, but I hold back. The man noticed the somewhat flustered Xue Tong, released Xue Hanjia from his embrace, gently pinched his nose, and said softly, Go see the little girl you brought. Xue Hanjia finally realized what was happening, her face turning bright red. Xue Tong, no, I'm not in a rush, I go. But I don't know where to go. Xue Hanjia took a long time to recover, but didn't come directly to Xue Tong, only instructing Xiaoyun and the other two to stay with the girl just in case. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the silhouettes of city buildings came into view. The capital of the Mayu Empire is just ahead, Xue Hanjia said, walking up to Xue Tong. Xue Tong nodded, and after Buju, whom he was carrying, shifted its position, he bowed and thanked them, saying, Thank you all for your help along the way. I can go directly to the capital from here. Young Master Xue, farewell. Xue Hanjia looked at Xue Tong and suddenly smiled, saying, We meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, a light kiss landed on Xue Tong's brow. Looking at the prankster, her previous gloom vanished, and her whole demeanor brightened instantly. Xue Tong's face flushed instantly, and she took several steps back. The girl took a few deep breaths and shouted, Goodbye, everyone. After everyone responded, the girl turned and left. We only known each other for 2 days, how come you? Xue Hanjia raised an eyebrow. Are you jealous? The man smiled and shook his head. No need to joke around with a teenage girl. Xue Hanjia muttered a few words. Little Tong seems genuinely oblivious. Next time they meet, she'd definitely give her a big surprise, haha. Not long after leaving the forest, Xue Tong saw the huge golden characters on the city gate, Wanxiang. Xue Tong tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a sob escaping her lips. This journey had been incredibly difficult. Finally here. Let's hurry to the palace and see if anyone has arrived yet. Yi Buju yawned. Why didn't you use the communicator to contact them? Xue Tong pouted. I did contact them. Xiaowei only replied these past few days, saying she's with the Dragon King, and their final destination is the Mayu Palace. When I contacted Xiaoyu before, he said he already set off, but it might take a few more days. But I couldn't reach a Jean, and I don't know how she is. When did you contact her? I didn't see it. You sleep like a log every day. You only woke up once yesterday. What could you possibly see? Yi Buju, oh. After the routine checks, Xue Tong entered the capital and, relying on her past memories, quickly arrived at the palace. Although there was a direct route from the city gate to the palace, she was unfamiliar with the area and didn't have much money. Besides, it would be good for her to get acquainted with the place. Her last visit to the capital was too rushed, and she hadn't had a chance to properly appreciate the scenery along the way. What's so great about this? It has everything here. Yi Buju smacked his lips, then began his tour with rapt attention. Zhongtian Pavilion offers traditional Moyu delicacies and various classic snacks. Prices are on the higher side, around 500 gold coins per person. Guanyunfeng offers a variety of men's and women's clothing, and also welcomes custom orders. Group discounts are available. Prices are also on the higher side, ranging from 100 to 5,000 gold coins. Wutian Tower is the tallest building in the Mayu Empire besides the demon-slaying sacrifice tower. It allows for observation of the starry sky and weather using special instruments, providing leisure and entertainment. Yameng Hotel is a nationwide chain, offering rooms of various styles, including single rooms, standard rooms, and family packages. The rooms are exquisite, and the service is attentive. It costs anywhere from 100 to 1,000 gold coins. Zhu Weitong paused, interrupting Yi Buju's statement. Where did you find all this? Yi Buju's silver-gray front paw rested on Zhu Weitong's communication bracelet. There's a new feature, didn't you notice? What new feature? I spent 300 gold coins to update it for you, and also used 400 gold coins to buy this 20% off package, the Four Great Empires Travel Guide. Zhu Weitong was shocked. 700 gold coins? How could you do that? Shortly after returning last time, and Jean took all 4 of their communication bracelets, fiddled with them for a while, and said she had bound their information and preloaded 1,000 gold coins. Everyone was astonished. Was it really that high class? Zhu Weitong had asked Jean where the money came from, and Jean had given him a series of winks. Zhou Yu glanced at the pitiful Qiongqi beside him. The extorted Qiongqi looked utterly aggrieved. Who knew what else Qiongqi had been blackmailed out of besides money? It wasn't entirely Jin's fault. With beauty before one's eyes, it's impossible to refuse. However, those were Jin's exact words. And Jean also gave everyone 500 gold coins in cash, just in case. Logically, shouldn't only the person activating the communication bracelet be able to do so? How come? We have an equal contract. The communication bracelet recognizes me too. Zhu Weitong counted the few coins she had left. Is this how it works? Will my wallet have another hole now? Am I going to be broke? Looking at the blazing midday sun, Zhu Weitong ignored Yi Buju and entered the palace through a side gate. She handed the gatekeeper the token left by the Wuma sisters. The gatekeeper's expression turned serious. Please wait a moment, miss. Then he turned and found a woman, who seemed to have just arrived by the side of the gate. Please. The woman came. At the entrance, the woman curtsied to Zhu Weitong. Miss Zhu, please follow me. Zhu Weitong looked at the woman and hesitated before asking, Pearl? Her appearance was somewhat different from what she remembered, but Zhu Weitong considered the differences between this world and their original one. For years had passed since they first arrived in this world. The young woman smiled and said, Yes, Her Highness the Princess is already waiting for you. Although she also had some doubts about Zhu Weitong's seemingly identical appearance, as a personal maid who had served the princess since childhood, she knew what to say and what not to say. Zhu Weitong followed Pearl into the palace, then into the quiet bamboo grove. The bamboo was lush and verdant, the leaves slender and delicate, just as she remembered. Tong tong. A clear, familiar voice suddenly rang out. Zhu Weitong looked towards the source of the voice. Dappled golden sunlight shone on the girl's delicate face, making her already beautiful features even more radiant. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons with joy. A gust of wind blew down, and the familiar feeling made Zhu Weitong instinctively hug the girl, who almost lost control. Zhu Weitong looked closely at her friend whom she hadn't seen for many days, and couldn't help but smile. Ajin? Where did you go? We couldn't contact you. I was so worried about you. Zhu Weitong remembered her purpose, and asked with a frown. And Jean stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. Well, after I separated from you, I fell into the sea and drifted for a long time. Luckily, some fishermen happened to pass by and rescued me, otherwise I don't know where I would have drifted to. I lost my communicator while drifting at sea, and only got a new one after I got to land. I'm so sorry to have worried you. Hearing this, Zhu Weitong finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're alright. And Jean snuggled against Zhu Weitong. I think the place we're most familiar with on this continent is Mayu. After I got to land, I took a car to Mayu. Luckily, the Jinhua necklace given to me by the Dragon King is bound to me and won't be lost, otherwise I would have nothing. When I got to Mayu, I realized I had been drifting at sea for over a month. I feel like I'd gotten so tanned. And Jin's pretty little face was scrunched up. She must have been extremely aggrieved. Zhu Weitong patted in Jin's head, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her voice. It's good that you're alright. I already contacted Xiao Wei and the others. They'd be arriving at Mayu soon. And Jean beamed, her eyes sparkling. That's wonderful. The two walked and talked, quickly arriving deep within the bamboo forest. There stood two figures, Princess Shuming, Wuma Yueyin, and the Imperial Preceptor, Master Huangjue. Yueyin! Master Huangjue. And Jean called out their names loudly, as soon as she caught a glimpse of them, as if afraid they would run away. Seeing Jin's cheerful expression, Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but laugh and followed her forward. Yue Yan, Mr. Huang Jue? It's been a long time. Huang Jue nodded slightly, and Wuma Yue Yan said with a smile, Yingtong, you probably don't know, but before you came, Jin was incredibly bored. She spent all her time in this wooden house, afraid that if she left for even a short while you would arrive. She chuckled again. It's strange, Jin couldn't contact you, so she had to ask me to contact Xiao Wei. She did this morning. While we were eating, she was telling me she had a feeling someone was coming. She sounded so confident, I had to ask Pearl to keep watch at the side door. But Xiao Wei just said yesterday it might be a few days. I didn't expect you to be the first one to arrive. And Jean stuck out her tongue and hugged Zhu Yingtong's arm tightly. That proves we're on the same wavelength. And Jean then noticed what Zhu Yingtong was holding, her eyes wide with curiosity. What's this? It's so fluffy and comfortable. As she spoke, she even reached out to touch it. Stop, stop, stop my hands! After being ravaged, Yibu couldn't even speak properly. Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but chuckle, and then slowly recounted her experiences over the past few days. And Jean nodded, seemingly understanding. You can turn into a human. But you're still male. Zhu Yingtong chuckled. What strange and wonderful ideas are you thinking about all day? Instead of wasting time thinking about these things, you should focus on your cultivation. Tong. You're so fierce. Do you love me less now that you have a new love? The laughter of the young people added a touch of vitality to the breezy hillside, and they began to look forward to the days to come. Chapter 40. 3 days after Zhu Yingtong's arrival, Zhou Yu and Yue arrived at the Mayu Palace one after the other, successfully reuniting with Zhu Yingtong and Jin. That night, Wuma Yue Yan instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish banquet to welcome the four of them. Having drunk a few cups, everyone was a little tipsy, and went home to rest early. Waking up in the middle of the night wanting some fresh air, Yue gently pushed open the door, and saw Zhu Yingtong sitting on the hilltop. Yue's mind was still a little sluggish, but her body acted first. She rushed to Zhu Yingtong's side, wrapped her arms around her arm, and nestled her head comfortably against her shoulder. I'm a little dizzy. Tong, why are you out? I wasn't fully awake when I left. I didn't even notice you weren't in the room. Zhu Yingtong tapped Yue's forehead. I told you to drink less, but you wouldn't listen. You felt terrible when you got back. Luckily, you're a good drinker, you didn't cause any trouble, and you fell asleep as the effects wore off. I waited until you were asleep before coming out. I drank a little and felt stuffy, so I came out for some fresh air. Yue rubbed against Zhu Yingtong's shoulder. Tong is so thin. It's uncomfortable leaning against you. Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but chuckle. Why do you always rub against the thinnest parts? She adjusted her position to make Yue more comfortable. A gentle breeze blew across the mountaintop, and Yue gradually felt sleepy. But Tong is so thin. She's half a head taller than me, but only weighs a little more. Oh right, Ajin said she cooked delicious food for us every day. Let's fatten Tong up a bit, and then a little more. Speaking of which, I think Ajin's cooking skills are getting better and better. I learn a few tricks from her sometime. Zhu Yingtong smiled slightly, and gently patted Yue's back. Okay. Yue's voice grew softer and softer, and Zhu Yingtong vaguely heard her murmur, let's go see Xiao Yan tomorrow. It's been so long since I've seen her. Zhu Yingtong chuckled, okay. Gradually, all Zhu Yingtong could hear was the soft sound of the wind and shallow breathing. Zhu Yingtong didn't linger on the mountaintop. She gently picked up Yue and turned to leave. What? Wuma Yue Yan looked embarrassed and repeated what she had told Yue earlier. My elder sister went on a private trip and isn't in the palace. Yue frowned, her beautiful face showing a look of distress that evoked pity. How could this be? I couldn't contact her either. How long has she been gone? Is she alone? Has she contacted you? More than 5 months. My elder sister left her communicator in the palace. She said she went out alone and didn't want to be disturbed. She's been the one contacting us these past few months. My elder sister forbade me from sending anyone to follow her or go find her. The first time I sent someone to find her, intending to protect her secretly, was after receiving her first letter. She had only been gone for half a month then, but she discovered my message, and for the next 2 months, she didn't send me a single letter. I only received another letter from her more than 2 months ago, and since then, she has sent me a letter promptly at the beginning of each 10-day period. Yue still frowned. Did she say how long she would be gone? As of now, they only have 6 months left to stay on the western continent. Wuma Yue Yan shook her head, no. However, my sister's birthday is in 2 months, she will definitely come back. Yu Wei was stunned by these words. Birthday, the Xiaoyan sisters, were about to turn 18. In their original world, the two sisters were barely adults, yet they had shouldered the responsibility of a nation for so many years. Who could understand the hardships and suffering behind that? Yu Wei couldn't help but recall when she first met Xiaoyan. She was only 14, but now, the gap between these two worlds gradually filled her with a sense of bewilderment. Sometimes she even doubted whether this world truly existed. Was everything she had experienced just a dream? Yu Wei? Zhu Yingtong, seeing Yu Wei's pale face, couldn't help but call out, "What's wrong? Are you alright?" Yu Wei opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. It was too inappropriate to say such things in this situation. She said softly, "I'm fine. I was just thinking about what gifts to prepare for them." As she finished speaking, Yu Wei's face gradually brightened, as if she had returned to being that lively and mischievous girl. Zhu Yingtong's heart stirred, but as if by agreement, she didn't ask. Hearing Yu Wei's words, she couldn't help but smile and say, "It's time to think about it carefully." Late at night, the three lay in bed, but only Anjin was asleep. Zhu Yingtong and Yu Wei were wide awake. Yu Wei's fingers unconsciously traced patterns on Zhu Yingtong's palm. This room had been made extra large when it was rushed for the three of them, with 3 sizable beds, but on their very first day there, they pushed the 3 beds together. "What are you thinking about?" Yu Wei whispered, thinking about something. "In our world, less than half a year has passed, but here 4 years have already gone by. Will Xiaoyan and the others grow old?" Yu Wei hesitated, a sense of awkwardness rising within her. Zhu Yingtong had also pondered this question, but never deeply. Now, with Yu Wei bringing it up, she fell silent. "Why is it like this?" Zhu Yingtong realized this was a question she couldn't answer. What kind of world is this? Why did they come here? What will they face in the future? So many questions troubled her, but perhaps due to the influence of her past actions, she fell asleep within moments. When Zhu Yingtong awoke again, Yu Wei and Anjin were no longer beside her. Even the bed felt cool, indicating they had been gone for some time. After a quick wash, Zhu Yingtong went out. She checked the time. It was just past Chinshur, 7 to 9 a.m. As soon as she stepped outside, she heard Anjin's voice, "Tong Tong, are you awake? Come and eat." The girl, still a little dazed from just waking up, asked, "What do you want to eat?" Anjin smiled sweetly, "Come and try some." Zhu Yingtong obediently sat down at the stone table. Anjin took out something that had been kept in a temperature-controlled incubator. The one placed at the front was a dessert that Wuma Yuan had brought on their first visit. Later, many people had eaten it on subsequent visits, so they still remembered the taste. "Try it. Does it taste different?" Zhu Yingtong scooped up a spoonful, a hint of enjoyment unconsciously appearing between her brows. "It's sweeter than before." "Oh right, I changed the syrup. It's made by Yu Wei based on the outline recorded in the book given to her by Senior Lan Chung, using nectar from various flowers. It's called 100 Flowers." And Jean smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Don't you always like sweets?" Besides, Yu Wei added a few invigorating herbs. Even after removing the cores, it's not bitter and doesn't affect the original flavor of the 100 Flowers. It can also slightly alleviate the drowsiness caused by Fuzhe. Zhu Yingtong almost teared up. "Ah, Jean Yu and Xiao Yu." And Jean slightly curled her lips. "Don't say things I don't like to hear. Eat quickly, I make you more if you're not full." "Okay." Just as Zhu Yingtong was about to finish her third serving of 100 Flowers hearts, her communication bracelet beeped. Zhu Yingtong flipped her wrist and tapped the bracelet. A virtual screen appeared in midair, projecting onto the top of the bracelet. Text gradually appeared on the palm-sized screen. "Tong Tong, this is a scheduled message. Please check it. I didn't sleep well last night. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling like I had to do something, leave some trace, to prove I was here, that I exist. Fanchio and I discussed it, and decided to prepare a gift for Xiaoyan and the others' birthdays. So I probably won't be staying here for long. If anything comes up, just message me, or come find me at Xianming Tower. Oh, and remember to eat when you wake up. Go find Ajin, there'll be a surprise." Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but laugh. This girl was really clever and mischievous. When she mentioned the gift, she already had a guess in mind, and thinking about Fanchio, it was almost certain. Received. After replying to the message, Zhu Yingtong looked at Anjin. "By the way, where's Xiao Yu?" Anjin stuck out her tongue. "Him? He's probably cultivating in the back mountain again." Zhu Yingtong's expression turned serious. "That's right, we need to hurry too. But we promised to protect them." Anjin blinked. "Then I go find him." The bamboo forest behind the mountain was Zhou Yu's favorite training place, Firstly, because the wind element on the mountain was abundant, and secondly, because it was quiet. However, when Zhou Yu wielded his sword, this bamboo forest was destined to be anything but quiet. And Jean was particularly careful as she approached, making her footsteps soft. She knew how perceptive Zhou Yu was. If she wanted to see him practice his sword, she absolutely couldn't disturb him. Ever since she first unintentionally saw Zhou Yu practice his sword, and Jean had noticed that this usually quiet little boy had grown up. His movements were so fluid, so elegant. When Zhou Yu wielded his sword, it was as if the whole world was in his hands. The boy's sword was as clean and clear as he was. His wrist was strong and resilient, and as the long sword sliced through the air, the sword sound was clear and resonant. The bamboo leaves rustled in the wind, yet not a single leaf fell, demonstrating his remarkable control. And Jean, watching Zhou Yu's sword dance, was also satisfied. She was gradually drawn in by the scene before her hands itching to join in. With a thought, she summoned Yuan by Yin. Her feet swayed gracefully, and in a few quick steps, she moved away to face Zhou Yu directly, calling out, "Little Yu, watch out." Zhou Yu had noticed the approaching footsteps. He swung his phone-case sword in the air, and several arrows clashed against the blade. He heard a swishing sound again, and with a turn, he caught another arrow from Jean. Several times, Zhou Yu managed to catch Jin's arrows without fail. And Jean put away her bow. "Ah. I'm unhappy. Why does Xiao Yu move with me every time I move? I should be faster. I'm moving so lightly and running so fast. How can you still react and keep up? Honestly, I've been training hard too. How can you keep me in check like this? It's no fun." Her whole face practically screamed, "I'm unhappy." Zhou Yu also put away his wind blade, flicking Jin's forehead lightly with his fingertip. "You call that proper training? When have I ever seen you train? You're just eating, sleeping, or always running to the kitchen, you. How can you talk to your sister like that? You're asking for it." And Jean pouted and elbowed Zhou Yu in the waist. Right? Didn't I tell you could contact me directly if anything happened? I hear you. What if I accidentally hurt you next time because you came in without warning? You already called, Xiao Yu. When did you become so long-winded?" Zhou Yu sighed. I'm sorry, sister was wrong." And Jean clasped her hands together, blinking her eyes sweetly. Zhou Yu was somewhat helpless, And Jean winked playfully. Okay, let's go finding Tong. Let's go see what Xiao Yu is doing. Chapter 41. When Jean and Zhou Yu returned to the wooden house, a large stack of jade dishes had already been piled up beside Zhu Tong. The girl turned her head at the sound, and the two could only see her slightly puffed out cheeks. Zhu Tong quickly chewed the food in her mouth a few times and swallowed. Just as she was about to speak, she let out a small hiccup, her pretty face slightly flushed as she raised her hand to cover her mouth. And Jean chuckled, covering her mouth. "Our Tong Tong is so greedy, huh?" Once she had caught her breath, Zhu Tong lowered her hand and said, "No way. I don't usually eat that many of these desserts, okay? It's just that you made them so delicious." And Jean raised an eyebrow. "Oh ho, you're blaming me now?" Zhu Tong gave a soft hum. Let's go see Yue." The three arrived at Xianming Tower close to noon. Whether Yue had given them a heads up or not, they spotted the graceful Fanchio leaning against the doorway from afar. With just a glance, she was already in front of them. Zhou Yu's expression shifted slightly, and he suddenly took a step back. Zhu Tong, however, instinctively leaned forward, while Jean firmly embraced Fanchio's soft waist. Fanchio slid into Jin's arms, her two fair arms draped around his neck, and she said coquettishly, "Little Jean, you're so nosy. I didn't mean to hug you." And Jean then lifted Fanchio's long legs and whispered a few words in her ear. Fanchio's eyes were alluring, but her voice was clear and bright. "I know you're here to see Yue. Oh dear, I'm tired from walking. You were so rough with me just now you hurt my back. So as punishment you have to carry me back?" And Jean raised an eyebrow slightly. "Hold on tight." The girl's feet suddenly quickened, and Fanchio gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Jean and burying herself in his embrace. In just a few breaths, Fanchio found herself stopped and couldn't help but ask, "We're here already?" And Jean gently put Fanchio down, a smug smile on her face. "I told you I was fast, right?" Fanchio pondered for a moment. "You gotten even faster. Wait a minute. I heard from Xiao Yue that she hasn't seen you cultivate much. How come you haven't fallen behind?" And Jean couldn't help but feel exasperated. "Why does everyone say I don't cultivate?" She muttered under her breath. "Is this what I thought? Cultivating for half a day is completely useless, but my cultivation level increases rapidly when I sleep and rest. What did you say? I can't hear you. And Jean made a face. I said you successfully lost weight, that's why I ran so fast. Fanchio wanted to say something more, but then she saw Zhu Yingtong and Zhou Yu walking over. She demurely brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Come in. The group entered Xiaming Tower and went straight to the top floor. Because it connected to the rooftop of the property next to Fanchio's, this was the most spacious floor in the entire tower. The semi-transparent ceiling design made the view exceptionally beautiful. The girls, tired from dance practice, loved to find a spot with a good view to lie down and rest for a while. When they entered, Yue was choreographing a dance with the girls of Xiaming Tower. This part is the climax of the whole dance. I think it can be changed a bit. For example, what do you think? As she spoke, Yue took a step back, her slender waist bending backward until her upper body was almost parallel to the ground. It was then that she saw the person approaching. Yue stood up, turned around, and waved to Zhu Yingtong and the others, her smile undisguised. I be done soon. Then she turned back, her words suddenly quickening. Like this, when everyone takes a step back, there's space in the middle. The dance part inside might need some adjustments. How about we leave it at that for today? Everyone, you can go now. Just as the girls practicing dance were about to nod, Yue turned and ran towards Zhu Yingtong and the others. Tong. I'm so hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Zhu Yingtong caught Yue, who almost lost her footing, somewhat amused and exasperated. You little rascal, let's go. What do you want to eat? The four of them greeted Fanchio and the others before heading outside. Yue tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled at Zhu Yingtong. I haven't even had a few bites of the 100 flower hearts that Jean made this morning. And Jean spat, come on, who ran so fast this morning? I had to chase after you to let you eat more. Yue smiled sheepishly. I overslept. I made an appointment with Sister Fanchio. It's so embarrassing to be late. So you deserve to starve yourself? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yingtong turned and tapped Yue's forehead, about to say something, when Yue interrupted her. Yue blinked her big, watery eyes and said in a soft voice, I was wrong. I definitely go to bed early and get up early to eat breakfast next time. Zhu Yingtong was somewhat helpless. Yue muttered. Tongtong's constant chatter must have come from Ajin. Zhu Yingtong and Jin's lips twitched, and they said in unison, who's being so chatty? Yue stuck out her tongue and made a face. Whoever answers me is the one who's being chatty. Look at our Xiaoyu, so quiet. Zhou Yu, let's eat here. The four of them stopped. By Huala. Zhou Yu said, I just checked by Waruixin, and this is the only place in the entire Wanli city that has it. I already reserved 2 set meals. We can talk about anything else inside. Xiaoyu is so thoughtful. Yue's eyes sparkled with delight. The four entered the lobby of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, and were immediately struck by its decor. The entire space was decorated in red and pink, and at first glance, it appeared to have 6 floors. The open-plan design was striking, and each floor had a number of suites. Only uniformed staff were present, ensuring excellent privacy. Shortly after they entered, a young man who looked to be about their age approached them. His voice was soft and clear. Do you four have a reservation? Zhou Yu nodded, his hand sliding to his waist, where a black, polygonal token appeared in his hand. The token was slightly thick and felt substantial. The woman who had come to greet them showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. She then took the token from Zhou Yu with both hands, and with a slight flick of her wrist, made slight contact with the token. A very faint clinking sound was heard, and she returned the token with both hands. Respected black-clad priest, your room is on the 6th floor, east side. Please follow me. Although they had shared stories of their separation upon their initial meeting, hearing the words black-robed priest from someone else for the first time still evoked a different feeling in them. And Jean turned to look at Zhou Yu, her voice low and teasing, our little you really made something of yourself. Zhou Yu feigned a glare at Jean, but said nothing. Zhu Yingtong and Yue covered their mouths and chuckled. The woman leading the way remained expressionless, but inwardly she couldn't help but wonder, how old does this boy look? He's already a black-robed priest? How is that possible? But the system's verification wouldn't be wrong. Could he be an elder in his family? Besides, a man bringing 3 beautiful girls to dinner? This. But he's really handsome. Thinking this, the girl's ears turned slightly red. The 4 of you, this is it. The young woman leading the way pushed open the door. The entire 100 Flowers Pavilion is designed in a tower-like shape, with fewer rooms as you go up. The top floor, the 6th floor, has only 4 rooms, but this doesn't affect the spaciousness of the rooms. The main color scheme of the rooms maintains the building's pink hue, but also reflects the theme of 100 flowers. Everywhere you look, there are at least a dozen flowers in matching colors, complemented by plenty of greenery. 100 ivy, michia, taigu, lingji, these are all excellent herbs from the teacher's medical books. Their effects are different yet complementary. Collecting such a complete and large quantity of herbs requires considerable manpower and resources. All the herbs in this room are quite expensive, and many have very short blooming periods requiring frequent replacement. At market prices, this one would cost 30 to 40,000 gold coins a day. Yue surveyed the room's decor, a hint of admiration in her voice. So luxurious, she exclaimed. Zhu Yingtong's eyes widened. So much money? How much money do we have left? The girl following behind explained, this is the highest end room in our building. All expenses are included in the room rate. There are no extra charges. Zhu Yingtong nodded. That's quite considerate, she thought, but I wonder how much the room rate is. She was a little hesitant to look at the bill. The girl continued, the black-robed priest has already ordered 2 set meals, but that might not be enough for 4 people. Would you like to order anything else? As she spoke, she took out a menu from the storage ring that everyone at 100 Flowers Pavilion carried. Before Yue could speak, she felt a slight warmth on her bracelet. In a moment of surprise, a figure appeared before them, the Dragon King. Before anyone could react, he took the menu from the girl, scribbled a few lines on it with his fingertips, and then handed it back. Don't take these. Give me one of each of the others. Zhu Yingtong's heart skipped a beat. She noticed that almost every dish started at 3 figures, some even 4. The Dragon King had ordered at least 20 dishes. Yue's eyes widened. You ordered too much. Can we finish it all? Zhu Yingtong added, besides, it seems a bit expensive. Xiao Yu is treating us. Although they had never experienced financial hardship before, they currently had no way to earn money in this world, and relying on Xiao Yin and the others all the time wasn't a good idea. The Dragon King raised an eyebrow slightly. Who asked you to treat us? As he spoke, a card appeared in his hand. Zhu Yingtong blinked, wondering where it had come from. The girl took the card from the Dragon King, and upon seeing the card, couldn't help but exclaim softly. A white card! The Dragon King nodded. It seems you haven't lost your good habits. Everyone does their homework before starting their shift. The girl became even more respectful. Respected black-clad priest and white card holder, please wait a moment. We will arrange things for you as soon as possible. With that, she turned and gently closed the door before leaving. After the girl left, an awkward silence fell over the room. The Dragon King broke the silence first, walking to a small table in the center of the room. With a few fiddling motions, the table made a slight clicking sound and instantly transformed into a round table that could seat 6 or 7 people. What are you standing there for? Come and sit down. Yue walked over first, and sat down next to the Dragon King. You seem to know quite a bit about this. I used to be a regular customer. They always brought things to the Dragon Palace anyway, so why let them gather dust? And Jean sat down and curiously fiddled with the small items on the table, muttering to herself, these things are really amazing. The technology is so advanced. Before she finished speaking, and Jean heard the entire table and chairs they were sitting on make a slight creaking sound. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yue had just settled down when she felt her chair become unstable and start to move. Careful. Yue felt herself almost fall to the side, but suddenly felt a force steadying her. When she came to her senses, she saw that the Dragon King had caught her from behind, and she had almost fallen halfway into his arms. The girl blushed instantly, quickly straightening up by supporting herself on the table. She then lowered her head shyly, like a boiled shrimp, and after a while, she finally recovered and whispered, thank you. The Dragon King covered his mouth with his hand, nodding and only replying with a faint mm. Zhu Yingtong and Jean, Zhou, oh, why do I feel like there are pink bubbles swirling around us? Chapter 42. The Dragon King quickly realized what was happening and explained, and Jean just adjusted the seating settings on this table, adding an extra chair, which changed the position. Zhu Yingtong blinked. So high-tech? The Dragon King recalled, this is the continental calendar. Before this, there were other eras and countries, but few records have been preserved. There were slightly more countries in that era than now, but most were actually vassal states. Only one country was dominant, called the Empire. The imperial royal family's surname was also Emperor, and the years were divided into imperial eras. Even earlier, there were years of war, and ultimately, the rulers of the empire unified the continent. It was from that year, more than 4,400 years ago, that technology began to develop on the continent of Zeleusis. In fact, for a long time before the Imperial era, magic wasn't so widespread. Apart from a few exceptionally gifted races, very few humans could use magic. However, at a certain point, humans began to rapidly absorb knowledge about magic, and they were extremely intelligent. In just over 100 years, they entered the magical age. However, even after humans began to come into contact with magic, due to limitations in talent, not everyone could begin cultivating and achieve anything. From the beginning of the Imperial era, the Imperial royal family established a team, internally for research and externally for tackling challenges, and began using the magic crystals and cores of magical beasts to facilitate human life. Zhu Yingtong exclaimed in surprise, "Magic crystals? The magic crystals of various magical beasts? Aren't those only produced after a magical beast dies? From the Empire's development until now, how many magic crystals were used? How many alien races did humans kill for their own survival?" The Dragon King stared at the tea in his hand, his voice devoid of emotion. Initially, their targets were aggressive and ferocious magical beasts that would actively attack humans. As human life became more comfortable and the human population increased, so did their needs. Although this situation improved somewhat in subsequent management, the relationship between humans and most magical beasts is far from harmonious. The Dragon King paused for a long while before continuing, "I'm telling you this so that you will understand history and remember history. Very few historical records of the Imperial era have survived because the Empire collapsed more than 1,500 years after its founding. That day, the entire Imperial Palace activated its self-destruct mechanism, and the once magnificent palace collapsed instantly. Almost all the historical records kept in the palace by the historians were lost." Yue blinked. "Then how do you know so much, Dragon King?" "Because I was born in that era." Zhu Yingtong and the other three widened their eyes in surprise. Yue stammered, The Imperial era? Dragon King, you're 3,000 years old? The continental calendar is already over 2,900 years old." The Dragon King closed his eyes and thought. What she said was clearly true, but why did it sound so strange? Just then, there was a knock at the door. And Jean, who had been quiet, stood up with a happy expression. "Dinner's ready, my darlings." 2 months later. The main hall of the MOU Imperial Palace. The Empress, sitting on her high throne, looked tired, her voice weak. "What else is on the agenda?" "I'm tired." Her maidservant respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, there is also a congratulatory dance from Zuanminglu." "Boring, I'm leaving." A young woman in magnificent robes beside her spoke up promptly, "Sister, it's Yue." Wuma Xiaoyan paused in her assent, then sat back down steadily, pinching her brow, her tone tinged with helplessness. "If I really leave, she caused me trouble again." Yue Yen said softly, "Yue has prepared for this dance for a long time. She definitely wants to show it to you." A deep darkness lurked in the young Empress's eyes, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. "I remember she told me she loved to dance since she was little." Just as the two were talking, the rhythm of the instruments below began to change. "Next is Zuanminglu." The music in the main hall suddenly became slow and melodious, creating a unique atmosphere as the young women slowly entered from outside. At a glance, there were about a dozen young women in their early 20s, dressed in red silk, barefoot with silver bells, their entrance carrying a faint floral fragrance. The last girl, who appeared even younger, wore a red veil, her fair wrists and bare feet adorned with exquisite gold ornaments. The red veil covering her face was very light, seemingly obscuring half her features, yet in the fleeting moments when it fluttered, a smile could be seen at the corner of her lips. And Jean couldn't help but tug at Zhu Yingtong and Zhou Yu beside her. "Our Yue is so beautiful." The stunning beauty blooming from within the bud formed by the delicate young women seemed to captivate everyone present. Every smile and gesture revealed beneath the occasional wisp of her red veil in the breeze was like a fine, intoxicating wine. The girl, surrounded by a group of women, smiled radiantly. Her outstretched arms were graceful and fair, and the silver bells on her wrists jingled, captivating the hearts of countless people present. Her flowing red skirt danced and fell repeatedly in everyone's eyes, leaving them vaguely aware of what would happen next, yet filled with anticipation. Since Yue took the stage, Zhu Yingtong hadn't touched her chopsticks. And Jean cupped her face, her eyes fixed on Yue. "Our Yue is so beautiful." She then wiped away imaginary drool from the corner of her mouth. Zhou Yu took a sip of tea. The Dragon King in the stands was mesmerized, his eyes fixed on the girl with her flowing skirt and alluring eyes. Zhu Yingtong and the others later learned that Yue's dance had become a legendary spectacle. Countless people in the capital talked about the stunning girl in red, who danced gracefully for the Empress, and a trend of imitation emerged. But the protagonist, Yue, had vanished after her performance. After her dance, Yue, barely having time to exchange a few words with the people of Xianming Tower, hurriedly left, lifting her skirt. As she followed them out, she saw the empress, looking listless, leaving the palace accompanied by others. Although Yue frequently visited the palace, she generally followed a fixed route from Huangjue's bamboo grove to the exit. She was unfamiliar with other parts of the palace, so she was extremely cautious. "Young lady, just ahead is His Majesty's palace." Suddenly, a clear voice rang out before her, and she saw a handsome man dressed in black, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yue said, "I come to see His Majesty." "Young lady, do you think you can just see His Majesty whenever you want? Are you a dancer who came to offer birthday greetings today? It's too late today. Please come again in a few days." Yue frowned, took out the token that Xiaoyan had given her earlier from her jade pendant, and insisted, "I want to see His Majesty." A glint of light flashed in the man's eyes. Before Yue could react, he snatched the token from her hand, examining its patterns in the moonlight. As expected of our empress, still as mischievous as ever. He handed the token back to Yue. "Her Majesty has decreed that anyone who presents this token is subject to absolute obedience." Before Yue could react, he tapped his head with a troubled expression. "But Her Majesty said that no one will see her today, no one." "Go back, Miss Yue." He reached out to touch Yue's forehead. Yue tried to back away from the stranger's touch, but suddenly a hand appeared in front of her, restraining the hand she tried to pull away. "Don't touch her." Yue then realized it was the Dragon King. "Ah, sorry, my old habit has flared up again." The man withdrew his hand, and bowed slightly to Yue in apology. "Miss Yue, I'm sorry." Yue shook her head. "Then how long will it take before I can see Xiaoyan?" This. Seeing his reaction, Yue knew it was hopeless. She turned away with a hint of annoyance, her red sleeves fluttering in the air before falling. "I understand." The Dragon King glanced at the man again before leaving. The man scratched his cheek. "Looks like I offended someone I shouldn't have." Yue. The Dragon King had been quietly following behind Yue. Only after Yue had sat by a flower bed and been lost in thought for a while did he call out. Yue seemed startled, her eyes filled with innocence and confusion. "What's wrong?" The Dragon King pursed his lips, remaining silent. The Dragon King's head was pressed against a stone pillar, obscuring his expression. The ethereal figure of the Dragon Girl stood beside him, letting out a cold snort. "Fool." "Sister." The Dragon Girl snorted again, remaining silent. The Dragon King's face flushed crimson, speechless. What had he just done? He saw Yue run out barefoot. Something seemed to be on the tip of his tongue, and then he followed. Then, he put shoes on Yue. He even draped a coat over her shoulders. It was somewhat impolite, and doing so seemed rather strange. That feeling he had never experienced before. "Why are you still dawdling?" The Dragon Girl's face was frosty, her eyebrows raised sharply. "I understand. I understand. I see things clearly." "What kind of feeling is that?" The Dragon King laughed, as if melting the ice and snow of early spring. "I thought it through." The Dragon Girl snorted again, but her expression was no longer cold. The palace of the End of Rain, far away in the deep bamboo forest. "Your sit, it's gone?" The beautiful woman looked at the silent Huangju, a hint of doubt in her voice. That sin had been with him since birth. How could it just disappear like that? No need to mention it again. Huangju ultimately didn't say anything about it. "How's the investigation going, Fan Xiao?" Fan Xiao said softly, "About half a year ago, I sensed my sister's presence at the eastern coast of Moyu, and then there were no other clues. My sister hasn't contacted me either." "Nonsense. Then what do we do next?" "Next, it's up to them." "Them? They're still so young, and they just arrived, they don't know anything yet." Fan Xiao seemed somewhat panicked upon hearing Huangju's words. Huangju's voice was weak. "I'm running out of time, Fan Xiao." Fan Xiao's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "If our country doesn't return, I fall into a deep sleep." Fan Xiao grabbed Huangju's hands. "You? Are you stupid? You actually..." Huangju let Fan Xiao channel magic into him, a bitter smile on his face, but he said nothing. Fan Xiao stared blankly at Huangju, speechless. "Don't worry, I believe in him. After all..." His voice trailed off, then he sighed. "These are paths they must walk themselves. Perhaps only by experiencing these things firsthand can they grow strong enough to face powerful enemies." Chapter 43. Half a month later. "What's Xiaowei dawdling about over there?" And Jean turned her head, looking at Yue standing at the entrance of the mansion with curiosity. I forgot to mention, after the banquet, Wu Ma Yueyan chatted with Zhu Yingtong and the others, and at the end, gave Zhu Yingtong a land deed. From now on, let us know before you come to Moyu, and I have someone clean the house in advance. I know you're not used to being waited on, so I only arranged for someone to be in the kitchen and a few other places. This house is very close to the palace, so you can come to the palace often. Upon arrival, Zhu Yingtong realized that the house Wei Yin had mentioned was practically a large mansion, with 2 floors and 6 or 7 spacious rooms, more than enough for all of them. There was a huge kitchen, which delighted in Jean when she saw it. She couldn't wait to start cooking. The house's decor was luxurious without being heavy, very much in Moyu's architectural style. Overall, everyone was very satisfied. Zhu Yingtong frowned. She's been standing at the door since she finished washing up this morning. Yu Wei, standing at the door, wasn't paying attention to Zhu Yingtong and the others. She kept glancing at her communication device on her wrist, and then at the distant palace. Wu Ma Xiaoyan, whom she had been worried about, had finally replied to her message last night, but the few words weren't enough to put her at ease. It seemed she had to see her in person to put her mind at ease. The next second, her face lit up with joy, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she almost rushed into the palace. Zhu Yingtong firmly placed a hand on Yu Wei's shoulder, stopping the girl's rash thought. Worried about Xiaoyan? You think you can just go alone? We're Xiaoyan's friends too. Exactly. If Tongtong hadn't seen us, would Xiao Yue have wanted to abandon us? And Jean poked her head out from behind, making a face and mercilessly accusing her. The impulsive girl finally regained her senses in that instant. Tongtong, Jean. She jumped up excitedly. Xiaoyan finally replied to my message. She said she's at Princess Yueyan's residence. Let's hurry over. Zhu Yingtong and the others arrived at the princess's residence at noon. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw the Wu Ma sisters. 2 women stood in the courtyard. The woman in casual clothes was holding an infant, and the woman beside her was constantly playing with the still unable to speak baby. Their undisguised smile showed how much they welcomed this new life. Yu Wei stared in disbelief. WWW. Yu Yin noticed them first and quickly called out, "Come on over here." Yu Yin, as if remembering something, covered her mouth and laughed. We're just in time. Our elder sister just recovered and wanted to get some fresh air, and we ran into her. Zhu Yingtong laughed heartily. What do you mean just in time? It's obvious that our Yu Wei has been watching over Xiaoyan the whole time, without a moment's rest. Yu Wei blushed slightly. What? Tongtong, didn't you guys do the same? And Jean echoed Zhu Yingtong. We don't have any news of us watching over Xiaoyan every day like a waiting for husband stone. Ah, Jean, you're bullying me too. What? Xiao Yu and the others are bullying me. How can you expose someone's secrets like that? It's too much. Yu Wei's pretty face grew redder and redder, whether from the embarrassment of having her thoughts exposed or the excitement of meeting an old friend again, it was hard to tell. Zhu Yingtong stopped her in time. There are children here. Let's not get too excited and make a ruckus. Yu Wei immediately fell silent. Oh right, is this child Yueyan's? Yueyan's gaze returned to the infant, and she hesitated before shaking her head. No. She bit her lip, unsure how to begin. Xiaoyan, standing nearby, remained calm. I gave birth to her. She hasn't been named yet. Her title is Xiyang. What? The 4 voices erupted in unison, each filled with shock. Realizing their voices were too loud, one by one, they fell silent. And Jean covered her mouth, as if afraid her voice would disturb the young princess. So tiny, so cute. No, that, Xiaoyan, Can I gossip? Zhu Yingtong stammered. That? Never mind, I shut up. Yu Wei remained silent, her eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. The little princess lay quietly in Xiaoyan's arms, but she wasn't asleep. She blinked her beautiful, brown-pink eyes, the unique color of the Wu Ma family, as she looked at the pretty older sister so close to her. Yu Wei, too, blinked, staring intently at the pink-haired princess in Xiaoyan's arms. Xiaoyan, holding the infant, rolled her eyes and, with a mischievous glint in her eye, said, Yu Wei, hold her tight. Hearing Xiaoyan's voice, and seeing the infant being offered to her, Yu Wei acted faster than she thought, instantly embracing the tiny body. Her expression was panicked, and she stammered, I don't know how to hold a baby. Surprisingly, the infant showed no fear whatsoever, even babbling and laughing. Whether it was Yu Wei holding the baby, or Zhu Yingtong and Jean standing outside, it was the first time they had ever seen such a small child. They all gazed at the infant with great curiosity, their faces displaying various expressions. So tiny. Even in Yu Wei's arms, it's so tiny. Yes, so cute. These few strands of baby hair are so pink and adorable. Before Yu Wei could even speak, she felt a warmth on her chest. Before anyone could react, a beautiful woman appeared before them. Dragon Girl sister? Yu Wei exclaimed. This was the first time the Dragon Girl had appeared in so long. She seemed less ethereal than when they last saw her in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Girl nodded to Yu Wei, then looked at the child in her arms, wrinkling her nose slightly. This sin is cold flower. Everyone looked completely bewildered, but the Dragon Girl slowly approached the infant. The Dragon Girl gazed at the tiny child, her expression a mixture of longing and anxiety. The child's aura was undeniably drawing her in, and she couldn't help but reach out to Yu Wei. Suddenly, the baby girl in Yu Wei's arms reached out her tiny hands and gently grasped the Dragon Girl's fingertips, babbling happily. The Dragon Girl, as if struck by a sudden thought, felt a softening in her heart, and a gentle magical aura emanated from her body. The Dragon King, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised. Only he knew that his sister, since her awakening to the ultimate darkness, had never been able to use such gentle magic again. A soft golden light emanated from the Dragon Girl's fingertips, gradually enveloping the baby girl's entire body. The child didn't flinch or show fear, sometimes reaching out to grasp the points of light surrounding her, sometimes giggling. Empress Xiaoyan, standing to the side, showed worry on her face, her voice tinged with barely suppressed seriousness. Your Highness, Dragon King, what is this? The Dragon King saw the barely perceptible joy hidden beneath the Dragon Princess's expression, then glanced at Yu Wei, who was nestled in the warmth of holding the little princess. Before speaking, this is the blessing of the Dragon Clan. It's one of the Dragon Clan's racial talents, usable only once in a lifetime. Receiving the Dragon Clan's blessing not only prolongs life and reduces illness and calamity, but also enhances one's talents, aiding in later cultivation. Xiaoyan was stunned, her voice weak with a hint of relief. In that case, thank you very much. Looking at Yu Wei's serene face, Xiaoyan felt a struggle within her, finally saying to Yu Yin, take Xiang inside, don't let her catch a cold. Yu Yin nodded, took Princess Xiang from Yu Wei, and led the others into the main hall. Yu Wei deliberately lagged a few steps behind, coming to Xiaoyan's side, whispering something to her. Late at night, the Empress, covered by a thick quilt, recalled the words the stunning woman had spoken to her, a hint of hesitation creeping into her expression. Why do you also have the scent of the cold flower on you? That's a plant unique to the northern Niyueki. It can only grow in exceptionally fertile soil. And in the northern Niyueki, only he can cultivate the cold flower. Although I don't know where the cold flower in your body came from, I really want to ask that person what his intentions were. You have a yang water constitution. The cold flower will do you no good. I can't. Only he can remove it. But I can't find him. The group spent the entire day at the princess's residence, parting ways as night fell. Back home, they were all exhausted. How can a child have so much energy? Zhu Weitong went back to her room, washed up, and went to bed, quickly falling asleep. But she hadn't expected her dream to be so unusual. Buju? I actually dreamt of Buju? Zhu Weitong was somewhat incredulous. She hadn't dreamt in a long time. Shouldn't it be Wei, and Jin, and Zhou Yu? Why was Yi Buju cutting in line? Yi Buju scratched his head, a little bewildered. This isn't a dream? The scene before them suddenly began to change. A gentle breeze blew by, and Zhu Weitong realized with a start that she was actually in the bamboo forest deep within the Mayu Palace. Suddenly, a pair of hands gently caressed Zhu Weitong's face from behind. A curious yet cool voice sounded behind her. So you're more familiar with this place? Then it's nice that we met here for the first time. Zhu Weitong whirled around, but only saw a glimpse of fiery red clothing. The woman's voice came from above again. My name is Di Fuyan. Zhu Weitong recalled this name. Yu Wei mentioned it to me. You're the one who controlled my body in the Dragon Palace that day? That's right. Besides this name, I have another more widely known title. Empress of the Empire. Zhu Weitong felt a mixture of shock and curiosity. According to the Dragon King, wasn't Empress Di Fuyan supposed to have died in battle 3,000 years ago? This person. You. I can hear your thoughts. This is the space I created for you, and I am its master. Indeed, my body died 3,000 years ago. What remains in your body is merely a wisp of my soul preserved from that time, which has been nurtured within you and gradually regained some of its abilities. Zhu Weitong frowned. Why me? How did you find me? Di Fuyan laughed. You and I are the only two people in this world with yin-yang fire attributes. Your physique is identical to mine back then, so it's naturally suitable for my recuperation. Now that you're awake, are you leaving? Di Fuyan suddenly rushed down from above and embraced Zhu Yingtong, whispering, "No, I will stay. I will also teach you to become the strongest person in this world." Chapter 44. A very faint flame ignited around their bodies. Zhu Yingtong trembled violently, exclaiming in surprise, What is this?" Di Fuyan took a step back, leaving Zhu Yingtong's body, and snapped his fingers. A wisp of red flame drifted into Zhu Yingtong's brow. "A small gift for our first meeting." Zhu Yingtong was startled and took a step back. She subconsciously touched her brow. "What is this?" "Naturally, it's something beneficial to your cultivation." "Why are you helping me?" Zhu Yingtong asked in a deep voice. She couldn't understand why Di Fuyan, who had clearly been dead for 3,000 years, refused to leave and insisted on remaining in the world as a remnant soul. Moreover, he was so familiar with the Dragon King back in the Dragon Palace, yet the Dragon King had never mentioned him. Besides, she was just a person from another world with no background. What could Di Fuyan gain from helping her like this? Di Fuyan walked to the stone table in the bamboo forest and sat down. Yi Buju, in his original form, was being enslaved by serving tea and water, suffering terribly. She picked up her teacup and sipped it carefully. "Because I still have things I want to do." As she spoke, she quietly looked at the calm water, her tranquility unlike that of a ruler. Zhu Yingtong also came to the stone table and sat down opposite Di Fuyan. As she got closer, she noticed that Di Fuyan's mask only covered the upper half of his face. Due to the mask shape, she could only barely make out Di Fuyan's delicate chin and a very faint mole on the tip of his nose. "I'm sorry, for some reasons, I don't want others to see my face." She picked up the teacup beside her and handed it to Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong took it and saw that the slightly reddish tea leaves were sunk at the bottom of the cup, and the tea itself had a reddish tinge. Even just holding it, she could smell its aroma. Zhu Yingtong figured it was just a dream and wouldn't cause any problems, so she drank it down in one gulp. Di Fuyan smiled at Zhu Yingtong. "Do you like it?" "Sweet." Zhu Yingtong held the teacup, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face. "I like it. This dream can actually taste." Zhu Yingtong belatedly realized what she meant, staring blankly at Di Fuyan. Di Fuyan smiled warmly. "I'm glad you like it. This is called red tune. There are no more of these tea trees on the continent of Ziliaxis now. I brought it back from Danshan years ago. It's not suitable for growing in the current lands of Ziliaxis." Zhu Yingtong seized the opportunity now. After 4,000 years of development, the soil in most of Ziliaxis has changed drastically, and it's no longer suitable for the delicate red tune tea tree. 4,000 years? Yes, that was several hundred years before I ascended the throne during my father's reign. The empire underwent several hundred years of technological development, greatly improving people's lives. It brought life, but also some unavoidable consequences. Zhu Yingtong realized something, his chest suddenly pounding. "You mean the environment?" "That's right. Back then, people used the beastman's magic cores and crystals to extract energy, but they discovered that the discarded crystals contained corrosive substances that couldn't be purified. These substances affected the bodies of those who came into contact with them, accelerating aging. They also corrupted the soil they touched, rendering it unable to provide nutrients for seeds. After I took power in this country, we conducted research on related issues with the secret academy of Danshan Kingdom, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough progress before my death." Zhu Yingtong was completely bewildered. The amount of information was truly overwhelming. "Why do you look so listless, Zhu Yingtong? Didn't you sleep well?" Yue asked worriedly, noticing the faint dark circles under Zhu Yingtong's eyes. Zhu Yingtong paused for a few seconds, then recounted what had happened the previous night. And Jean exclaimed in surprise, "Another person from thousands of years ago? What did she look like? I couldn't find her portrait in Qiongqi's library." I didn't see her either. She wore half a mask. Something might have happened." Zhu Yingtong stammered, trying to recall, feeling that half-face looked vaguely familiar. She mentioned the abandoned magic cores and crystals. Yue thought of something else. Shan Chun. Zhou Yu was also interested in what was mentioned. This problem was significantly improved 200 years after Di Fuyan's death. The answer to Yue's question came from the Dragon King, who walked in from outside. "How did you get back from outside?" Yue asked. "To be precise, I came back from the East Sea." The Dragon King had a faint smile on his lips, as if some good news had happened. He changed the subject, continuing the previous topic. In the year 249 of the continental calendar, the Danshan Secret Academy announced the direction of its research on magic crystals and magic cores. They improved magic cores, and magic crystals into magic crystal stones for people's daily energy needs, reducing pollution to some extent. They also joined forces with the 4 great empires of the Western continent, the Demon Priest Tower, and several associations to issue an order prohibiting the unauthorized slaughter of magical beasts to obtain magic crystals and magic cores. Associations? I met a team when I came here this time. They mentioned the Magical Beast Association. Zhu Yitong recalled. The Dragon King nodded, saying, currently, the acquisition of magic crystals and cores on the Western continent primarily comes from violent, untamable magical beasts that indiscriminately attack the outside world. The Magical Beast Association publishes a list of these beasts, and no one from the association intervenes to stop the hunting of them. The technology for refining magic crystals and cores into magic crystals was only successfully practiced by the Danshan Academy in the early continental calendar. After much exchange, it wasn't until the 500th year of the continental calendar that the Magic Association of the Western continent finally overcame this challenge. The gradually improved synthesis technique has also significantly reduced pollution compared to the imperial era. I heard that Danshan's technology has reached its most perfect state. The consumption of magic crystals is enormous, naturally requiring an even greater number of magic crystal cores. However, most of the monsters recognized as huntable on the continent are violent and difficult for ordinary mages to deal with. This has led to the emergence of poachers and a black market. The black market has low commissions and high profits, and one can even buy and sell directly with others, so the black market is huge. In addition, the various families also have their own positions and considerations, so now the associations can only turn a blind eye to this. Yue raised her hand. Question: which families are involved? The Yu family of Huilin, the Shui family of Yangwei, the Xiao family of Beima, the Qian family of Wuling, and the Zhou family of Shanshan. And the Shin family and the Qi family, which have recently declined and are gradually going downhill. And Jean exclaimed, wow, Yue and Zhou Yu's surnames are both in there. What a coincidence. Yue asked, the Yu Qifang we met at the beach at Mayu, Dragon King, you seem to have said he is the patriarch of the Yu clan. She had some unspoken thoughts, based only on some inexplicable feeling, but ultimately without any evidence. The Dragon King nodded. Yes, she is already 3,000 years old, the most talented person of the Yu clan since the imperial era. Zhu Yitong, thinking of the senior she had met in her dream earlier that day, couldn't help but ask. Over 3,000 years old? Can a person's lifespan really be that long? Of course. The Dragon King smiled, but the smile was meaningful. That's why so many humans in this world want to become more powerful magicians. When cultivating to the level of a Grand Magus, a human's face gradually stops growing. In human parlance, it should be called eternal youth. At this point, a human's lifespan has increased to 500 years. When cultivating to the level of a Saint Magus, a human's lifespan can reach about 1,500 years. And when a human breaks through the first limit to become a divine descent master, their lifespan has extended to 3,000 years. Although humans are initially weak, it is undeniable that some of them are exceptionally talented, able to wield their abilities freely with just a little instruction. Furthermore, humans are the most intelligent of all races. They would use all sorts of means to enhance their abilities in order to achieve their own goals. Yue clicked her tongue. Such a long lifespan, aren't they bored? And Jean pursed her lips. I think a few hundred years is enough. If they live too long and have no friends, that would be too boring. They might also witness the passing of family, friends, lovers, and even descendants. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The more powerful a person is, the lonelier they are. The Dragon King's voice was calm, revealing no emotion. And Jean clapped her hands and laughed. Oh dear, let's not talk about such heavy topics. Let's eat. Today I learned a new dish from the chef Yue brought. Come and try my cooking. Yue covered her mouth and laughed. Our Jean is so energetic every day. Humph, of course we should enjoy every day. After that day's chat, everyone resumed their usual cultivation. Zhu Yitong, as usual, cultivated in the simulation field during the day, and was dragged by Di Fuyan to train using Yi Buju's abilities late at night. Yue and Zhou Yu, as usual, cultivated in the bamboo forest. And Jean, as usual, ate, drank, and slept. These busy and fulfilling days lasted for about half a year before Qiongqi came to pick them up. Since seeing the little princess last time, Yue hadn't been able to see Wuma Xiaoyan again during the 6 months she stayed in Ziliaxis. She could only send messages to Wuma Xiaoyan through her communication bracelet every day, but she sent more messages than she received replies. Only when they were about to leave the mainland did Wuma Yueyan reveal a little information. Wuma Xiaoyan's trip was actually to secretly give birth, avoiding the palace's spies. The child's father was Feng Xilang of the Mayu Empire, but unfortunately, he died of illness not long after returning from the trip. As for the palace spies, although Wuma Xiaoyan had been in power for 4 years, the cancerous growth of the previous dynasty had never been completely eradicated. The whole story had an eerie feel to it, and Yueyan didn't reveal any more. In her own words, "That's all I know. I'm just very worried about Xiaoyan. We've been here for almost a year, but we only saw each other briefly on the day the little princess was born. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy." Before leaving, Yue sent Wuma Xiaoyan one last message, receiving only a few words in return: "All is well, don't worry." City Sea Spring? And Jean stretched, finally on the train. This supermarket is big, close to home, and convenient. It's just that this station is always so crowded. Everyone's pushing and shoving like crazy. Zhou Yu was exasperated. "You seem so relaxed, but I'm carrying such heavy stuff." And Jean pitifully picked up her small potted plant. "I'm carrying things too. And I just don't want to squeeze onto the subway so often, so I bought a lot at once. Luckily, the fridge is big enough to hold it all, haha." And Jean was talking to herself when she suddenly noticed the temperature in the entire carriage had dropped. And Jin's eyes widened in shock, only to find that the people around her were slowly stopping, gradually coming to a complete halt. "Zhou Yu?" And Jean grabbed Zhou Yu beside her in fright, but only saw Zhou Yu maintaining her previous posture of resting with her eyes closed, as if she were fast asleep, unresponsive no matter how much she called. Chapter 45. "Sister." Suddenly, a voice rang in Jin's ear. And Jean turned around and found a long-haired man sitting beside her. The man wore a half-mask, a smile playing on his lips, and his clothing style was completely out of place with the others. And Jean involuntarily tightened her grip on Zhou Yu's hand. "You?" The man suddenly spoke. "Will you come to my side?" And Jean, terrified, shouted sharply, "Who are you? What are you doing in this world? What have you done to them?" The man still smiled slightly. "Sister, you still haven't remembered? I will continue to wait for your answer. I always hoped you could be on my side. Help me, sister. It's just time magic, they be fine. Sister, see you next time. I hope you remember me next time." After saying these words, the man gradually disappeared. And Jean was suddenly pulled out of the time magic, panting heavily, her temples soaked with sweat. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yu asked. "You've been holding my hand so tightly." And Jean felt utterly weak, slumping against the back of the chair, only able to maintain her composure by clinging to Zhou Yu's hand. She shook her head. "I had a nightmare, and it woke me up." Zhou Yu clicked his tongue. "It's only been a few minutes since we got on the train." And Jean leaned on Zhou Yu's shoulder, but noticed a tiny, hanging drop of water on the tip of his hair. She closed her eyes tightly in shock, wondering what was going on. Ziliux's, Danshan, the Imperial Palace. The woman lying on the bed trembled slightly, then slowly opened her eyes. She had just had a dream about the past. "Lin Lang," she whispered. The next instant, a man appeared beside the bed. He gently lifted the woman's body, letting her lean against him. 3,000 years ago, when I forged the Chugu Bell, I sent you to the Ghost City to find the spirit-suppressing stone, and you brought back 7 herbs. Lin Lang nodded slightly. "Why did you think of that? Are you feeling unwell again?" She coughed lightly. "Yes, perhaps I need a little more." "I understand. I will find it." The woman looked weary, nodded her head a few times, and drifted back to sleep. She began to dream again. Even 3,000 years ago, neither Ziliux's nor Shanchen had the conditions for the 7 herbs to grow successfully, only that one place. But that place, the hometown she most longed to return to, was long gone. How exactly did Lin Lang obtain the 7 herbs? Did he encounter someone? If it was the 7 herbs, then there could only be only. The woman's thoughts were repeatedly pulled away, as if she had returned to that place she deeply cherished, where she saw her respected teachers, her sister who treated her like a younger sister, a place she could never return to. Leaving the palace, Lin Lang headed straight for the secret courtyard. Any progress on the simulation conditions? The man in white robe shook his head. Neither the soil of Danshan nor Ziliux's is sufficient for them to reproduce normally. Even the most fertile black soil of Ziliux's won't work. We changed various environmental conditions, enriching them with various magical attributes, but it still doesn't work. Lin Lang clenched his fist tightly upon hearing this, then relaxed. It really still doesn't work. Where in this world could the 7 herbs grow and reproduce normally? His homeland was nowhere to be found. Lin Lang waved his hand. From today onwards, this experiment is over. I will take the remaining 7 herbs with me. All personnel and resources from this experiment are yours to allocate to other experimental groups. The man nodded. Yes. Finally, the adults abandoned this experiment. Indeed, from the moment he took over, the data was far from optimistic. Maintaining the herb's life for over 100 years was already extremely difficult, let alone ensuring its continuation. Late at night, at Zhu Yingtong's house. Concentrate, don't think about anything else. Just like that, fuse the yin fire and yang fire within your body, and then bring the flames out. Yes, that's right, you're very clever. Di Fuyan sat on the transformable stone table simulated in the simulation space, guiding Zhu Yingtong in using the 1 in a million yin-yang fire. You were only using simple yin or yang fire before, only able to unleash less than half the power of yin and yang fire. Di Fuyan nodded slightly, sensing the noticeably stronger aura emanating from Zhu Yingtong. No wonder, the color of the flame I used before was often different. Because the changes were so subtle, I initially thought I was seeing things. But later, I noticed it changed frequently, and I thought it was because the power I used each time was different. Zhu Yingtong smiled brightly. Thank you, teacher. Di Fuyan was taken aback, then smiled and said, You calling me teacher isn't wrong. Then, teacher will have to train you well from now on. Zhu Yingtong smiled. No problem, I can handle any difficulty. Don't speak too soon. Di Fuyan chuckled, covering his mouth. Following this, Zhu Yingtong began her daily routine of attending classes during the day, playfully teasing Yue, and Jean, and Zhou Yu during breaks, and enduring Di Fuyan's late-night torture at home. Zhu Yingtong, I take back what I said. If it weren't for the simulated space slowing down time to twice the speed of Ziliux's, Zhu Yingtong felt she might not even have time to sleep. Oh, that's not my ability, it's Yi Buju's. The Night Wolf's unique dual attributes of time and space, the entire space is supported by my magic. This is also training for him. Yi Buju huffed and puffed, blah blah blah. Since we have more time, we shouldn't waste it. Di Fuyan smiled, don't say you can't, okay? Zhu Yingtong, I can't tell her she can't. Northern Qi Continent, Northern Spirit Pavilion. At the very center of the Northern Spirit Pavilion's altar stood a figure clad in black robes. He turned around upon hearing a voice behind him. Second brother. Is everyone here? The man lowered his hat brim, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. His expression was calm, only a slight smile at the corner of his mouth suggested he was in a good mood. The woman at the head of the group answered him, still the same as before. Behind her followed about 5 or 6 people, who, after ascending the altar, scattered around its outer edge. The altar stretched as far as the eye could see, exceptionally vast. At its outermost edge were 12 smaller circular pits, each a different color. The man shook his head. So much time has passed, we lost so many companions, waited so long, and of the original group, only the 2 of us remain. Sorrow clouded the woman's beautiful face. They will return, they will all return. The man nodded. Let's begin. The woman nodded, and walked towards the golden glowing spot in the outer pit. The man remained at the very center of the altar. He slightly raised his hand, and a completely black scepter appeared, radiating an unusual light. He first whispered 2 obscure phrases, then raised his voice to chant a complex incantation. Accompanying his voice, pillars of light rose one by one around the altar. First appeared was a golden pillar of light surrounding the beautiful woman, followed by a blue pillar of light beside a woman with a cold, aloof face, then a green pillar of light enveloping a gray-robed figure, and finally a deep purple pillar of light. If Yue were here, she would surely recognize the woman beneath the purple pillar of light as Luo Lai, the one who had ambushed her and the Dragon King last time. The other 3 pillars of light were weaker in color, one deep yellow, one gray, and one red. The man held his scepter high, his eyes closed, his expression solemn. His magical power surged like a raging sea, continuously flowing into the altar, and the magical power of the 7 people surrounding the altar gradually spread outwards. The entire altar began to radiate a dazzling light. A close look at the surrounding environment would reveal that the whole world seemed to glow and be infused with life. After an unknown amount of time, the people on the altar slowly began to calm the overflowing magical power. When it was over, everyone looked somewhat tired. The woman began gesturing for the others to leave the altar, leaving only the man standing alone in its center. The purple-haired girl at the back of the group looked at the woman and asked, Sister Xiaobai, why isn't second brother leaving? The woman called Xiaobai also looked at her brother, her voice tinged with sorrow. He's reminiscing about someone who's passed away. The purple-haired girl wanted to ask something more, but Xiaobai interrupted. Every ritual consumes a lot of magic power. Liar, go back and rest. Luolai nodded, then ran towards the aloof woman ahead, smiling as she said, Sister Xiaobai, come back soon. We're all waiting for you at home. Xiaobai smiled, and waved to Luolai and the others, but her eyes welled up with tears as she turned away. Someone else had said those words to her before. Westworld Continent, Continental Calendar 2909. Zhu Yingtong and the others, having spent a semester at school, were summoned to Qiongqi's library the day after their exams. Waiting there were two expected guests, the Dragon King and the Dragon Princess. Although only a year had passed since their first encounter with the Dragon Princess in Zhu Yingtong's world, she had spent a full 10 years recuperating on the continent of Zeliosis. The Dragon Princess of yesteryear, with her cold and ruthless demeanor, was now completely different. While her personality still dictated a stern expression, she no longer gave the impression of being someone who would be killed by a single glance. And Jean remarked. According to the Dragon King, the Dragon Princess's body had decayed in her struggle against darkness, scattering throughout the EC Dragon Palace. Although she could still sense some of it, the body was undoubtedly unusable. The best solution now was to find a blacksmith to forge a body for the Dragon Princess capable of housing her powerful soul. The Dragon King had already inquired and found that in Danshan, one of the few remaining blacksmiths in the world was capable of taking on this hot potato. Their purpose for this journey was to cross the sea to Danshan and find the blacksmith. At this moment, they had already boarded a ship bound for Danshan. And Jean leaned against Zhu Yingtong, who was steering the ship. Didn't Yue mention before that the Dragon King's second magic power is space? Why can't we just teleport there in a flash? We're going to be adrift at sea for over half a month. I feel like I'm going to get dizzy. Zhu Yingtong shook his head. I don't know either, but the scenery at sea is quite nice, isn't it? If you're dizzy, Xiao Jean, go back and rest. And Jean pouted. It's a bit stuffy in the cabin. Only Xiao Yu, and you guys can stay inside and cultivate. I'm going to get swollen from sleeping so much. Yue chimed in. It's because the Dragon King's abilities are sealed. I told you before that when the Dragon King and I came to Zeliosis last time, we met a really scary woman, right? I only said that she was very powerful, a rare divine descent master. Actually, the Dragon King is also a divine descent master, but only 7 of his magic rings are lit, the last 2. It's gray. Yue took a sip of water and continued. I asked him later, and he only said it was because of something that happened over 100 years ago. He needed to use his spatial abilities to tear open space, and to maintain that space, he needed to inject magic power. After the whole thing ended, his abilities were only 70% of what they used to be. And Jean exclaimed, can his abilities be cultivated back? Or can they only be maintained at that level indefinitely? He said he could cultivate them back, but it would be much slower than before. As he spoke, Zhou Yu inside the ship lifted the curtain. Yingtong, Yue, I come to relieve you. Go and rest for a bit. Zhu Yingtong nodded, okay. Zhu Yingtong tapped the guiding magic stone next to the helm a few times. As long as we don't deviate from the course, we arrive in 2 more days. Zhu Yingtong then asked and Jean, Xiao Jean, would you like to come in and rest? And Jean stretched, I won't, we're finally almost there. I look at the scenery outside a bit more Chapter 46. 2 days later, on the shore of Danshan. After everyone disembarked, Zhu Yingtong noticed a strikingly handsome man smiling at them from the shore. She asked the Dragon King, is that the person who came to meet us? The Dragon King nodded and went to greet him, Lin Lang. The man named Lin Lang smiled and said, Dragon King, long time no see. He then looked at Zhu Yingtong and the others behind the Dragon King. Are these the children you brought? Lin Lang's words were cut off by the Dragon King, who said in a low voice, I don't want them to know so soon. The Dragon King turned to the group, let's go directly to the secret academy. Lin Lang looked at Zhu Yingtong and the others carefully again, all right. He said to Zhu Yingtong and the others, children, come here. Although Zhu Yingtong and the others were somewhat confused, they still walked towards the Dragon King and Lin Lang. And Jean whispered to Zhou Yu, the children? Something seems off. He was telling the Dragon King again that it's been a long time. He might be an old monster too. Zhou Yu chuckled, then replied softly, don't say that. The Dragon King's unfathomable power, and the perfect smile on Lin Lang's face, though he said nothing, only giving Jean a deep look. The group walked to Lin Lang's side. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept around them, and in just a few breaths, the scenery changed several times, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Zhu Yingtong looked around, and could only vaguely make out that it was a palace. The architectural style was slightly different from that of the Mayu Empire. The deep red buildings exuded the marks of time, and an ancient atmosphere permeated the air, while layers of gauze curtains added a touch of mystery. And Jean exclaimed, "My God, is this spatial magic?" Zhu Yingtong's eyes flickered. No, to be precise, it wasn't normal magic. She had just seen a talisman flash by in Lin Lang's hand. It wasn't something commonly seen on this continent. Lin Lang smiled slightly. No, just some novel little gadgets. If you're interested, I can give you some. He waved his hand again, and a small bag appeared in the hands of Zhu Yingtong and the other three. These are a few simple talismans, almost identical to the magic you usually use. Their main purpose is to help those without magic to use magic with external objects. Zhu Yingtong repeated softly, "Those without magic use magic?" Lin Lang said, "Yes, although almost everyone in this world can awaken magic, not everyone can continue to cultivate and embark on the path of a magician." Regarding this part, for humans, magic power is scarce. Magic power that cannot break through its limits can only help them strengthen their bodies, making them slightly better off than those who cannot awaken magic power. They live the most ordinary lives, and these talismans are sold in limited quantities every month and dash into those in need, helping them to live better lives. The energy inside the talisman is composed of magic crystals. Each talisman has a limited number of uses and a cooldown period. After the set number of uses, the talisman becomes a temporarily useless blank piece of paper, requiring specific methods and special materials to be activated again. Blank talismans can still be exchanged for other resources at the Magic Association. Yue nodded in agreement. Wow, that sounds great. The person who came up with this method is a really good person. Lin Lang covered his mouth and chuckled. Yes, she's a very, very good person. She's also the person you're looking for this time. Please wait here for a moment. Zhu Yingtong and the others stopped to wait, only able to faintly hear Lin Lang's voice coming from behind the layers of gauze curtains not far away. They're here. Yes, the dragon girl of the East Sea. Are you sure you want this? Can they find it? Okay, I understand. Lin Lang lifted the gauze curtains again and stepped out. The light inside the building was dim, and Zhu Yingtong felt as if the person had come from a fairyland, reminding her of a man she had only met once. Lin Lang glanced at everyone and slowly said, "The materials needed to create Her Majesty the Dragon Girl's body are numerous, and the search will likely take a long time." Zhu Yingtong smiled. "It's alright. We search together, we find them eventually." Lin Lang nodded. "That's what I thought too. But we're running out of time. At most a year, we go into seclusion to cultivate, a seclusion that will last approximately 6 years. So you only have this 1 year." Zhu Yingtong frowned slightly. "So short a time. Then tell me what you need." Lin Lang laughed heartily. "You? No need to be so polite. Although I'm much older than you, I don't like people emphasizing my age. If you like, you can simply call me Lin Lang, just like you were the Dragon King." Hearing Lin Lang say this, and Jean started whispering with Yue and Zhou Yu again, looking at his face, "I just can't bring myself to call him senior." "Okay." Zhu Yingtong nodded. "Lin Lang, why don't you tell us what we need first, and we can discuss it?" Lin Lang took out a scroll, which hovered in midair and appeared before everyone's eyes. Yue looked at it. The ancient, withered wood of the Tingling tribe in the Wanqiao Mountains. "Where is the Tingling tribe?" And Jean frowned. "The golden spring at the core of the Kunlun Mountains." "The Kunlun Mountains are..." Zhou Yu looked closely. "The heart of the Holy Maiden of Light in Gomo." Zhu Yingtong saw the words at the bottom, caused 3 spirit-suppressing stones, a bag of 7 herb seeds. Everyone, what are these? We never heard of them before. Lin Lang smiled and took out another scroll. "This is a map, you can take a look." After handing the map to Zhu Yingtong, Lin Lang and the Dragon King went to the side. The Dragon King raised his hand, and a small space vaguely appeared, with several dragon scales inside. Lin Lang placed the extremely special dragon scales into a specially prepared box and smiled. Which young lady could have captured His Highness the Dragon King's attention like this? I'm truly curious. The Dragon King then took out a storage ring from his hand, flicked it, and the ring flew directly into Lin Lang's hand. Curiosity is useless. This is the fee you offered. Lin Lang smiled inwardly, thinking he would find out sooner or later. Alright, I won't ask any more questions. Then let's catch up as old friends. Lin Lang took the ring, and used his divine sense to examine the priceless ring. It was the same as the conditions they had discussed. The two were silent for a moment before Lin Lang spoke first. They travel between the two worlds using the spatial rift you tore open back then, right? The magical power you poured into maintaining that space so far is enough to make even a gifted Dragon King like yourself cultivate for hundreds of years again. Let me tell you something else. In the north, Wonkage and the others have been maintaining the barrier's power. The collision of their spatial forces means your hidden space might eventually disappear, which means the Dragon King's face darkened. It means the spatial rift I maintained is highly likely to be closed, and they won't be able to travel between the two worlds. Lin Lang shrugged. Obviously, you can't stop Wonkage from maintaining the northern barrier. What will you do when Wonkage extends the barrier's power to the western continent? Lin Lang murmured, that barrier has been maintained for over 2,000 years. How did Wonkage manage to take it down? The four people beside Zhu Yingtong were also discussing, and Jean silently raised her hand and coughed lightly. I go find the spirit-suppressing stone and the 7 herb seeds. I should be able to find them. We never heard of either of these things. Zhou Yu frowned. Do you know where they are? Is it safe to go there? Are you going alone? And Jean pinched Zhou Yu's cheeks. Oh, your sister and Jean is well read. I seen these things in books before, so of course I know where to find them. And Jean counted on her fingers. There are only 4 of us. Besides the spirit-suppressing stone and the 7 herb seeds that I'm looking for, there are 3 things left. To find all of them in such a short time, we have to split up. That means each of us can only find one thing, so it'd just be me alone. Then she winked at Yue. The Dragon King will probably be with Yue, right? Yue nodded. I go tell the Dragon King. Zhou Yu's face darkened again. Yue will be traveling with the Dragon King, and Yingtong has Yi Buju on her side. You're alone. And Jean tapped Zhou Yu's forehead. Our Xiao Yu is alone too. Don't look down on me like that. Zhou Yu frowned, opened his mouth, and said in a very low voice, that's different. Ah, what did you say, Xiao Yu? Zhou Yu shook his head and finally said, then be careful. I definitely will. And Jean smiled. Yue pointed to a circled area on the map. Guimo, the Dragon King and I passed through that desert before, the heart of the Holy Maiden of Light. I asked the Dragon King about it later. I think he should know something about it. As for the terrain, the Dragon King and I should be more familiar with it, which will be more convenient. And the Tingling tribe, and the Kunlun Mountains. Zhu Yingtong looked at the situation depicted on the map, and then took out her bracelet to check the details of the 2 places. The things Yi Buju bought back then were still somewhat useful. The Kunlun Mountains mainly have fire, wind, and lightning-type magical beasts, which suits me better. The Tingling tribe, with its water, wind, and earth-type magical beasts, would be more suitable for Zhou Yu. Zhu Yingtong and Zhou Yu exchanged a glance and nodded. Zhu Yingtong put away the scroll and said to the 3, then everyone, please be careful on the way. If anything happens, you can communicate via your bracelets. Zhu Yingtong's tone shifted to Jean, Xiao Jean, reduce the number of times you spam the chat. And Jean, what? While the 4 of them were making a ruckus, Lin Lang started to chastise them, then you should set off as soon as possible. I want to see how you're going to deal with this dragon scale. The Dragon King nodded and planned to trick Lin Lang, then give me a few more of your space talismans, and we go back directly from here. Lin Lang, He really shouldn't accept orders from old friends so easily. After returning the ships in Lianhe Haicheng, Danshan, the Dragon King used a spatial talisman to take everyone back to the western continent of Ziliusis. Lin Lang only set the Dragon King's spatial talisman to the capitals of various countries, so everyone chose the most familiar city, Wanxiang City, in the Mayu Empire. After much discussion, they soon set off for their respective destinations. A few days later, in the Kunlun Mountains, a bright young girl woke up under the shade of a tree. She yawned, touched the silver wolf's fur beneath her, turned over, and opened her sleepy eyes, murmuring indistinctly, awake. The sun sets very early here, and people wake up even earlier. Her sleep schedule had been disrupted for some time now. If she hadn't been with Yi Buju, she wouldn't have been confident she could survive in these man-eating mountains. If we go any further over there, we reach the edge of the western continent. Zhu Yingtong stood atop a mountain peak, squinting as she looked across the mountain. That's the ice plains. No wonder it got so cold after we came up here. Zhu Yingtong took out a copy of the scroll Lin Lang had given her and complained, this golden spring is really strange. We have to climb up first to get from the peak to the interior of the mountain. The girl casually tucked her hair back and called to the resting silver wolf behind her, Buju, let's go. The valiant girl leaped onto the majestic silver wolf and headed towards the bottom of the mountain range. Chapter 47. Zhu Yingtong had been walking for about half a day, but found it increasingly strange. Not only was this the only path leading to the mountain's core, but it was also becoming wider and brighter with each step. It's really strange. This place is getting bigger and bigger. How can it be supported like this? Yi Buju complained to Zhu Yingtong as they ran. The strangest thing is that we haven't encountered any magical beasts along the way to the core. Zhu Yingtong agreed, it is indeed strange. The further we go in, the fewer magical beasts there are. It feels like they're hiding from something? The silver wolf, which had been on a long run, suddenly stopped at a bend in the road. Watch out! Zhu Yingtong flipped off the silver wolf and stood in front of it. With a flick of her right hand, a red sai gleamed in her hand. Before them, everything was shrouded in a white haze, completely obscuring the view, unlike anything they had encountered along the way. Zhu Yingtong frowned slightly, her lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and slashed forward with her demonic scythe, only to feel an invisible force blocking their advance. Yi Buju licked her paws, her eyes fierce. It must be some kind of barrier. Zhu Yingtong stepped back. We night wolves. However, before Yi Buju could finish her cool and collected line, the two felt a ripple around them. The white mist before them gradually dissipated, revealing a hidden world. It was a spring with a very faint luster, its surface shimmering with golden light, like a fairyland. But what attracted the most attention was a gigantic, snow-white unicorn pecking at the water by the spring. Hearing the sudden, abrupt sound, the unicorn turned its head and let out a clear cry. Before Zhu Yingtong could react, a figure abruptly entered her world. The person was dressed in a white robe, with long black hair simply tied back and hanging down in front of him. He reached out to soothe the unicorn's snow-white neck, tilting his head slightly to look at the person and beast that had entered this small world. You release the barrier, they come in. The unicorn lowered its head and nuzzled the man's hand, meowing softly. Yinyang fire, do you like it? Only then did the man turn his head to look at them carefully. Upon seeing them, both of them froze. Zhu Yingtong, who had been standing there speechless, suddenly snapped out of her daze. Her voice trembled and sharpened in her haste. Hanlin. The man, who had been looking at her with a gentle expression, suddenly sharpened his gaze. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl before him, and sighed almost imperceptibly. It's you, Zhu Yingtong. Hearing this, Zhu Yingtong smiled broadly. You still remember me, that's good. Call me Yingtong, or Tong, that's what my friends call me. You're very special. So I remember. His voice was low. Call me Chi Xian. The name Hanlin. I thought we never see each other again, that's why I said it to you. Hearing this, Zhu Yingtong's cheerful tone dimmed slightly. Chi Xian seemed to see the girl's drooping ears, and said somewhat embarrassedly, I'm sorry. Zhu Yingtong immediately perked up again. It's okay, we were strangers before. She took a few steps forward, tilting her head to look at Chi Xian's face. Huh? The last time I saw you, your eyes were blue. Chi Xian wasn't used to the girl's intense gaze, slightly avoiding her eyes, and unconsciously raised his hand to touch his face. That's from my cultivation, my hair color is too. Chi Xian changed the subject. What are you doing here? This path is very hidden. The deeper you go, the more complex the magical attributes become. Very few magical beasts can withstand it, and even fewer humans can find this place. Zhu Yingtong seemed thoughtful. No wonder we haven't seen any magical beasts along the way. I came here to find the golden spring. She pointed to the lake behind Chi Xian, shimmering with golden light. Is that the golden spring? Chi Xian nodded. What do you need this spring water for? He carefully examined the girl. Your body. Your body is very healthy. Zhu Yingtong. He cares about me. Zhu Yingtong didn't respond for a while, until Yi Buju behind her brushed her ankle with its tail, and the girl finally reacted. I was entrusted to come to the Kunlun Mountains to find the golden spring water that can reshape people's bodies. Reshape bodies. Chi Xian murmured, repeating, surely such a magical skill exists in this world. Zhu Yingtong nodded, yes. We were also very incredulous when we first heard about it. We only heard that the person had lived for a very long time, and many divine weapons came from those magical hands, but we never imagined that even bodies could be reshaped. Did you know anything about this golden spring before you came? Chi Xian smiled. The water of the golden spring cannot be contained in ordinary containers. Zhu Yingtong blinked. What kind do I need? I brought some containers. Zhu Yingtong took things out of his storage bag one by one. Chi Xian watched as Zhu Yingtong collected all the bottles and jars scattered on the ground, then smiled and shook his head, saying, you could say that none of the containers you can buy on the market can directly hold the water from the golden spring. As he said this, the magical beast before him suddenly spread its pure white wings. Chi Xian stroked the beast's pure white body, and with a flick of his wrist, a pristine white feather appeared in his hand. The most suitable container to hold the water from the golden spring is the feather of the Holy Spirit unicorn. He stretched out his arm, and the feather floated towards the golden spring. The spring water floated around the feather, and in no time, the feather had absorbed enough water to form a ball. He led the spring water to Zhu Yingtong. Now you can use any container to hold this priceless golden spring water. I recommend the jade box. Zhu Yingtong's eyes sparkled. Okay, I have one here. She carefully placed the golden spring water into the jade box, thinking, I didn't expect this to be resolved so quickly and smoothly. I thought it would take a long time. But if I hadn't met Chi Xian, I probably wouldn't have known how to take the golden spring water away. I'm so lucky. Chi Xian looked at Zhu Yingtong, who seemed relieved as she packed up, and started a conversation. Yingtong, do you have anything else to do during this time? The girl looked up sharply at Chi Xian's question, her whole body dazed. She thought for a moment and said, I should be fine for at least the next 10 months. Is there anything I can help you with? Her eyes blinked brightly as she spoke, full of life. Caught off guard by her enthusiastic tone, Chi Xian paused for a moment before saying, my contracted magical beast needs to advance. It's a 3-elemental magical beast, light, water, and fire. This is a place I found that's perfect for it, and the barrier we just saw was also due to its ability. But only light and water magic are available here. When you arrived, it sensed the power of fire magic, which is why it withdrew the barrier. So could you please protect us? Zhu Yingtong replied earnestly, you done me such a huge favor, how could I refuse? Tell me, what do you need me to do? Chi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I thank you in advance. July, 2909, Western Continent. Having completed her mission, Yue decided to walk from the edge of the Gomo Desert back to their former residence in the Mayu Empire. This was her initial plan. However, Yue hadn't expected the Dragon King to be willing to indulge her in such a frivolous act. After all, they possessed the spatial talisman given to them by Lin Lang. They could easily cross space to return home. But she was more interested in seeing the scenery here. Let's return to their starting point, Gomo, and their destination, the heart of the Holy Maiden of Light. Before seeing that stone, Yue racked his brains trying to figure out that it could be an energy stone born from the production of the Gomo serpent people. This kind of stone is just the most common energy stone among the serpent people, only the light type is extremely rare. The Dragon King had already explained this to Yue before they set off. They had originally planned to search for the Holy Maiden's heart at the auction house, if they couldn't obtain a sufficient amount of energy in Gomo. However, they hadn't expected their journey to be so smooth. When they arrived at the Serpent People tribe, the Serpent People elders warmly welcomed them after learning the Dragon King's identity. It was hard not to wonder if the Dragon King had made some kind of deal with them. Yue thought to himself. They also successfully obtained a newly born Saintess's heart. Recalling the energy stone magic crystal that the Dragon King had mentioned earlier, and his concerns about destruction and the environment, Yue couldn't help but wonder about the Snake People's survival crisis. So she asked the Dragon King her questions. The Snake People live deep in the treacherous desert. They possess unique racial talents, coupled with considerable magical talent, making them, in fact, more capable of self-preservation than many others. Yue tossed and turned on the bed, her mind filled with questions. The hotels they had stayed at along their journey were mostly from the 100 Flowers and Chain, where they had previously stayed in the Rainfall Empire. Thanks to the Dragon King's black card, they hadn't spent extra money on accommodation. Yue had also asked the Dragon King why he chose this place. If it was because of the black card, in fact, due to the Dragon King's status, he possessed many such privileges. However, the Dragon King hesitated for a long time, finally only saying that he thought the food was good, his explanation vague and ambiguous. Yue gave an "oh," realizing it wasn't simple. 6 months later. The border of the Mayu Empire. Just ahead is the border of the Mayu Empire. Yue blinked. Then what was that area we just passed? Didn't you say we already crossed the border of the Yangwei Empire? The Dragon King tapped Yue's forehead. Yes. Actually, the place we just came from is an academy, the largest in the entire continent, and completely independent of the 4 great empires, the Huilun Academy. They recruit students every 3 years, and I hope you can study there next time you come. Yue exclaimed, that sounds amazing. The Dragon King nodded. They have the most comprehensive teaching methods on the entire continent. The resources here are the strongest among all the academies, boasting the most powerful faculty. There's a teacher in the academy who's an old acquaintance of mine. Although she only holds the title of teacher here, She can be considered one of the strongest people on this continent. Therefore, I hope you can all achieve great things under her tutelage. Of course, she's also a very selective person, and I hope you can successfully enroll. Yu Wei's eyes sparkled. Wow, the strongest. Such an amazing person. The girl seemed to wag her tail. With our talent and all the hard work we put in over the years, we definitely can. The Dragon King smiled and stroked the girl's hair. Yes, I believe you can too. Chapter 48. The two walked until they arrived at the main gate of Huilun Academy. The gate was magnificent and imposing, no less grand than a royal palace. Two voices came from the open gate. A tiny girl, her face flushed red, cried out, I want to enroll. Why won't you let me? A young woman knelt before her, gently comforting her. It's not that we don't want you to enroll, but you're too young. Our academy generally only accepts students over 12 years old. The girl's blush faded, replaced by a pallor. She bit her lip and said earnestly, but I already met your enrollment standards. A flicker of surprise crossed the teacher's eyes. She instantly reached out and touched the girl's wrist. A 4-year-old child, already possessing level 17 magic power? Are you from some noble family? The girl panicked upon hearing this. She lowered her head. No, they're all ordinary people. Yu Wei counted on her fingers. Dragon King, you said the entrance selection for Huilun Academy is once every 3 years. I checked, and the most recent one was last September. Sigh, did this child miss it? The Dragon King nodded. Although Huilun Academy, like other academies, admits students through the traditional registration process, there are always exceptionally outstanding individuals admitted each year. However, she is indeed too young. Generally, scions of noble families cultivate within their families until they are 15 or 16 before venturing out into the world. The young woman carefully examined the girl's face. Can you tell me your name? My name is Xiaoting. Xiaoting? The girl repeated, no, it's Xiaoting. The woman smiled. Okay, Xiaoting. Then let's make a promise. 5 years from now, in 2915, when you're old enough for our special admission program, you can come to Huilun Academy again. The teacher assures you, with your abilities, you will definitely be able to enroll. The little girl nodded, but lingered, reluctant to leave. Seeing the girl's hesitant expression, the woman asked, is there anything else? The girl blushed again, struggling to speak several times before the teacher said, those two have been standing there for a while. I noticed they've been watching you. Are they your family? If they were parents, the girl looked far too young, and while the man appeared a few years older, if they were family, they were likely just older siblings. However, neither their hair nor eye color, nor their facial features, resembled the girl's. Looking at the girl again, she had remarkably unique pinkish-brown hair and eyes. As for strength, judging from the magical fluctuations around her, at 15 or 16 years old, her magic power was over level 30, basically meeting the entrance requirements. As for the man, while his emanating magic was identical to hers, it had a strange quality. The little girl turned to look at the two men upon hearing her words. She hesitated for a second, then her eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly ran towards them. The Dragon King intended to block Yu Wei's path, but Yu Wei reacted even faster than him, rushing forward and embracing the girl in her arms. From the teacher's perspective, it looked more like a mutual rush. The Dragon King stood there dumbfounded, his face full of black lines. He rubbed his forehead, muttering helplessly, we have to be careful when we're out and about. Yu Wei, holding the small girl, said apologetically, oh sorry, when I see cute little kids The Dragon King looked thoughtful. You like children that much? Yu Wei tapped the girl's nose and said with a smile, they're so cute. The girl in Yu Wei's arms looked up, her voice trembling with sobs, sister. I lost my communicator. I can't contact my family. What should I do? Upon hearing this, Yu Wei immediately patted her chest. You come with us. I help you find your family. The girl then looked at the expressionless man beside her, and this big brother. Yu Wei patted the Dragon King's shoulder again. It's okay, he listens to me. She then whispered to the Dragon King, smile, don't scare him. The Dragon King, with a blank expression, forced a smile. The girl stared blankly at the Dragon King, then turned her head and muttered softly, handsome, but also scary. Her voice naturally didn't escape the two men's ears, and Yu Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. The three waved goodbye to the woman, who had stopped and headed towards their temporary hotel. The girl looked at Yu Wei with teary eyes. No. I can't go to the Magic Association. Because? She choked for a long time before finally speaking, I can't remember my registration number. Yu Wei propped her head up, Then what should we do? The Dragon King, leaning against the window, said calmly, you can't find a contact through the magic association, and you don't have the communication methods commonly used by aristocratic families. Unless you have a tracking device, it will be very difficult for ordinary humans to find their companions. The girl repeated the Dragon King's words, ordinary humans. After crying for a long time and being rubbed and stroked by Yue for a long time, the girl finally succumbed to sleep and fell into a deep sleep. The Dragon King walked to Yue's side and couldn't help but say, I didn't expect you to have such a talent for being an older sister. Yue poked the girl's cheek and couldn't help but sigh, so cute, so chubby. Xiao Jiner also has a younger sister, but unfortunately Xiaoqi usually boards for school, so I rarely get to see her. The Dragon King whispered, and Jean has a younger sister? As he said this, his hand gently brushed across the girl's head, and the ring on her pinky finger emitted a faint purple light. Yue frowned slightly. Dragon King? The Dragon King gently shook his head. It will make her sleep more comfortably. Continue. And Jean is 3 years younger than her, and is in middle school. What's wrong? Does she have any other family? We only heard that her guardian is her aunt. Actually, we never met her parents. The Dragon King opened his mouth several times before finally sighing. Actually, I always felt that meeting you in the Dragon Palace wasn't a coincidence. Yue blinked. What do you mean? I saved you in the Dragon Palace because I received a prophecy from a seer. Yue asked the seer. You mean Lan Xing? The Dragon King shook his head. It's her brother, Lancer Mo Shangxi. He's the most outstanding seer in the Lancer family. He told me that I would meet someone related to Di Fuyan in the Dragon Palace, and that this person is the key to resurrecting Di Fuyan. Yue frowned. Someone related to Di Fuyan? You mean Tong Tong? That's right. You two are old friends, who met in that other world. You came to the seaside together, and were brought to the Dragon Palace by a waterspout. When you first arrived at the Dragon Palace, my sister mentioned to you that humans in your world possess some magical power, but it's not pure, and no one is responsible for awakening it, so there are no mages in that world. However, in fact, something happened more than 200 years ago that led to the migration of several major families on the continent of Ziliaxis. And the leader of this migration was the Yu family. The Yu family head we met before, Yu Qifang. Yue's eyes widened. She seemed to sense what the Dragon King was about to say. The magical talents of human mages living in Ziliaxis are mostly inherited from their parents. If both parents are exceptionally talented mages, then their own magical talent is likely to be high, or even higher. Therefore, strength is also within the scope of consideration for mages. When I helped you awaken your powers in the Dragon Palace, I already suspected the true origins of each of you. Shuingtong's yin-yang fire is a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. Once he overcomes the adaptation period after awakening, he will possess extremely high talent. And the talents of the three of you are rare even among aristocratic families. Among the groups that left with the Yu family branch was a branch of the Shan Qinzhou family. Yue exclaimed in shock. You mean, our family all migrated from Ziliaxis back then? You suspect Zhou Yu is one of them? The Yu family lives off trees. Have you ever seen a tree that towers into the clouds, with thick branches, that simply brings joy to the heart? Yue scratched her head. Just looking at it brings me joy. That's really amazing. There are indeed many trees in my hometown, but I never seen any that are so tall and thick. However, my hometown is a very large village, and there are many places I haven't been to, so I don't know if they have the tree you mentioned. The Dragon King continued, that tree is called the Yu Huai tree, which is the transformation of the Yu family ancestor Yu Huai after her death. The Yu Huai tree's true form is in the Yu family's sacred ground. If anything happens to the Yu family, any migrating branch will take a branch from the Yu Huai tree. With careful care day and night, the Yu Huai tree will quickly grow back, protecting her descendants. Yue blinked, filled with longing. That's truly a remarkable person. The Dragon King smiled and said, I tell you her story later. He paused, then continued, the several great families I mentioned to you all have direct descendants, who almost all inherit the same magical attribute. The Yu family has the wood attribute, and the Zhou family has the wind attribute. Yue bit her lip and asked, what about Jean? You didn't mention the Yin family. That's right. There isn't a single large family on this continent that inherits the light attribute. But with her exceptional talent and perfect compatibility with Yin, I don't think she's an ordinary person. Her aunt and sister aren't necessarily ordinary people either. Yue frowned, somewhat troubled. Accepting this conjecture, she sighed, perhaps nothing is impossible in this world. The girl lay dejectedly on the bed, murmuring, it's already amazing that we came to the continent of Ziliaxis. Can you tell me about your past? Yue rolled over onto her stomach on the bed. Sure, I only told Xiaoyan about coming here. The first people we knew were Ying Tong and Jin. We knew each other when they were in kindergarten. When Ying Tong was little, her eyes were very light-colored, and she was always bullied by a few tall, strong boys in her community. Then one time, Jin saw it, and Jin. He jumped off the wall, straddled someone's neck, and beat the person until they cried loudly. After that, they never dared to bother Ying Tong again, and would turn and run away whenever they saw Jin. I didn't expect Jin to have this kind of personality before. Yue covered her mouth and laughed. She still is now. She can't wait to rush up and argue with anyone she doesn't like. Then the four of us met in elementary school. Zhou Yu has never liked to talk since he was little. And Jin said that Zhou Yu wouldn't say a word even if you hit him 3 times. But Ying Tong said that's called being concise and to the point, saying that he thought everyone was like Jin, able to talk about 800 different things a day. Yue talked about the past without stopping, and once she started, she talked until dawn. Chapter 49. The three of them settled into a hotel near Huiluan Academy. On the 3rd day of their stay, someone came looking for them. Yue sized up the girl in front of her, who was about the same height as Xiao Ting behind her, and remained silent for a while. Xiao Ting, are you sure? It's her? Xiao Ting nodded. Yes, she's my sister. Yue fell silent again. Although the two girls were about the same age, their faces were quite different. Xiao Ting was innocent and naive, like a naive young human child, while the girl opposite her was practically a cold-faced little princess, her coldness rivaling that of Zhou Yu. It felt like playing house with little kids. Yue remained silent for a long time before finally giving in. All right, since you said so, take this. There's food, water, and some currency inside. As she spoke, Yue put a necklace on Xiao Ting, containing supplies she had prepared for her over the past few days. No matter where you go next, be careful. Having been on the Zilius's continent for so long, some of her thoughts had changed. Although the two girls in front of her were still so young, and in her original world, they hadn't received much formal education, on the Zilius's continent, a world blessed with magic, even children like them could almost live independently in the outside world. Well, although Xiao Ting had lost her communicator a couple of days ago, and hadn't remembered her magician registration number. Xiao Ting touched the necklace around her neck, then stood on tiptoe, and pressed her cheek against Yue's. Thank you, Sister Yue. The expressionless little girl also bowed slightly in thanks. After waving goodbye, the two groups headed towards their respective destinations. Yue, whose destinations were far apart, naturally didn't hear the conversation between the two little girls behind her. Your Highness, you're so careless. You even lost your communicator. The girl lifted Xiao Ting's arm and attached the communicator to it. Xiao Ting pouted, Don't let me catch that little thief. If I do, I skin him alive. Also, don't call me princess outside. Yes, Your Highness, I already skinned him alive. The little girl's words were cold and sarcastic, and what she said was even more astonishing. Xiao Ting's eyes widened. Huh? I was just saying. Hearing this, she said seriously, You are a princess. That thief did something so offensive. Skinning him alive would be too lenient. Xiao Ting stammered, That's not right. He touched your body without your permission, and even stole your belongings. If this were in the palace. You said it was in the palace, but when I go out to study and travel, I will inevitably come into contact with others. How will you deal with those people? This is within the territory of the Mayu Empire. Besides Her Majesty the Empress, you are the most honored person in the entire Mayu Empire. Everyone in the Mayu Empire should respect you. Xiao Ting hated people bringing up her status. But he doesn't know my status. Besides, respect isn't something I can earn just because I'm a princess. On this continent, royalty isn't much more noble than others. But you are also the most outstanding magician in the entire royal family. You are a disciple of the Imperial Tutor, and the Imperial Tutor believes you will be one of the most outstanding magicians on the entire continent. Xiao Ting bit her lip. But in my current condition, I can't even enter the gates of Huiluan Academy. You're just young. When you reach the minimum age for Huiluan Academy, I believe you will definitely be the most outstanding magician. Xiao Ting's voice was low. But I'm afraid my mother won't live to see me. She stopped speaking here, then turned to the girl beside her, tears streaming down her face, and asked that person. The girl sighed. He just broke one of his arms, then paid for his treatment at the clinic. Xiao Ting jumped onto her friend. I knew Xiaofu wouldn't be that heartless. I followed him for 2 days, took his communicator and the remaining stolen money he had, returned the money to those people, and told him that if I ever saw him steal again, I would skin him alive. Xiaofu sighed again. He could only steal things from ordinary people. Your communicator was the most valuable thing. It almost got sold. I'd definitely be more careful in the future. By the way, where's Xiaoxi? Xiao Fu's expression returned to its usual blank face when talking about other people. I don't know. I heard he went to some tribe in the north to investigate their customs and traditions. Xiao Ting was exasperated. How old is he? Does he know anything about these things? He's all alone? He's not like me. He doesn't practice magic much. What will happen if he gets into danger? Wulan is definitely with him. Why are you worried about him? Wulan is a mage. After all, she naturally protect that kid. Besides, they might not lose their communicators like someone else did. Even if they did, they could ask for help. Who taught Xiao Fu to tease me like that every day? Is it that brat Huaxi? I teach him a lesson when I get back. The timeline rewinds to when the four had just parted ways. Zhu Yintong and Zhou Yu traveled together to the northern part of the continent. As they prepared to enter the Hill of the Dead, they went their separate ways. Yu Wei and the Dragon King went to the Gomo Desert, while Anjin remained in the capital of the Mayu Empire. At the time, she boasted to Zhou Yu that she knew where to look, and all she could say was that she did know, just know. Initially, she only hoped to glean some useful information, not expecting to actually gain any intelligence. She did find out the information. The 7 herbs did indeed exist, but it was now extinct, in brackets, on the western continent of Ziliosis, back brackets, and Jean tilted her head and thought for a long time. It seemed that finding that person was the only option. And Jean went to Xiaming Tower, booked a private room, ordered a table full of delicacies, and ate while waiting in the room. This story begins with the dream she had in the car after returning from the supermarket with Zhou Yu. At the time, she thought that besides that dream and that drop of water, nothing else remained. Later, she discovered that the man was wearing a small earring on her earlobe. Strangely, whenever she took it off, the man would enter her dreams. Even at home, she would fall asleep as soon as she took off her earring, just as she was about to wash up. For a long time afterward, she had to explain to others why she only wore one earring. She couldn't find any other earring that could compare to its exquisite beauty. When Anjin was halfway through her meal, the person she was waiting for finally arrived. The newcomer had long black hair casually tied back, his dark eyes calm and carrying a faint smile, as if he knew that Anjin would one day take the initiative to find him. When she first saw him, he was wearing a mask. At Anjin's insistence, he removed it, revealing an unremarkable face, but his eyes were exceptionally beautiful, giving his entire face a unique charm. Anjin looked up at the man who had appeared out of nowhere, pointed to the bowl and chopsticks opposite her, and asked, "Eat?" The man shook his head. "Too sweet." Anjin pouted, turned the table around, and continued eating. "So fussy." The man chuckled but said nothing, sitting quietly beside her and waiting. Anjin quickly finished her food, wiped her mouth, and then held out her hand to him. "Senior Chigu, where's what I need?" Chapter 50. The man told her the name Chigu when she entered the dream. But she always felt it was a fake name. First, she couldn't find any information about him in the list of magicians published by the Magicians Association. She could sense that the man before her was even stronger than the Dragon King. Although he deliberately concealed his magical aura, he could enter the dream at will with just a device. Even in Rome, a being of chaos, said she couldn't do anything about it, unless he wasn't human to begin with. And Jean couldn't help but think, maybe even his face is fake. Those eyes are just too beautiful. And Jean, who had no logic but loved beautiful women, naturally felt that those eyes should match the most handsome face in the world. Second, she felt the name had a hint of taking advantage of her. Although the man before her was definitely very old, practically an ancestor. Chigu simply gestured casually in the air, and a box appeared in his hand. And Jin's eyes flashed with suspicion. Chigu wasn't carrying a storage device, so it could only be spatial magic. He possesses the ability to enter dreams, spatial magic, and the time attribute he mentioned before. What kind of person could possess such perfect dual cultivation of magic? Chigu showed Anjin the contents of the box. It contained only a few ordinary black seeds. He flicked his fingers, opening another compartment in the box. Unexpectedly, it contained the expensive spirit-suppressing stones that Anjin had complained about before. Spirit-suppressing stones are much easier to obtain than 7 herbs, but if she needed them urgently, the price was clearly beyond Anjin's means. However, she hadn't expected that simply complaining to Chigu that I might have to wait at the auction house would lead him to bring them along, and judging by their luster, they were probably rare and exquisite treasures. Just as Anjin reached out to take the box, Chigu slammed it shut, pushed it towards her, and instantly grasped her fingertips. I brought what you wanted. What about what you promised me? And Jean pulled her hand away and scratched her head. Okay, but I only tell you about myself. I won't reveal anything else. Chico smiled. I only want to hear your story. And Jean hadn't expected that after actively establishing a dream connection with Chico and making her request, his reward would simply be knowing about her past. After listening to Jin's account, Chico asked, haven't you thought about why it was you? Why you and your sister are each other's only family? Why you saved that girl? Why you found that woman? Why did you all end up at the bottom of the sea? And Jean was momentarily stunned by his words, then suddenly tilted her head to look at Chico. Stop giving me nonsense. You just want to know something else, don't you? You think we knew each other before? Sorry to disappoint you, but I remember everything that happened since I can remember. I never seen you before coming to this world. Chico wasn't annoyed that Jean hadn't fallen into his trap. He just smiled. I just wanted to tell you that seeing isn't always believing. You can even accept that you entered another world. Haven't you ever doubted your previous life? For example, the memories you deliberately erased? And Jean subconsciously clenched her fists. Since coming to this world, she had indeed noticed something different about herself compared to Zhu Yingtong and the others. For example, unlike Zhu Yingtong and the others who acquired magical power through normal cultivation, she could gain it during her leisure time, as if that magical power was inherently hers. Among the people they knew, whether it was the long-lived dragon King Qiongqi or the Chaos, who went by her name in Rome, none of them had ever seen such a way of acquiring magical power. For example, after she came to this world, whenever she was alone, she would inexplicably lose consciousness, only to wake up with no memory of what had happened. She understood that Qi Ji's loss of memory didn't just refer to this, there must be something else. Something even she didn't understand. Sometimes she doubted her past memories, but they were so clear, matching the events of those around her perfectly. If her memories were wrong, how could she face this real world? She stood up and walked to Chigu, her voice slightly hoarse as she asked, what else do you know? About me, you must know something. Who am I? Did we know each other long ago? As she spoke, her emotions became extremely agitated. You're not going to talk about a past life, are you? What? I was from this world in my past life. I knew you in my past life? You're not going to say we were lovers in our past life, are you? Chigu looked up and took Jin's hand. The moment they touched, Jean calmed down, though she was still breathing heavily. It's not about a past life, you are still you. Chigu continued, a long time ago, we did know each other, but our relationship was not that of lovers. Although I don't know why you lost your memory, changed your appearance, and had a completely different life. I can recognize you at a glance. And Jean seemed a little tired, slightly raising her eyes to look at him. Why? What makes you think it's me? She held her breath, unable to finish her sentence, but Chigu basically understood what she meant. Qi Ji's voice suddenly became a little unstable, because you're very special to me. And Jean used her magic to move a chair behind her, and after sitting down steadily, she casually crossed her legs. Every man loves to say that, you're very special to me. You're different to me. The next sentence is all it takes to make someone fawn over you. And Jean basically composed herself. Then let me ask you again, was I very powerful before? Chigu smiled faintly. Extremely powerful, almost no one was your match. And Jean also laughed. Then do you know how I can regain my memories? How can I become as powerful as before? Chigu shook his head. Perhaps you placed a restriction on yourself, and you only be able to remember when you reach a certain point, or when you encounter something. Oh! Looks like you're not that special to me. I don't have a key that's locked away from you. And Jean blinked teasingly. Chigu paused for a moment, then said, perhaps you have something more important to you. Maybe I can help you take a look. How can you help me? I'm a dream demon, I can enter dreams. Perhaps the key is hidden deep within your consciousness. And Jean thought for a moment. Chigu basically knew everything about her over the past 10 years, so there probably wasn't anything she couldn't let him see. She waved her hand. Okay, but don't try to peek at my dreams about other people. Chigu chuckled and nodded. He chanted an incomprehensible spell, and Jean drifted off to sleep. Chigu carried Jean to the bed, holding her hand, as he leaned against the edge of the bed. Chigu looked at the serene girl on the bed, his eyes deep and steady, and the next second he too entered a dream. Chapter 51. December 2909. More than 4 months had passed since Zhou Yu entered the Tingling tribe alone. However, he had gone from fighting alone to a team of 4. The first person in the team was Mo Xuanqi, whom Zhou Yu had met at the Demon Sacrifice Tower years ago. Zhou Yu had rescued the boy from a tree. According to Emo Xuanqi, he had been thrown in by a hateful woman, but he refused to reveal any further details. More than 4 years had passed since their last separation. Zhou Yu's appearance had hardly changed. While Emo Xuanqi had grown into a 12-year-old boy, his height having increased significantly, a complete transformation. Yet, the two recognized each other upon meeting. The other two in the team were a woman named Wu Lan and a boy named Hua Shi. Wu Lan was only in her early 20s, and her strength was slightly higher than Zhou Yu's, while the boy named Hua Shi possessed almost no magical power. It's worth mentioning Emo Xuanqi's strength. When they first met, Emo Xuanqi was already slightly stronger than Zhou Yu. For years later, Emo Xuanqi's strength had reached a terrifying level of 40. Zhou Yu remained silent. It felt like he could never catch up. In the middle of the night, the four sat around the campfire. Hua Shi was writing something in a notebook with a pen, while Wu Lan was scattering various powders to repel snakes, ants, and mosquitoes around the tent. Zhou Yu was grilling fresh fish that Xiao Hei had caught from the river over the fire. Xiao Hei, already eating Zhou Yu's first grilled fish, exclaimed, "Zhou Yu, your cooking skills have improved after all these years." Zhou Yu smiled and handed another grilled fish to Hua Shi, who was practically drooling with anticipation. "This seasoning is great. It was made by one of my older sisters." Xiao Hei raised an eyebrow. "You mean Yu Xian?" Zhou Yu shook his head. "It's another one. She's only a year older than me, but she likes me to call her older sister. She loves tinkering with these things." Hua Shi, who had finished eating, was already sleepy and had been taken to the tent to sleep by Wu Lan. Their voices unconsciously softened. Xiao Hei looked curious. "Oh, how many good older sisters do you have?" Zhou Yu seemed oblivious to the teasing in Xiao Hei's tone, and said seriously, "They're my friends, 3 girls. One is younger than me, and the other 2 are a bit older. We've known each other for a long time." "Known each other for many years?" Zhou Yu nodded. "We known each other for 9 years. Actually, Zhou Yu didn't know how to say it. While 9 years might be considered Earth time, since they entered the western continent of Ziliaxis, whether cultivating in Xiongqi's space or spending extended holidays on this continent, their time together has been stretched considerably. Nearly 10 years have passed since their initial arrival in Ziliaxis. Many things have happened on this continent in those 10 years. Wuma Yueyin and Lan Cheng married. Wuma Xiaoyan gave birth to her heir through her own choice. The dragon girl almost underwent a rebirth, and the 4 of them transformed from clueless novices into individuals capable of handling things independently. In total, they have spent 4 years in this world. These 4 years seem to have been stolen from them. It's as if, apart from sensing the world's time, their bodies haven't experienced the hardships of life. More than a year had passed on Earth, and their bodies had grown almost in the same amount of time, showing little change since their arrival in this world. Neither the Dragon King nor Xiongqi could explain this strange phenomenon. In the 4 years stolen from Ziliaxis, the 4 of them experienced many things they had never seen before, and had many memories that didn't belong to those 9 years. They seemed unable to honestly say, "We only known each other for 9 years. Finally, Zhou Yu sighed, "Actually Zhou Yu's words were interrupted by Xiao Hei. "I know you have your own secrets, but you don't know how to say them," he said, raising his hand to grasp Zhou Yu's hand and squeezing it a few times. "Just like in these 4 years, your appearance hasn't changed, and your bone age has hardly changed either." Zhou Yu's expression changed instantly. He pursed his lips and remained silent. Xiao Hei continued, "Time has left its mark on us, but it has let you go. No, perhaps it has let your companions go too." As he spoke, he placed his wrist on Zhou Yu's palm. The red rope on his wrist, though not dusty, still showed signs of wear. He continued, "Like me, in these 4 years I grown nearly 20 centimeters taller, my magic power has increased by 15 levels, and I traveled to many places on this continent. I've been very careful to protect this red rope, but it's still like this." Xiao Hei flipped his wrist, and grasped Zhou Yu's arm again, looking at the red rope and raising an eyebrow slightly. "Yours isn't much better off than mine. Looks like it spends a lot of time here too?" Zhou Yu licked his dry lips, carefully choosing his words. "Well, over the years, I actually spent a lot of time here. The place we originally lived in." Zhou Yu began to slowly recount the beginning of their story, from their accidental entry into the Dragon Palace to their awakening of magic, from their first arrival together on the continent of Ziliaxis to their first forced separation, from Zhou Yu and Xiao Hei's first encounter to their current reunion. Xiao Hei murmured, 10 years. "And you haven't changed much. That's strange." Then, Xiao Hei winked playfully, "I have a premonition that you will be assimilated by this world in the near future." Zhou Yu paused for a few seconds, then whispered, "A premonition. You said before that your surname is Lancer. Lancer Xing Lan Xing, is she your clansman? Xiao He also paused, then quickly retrieved the story Zhou Yu had just told from its memory. Ah, you said you met before, I remember now. She's my clansman, or rather, my great-great-grandmother. However, our Lancer family is practically defunct now. Besides Lancer Xing and her brother Lancer Masheng, whose whereabouts are unknown, there aren't many people left in my main family. Apart from my sister and me, there are a few older peers, and those younger than me are just a few babies born a few years ago. Then do you all have the ability to foresee the future? Zhou Yu asked curiously. Without hesitation, Xiao He replied, apart from Lan Xing and Mo Shengshi, the others in the family only possess a very faint sense of perception. Their perception of time is vague, and the probability of them seeing things happen is not high. Then their precognitive abilities are absolutely accurate? Chapter 52. Xiao He thought for a moment. I heard it's true. Like you said about the battle between humans and demons back then, the location, the time, the number of enemies, it's exactly the same as the conclusion reached by the first prophet, Mo Shengshi, through his prophetic ritual. Unfortunately, the Lancer Patriarch at that time made some kind of deal with the demons, leading to the crushing defeat of all nations. And after that, Mo Shengshi went to a place, you could say it was the third continent of this world. Unfortunately, it no longer exists. The people of that continent, no, they weren't human. Later generations said they were descendants of gods, because they were born with magic. Even now, no one knows much about the third continent. After Mo Shengshi returned, a group of envoys came to that continent, bringing magic that the Ziliuses had never seen before. Their messengers brought magic, and thus the Ziliuses officially entered the magic age. At the same time, the various empires selected exceptionally talented cultivators for rapid magical training. Under that secret method, a mage's lifespan couldn't be extended like under normal training. While rapidly reaching godhood, their lifespan was only a few decades, shorter than that of ordinary people who didn't cultivate magic. Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask, was it to quickly defend against the demons that could arrive at any moment? Xiao He's tone also became more somber. Yes, they protected this continent with their lives. Then what about the third continent you mentioned? What do you mean it no longer exists? They brought magic, which sounds powerful, but... Xiao He sighed. This is the biggest secret of this continent. Seeing Zhou Yu's eyes widen slightly, Xiao He continued, actually, a long time ago, the northern Niueki and the western Luxisi were very close. Initially, some people believed they were almost the same continent, separated only by a long and narrow Ming River. As the sea level changed, the continental plates shifted, widening the Ming River, and later, it became widely accepted that they were two continents. Until more than 4,000 years ago, the development of the empire caused immense damage to the north. At this time, a genius appeared in the north, and he pulled down the third continent. Zhou Yu was speechless for a moment, finally asking, what do you mean pulled down? Xiao He shrugged, the literal meaning? The third continent was called Atlantis, a floating island. It was located directly above the Ming River, which separated Ziliuxis and Beinuyuki. However, its location was so high that the people on the two coastal continents couldn't actually see Atlantis directly. Xiao He shifted to a more comfortable position leaning against a tree. Xiao He said, besides its inaccessible height, Atlantis had its own barrier. And that genius, for that barrier, altered the original form of the Ming River, pulling Atlantis down from the sky and sinking it into the sea. Since then, the Ming River has become the Black Sea, a vast, boundless sea separating the two continents, and buried beneath it lies the once most advanced Atlantis. Zhou Yu asked, puzzled, why did he do that? He wanted to separate the two continents? For what reason? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zhou Yu's mind, the rapid development of the empire 4,000 years ago, the corrosive substances from the magic crystals and magic cores, could it be? Xiao He nodded and continued talking about the development of humanity and magic. After humans universally learned magic, they ended the war between humans and demons in just over 100 years. After that, the continent of Ziliusis quickly established a unified nation, the Empire. Later, the Empire encountered a thorny problem during its development, the intractable corrosive substances. So, they sent the corrosive substances to Beinuyueki. The once vast and resource-rich Beinuyueki suddenly became a land of misery. The land exposed to the corrosive substances could no longer grow crops, and the air in Beinuyueki became unbearable. Prolonged exposure to the outdoors would cause irreversible diseases. Such disasters were countless. This went on for about 300 years. Unable to endure it any longer, the northern Niueki people, that genius, pulled down the heavenly treasure. Afterwards, The Northerners tried to rebuild the continent, but with little success. Even today, the Northern Nuyueki are not in good shape. Zhou murmured, "How do you know so much? This history is only recorded by the empires, and the Northern Nuyueki who experienced it. The empire's history books collapsed along with their palaces, but the Lancer family, a family driven north long ago, still remembers it all." Xiao He stood up, stretched, and yawned. "Go to sleep, we have to travel tomorrow." The next day, everyone got up early and embarked on the same journey. However, after obtaining the 10,000-year-old withered wood from the Tingling tribe, Zhou chose to return. Hua Shi chose to stay in the Tingling tribe to learn about the tribe's customs and traditions, while Wu Lan, as his guard, naturally stayed to protect him. Xiao He followed Zhou out of the tribe, embarking on the road to the In-Rain Empire. Walking along, Xiao He murmured, "Pinkish-brown hair, pinkish-brown eyes. Don't you think he looks familiar?" Zhou thought for a moment. "You suspect he's from the In-Rain Empire's royal family? Looks like he's not too stupid." Xiao He chuckled. "This color is extremely rare on the western continent of Ziliosis. Only the Wuma royal family possesses this hair and eye color." He deliberately concealed his surname, probably not wanting to use his royal status for personal gain. And his guard, Wu Lan. The surname Wu is only used by the Wuma royal family's personal attendants. Could a boy this age be the Empress's child? Isn't the Empress's child a girl? Zhou recalled the baby girl he saw at the princess's residence before leaving, and couldn't help but wonder. Xiao He chuckled. "This is yet another recent piece of gossip from the Mayu Empire that's been forced to remain unmentioned. Forced because the Empress forbids it from being discussed openly. For years ago, Empress Wuma married Feng Jia Sanlang. After their marriage, the couple toured the Mayu Empire together, but the emperor fell ill during the journey, and died shortly after their return. A few months later, the Empress gave birth to a son, and the very next day, she announced her heir to the world, Princess Shiyang Wuma Yiting. But in fact, since the founding of the Mayu Empire, all children born to direct descendants of the royal family have been twins. Amazing, isn't it?" Chapter 53. Zhou couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This is truly amazing. While the other members of the Wuma royal family in this generation are married, there's no word of them having children. So, Huashi, Wuma Huashi, must be the crown princess's little-known brother. Why little-known? Because under the Wuma Empress's deliberate suppression of information, apart from the people of Mayu, almost no one knows of such a prince's existence." Xiao He finished speaking and noticed Zhou somewhat strange gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't expect you to be so gossipy, Xiao He." Xiao He yawned. "It's Foner. She likes to inquire about everything, and then she comes back to share it with us. I just didn't expect that coming in here would lead to meeting the center of this gossip." He then looked at Zhou again, hesitatingly asking, "Don't you like hearing this gossip? If you don't like it, I won't tell you anymore." Zhou smiled. "No. I was just thinking about my older sister, Jean. I figured she and Jean would definitely have something in common. And Jean is one of my companions. She's 11 months older than me, the oldest among us. Besides loving to read and gather information, she also enjoys tinkering with all sorts of new things. The seasoning for yesterday's grilled fish was something she invented." Hearing Zhou mention yesterday's grilled fish, Xiao He couldn't help but lick his lips. Indeed, impressive. The two chatted as they walked to the very edge of the Wangqiu Mountains. "Xiao He, ahead lies the territory of Mayu. I have other things to do, so I won't go with you." He was silent for a few seconds, then tapped Zhou's wrist. "Remember our promise." Zhou knew Xiao He was referring to his coming-of-age ceremony. Zhou patted Xiao He's head. I promised you, and I won't break my word." Xiao He hugged its head and jumped aside. "Putting my head will stunt my growth." Zhou couldn't help but smile. "You're only 11, you definitely grow taller." After parting ways with Xiao He, Zhou entered the Mou Empire alone, arriving in the capital in a single day. When Zhou arrived at their Mou residence, he found only Jean, who had been waiting impatiently. Jean was overjoyed to see Zhou, as if she had seen a long-lost relative. Jean, finally, I'm not alone anymore, sob. About a month later, Yue and the Dragon King also finished their journey and slowly returned. In Jin's words, finally, someone could appreciate her cooking skills. Jean, Zhou? You could feed him the school cafeteria swill, and he'd probably eat it. Zhou remained silent. That's an exaggeration. Zhu Yingtong and Yi Buju finally returned before the agreed deadline. After everyone gathered at Mayu, the Dragon King used a spatial teleportation talisman to send them back to the Danshan Imperial Palace. To everyone's surprise, when Lin Lang came to greet them, he first took the 7 herb seeds and the spirit-suppressing stone that Njin had brought back. Then he arranged for Zhu Yingtong and the others to stay in the palace, and only came back personally to collect the other forging materials several days later. I met my dream lover. One day, which they were waiting for, Zhu Yingtong's words exploded like a thunderclap among them. Yue Wei stumbled and was supported by Zhou Yu. I'm a little dizzy. And Njin exclaimed, What? Zhu Yingtong's mother doesn't allow you to date. How old are you? You're only 16. Heaven knows if the person you meet in this world is actually a white-bearded old man thousands of years old. Dragon King, Why does it feel like I've been hit by an arrow for no reason? Zhu Yingtong counted on her fingers and said, Although our biological age is still 16, that's true, we've been on the Ziliosis continent for 10 years now, and even just staying here for 5 or 6 years, we can be considered adults now, okay. Then Zhu Yingtong muttered under her breath, What mother? And Njin, you're only 3 months older than me. Be careful you don't end up worrying yourself sick one day. At the end, Zhu Yingtong added somewhat shyly, But he's really handsome. And Njin continued to explode, How handsome? More handsome than Zhou Yu? More handsome than the Dragon King? More handsome than Lin Lang? Everyone we met along the way has been handsome. And Njin slapped Zhou Yu's shoulder as she spoke, making Zhou Yu wish he could disappear into the ground. Don't underestimate our Zhou Yu just because he's young. In a few more years, he'd be a heartthrob. Zhou Yu covered his face. Please shut up. Zhu Yingtong coughed. Everyone has different tastes. I just like Xian's type. And Njin was about to say something more when Yue Wei laughed. Why isn't Njin so worried about Zhu Yingtong's marriage? Zhu Yingtong exclaimed anxiously. What? Xiao Yu. And Njin said, I just think it's incredibly unreliable that we only known each other for a short time and met only a few times. Everyone turned to look at Zhu Yingtong, whose voice trembled 2 meetings. The first one was after I met Lan Xing. Remembering the aftermath of that incident, and Njin started to grumble again, he lies on the first meeting. How good can a man like that be? Zhu Yingtong almost surrendered. All right, let's not talk about me anymore. Let's talk about you guys. Everyone shared their experiences from the past year, and Yue Wei was somewhat curious. He asked, So Njin hasn't left MOU at all during this time? And Njin waved her hand. Yeah, I feel like I encountered a monster. The dream monster that entered my dream seems to have some pretty abnormal abilities. The Dragon King pondered, Dream monsters. There's no such race on the continent of Ziliosis. And Njin screamed again, Oh my god, am I seeing a ghost? The Dragon King shook his head and continued, The fact that Ziliosis doesn't have dream monsters doesn't mean this world doesn't have them. In fact, the Ziliosis continent. Humans make up 90% of the land population, with the remainder mostly consisting of various magical beasts living in the forests, and a very small number being magical beasts that have taken human form. These magical beasts have chosen to leave their comfort zones and integrate into the human world. However, on the northern continent of Benayuki, north of the Boundless Sea, there are actually no purely human inhabitants. For example, the dream demons you mentioned are an extremely ancient race on the northern continent. Have you seen them, Dragon King? Yue Wei asked curiously. The Dragon King seemed to remember something, and after a long silence, he spoke, I have never seen a dream demon with a pure bloodline. After millions of years of evolution on the continent, some magical beasts choose to mate with powerful magical beasts, giving birth to even more powerful offspring. Perhaps there were still purely dream demons on the northern continent a few thousand years ago. They were docile, with relatively weak combat abilities, and lived by spying, absorbing, and collecting the dreams of others. And Njin frowned but didn't speak. She thought the dream demon was incredibly powerful, even possessing spatial magic. Could it be a descendant of a dream demon and a human? Chapter 54. Danshan Imperial Palace, Forging Room. In the center of the brightly lit room stood a massive rectangular furnace. A piece of ancient, decaying wood suspended in the roaring flames. Before the furnace stood 2 figures, Lin Lang and his lover, the highest authority in Danshan. Floating before the woman were 2 objects, golden spring water enveloped in the feathers of the Holy Spirit, and the stone of the Holy Maiden of Light, used to suppress darkness. Under the woman's control, the decaying wood gradually transformed into a human form within the flames. With a slight lift of her hand, the woman sent the golden spring water and the Holy Maiden stone flying into the furnace, gradually merging with the decaying wood. At the other end of the flames, a phantom figure appeared, the Dragon Maiden. With the tempering of time, the forging reached its final stage. Under her control, the decaying wood had almost completely transformed into the Dragon Maiden's likeness. The woman spoke, "Your Highness, Dragon Maiden, please." Lin Lang also spoke, "Your Highness, you should know that even the greatest blacksmith on the continent doesn't have absolute certainty at the spirit fusion stage. At this point, only the one being fused with can succeed. We can only provide assistance." The Dragon Maiden opened her eyes and, without the slightest hesitation, resolutely stepped into the flames. Her resolute voice echoed through the space, "I will not fail." After the Dragon Maiden's soul entered the body forged from withered wood, the flames within the furnace burned even more fiercely, as if trying to break free and devour everything in their path. Lin Lang suddenly flicked his sleeve, and the flames began to surge inward, spreading layer upon layer over the Dragon Maiden's body. After an unknown amount of time, the howling flames gradually subsided, and a naked woman emerged from the fire. Lin Lang had wisely turned his back as soon as the flames began to die down, and the woman beside him handed him a dress that had been prepared beforehand. "Congratulations." Zhu Tong and the others had been waiting outside the forge almost every day. Finally, a month later, before the final deadline Lin Lang had mentioned for their seclusion, the large door opened. The moment the ancient and heavy stone door opened, a wave of heat swept through the entire room. Two figures slowly emerged from the darkness. The shorter person helped the slightly taller woman, who seemed somewhat unsteady on her feet due to her newly acquired body. The person leading her was dressed in extremely complex and ornate clothing, almost entirely devoid of skin. Her face was concealed by the hood of her robe, and even her hand, which was holding the dragon girl's hand, was covered by black clothing. The Dragon King was the first to react. He darted forward and took his sister's hand from the woman, his lips trembling as he could barely speak. The man spoke, "The dragon girl has just completed the fusion of her soul and her new body. I suggest she go to a familiar place with abundant magic to complete the fusion until she can fully control this body." Only after the blacksmith spoke could Zhu Tong and the others discern her gender. The Dragon King nodded, his tone sincere and earnest, "Thank you." Then he turned to the dragon girl, "I take you back to the Dragon Palace first, Ahau, and the others will take care of you." Seeing the dragon girl nod in agreement, the Dragon King drew a blank spatial talisman. With the enhancement of his own spatial magic, a small vortex appeared in the waiting room. The dragon girl patted the Dragon King's shoulder and walked in without looking back. The next second, Lin Lang opened the door to the waiting room, hurriedly walked to the woman's side, and whispered, "Go back and rest." Seeing the woman nod, Lin Lang said "excuse me" to everyone, then had Zhu Tong and the others led to the meeting room before hurriedly leaving. Not long after, they waited for Lin Lang in the meeting room. Lin Lang only inquired about everyone's plans. The Dragon King said he would take them to Huilin Academy as auditors, and they would be allowed to enroll when the next enrollment period arrived. After everyone left, only the Dragon King remained. He looked at the box Lin Lang had taken out and slowly opened it. Inside was a two-handed short weapon, shimmering with a unique subtle light. A single weapon weighs 3 jin and 6 liang, is 3 feet and 4 zhang long, and comes with an excellent wood attribute magic crystal. In every respect, it's a weapon perfectly suited to the condition of the girl you're referring to. Lin Lang picked up another item from the box, which, when unfolded, revealed a packet of slender silver needles. Dragon scales, the hardest material in the world, combined with all Li's millennial-old craftsmanship. If these 9-scaled weapons were listed on the weapon ranking list, they could probably contend for a place in the top 10. And Jean, having finished washing up, looked at the still empty bed in the room. "Huh, where's Yue Wei? She's been out all afternoon. Why hasn't she come back yet?" Zhu Tong said, "After lunch, the Dragon King came to seek Yue Wei, and hasn't returned since." And Jean felt her eyelids twitch violently a few times, and gritted her teeth, saying, "I have a bad feeling about this." Zhu Tong asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "Just wait and see, maybe one of us is about to find a partner." Zhu Tong, shock. Zhou Yu, who had just come out of his room, shock. About half an hour later, Yue Wei returned from outside, covered in stardust. Yue Wei had barely entered the house, when Jean blocked her at the doorway. "Tell me honestly, did you go on a date?" Yue Wei's face, which had been trying to maintain composure, flushed bright red, and she stammered, No, it wasn't me, And Jean took a step back, scanning Yue Wei up and down. "What did I do wrong? You can't even speak properly." Yue Wei took several deep breaths before finally speaking shakily. "Just now, the Dragon King confessed to me." "What? What did I say? What did I say?" And Jean jumped up, drowning out the rest of Yue Wei's words with her loud voice. Is he after your beauty?" You can guard against anything, but you can't guard against a thief within your own family. I agreed. Zhu Tong, what did Yue Wei say next? Zhou Yu. She said she agreed. Zhu Tong exclaimed, I'm a little dizzy too. Zhu Tong, as if remembering something, said seriously, and Jean, watch your words. What if the Dragon King, cough, is still in Yue Wei's hands? And Jean was startled and took a step back, falling silent and warily watching the location of Yue Wei's hand. Yue Wei shook her head. No, the Dragon King went back to the East Sea. He said he was going to help the Dragon Girl protect her. And Jean then took another step forward, wailing, I just told Tong not to have a relationship so early, but I didn't expect the first one to have one as the youngest, Yue Wei. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Zhu Tong said, and Jean, I advise you to accept the fact that we're all mentally over 20. Yue Wei and the Dragon King's relationship is a free choice, relax. And Jean exclaimed again, speaking of which, every time we come to Zilius's, the Dragon King is with Yue Wei. The first time we separated, and the last time you two went to Gomo, weren't you already plotting something? Yue Wei said awkwardly, what plotting? Xiao Jean, don't overthink it. Zhu Tong said, that's called love grows over time. Come to think of it, Yue Wei and the Dragon King have known each other for 10 years. Zhu Tong thought for a moment, and then said, last time when we went to find forging materials for the Dragon Girl, didn't you tease Yue Wei and the Dragon King? Now that they're really together, why are you still acting like this? After saying that, Zhu Tong turned to Yue Wei and said, everyone has known the Dragon King for 10 years. We all know what kind of person he is. Your own happiness is the most important thing. And Jean clutched her chest, I didn't expect it to be so fast. In my eyes, Yue Wei is still that little kid. Yue Wei raised an eyebrow, and Jean is only a year older than me. Before, in school. Chapter 55. And Jean rushed forward and covered Yue Wei's mouth. Zhu Tong's eyes widened slightly. What? When did Jean start having boyfriends? Yue Wei broke free from Jin's hand and fell into Zhu Tong's arms, laughing. Didn't you guys notice? Since the third year of junior high, there have been upperclassmen lining up outside our classroom, and they're different every time. Our Jean is into both boys and girls. Zhou Yu, wow. Zhu Tong, wow. And Jean continued to press Yue Wei into Zhu Tong's arms, her face slightly flushed. I also have a free love relationship. A free love relationship. Then she muttered softly, and some of them aren't even dating. Yue Wei laughed. Let me count, that September, the people waiting for Jean outside our classroom changed 3 times. I saw 8 in the first semester of junior high alone. And Jean said angrily, they're all so boring. They're always eating, shopping, or watching movies. Can't they come up with something new? And then, there's the most famous one, Jiang Shua, the one who repeated his senior year, and was always number 1 in the grade. He dated the longest, but unfortunately, he went to another city for university. However, he returned to school last semester, as an outstanding graduate. Didn't you two meet? I don't believe it. Yue Wei looked on, with gossip-loving curiosity. And Jean blushed. Okay, are we going to dig into my past tonight? A confession session? Zhu Tong quickly raised her hand. I haven't dated anyone. Zhou Yu followed suit, me neither. And Jean patted Zhou Yu's shoulder. Later, I introduce you to a few, men and women, older and younger, gentle, lively, cheerful, reserved, calm, mature, considerate, understanding, humorous. Zhou Yu quickly waved his hand. No, that's unnecessary. We Zhou Yu need to get to know more people. We can't just stay cooped up at home all day. Zhu Tong paused for a moment and said, then, can we still have more contact and interaction with our friends from the other world? And Jin's mind lit up. Oh right, I remembered someone. Didn't Yue Wei say she had feelings for Xiao Zong before? He was a senior student. Yue Wei had mentioned that upright and handsome senior during their first trip before entering the Dragon Palace. Yue Wei seemed to recall the boy almost forgotten, then shook her head. It was almost fate. And Jean patted her chest. It's okay, I can develop connections here too. I can even date here. After all, isn't it true that you can stay young forever after cultivation? Who knows, even after decades or centuries, I still look the same. There are plenty of handsome men and beautiful women out there. If Yue Wei dumps the Dragon King later, I help you find someone. Zhou Yu was speechless. Think positively. Zhu Tong sighed. Like Zhou Li, like Gu Yu, like Jiang Shua, like Xiao Zong. We spend 10 times as much time on this western continent as we do on the other side. 1 year there is equivalent to 10 years here. Even if we're not always here, in the past year on the other side, we spent almost 5 years on the western continent. And then what? With such frequent travel between the two worlds, won't our lives get chaotic? For them, it's just a 2-month vacation, but for us, it's almost 2 years of excessively fulfilling life. It feels like a lifetime ago. As time goes on, can we really face them with a different, age mindset? And Jean wiped away imaginary tears. That's too much, Tong Tong, how come you're old? What? Zhu Yingtong continued. If we choose to stay in this world longer, will we gradually drift apart from them? Everyone fell silent for a moment. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Zhu Yingtong waved her hand. Let's not talk about this, let's change the subject. We can now travel between two worlds, and our bodies grow along with our original world, but what about the future? This past year we've been working so hard to fulfill our promise to the dragon girl, but what about after that? What will we do here? Yue Wei hesitated. Tong Tong, doesn't she like this world? Zhu Yingtong rested her chin on her hand, looking somewhat lost. No, it's just that I don't know what my plans are for the next few years or decades. As the Dragon King said, if we successfully enter Huilun Academy, study for a few years, graduate smoothly, and achieve greater success in magic, what are your plans after that? Yue Wei lay down on the sofa and thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I plan to travel all over the continent of Ziliosis for 10, 20 years, or even longer. I can go with the Dragon King. And Jean exclaimed, Wow, Yue Wei, we just confirmed our relationship and you're saying we won't be together for the next 10 or 20 years. Yue Wei laughed. No, we can still travel together like when we first arrived on the continent of Ziliosis. Do you have any other plans? And Jean thought for a moment, what should I do? I don't have any life goals right now. With you all around, at most we have one more good-looking person, and we can eat, drink, play, and have fun like before. I decided. My immediate goal is to find suitable partners for Yingtong and Zhou. Yue Wei covered her mouth and laughed. And Jean, why are you acting like a matchmaker? Before Jean could call out, Yue Wei asked again, what about Tong Tong? Does Tong Tong have any short-term goals? Zhu Yingtong thought for a moment. Okay, let's think of something short-term first. I promised Di Fuyan I help her regain her lost memories. Yue Wei asked doubtfully. Di Fuyan, that empress who died once thousands of years ago? Has she forgotten something? I remember when we first met her, she still remembered the Dragon King. Should we ask the Dragon King to come and help her? And Jean said casually, does she need resurrection services? We have experience. Zhou said, resurrection? Do you mean the Dragon Girl? That's probably not the same thing. The Dragon Girl was sealed deep within the Dragon Palace by the old Dragon King. Although her body had decayed, her soul remained intact with the Dragon King's help. Di Fuyan's situation was different. After all, he had experienced a dynastic change, truly died once, and lost his memories. Nearly 3,000 years had passed in the continental calendar. It was unknown how her soul ended up residing in Yingtong's body. And Jean choked for a moment. Oh, right. And Jean thought for a moment, and then let her imagination run wild. Could it be that she drifted on the western continent for 3,000 years, and then whoosh, was attracted to Yingtong? When would that have been? Could it have been when we first entered the Dragon Palace? Yue Wei quietly spoke up. Before, on the way back with the Dragon King, he mentioned some of his speculations to me. 3 pairs of eyes immediately turned to Yue Wei. After composing herself for a moment, Yue Wei finally spoke. Among the major families he mentioned before, there are the Yu family and the Zhou family. The direct line of the Yu family has the wood attribute in magic, while the direct line of the Zhou family has the wind attribute. This matches Zhou and my situation. He said that some things happened to these families, and then some members of the families were relocated to another world, which is the place we originally lived in. And Jean stammered, the Yu family and the Zhou family? You mean the Dragon King believes that you and Zhou were originally from this continent? Chapter 56. Yue Wei recalled, the Dragon King said that migration occurred around 2,700 in the continental calendar, which translates to about 30 years ago in our world. It was the Dragon King, Mo Shenshi, and Yu Qinfang who together tore open a spatial rift, sending their 2 races to this other world. While traversing the spatial rift, almost everyone in the group underwent a transformation, not in appearance, but in their bodies beginning to resemble those of Earthlings, living within the same time frame. They wouldn't experience the situation where 1 year on Earth equals 10 years in their physical condition, just because they were once from the western continent of Ziliosis, due to the 10-fold time difference between Ziliosis and Earth. After passing through the time rift, their physical growth gradually synchronized with Earthlings, and their descendants on Earth grew almost indistinguishably from Earthlings. And Jean nodded, seemingly understanding. So you and Xiaoyu might actually be from the western continent of Ziliosis, possessing talents that ordinary people don't have, yet also having the same time as Earthlings. Sister Dragon Girl said before that there are almost no people in our world who can awaken magic. We can awaken magic and have much more time than the people of Ziliuxis. It feels like cheating. What if a bolt of lightning strikes us and turns us into people in our 50s? Unexpectedly, and Jin's words came true. They later did indeed fall into a deep sleep for a period of time because of this. What about Ying Tong? Could Ying Tong be the same person all along? Zhu Ying Tong spoke up quietly. Di Fuyan once told me that someone placed her soul into my body. I wonder who it could be. The Qiongqi we seen before? But she didn't seem to know about it when we first met. The other three magical beasts, Chaos, Tao Tai, and Tao Wu, we haven't seen them yet. Besides them, Empress Di Fuyan must have many other capable people around her. And Jean swallowed hard, then tremblingly raised her hand, I confess. Looking at the three of them staring at her, and Jean spoke somewhat uneasily, and Rong, she's not actually my blood-related aunt, I picked her up. She told me back then that her real name was Chaos. What? Zhu Yingtong and the others widened their eyes. Yue said, then Jean was exposed to magic earlier than us? And Jean pursed her lips. I told you before, my younger sister Yueqi is 3 years younger than me. I lived with Yueqi since I can remember. For years, we've been funded by a mysterious account. I don't know if that mysterious person is in Rome, but I think in Rome at least knows that person. Previously, community workers mostly took care of us. When I was 6, and Rome approached me, and Yueqi and I moved to our current home. At first, when she said she was Chaos, I didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until we met the Dragon King and his group underwater, and then saw Qiongqi, that I realized she wasn't lying. In the end, she still couldn't tell us about meeting Qige and what Qige said. After all, how could she recount something she herself couldn't even understand? Perhaps only when she understands everything can she face Zhu Yingtong and the others with equanimity. Zhu Yingtong and the others fell silent. They knew that the Anjin sisters hadn't grown up with their parents, but they hadn't expected such a complicated history. Zhou Yu remained silent for a long time before speaking. Perhaps tonight truly was a confession for him. I might stay in Danshan for a while to figure out my background and investigate the cause of my parents' deaths. The three were shocked again. Zhou Yu continued, I'm sorry I haven't told you this before. I grew up with my uncle and aunt in a remote place called Zhoucheng. Almost everyone there has the surname Zhou. Our family lived in the most secluded part of the area, and my uncle and aunt rarely interacted with others. When I was 13, I accidentally found a painting in my house. It was a time speed unique to the continent of Ziliuxis, a magical method that imprinted a person's form at a certain point in time. The person in that time speed painting was me. Mother, later my uncle told me their story, and that's when I learned that there was another world. And Jean nodded, seemingly understanding. Ah. Thinking about it now, it's not surprising that Zhou Yu accepted the magic at all. Later, when Yin Yu took us to find Qiongqi, Zhou Yu was the first to react. No wonder Zhou Yu seemed to be more diligent than us. Zhou Yu pursed his lips and then said, sorry, I haven't told you all yet. Zhu Yingtong and the other two looked at each other, and finally Zhu Yingtong put his arm around Zhou Yu's shoulder and said seriously, what are you saying? We've been friends all along. It's normal for everyone to have their own little secrets. Besides, you told us now, haven't you? Yue asked. So, how'll Zhou Yu find out about his origins? Do you have a direction? Zhou Yu unconsciously clenched his fists. I want to find the person who crafted the dragon girl's body. She's from the Danshan royal family. She should know the inside story from back then. Yue nodded, thought for a moment, and said, that person. I remember the Dragon King mentioned her to me too. Ah! She's the founder of the Hidden Zero Pavilion. Her name is Li. Everyone felt a jolt, as if they had a premonition. Zhou Yu opened her mouth in surprise. The royal surname of Shanshan is Zhou Li. And Jin's eyes widened in shock. No way. It can't be a coincidence of names. Xu Yitong asked, Zhou Yu, are you sure she's a member of the Shanshan royal family? Zhou Yu frowned. Although my uncle didn't want me to know about this, I later tried searching through many ancient books, and finally found some relevant information. The world's #1 blacksmith is the only surviving member of the Shanshan royal family who survived that siege. And Jean asked doubtfully, speaking of which, that blacksmith. The craftswoman hardly ever interacted with us, and Lin Lang didn't introduce her name either, which is a bit strange. Yue also asked curiously, why didn't she reveal her name when she was traveling the world? The Dragon King told me that she abdicated not long after founding the Hidden Zero Pavilion, and that Senior Lin Lang was in charge until the second pavilion master of the Hidden Zero Pavilion took over. She almost erased all traces of her existence from the world in some secretive way, or rather, she didn't want the world to know all her identities, nor did she want anyone to associate those identities with her. And Jean said nonsensically, a name with only one character sounds really cool. But it's true, whether as the world's #1 blacksmith or the founder of the Hidden Zero Pavilion, there's no portrait of her, nor her name, in the collection. It's very strange. Zhu Weitong said, it's possible it's just a coincidence of names. We never seen that blacksmith's face, only that she was a woman. If possible, meeting her might clarify everything. Zhu Weitong remembered something and asked again, and Jean, do you know the purpose of the 7 herbs and the spirit-suppressing stone you brought back? And Jean replied without hesitation, the purpose of the spirit-suppressing stone is just its name, to suppress and stabilize souls. It's almost only available in auction houses in major cities. It's generally used during weapon forging to suppress the remnant souls within magic crystals, allowing the energy of the magic crystals to. It's better integrated into the weapon. It's a pity I couldn't find out the function of the 7 herbs. I was worried I wouldn't be able to find them. I still have to thank that dream demon. Zhu Weitong said, when we came back, Lin Lang took away the withered wood, the golden spring water, and the heart of light later. I think that forging the dragon girl's body didn't require suppressing her soul, but rather the fusion of soul and body. The forger later said that the dragon girl needed to go to a place with abundant magic to fuse on her own. In other words, there was no step of stabilizing the soul during the body forging process. Plus, Lin Lang took the 7 herbs and the spirit-suppressing stone from the beginning. I guess these 2 items might have been for the forger himself. Yue Wei thought for a moment and said, so, Tong, do you think her physical condition isn't very good? Zhu Weitong took out a talisman from the storage device. Yes, I also guessed that she might be an ordinary person without magic. The 3 of them, looking at the talisman Zhu Weitong had taken out, instantly thought of what Lin Lang had said, for people without magic power. In fact, people completely without magic power are even rarer than top-tier mages. Most people possess some degree of magic power. Yue Wei exclaimed, but the Hidden Zero Pavilion has been established for nearly 3,000 years. Even a divine descent master's lifespan is only 3,000 years. Yes, then, wouldn't she always need a different body to receive her soul? I think the 7 herbs function is related to the body. The Dragon King was able to maintain the Dragon Girl's soul for 1,000 years, and Lin Lang, who has lived even longer, might also possess methods we don't know about to preserve and protect souls. Zhou Yu questioned, but the Dragon Girl herself is a divine descent level mage. Even without a body, her soul is extremely powerful. Just like when we met her in the Dragon Palace, she was still able to. She used magic with extremely high destructive power. If that blacksmith was just an ordinary person without magic, could her soul really have lasted that long? Zhu Weitong continued, yes, this is just my guess. We don't know much about this continent, and our understanding of soul power is practically non-existent. So, if we could meet that person or figure out the function of the 7 herbs, perhaps we could confirm it. And Jean lowered her head and whispered, Xiao Li's health has never been very good. Everyone's hearts trembled slightly, and they all thought of that frail but hopeful girl. By the way, we haven't talked about Tong yet. Is Tong from this continent? Yue Wei asked. Zhu Tong pondered deeply. I need to go back and ask my aunt. Thinking about it now, many things don't make sense. For some reason, she had a strange feeling, as if she was born for Di Fuyan. Zhu Tong's face darkened, and she shook her head vigorously, trying to banish this strange thought from her mind. That night they talked a lot, as if trying to make up for the months they had been apart. While talking, all 4 of them fell asleep sprawled out in the living room. The next day, when the Dragon King arrived and saw their sleeping posture, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Chapter 57. The first to wake up was Yue Wei. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and pounced on the Dragon King. He quickly caught the still sleepy Yue Wei, exclaiming, Did you guys stay up all night yesterday? Yue Wei, still dazed, murmured, Yesterday, last night, we were all chatting, and then it seems like we all fell asleep one after another. Yue Wei yawned, wrapping her arms around the Dragon King's neck. The Dragon King blushed, but gently supported her. And Jean was the second to wake up. Seeing the scene before her, she was a little shocked. Oh my god, I'm single now. I can't watch this. She then nestled into Zhu Tong's arms and closed her eyes. Zhu Tong and Zhou Yu woke up around the same time and couldn't help but laugh at Jin's reaction. Yue Wei, her eyes still closed, asked, Where are we going next? To that Huilun Academy? How do we get there? Is it still spatial magic? The Dragon King gently rubbed Yue's cheek. This time we won't slack off. We take a big ship, and you can practice your naval combat skills along the way. Yue looked up and asked, naval combat skills? But last time we came, the seas were basically calm, and we didn't encounter any magical beasts. The Dragon King smiled and said, that's because I chose the safest route for you before. This time we go through the Boundless Sea. Upon hearing Boundless Sea, Yue instantly woke up. Go pack your things. We depart at Chinchur, 7 to 9 a.m. The Dragon King turned and left. Xu Yingtong, having finished washing up and recalling the events of last night, quickly followed. You mean Li? The Dragon King pondered for a moment. The surname of the Danshan royal family is indeed Zhou, and Li herself was indeed once a member of the Danshan royal family. But she never admitted it. She always used the name Li when she returned to power in Danshan. Li was born before the imperial era, so she's almost 4,700 years old now, which is indeed beyond the limits of ordinary humans. But I'm also certain that she was once human. Once means that she was indeed born into this world as an ordinary human. Whether she initially possessed magic power, I don't know. But someone without magic power couldn't have forged so many weapons, and therefore couldn't have become the world's greatest blacksmith. However, the person beside her, Lin Lang, is not human. But if you say he's a transformed magical beast, I can't identify what kind of magical beast. As for Li, I never seen what she looks like. After everyone finished washing and getting ready, it was already late morning. They hurriedly bid farewell to Lin Lang and embarked on their sea journey. On the ship, they also encountered an old acquaintance, the Dragon Girl. The sea voyage began relatively peacefully, but once they could see the boundless sea from the ship, the sea level became unstable. In just over 10 days, after officially entering the boundless sea, they had already experienced more than 10 battles, large and small. From initially barely being able to stand steadily on the ship to unleash magical techniques, to gradually being able to get into the zone, and now being able to divide tasks, everyone had made rapid progress. Under Di Fuyen's special training, Zhu Yingtong could now control her once vanishing red wings with ease. She and Zhou, you were mainly responsible for aerial and close quarters combat. And Jean, who initially struggled to hold her bow, has now significantly improved her accuracy. Yue steadily guards the rear, providing them with ability enhancements and healing. The unexpected event occurred at the end of the first month after entering the boundless sea. After Zhu Yingtong and the others finished another battle, 2 masked figures suddenly appeared in the clear sky. The shorter one appeared to be a boy, his face covered by a completely black mask, with 4 small black dots encircling the magic seal beside him. The taller one was a woman, her long black hair flowing in the wind, and 9 white dots flashing within the magic seal that suddenly lit up beside her. These 2 suddenly appearing figures were, one a level 40 dark attribute mage, and the other a rare divine summoner on the continent. The absence of wings behind them indicated that they were entirely propelled into the air by their own magic power. Most mages never manage to conjure wings in their lifetime, but those whose magic power reaches the Spirit Lord level can have enough to sustain them in flight. Only a very few mages can conjure wings before their magic power reaches level 50. These are undoubtedly mages with exceptionally high talent, such as Xu Yingtong, Zhou Yu, and the boy before them. The 2 blocked the ship's path, looking menacing. The prolonged battle had instantly put everyone into a state of heightened alert. The Dragon King flashed in front of them, a mental-type divine descent master. He hesitated slightly. Could it be her? What was she doing here? The Dragon Girl was also about to step forward when the Dragon King repeated in a low voice, she's mental-type. The Dragon Girl raised her right hand, and the enormous phoenix black Qi-Yang bow appeared in her grasp. She sneered, when have I ever been afraid? Sister has just fused, don't be reckless. The Dragon Girl said, do you think you can rely entirely on yourself? Don't let her beat you too badly in your current state. With that, the Dragon Girl rose into the air. Beside her appeared a black demonic seal identical to the one on the boy's side, except that it was surrounded by 9 dark marks. The sky gradually darkened, and with a sudden change in the airflow around them, Zhu Yingtong and the others realized the Dragon Girl's words from years ago. The Dark Witch of the East Sea truly lived up to her name. A divine summoner could change the world with a flick of her finger. The Dragon King, still uneasy, followed. Before leaving, he instructed Yue and Jean, who were still on the boat, be careful, don't fall into the sea. The masked woman in midair, seeing the Dragon King and Dragon Girl arrive, lazily stretched. One more. Before she finished speaking, with a mere wave of her hand, Zhu Yingtong at least 100 meters away, was uncontrollably propelled towards her. The Dragon King swiftly positioned himself between them, firmly grabbing Zhu Yingtong's arm. Zhu Yingtong felt a tearing force, as if it would rip her apart. The Dragon King gently tossed Zhu Yingtong behind him, the Dragon Girl following closely behind, the two of them forming a protective barrier in front of Zhu Yingtong. The woman stroked her chin and nodded, saying, That's more like it. Xuanqi, those 3 children are yours. Her last sentence was clearly directed at the boy beside her. The boy named Xuanqi nodded, then leaped down, flying straight towards the 2 on the boat. As he descended, a jet-black spear gradually appeared in his hand. Holding the spear, the magical aura emanating from him almost distorted the air. In the blink of an eye, the spearhead shattered the arrow shot by Enjin. Just as the spearhead was about to touch the bow that Enjin had helplessly held in front of her, a water-green sword pierced between the spearhead and the bow. The friction between the two produced a hissing sound and carried a significant magical fluctuation, causing Zhou Yu and the other 2 to stagger back several steps. The point of impact even damaged the ship's hull due to the magical explosion, causing the ship to rock violently and seawater to seep into the deck. Xuanqi's face, hidden behind the mask, froze for a moment before she reacted, standing the spear upright on the deck in front of her. Powerful dark magic emanated from the spear. Enjin, shielded behind Zhou Yu and struggling to breathe due to the stronger magical attribute counter, still exclaimed the instant she saw the spear, This is the Dark Spear. The Dark Spear, ranked 5th on the weapon ranking. All 3 were shocked. It was a divine weapon on par with the Dragon King's 9 Blazing Thunder swords. Chapter 58. After the magic surged forth, the Dark Spear gave off an even more eerie feeling, a suffocating sensation of being suppressed by high-level magic. Flying in the air, Zhu Yingtong observed the dire situation on the ship. With a slight gesture, Yi Buju appeared beside her. She ruffled Yi Buju's hair and whispered, You can't fly yet. Go help Yi Wei and the others. Yi Buju nodded, let out a low growl, and swooped down towards Xuanqi. The night wolf's claws ripped through the sky, but were blocked by a golden scepter, just as it approached Xuanqi's back. Your opponent is me. Suddenly appearing was a girl also wearing a mask. The girl was agile. A magical illusion surrounded by 4 golden rings suddenly appeared beside her and, under her control, attacked Yi Buju. Yi Buju, caught off guard by his initial underestimation, was stopped. The golden rings transformed into vine-like things the instant they reached him, binding his hands and legs. Yi Buju roared, and with a burst of golden light, he gradually vanished. The next second, he was in front of the girl, his sharp claws about to reach her slender neck. The girl, however, calmly retreated, a faint smile playing on her lips beneath her mask. As she slid backward, her body gradually tilted downward, and in the next instant, Xuanqi's spear was directly facing Yi Buju's face. In just a few breaths, the 2 had exchanged blows. Yi Buju gripped the tip of the dark spear tightly. The overflowing magic power from the peerless weapon was almost unbearable for him. Xuanqi, wielding the spear shaft, launched several fierce attacks, forcing Yi Buju to retreat steadily. If it were just an ordinary level 40 mage, Yi Buju wouldn't have been able to overpower him so easily. However, he wielded one of the most powerful weapons in the world, the Dark Spear, capable of allowing one to challenge opponents far stronger than themselves. After only a few exchanges, Yi Buju was wounded and bruised, barely able to spare any strength to help Yi Wei and the others. Looking at the fight between Yi Wei and the other 2 and the light mage, the difference in their strength was undeniably vast. Yi Wei and the other 2 only possessed magic power in their early 30s, yet under the girl's relentless attacks, each of them was covered in wounds. These 2 were far more powerful than ordinary level 40 mages, leaving them almost defenseless. But surprisingly, these 2 didn't seem to be aiming to kill them. They didn't try to kill them, but rather seemed to be using them as practice, each attack appearing to be precisely timed to their limits. Although they had lost their main attacker, Zhu Yingtong, their long-standing teamwork hadn't faltered, and they were barely able to maintain the girl's offensive. However, the girl and Xuanqi's teamwork was clearly superior to theirs. Their tacit understanding allowed them to frequently switch tactics, disrupting Yi Wei and the others' plans several times, nearly exhausting their magic power. Looking at the battle in the sky, the black-haired woman was far more adept than anyone else present. She consistently dodged the Dragon King and Dragon Girl's attacks, provocatively attacking Zhu Yingtong. The magic techniques wielded by Zhu Yingtong's side posed no threat to the woman's attacks. As her powerful mental magic overflowed, the Dragon Girl's condition began to falter. Her arm gripping the longbow visibly weakened, and she missed her target several times. Seeing this, the Dragon King cried out, "Sister!" Retreat! But it was too late. The masked woman instantly aimed her attack directly at the dragon girl. The dragon girl screamed in agony, feeling as if she were being torn apart, before losing consciousness and plummeting straight into the sea. At the same time, her longbow returned to its weapon seal. The Dragon King didn't have time to see the woman's next move. He swooped down and caught the dragon girl. In that instant, Zhu Yingtong, in midair, faced the mental-type demigod. Powerful mental magic began to attack Zhu Yingtong relentlessly. Before she could even resist, she completely lost control of the magic. Her body erupted in raging flames, engulfing her entirely. The masked woman clicked her tongue in amazement. Is this the purest yin-yang fire? Truly miraculous. With that, she manipulated her magic, sending it flying towards Zhu Yingtong. She struck with a single palm strike, and the flames obediently returned to Zhu Yingtong's body. The woman hoisted Zhu Yingtong onto her shoulder and called down, Xuanji and Xuanqi, let's go. Looking back at the battlefield on the sea, although Xuanji and Xuanqi hadn't gone all out, the ordinary ship, barely large enough for ordinary sea voyages, clearly couldn't withstand their combined magic power. It was almost completely shattered. Xuanqi glanced longingly at the battlefield. The ship was broken beyond recognition, and the group could barely float by clinging to logs. Yue, panting heavily, was supported by Yi Buju on a wolf's back, while Zhou Yu held the unconscious Jin in his arms. It turned out that the masked woman's mental magic had not only affected the dragon girl, whose body and soul had just merged, but also Jin, who was far away on the sea. After screaming, Jin fell into the sea. Zhou Yu jumped into the sea and pulled the unconscious Jin out of the water. The Dragon King, carrying the dragon girl, rushed to their side, using his magic to barely erect a barrier on the sea's surface large enough to support them all. After Yue took the dragon girl, the Dragon King immediately turned and flew towards the masked woman, intending to snatch Zhu Yingtong back. Xianqi and Xianji flew to block the Dragon King's path. The magical attack released by the fusion of the Dark Spear and the Golden Scepter forced the Dragon King to halt his advance. Seeing the situation behind him, the masked woman merely raised her hand slightly, and the Dragon King was forced back step by step, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell from the sky. They could only watch helplessly as the three women carried Zhu Yingtong away. Yue, alarmed, quickly used her remaining magic to manipulate vines to catch the Dragon King. Zhou Yu, enraged, grabbed the Dragon King by the collar. Is this the training you spoke of? What if anything happens to Zhu Yingtong? Before he could finish speaking, the injuries he had been forcing himself to endure began to backfire, blood seeping uncontrollably from his mouth and ears. Zhou Yu, also exhausted, knelt beside Jin. Yue, worried but unsure what to say, could only use her remaining magic to help the others recover from their injuries. The Dragon King wiped the blood from his lips. He already knew who the masked woman was. His voice held a hint of ruthlessness. Return to Danchen, find Lin Lang. That woman is truly a mad woman. As he spoke, his arm gradually transformed into a dragon, sweeping across the scene before everyone. A spatial rift appeared out of thin air, but whether due to the Dragon King's previously suppressed magic or the depletion from the recent battle, the spatial rift appeared somewhat distorted. From the other side of the spatial rift came Ahao's voice, Lord Dragon King. Ahao, I'm leaving my sister with you. Take her back to the dragon pool. I'll be there in a bit. With that, the Dragon King sent the unconscious dragon girl into the spatial rift, then turned and tore open another one. Yue clearly saw the color drain from the Dragon King's face, and she called his name anxiously. The Dragon King, his eyes filled with apology, grasped Yue's hand and said to Zhou Yu behind him, go to Shanshan first. And Jin's condition isn't good. Chapter 59. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth. He knew Jin's condition was bad. After suffering a mental shock and falling into the water, Jin had disappeared without a trace, her breath unusually weak. He was in so much pain, he could barely breathe, but there was nothing else he could do. Their primary goal was to get back to shore. Just as everyone was about to enter the spatial rift, Yi Buju, in his wolf form, let out a series of low growls and then rushed outwards. Yue had barely called out Yi Buju's name when he vanished before their eyes. The Dragon King frowned. As a contracted magical beast, he must have sensed Zhu Yingtong's aura. We can't catch him. The group then stepped into the spatial rift created by the Dragon King, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in the Danchen Imperial Palace. Upon arriving at the Danchen Imperial Palace, they went straight to the council chamber. To their surprise, Lin Lang was already waiting there. However, compared to their disheveled state, Lin Lang appeared remarkably relaxed. Upon seeing the group, Lin Lang feigned surprise. Oh dear, what happened? The Dragon King stepped forward and asked, we encountered a psychic demigod at sea. Was it Nianlo? Lin Lang calmly replied, a psychic demigod. Indeed, Xiao Nianlu is the only one on the western continent. But she's grown up now, and we shouldn't interfere too much with what she wants to do. Yue indignantly said, but she attacked us without a word and even kidnapped Ying Tong. Lin Lang chuckled, kidnap? That's just like her. I can only tell you that Xiao Nianlu is a good child. She must have her reasons for doing this, and I believe she wouldn't harm Zhu Yingtong. He looked up at Zhou Yu at the back. I'm here to wait for her. He raised his hand, pointing to Njin in Zhou Yu's arms. Zhou Yu, carrying the unconscious Njin, hurried forward, asking anxiously, do you know how to wake Njin? Lin Lang took Njin from Zhou Yu's arms, saying something ambiguous. Yes, in this world, only I can. Zhou Yu frowned and remained silent. On the way here, he had asked Zhou in his mind, and Zhou was quite certain that this was a state of unstable soul, similar to but different from the Dragon Girl's situation. Although the Dragon Girl's body wasn't natural, it was forged by the world's greatest blacksmith using the most suitable materials, a body capable of accommodating a divine soul, no worse than her original body. However, the fusion time was too short before it suffered a powerful mental magic attack, so the instability of her soul was normal. And Jin's situation was rather unique. If it were a naturally occurring soul and original body, even a mental attack from a god-level mage wouldn't sever the connection between body and soul. There was no known case of an unstable soul. Unless, this wasn't her original body. Zhou Yu was horrified. According to Njin, during the recent confession session, she revealed that she had almost no memory of anything before the age of 3 or 4. So what was she like before? He couldn't help but reach out and stop Lin Lang, asking in a low voice, you knew her before we arrived? Lin Lang smiled and replied, you probably prefer her to tell you that. If she could remember. Lin Lang took Njin away, then turned to them, and said, your accommodations are still the same, they've been cleaned. Yue walked to Zhou Yu's side, her mind in turmoil, and asked Xiao Yu. Zhou Yu's expression was grave. Let's go back first, and talk to her when Njin wakes up. With that, he turned and went back to their original residence. Today's battle had made him realize how insignificant he was. He couldn't protect even one of the people he wanted to protect. He needed greater power. Only Yue and the Dragon King remained in the council chamber. The Dragon King spoke apologetically, I'm sorry, it was my oversight. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Yue bit her lip. The missing Zhu Yingtong, the unconscious Njin, she couldn't bring herself to say it's alright to comfort the Dragon King. She herself was filled with anguish. She was powerless to do anything. If only her abilities were stronger, she could help Yingtong and Njin. Seeing Yue on the verge of tears, the Dragon King felt a pang of heartache and could only hold the girl in his arms to offer some comfort. At Yue's request, the Dragon King selected several scrolls of magical techniques for them to practice, and then he tore through space again to return to the Dragon Palace. However, upon returning to the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King discovered that the seal on the demon-locking ring had loosened after this battle, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could return to the Spirit Venerable Realm. Li, half lying on the bed, yawned and asked, what happened to her? Lin Lang placed Jin's body on a strangely shaped stone bed beside her, and said, on their way away, they encountered Xiao Nian at sea. For some reason, that child Xiao Nian kidnapped Zhu Yingtong. And Njin might have been affected by Xiao Nian's mental magic. Li snorted, who knows where she's been all these years. With that, she got off the bed, went to Njin's side, and gently tapped Njin's forehead. This one too, after all these years of wildness, she's finally caught up. The true moon necklace around Njin's neck flashed with golden light, and Inu appeared before them. She hugged Li's arm and shook it gently, saying coquettishly, Sister Li, long time no see. Li replied calmly, it really has been a long time. I haven't settled the score with you for knocking me out last time. Inu's voice was light, that was to prevent Sister Li from being exposed. Li didn't continue the topic, instead asking, when did you recognize her? Inu said, I recognized you the first time we met in the Dragon Palace, but unfortunately you don't remember. So she didn't take you with her back then? Who has she been living with all these years? Inu nodded. When Atlantis' defenses collapsed, although my sister took 2 keys, she was ambushed along the way, and both Mai and Chiyu's physical bodies were left behind on the continent of Ziliosis. Chiyu's physical body was captured by the Dragon Girl, while my physical body was found by Cheongqi. Later, as my sister traveled, my spiritual body gradually couldn't hold on any longer and fell into the true moon, where it was given to the Dragon King by an unknown merchant. You accompanied my sister all the way. Li raised an eyebrow slightly. You envy her? Inu sighed. My sister is playful and forgetful. She must have suffered a lot along the way. She never talks about it. Li snorted. Never talks about it. She's probably forgotten. Just wait, and see how she complains to you when she remembers. My sister has gone through so much, it's inevitable that she has some bitterness in her heart. I'm willing to listen to whatever she has to say. Li couldn't help but roll her eyes. I don't know what kind of program the teacher programmed when she created you all. You all look at her like you're wearing a filter. Inu said sweetly. Back then, it was clearly Sister Li and Sister Inu who were best friends. Li sighed softly. I really envy her. She can forget so easily. Time and time again, starting a new life. Chapter 60. Lin Lang, standing nearby, remembered something. Inu, do you know how Anjin obtained the 7 herbs? Inu thought for a moment. Sister seemed to have seen a man. That man was incredibly powerful, so I didn't dare come out. I heard Sister call him Chigu. Lin Lang gave a predictable cold laugh. Chigu? It should be Wan Chigu, right? It really was him. As Lin Lang and Inu were talking, Li, under the manipulation of magic, had already inserted a spirit-suppressing stone into Anjin's body. Anjin showed a pained expression, as if she were experiencing immense suffering. Lin Lang stopped Inu, who wanted to alleviate Anjin's pain. You can't help her. She's made this choice many times before, only she can bear the consequences. With the help of Li and Lin Lang, Anjin slept for several days before slowly waking up. She vaguely heard the voices of a man and a woman talking. Do you think she remembered? How would I know? Let me ask. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Lang's handsome face very close to hers. Lin Lang cleared his throat and asked, Anjin, do you remember anything? Like Lin Lang. He drew out his words, as if calling out to something very distant. Anjin blinked. Lin Lang, isn't that you? I haven't lost my memory. Lin Lang's face stiffened, and he pursed his lips. Okay. She didn't remember anything. Anjin seemed to remember something else. She sat up in bed and looked at Li, who had his back to her, and cautiously asked, Can I see what you look like? Li leaned against the edge of the bed and yawned. If you really do remember one day, my appearance won't matter to you anymore. Anjin shouted, Why didn't any of you tell me? You're all playing games with me. Lin Lang smiled faintly, because people have to pay the price for their choices. I'm also curious, what exactly is the taboo you set for yourself? Anjin couldn't help but shiver. What price? Lin Lang smiled. I don't know either. After that day, they never saw Li again, and Lin Lang coordinated everything. Similarly, none of them could contact Zhu Yingtong. Yu Wei practiced magic while honing her medical skills in Lin Lang's herb garden. Zhou Yu rarely left her room except for mealtimes, constantly cultivating. Even Anjin calmed down and went to learn some things with Lin Lang. Meanwhile, somewhere on the other side of the sea, someone else was also troubled. Wu Nianli yawned for the umpteenth time. Why isn't she awake yet? Xuanqi, standing nearby, knew his teacher was unreliable. He'd been the one caring for the unconscious Zhu Yitong for the past few days, but all he could do was wipe her face and check her pulse to ensure she had vital signs. Xuanqi placed a basin of water and a damp cloth on the table. Her temperature has been consistently high these past few days. Won't she become mentally impaired? Wu Nianlu waved his hand. Yin Yang fire, that's how it is. We just put the essence fire back when she wakes up. I don't know why you insisted on bringing her here. You had to snatch her away halfway, and you even insisted on bringing me and my sister along. To give you some practice, so you wouldn't always think you're invincible among your peers. How did it feel, those kids? Xuanqi recalled the battle. Very weak. Wu Nianlu stretched. Oh dear, of course I'm weaker than you now. Your magic power is 10 levels higher than theirs, right? Even if their magic power is 10 levels higher than mine, they still can't beat me. Wu Nianlu laughed. Xiao Hei, relying on external forces isn't a long-term solution. Those kids, including all their cultivation time, have only had 6 years, right? You had your magic awakened for 10 years. It's normal for their magic power level to be lower than yours. Your opponents won't let you off just because you say your cultivation is low due to less cultivation time. So they have good talent. If we could recruit them all. Save your breath, those people are already lucky they don't hate you. Wu Nianlu said in a coquettish tone, I'm only doing this for someone else. Before she could speak, Zhu Yingtong beside her let out a muffled groan, showing signs of waking up. In an instant, Wu Nianlu appeared before Zhu Yingtong, her hand controlling the once uncontrollable flames. Zhu Weitong let out a painful groan. Xianqi shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself, "We have to pay them again. Heaven knows how many hotels they changed hotels in, and how many beds they burned along the way." Some of Zhu Weitong's and her companions' clothing had been altered long ago by the Dragon King's merfolk using a special fabric, and Zhu Weitong, having received guidance from Di Fuyan, had also added specific materials during the fabrication process. With control of magic, there was no need to worry about burning the clothing. Under Wu Nianluo's control, the flames gradually returned to Zhu Weitong's body, and Zhu Weitong slowly regained consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw the smiling woman. Her mind raced, and she instantly understood the situation. She somersaulted, preparing to break through the window. Wu Nianluo merely smiled, then with a slight lift of her hand, she grasped Zhu Weitong's ankle and slammed her onto the bed, rendering her immobile. Zhu Weitong's expression was grave. She knew, of course, that she was no match for this person, but she hadn't expected that even running away would be a pipe dream. "Ing Tong? I didn't call you by the wrong name, did I? Although forcibly abducting you halfway was a bit like banditry, I was entrusted with this task. I see you have good aptitude, so why don't you become my disciple?" Xianqi had a headache. What the hell was that all about? Zhu Weitong? Zhu Weitong angrily retorted, "You all injured my friend together, and now you want me to become your disciple? You're dreaming." Wu Nianluo wiped away imaginary tears. "Oh dear, I'm just helping you improve. Look at you all along, all the difficulties you encountered have been deliberately kept within your capabilities. The occasional slight overshoot serves as a reminder not to let your guard down. Like now, for example." Saying this, Wu Nianluo lightly pressed Zhu Weitong's brow, and a fiery red figure suddenly appeared before them. The entire room instantly felt like a blazing furnace, making everyone feel restless and agitated. Do you even deserve to be her teacher?" Wu Nianluo stood with her arms crossed, her tone light and cheerful. "Oh dear, it's definitely better to live outside, exposed to the elements, so you can fight with peace of mind." The next instant, the entire room fell silent. Wu Nianluo made no other movement, yet an invisible magic force swept through the room with unbridled force. The various objects in the room trembled slightly, but none were damaged under their control. Zhu Weitong exclaimed in surprise, What's going on?" Xianqi flashed behind Zhu Weitong, leading her away from the battlefield centered on Wu Nianluo. "They're fighting with their mental powers. Focus." Upon hearing this, Zhu Weitong quickly gathered her magic power, and a miraculous scene suddenly appeared before her eyes. The extremely faint Di Fuyan was chasing a white light with incredible speed through the room. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Wu Nianluo. Chapter 61. The two exchanged blows, racing through the not-so-small room, but it was clearly insufficient for their movements. Xianqi frowned, erecting a magical barrier in front of Zhu Weitong and herself, shouting, "Teacher, be careful." If it were just a normal mental battle, it wouldn't affect the outside world, but whether it was due to the two's superior strength or some other reason, not only did the temperature in the room rise rapidly, but even some of the objects in the room appeared distorted to Zhu Weitong's eyes. Is this powerful mental magic? The next second, Wu Nianluo's spiritual form returned to her body, and beside her, Di Fuyan slowly materialized. Wu Nianluo gently took Di Fuyan's hand. "Your Majesty, do you think I am qualified to be Zhu Weitong's teacher?" Di Fuyan coldly snorted, shaking off Wu Nianluo's hand without speaking. Xianqi looked at the messy room, sighing inwardly. "Another room change today, I wonder how much I have to pay. I remember now, I have a keepsake," Wu Nianluo said, then took out a small, dark-colored crystal from her storage device. Zhu Weitong had seen it before. It was a kind of thing called a shadow stone, capable of storing a person's voice and image. It was similar in function to the time speed Zhou you had mentioned, but while time speed was more often used to preserve images or videos that the person wished to keep, the shadow stone was a secondary parabola, easy to carry, and destroyed after being played twice. Take a look. Wu Nianluo released a little magic power onto the shadow stone, and a figure appeared within it. Zhu Weitong gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. It was her aunt who had raised her since childhood. Wei Xingyin. The woman in the image had a serene face and a calm expression, bearing a slight resemblance to Zhu Weitong. "Wu Nianluo, please do me a favor. My child, Zhu Weitong, I hope you can help teach her. If necessary, you can tell her that I asked you to do this." The image on the stone wasn't long, and everyone extracted the useful information. After reading it, Xianqi couldn't help but feel exasperated. She was just asking for help teaching her child, who asked her to rush in and beat her up without a word. Wu Nianluo watched the beautiful face gradually disappear in the image on the stone, softly repeating, Wei Shengyin. Standing beside Zhu Yingtong, Di Fuyan trembled violently the moment she heard the words Wei Shengyin. She kept repeating Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng. Zhu Yingtong asked, you, what's wrong with you? Di Fuyan didn't speak, but her face contorted in pain, and with a broken roar, she returned to Zhu Yingtong's body. Zhu Yingtong was momentarily confused, then looked up at Wu Nianluo and asked, do you know Wei Shengyin? Wu Nianluo tilted her head and smiled. We met a few times. Countless questions swirled in Zhu Yingtong's mind. What about me? Who am I? Who are my parents? But she also understood that this person, who had only met Wei Shengyin a few times, probably didn't know much. Zhu Yingtong composed herself. All right, I become your disciple. Please teach me Kung Fu and impart knowledge. Zhu Yingtong knelt before Wu Nianluo, completing the apprenticeship ceremony. Since I have so many questions, I investigate myself. Wu Nianluo smiled, pulled Zhu Yingtong up, patted her shoulder, and pointed to Xuanqi not far away. Look, that's your senior brother, Mo Xuanqi. You can call him Xiao He. Zhu Yingtong looked at the boy who appeared to be a few years younger than her, and finally spoke, senior brother. Mo Xuanqi felt even more uneasy. He seemed to have thought of something, but he couldn't quite bring himself to call her junior sister. I just call you Zhu Yingtong then. Wu Nianluo tossed her hair. There's not much time left. Let's begin now. The last 8 months passed quickly, and Yu Wei and the others still couldn't contact Zhu Yingtong. Zhou Yu, however, was beginning to understand the matter she had been trying to figure out. And Jean suggested that since they knew Wu Nianluo, who had taken Zhu Yingtong, was a teacher at Huiluan Academy, and Huiluan Academy was on their previous itinerary, they should set off again for Huiluan Academy. Lin Lang, however, pointed out that Wu Nianluo was rarely at the academy except during admissions. Although Wu Nianluo was ostensibly a teacher at Huiluan Academy, as the strongest force on the continent, no one could stop her from going wherever she wanted. The Dragon King asked, I remember Wu Nianluo founded a Class 0 a few years ago? Lin Lang nodded. Yes, I heard it was for that child she took in back then. She hasn't been able to settle down in one place for a long time. Since then, she's spent a stable amount of time at Huiluan Academy almost every year, and that class has gradually taken in several children with good aptitude. Lin Lang rubbed his teacup and smiled. You want them to go to Class 0? I think they're quite resentful. Yu Wei and the other two didn't speak, but their expressions weren't good. And Jean made a face. Unless Yingtong comes back right now and tells us she's fine and doing well. Lin Lang smiled. I believe that under Xiaonin's guidance, Yingtong will grow up even faster. And Jean, speaking, suddenly broke down in tears. I don't know how my Tong Tong is eating, living and dressed. Is she doing well? What? Lin Lang was silent for a moment, then said, how can someone who's always been kept in captivity truly grow up and face unexpected difficulties? He changed the subject, looking at the Dragon King. You agree, don't you, Dragon King? The Dragon King's face darkened, and he remained silent. But Yingtong. Lin Lang smiled and said, that girl possesses a rare resilience. She's not as fragile as you think. You must also persevere, and don't let her leave you behind. A few days later, Qiongqi arrived at the appointed time to take them home. But on their way back, they faced a dilemma, how to explain to Zhu Yingtong's aunt that they had lost her during the entire holiday. To their surprise, on the first day of school, just after lunch, they returned to their classroom and saw Zhu Yingtong's aunt. A composed and elegant woman passed by their classroom and entered Qiongqi's office. Not long after Wei Shengyin left, the group entered the next room. Yu Wei asked, what's Tongtong's aunt doing at school? And Jean explained frantically, is she going to call the police because Yingtong is missing? Qiongqi, however, seemed somewhat distracted. She's here to process Zhu Yingtong's leave of absence. What? All three were shocked. But we haven't told Auntie about Yingtong yet. Just go to the school to process the leave of absence. Why is she looking for you? Qiongqi pursed his lips and said, I know her. Chapter 62. Everyone stared wide-eyed. And Jean instinctively clutched her chest, asking weakly, you're not going to say she was your former partner? Zhou Yu thought, the Empress's subordinate? Yu Wei also considered, punishing the good and rewarding the evil? Qiongqi sighed, yes, her real name is Tao Thai. And Jean rubbed her forehead, how come we didn't notice before that there are so many things around us that were originally related to that world? She sighed as well, by the way, I also have a chaos at home, do you want to meet it? Qiongqi said, we already met it. And Jean gasped. What? When? I didn't know. Qiongqi idly played with his curly hair. While you were on your way to the western continent, I sensed a call from one of my kind. So I went. And Jean asked anxiously, what about my sister? Did you scare her? Xiongqi looked at Jin's face, recalling the girl he met at Jin's house, whose mind wasn't as young as hers, and remembering what she said. I just consider you my sister's friends. Don't tell her my identity. Let her remember on her own. Let her enjoy the peaceful days she loves most. Xiongqi continued playing with his hair. Yueqi is very quiet, just studying at home. I told her I'm Enrong's friend. And Jean finally relaxed. Yue asked, I remember Inu mentioning that there were 4 of you, and one of you was Tao Tai? Xiongqi said, yes, but he's probably always stayed on the western continent. He's had the least contact with us these past few years. Zhou Yu frowned and asked, Ying Tong's and is Tao Tai. So she's the one who put Di Fuyan's remnant soul inside? Yue and Jean had also thought of this. Xiongqi was silent for a few seconds. That's a long story. Di Fuyan, not yet empress, was born in the empire. At the age of 8, unable to awaken her magic, she chose to travel the continent alone. Along the way, she encountered all sorts of people, those she could help, and those who had helped her. Until she turned 18, she accidentally fell into the lair of the 4 great demonic beasts, and awakened the unique yin-yang fire. Her magic power reached level 20 that very day, and increased multiple times in a very short period. Within a year, Di Fuyan, with her level 70 magic power, subdued the 4 great demonic beasts. From then on, the 4 great demonic beasts submitted to her, obeying only her. 9 years later, Di Fuyan broke through to the divine descent realm, becoming the #1 person in the world. She then returned to the empire, personally slaying her usurper and avenging her father. Unfortunately, even with the Empress's timely cooperation with Shan Chen after ascending the throne, she couldn't quickly reverse the environmental pollution caused by the regent's hasty and impulsive actions. Those less than 10 years of reckless experiments slaughtered countless magical beasts and caused immense pollution. Even thousands of years later, the northern continent still hasn't recovered. Over 700 years later, the north invaded and Emperor Fuyan died. To cover up his crimes, the regent, along with Emperor Fuyan's death, had all experimental records related to magical beasts and magical crystals vanish with the palace's self-destruct mechanism. And Jean asked, who is the regent? An elder of Emperor Fuyan? He was a bit older, but the two of them didn't really interact. That man was the master's father, the sworn brother of Emperor Di Tian, the founding emperor of the empire, named Hao Rushi. They founded the empire together, but unfortunately, as time passed, their differences gradually became apparent. With the death of the empress, Emperor Di Tian was heartbroken, and Hao Rushi seized the opportunity, almost completely stripping Emperor Di Tian of his power. Hao Rushi also proclaimed himself regent. What does northern invasion mean? The northern continent? Did they come to the empire because of pollution? Will killing Di Fuyan solve the problem? Shouldn't the normal approach be to sit down and negotiate? And Jean asked, puzzled. Xiongqi thought for a moment and said, that's another story, but unfortunately, I don't know much about it either. The environment on the northern continent was extremely bad at the time. Almost everyone on that continent, except for those from the Northern Spirit Pavilion, was infected with disease. The Northern Spirit Pavilion was a place with a barrier, designated by a group of powerful mages in the 300th year of the Imperial era. Its original site was the capital of the Northern Continent Kingdom. The invasion of the empire was orchestrated by the Northern Spirit Pavilion, leading to a backlash from some of the surrounding vassal states. However, no one knows what they truly wanted. Xiongqi continued, recounting the story of Emperor Fuyan. After our master's death, due to her immense power, her soul didn't completely dissipate. Tao Tai used a sacred artifact to collect her remaining divine essence. Initially, we were all diligently searching for her lost fragments, but unfortunately, thousands of years have passed, and this massive project is only half complete. This has gone on for too long. We almost all felt it was an impossible task, and disagreements arose among the 4 of us. Although outwardly peace was maintained, Tao Tai and Chaos could no longer suppress their yearning for freedom. Later, Tao Tai and I traveled to many places, carrying our master's soul to search for any remaining traces. 2,000 years into the continent's calendar, she alone took away all the souls our master had found, and we never saw her again. Until 300 years ago. Yue exclaimed, you mean, that great migration? On the night she returned home, Yue confirmed with her parents what the Dragon King had said. They were indeed part of the Yu family, who had migrated from the western continent of Ziliusis. They talked for a long time that night, and Yue's parents gradually accepted the reality that their daughter had been drawn by fate to step into that world again. However, the Dragon King was not yet officially recognized. Yue believed that her parents probably couldn't accept that their daughter, not yet 17, was dating a 3,000-year-old alien. Xiongqi nodded. She found a baby girl from somewhere, and stored most of her master soul inside her. During that great migration, she came to this world along with branches of the Yu and Zhou families. She mentioned a baby girl she found from somewhere, but she also knew very well that there was no one else in the world with the ultimate yin-yang fire, unless so much time had passed that she thought the child was no longer alive. And Jean asked, then, that baby girl, is that Ying Tong? Xiongqi nodded and remained silent. Zhou Yue said angrily, then Ying Tong should just accept all of this for no reason? Forced to accept a soul that doesn't belong to her, to endure pain she shouldn't have to suffer. Xiongqi asked with interest, but if she hadn't been found by Tao Tai, she wouldn't have come to this world, and you wouldn't have met. Is this something you were willing to accept? Without Di Fuyan's soul by your side, you might not have been found by the Dragon King after falling into the sea, and you wouldn't have come into contact with magic. But is that really the case? You and Yue are both descendants of the Great Transfer 300 years ago, and Njin was also sought out by chaos. You were destined to have countless connections with that world. Even if it wasn't that day, it would have been someday. You will eventually face your own destiny, no one can escape it. As the second yin-yang fire to appear in the world, accepting the Empress's soul is also her destiny. Chapter 63. Zhou Yu's face showed a hint of confusion, then he clenched his fist. Fate, destiny? I never believe in it. Xiongqi leaned back and laughed, as if she had seen through something, her smile carrying a hint of mockery. Is that so? Then do you know? The Devourer? Zhou Yu's face froze, then turned extremely ugly. Yue and Njin also showed expressions of curiosity. Njin thought for a moment and said, a Devourer? I read about it in books. It's about a body with two souls, and the second soul is born with the ability to devour the magical attributes of others, hence the name Devourer. But how does it devour magic power? Could it be death? Xiongqi laughed even more arrogantly. Yes, that's it. Zhou Yu, aren't you going to introduce your companions to your second soul? She hinted, don't you want to know what happens when a devourer devours all the magical power of all attributes? Yue looked confused. What? What second soul? Xiao Yu. Zhou Yu's face darkened. How do you know? Xiongqi smiled and said, as a powerful magical beast, I have an extremely keen sense for spiritual beings. That little one inside you is gradually growing out of control, isn't she? Let me see, maybe I can save her life. Zhou Yu didn't speak again, and after a moment, beside him appeared a girl with a somewhat pale figure, who looked exactly like Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was surprised to find that Zhou seemed to have grown a few more feet, making her even more similar to him. Xiongqi clicked its tongue in amazement. Even ordinary twins don't necessarily look this alike. Truly worthy of being a devourer. The two standing nearby were almost dumbfounded, staring at the man and woman before them with identical faces. Yue and Njin were too shocked to speak. Zhou Yu looked embarrassed, not daring to look at them, and could only whisper, I explain later. The stunningly beautiful Zhou glared at Xiongqi, her tone subtly suggestive, don't try to fool him. Xiongqi stopped looking at them, admiring her newly done bright red nail polish with a smile, and said, I'm telling the truth. Since ancient times, devourers have possessed unique abilities and immense strength, but none of them have survived according to records. The chair spun around beneath her, and Xiongqi looked extremely relaxed, because, in the process of devouring magic power, they all exploded into fireworks with a bang. Zhou Yu suddenly clenched her fists. Zhou said calmly, then you just wait and see. I'm not like those trash. Zhou Yu asked cryptically, is this what you meant by the fate of the devourers? That's one thing. Secondly, this world has a self-repairing mechanism. It created people with your physique, and those who cultivate to the end can control all magical elements. At that point, the devourer will assimilate with this world. He is the world, and the world is him. They will love this world more than anyone else, and they will be willing to give everything for it. Xiongqi was unusually serious. Therefore, the magic devourers are also called the creators of the world. Yue couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. What kind of situation would require them to give everything? Zhou Yu, however, couldn't help but think of the story the boy had told her. Could it be what he was thinking? The lunch break bell rang just in time, and despite their doubts, the three of them could only hurriedly leave the office. Zhou also returned to Zhou Yu's body. Not long after they left, Xiongqi suddenly remembered something and muttered to himself, oh dear, devourers usually have a sibling, right? I forgot to ask them. Meanwhile, A full year had passed since Zhu Yingtong began her training with Wu Nianluo and Mo Xuanqi. Yi Buju came looking for her in the 3rd month. After Wu Nianluo's true devil training, she felt that her previous training was nothing. This kind of survival in the wild, constantly on edge, was truly unbearable. At the beginning of the year, Wu Nianluo confiscated their communication bracelets and bank cards. Penniless and exposed to the elements, they had never stayed in a proper house. Starting from Mou, they had traversed almost the entire Qingwu Empire, and were now about to enter the Zhengrong Empire. Throughout their journey, they ate wild pheasants and rabbits, they hunted themselves, drank water stored from the occasional mountain spring, slept in caves that were freezing in winter and sweltering in summer, and slept with the constant fear of being attacked by magical beasts. Wu Nianluo lagged slightly behind them, secretly observing and protecting them. Although Zhu Yingtong and Mo Xuanqi had endured a miserable existence, their abilities had undoubtedly improved in every way. Zhu Yingtong was surprised to find herself even more robust, and had grown 2 centimeters taller. Meanwhile, Mo Xuanqi, in the throes of puberty, seemed to grow every day. In the past year, he had grown nearly 20 centimeters. Before, Zhu Yingtong could still pat this junior brother's head, but now he was taller than her. Wu Nianluo wasn't entirely hidden throughout their journey, however. Her appearances always meant Zhu Yingtong and Mo Xuanqi had to practice combat techniques. After Zhu Yingtong was first defeated by Mo Xuanqi, and couldn't move an inch for 2 days, Zhu Yingtong angrily added 5 pounds to her load, so she only laid down for 1 day the following month. It wasn't until 6 months later that the two began their true back-and-forth battle. Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but marvel at how her senior brother was likely a little monster. In just 1 year, Mo Xuanqi had reached a terrifying level 50. She couldn't help but recall Shui Hanjia, whom she had encountered outside the capital of Moyu, and after careful comparison, she concluded that her senior brother would definitely reach level 60 even sooner than Shui Hanjia. After entering the Zhengrong Empire, Wu Nianluo frequently appeared, beginning to teach Zhu Yingtong some skills related to talismans and arrays. Zhu Yingtong thought of Zhou Li from Shanchun, so she asked Wu Nianluo about him, and received an affirmative answer. However, when asked about appearance, Zhu Yingtong was stumped because she didn't have a portrait of Zhou Li, and her own drawing skills were terrible. Half a year passed, and Zhu Yingtong had a basic grasp of talismans and arrays, and occasionally managed to win against Mo Xuanqi. During these 6 months, both Zhu Yingtong and Mo Xuanqi frequently participated in the Yiling Pavilion's arena, with Wu Nianluo selecting each match. Both the opponents and the prizes were top-notch, and Zhu Yingtong would occasionally remark to Mo Xuanqi that teacher Wu Nianluo had a sharp eye, always managing to select matches with rare and precious items. Mo Xuanqi replied, because she got in through connections. The Yiling Pavilion master is her brother. Zhu Yingtong, whether it's a 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 match, the two of them can guarantee a winning percentage. The prize money from each match, plus their bets on each other's matches, means their amassed fortune is probably no less than that of some small families. Zhu Yingtong sighed, with tears streaming down her face. Finally, I don't have to live a life of sleeping in the open anymore. My big bed, my hot bath. Along the way, the group traveled at various stops. Their final parting point was the grassland bordering the Qingwei Empire and the Zhengrong Empire. Mo Xuanqi decided to stay there for the night after just one glance. Zhu Yingtong was puzzled. Although she had never been to the grasslands before and longed for their vastness, she had never been as fervent as her senior brother. Wu Nianluo then explained with a smile, because this child was born on the grasslands, and since he came with me at the age of 5, he hasn't returned home. This place must remind him of home. Zhu Yingtong sighed upon hearing this. I see. Are there other grasslands besides here? The two didn't return to their lodgings, but found a hillside to lie down on, enjoying the sunset and watching Mo Xuanqi, who was gradually becoming familiar with the locals. Wu Nianluo said, of course, this place belongs to the Zhengrong Empire, while Xiaohei's hometown is at the other end of the Zhengrong Empire, also the northernmost point of the Ziliusis continent, the almost grassland beside the extreme cold ice plains. That grassland has the most fertile soil on the Ziliusis continent, nurturing the most magical race. The Lancer people. Zhu Yingtong looked at Mo Xuanqi's face, which was full of a completely different look than before. It was the vitality that a teenager of this age should have. She thought of Yu Wei and the others. The light and shadow of the campfire flickered on her face, and Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but be lost in thought. Wu Nianluo followed her gaze, and saw the heartwarming scene. She couldn't help but smile. I rarely see him like this. Seeing Zhu Yingtong's hesitant expression, Wu Nianluo spoke first. Why don't you tell me about yours? Zhu Yingtong knew what Wu Nianluo meant. She thought for a moment, then pouted and said, I don't know. I probably don't know as much as you, teacher. Wen Yanlu was asking about Zhu Yingtong's family and background. Zhu Yingtong looked up at the moon, which had already revealed its shape, and fell into reminiscence. I used to live with Aunt Yin. She didn't tell me much. She told me, like she was comforting a child, your parents have gone to a very far place. As long as you behave, they come back to be with you soon. So I was always very well behaved, never causing trouble outside, studying diligently, and always getting first place in my exams, but she said those words year after year. At first, I would still hope, would reflect, wondering if I hadn't done something right. Until one day I saw her sitting alone in her room, lost in thought, a state and expression she had never shown before. From then on, I stopped bothering her with those questions. Wen Yanluo suddenly asked, how old were you then? Zhu Yingtong, 6 years old. Wen Yanluo laughed heartily, you understood all this at such a young age? Zhu Yingtong, infected by the enthusiastic emotion, couldn't help but laugh too. Yes, I already knew Jean and the others back then. And Jean and the others really took special care of me, otherwise I would have been bullied by other children. Later I realized that I couldn't keep waiting for others to hand me what I wanted. I had to explore and strive for it myself. Perhaps it was all destined that I could accept magic so quickly back in the Dragon Palace. While Wen Yanluo was pondering, Zhu Yingtong thought to herself, we become quite familiar with each other, so it's okay to ask other questions, right? She took the initiative and asked, teacher, you know my aunt? I'd like to know more about her, is that alright? Wen Yanluo was interrupted. She thought for a moment and said, okay, she didn't say she couldn't tell you. Let me think. The shadow stone she gave me was our third meeting. The first time I met her was 500 years ago. I ran into her while dealing with a disturbance outside the town. It had been a long time since I met someone so much to my liking. I even challenged her to a duel, and she readily agreed. It's a pity I heard she moved away later. Sigh, I didn't even get her contact information back then. The second time was during the Great Migration, when she and the Yu family came to find Mo Sheng, and I met them there. As expected. Aunt Yin has lived for a very, very long time. So long that she can hardly reach her. Zhu Yingtong pondered, and Di Fuyin. Why did she react so strangely when she heard about Wei Sheng? Aunt Yin is considered an opponent by the teacher, so she must be quite strong. I've been involved in magic for so long, and based on Aunt Yin's strength, I should be able to sense it. But why has Aunt Yin never mentioned it? And my family? Unbeknownst to Zhu Yingtong, Wen Yanluo overheard Zhu Yingtong's mutterings and showed a subtle expression. After adjusting her expression, she turned over to lie on her side and reached out to pinch Zhu Yingtong's cheek. Perhaps I could only teach you some magical knowledge. What do you plan to do in the future? Have you thought about it? The magic power in your original world is sparse. Given your current condition, it's not safe for you to stay there for a long time. Wen Yanluo's voice suddenly became steady, and this continent before you is actually unstable as well. Zhu Yingtong vaguely sensed something. Those destructive substances? Wen Yanluo raised an eyebrow in surprise. You heard of them? Zhu Yingtong, the Dragon King mentioned them a little. One of my companions joined the Demon Priest Tower, and he also mentioned those things to us. Wen Yanluo understood. It's precisely because of the existence of those things that the entire continent is in such a precarious state. Zhu Yingtong, with the air of a passionate young man, said, then I learned from Zhou Yu and the others, and worked together to solve those things. Wen Yanluo pinched her cheeks with both hands. I am your teacher. Okay, then let's work hard together. Zhu Yingtong buried her face in Wen Yanluo's arms, looking up at her teacher. Over this time, Zhu Yingtong realized that although Wen Yanluo was strict when teaching, she was often this relaxed and easygoing, giving her a sense of family, like her Aunt Yin. Wen Yanluo smiled with satisfaction. Now, focus on your cultivation. Perhaps you find the answers you seek in this world. Just like you said, find what you want yourself. Zhu Yingtong nodded wearily. Although her body had grown accustomed to Wen Yanluo's intense training, she still needed sufficient sleep at her age, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Wen Yanluo shook her head helplessly, gave Mo Xuanqi a look, and then carried Zhu Yingtong towards their lodgings. After this warm night, Wen Yanluo temporarily left the two of them to their own devices. She only instructed them to go to Huiluan Academy in a year. Mo Xuanqi decided to take this time to return home, while Zhu Yingtong planned to travel the Zhengrong Empire with Yi Buju. Chapter 64. Before the release, there was the usual competition, and Zhu Yingtong still couldn't beat her senior brother. But while trying out a new move, Zhu Yingtong accidentally burned down the hotel again. After paying compensation and moving to a new room, Mo Xuanqi applied medicine to her as usual. Lie down. Mo Xuanqi's voice was calm. Zhu Yingtong blushed. This time, her injury was all over her back. If the medicine needed to be applied properly, she would definitely have to take off her upper body clothes. She stammered, "Where's teacher? Let her come." Mo Xuanqi slapped Zhu Yingtong's uninjured shoulder. "She's busy. She's with her lover." Zhu Yingtong, who was suddenly slapped down, almost couldn't catch her breath. "Senior brother, this is murder. It hurts so much. I feel like I'm going to be flattened." Mo Xuanqi pulled aside her burnt clothes, causing Zhu Yingtong to grimace. "Whether you have your 2 ounces of flesh or not, it doesn't matter. Senior brother, mine is definitely more than 2 ounces." Mo Xuanqi's expression darkened. He picked up some ointment with his fingertips and applied it to Zhu Yingtong's back. The ointment had a pleasant fragrance and a cool sensation when applied, unlike the pain from taking off her clothes earlier. The two were silent for a while. Zhu Yingtong suddenly remembered what Mo Xuanqi had just said. So she cautiously asked, would I have a lover? Master's mother?" Mo Xuanqi paused, not speaking. Zhu Yingtong applied the ointment and drifted off to sleep. When she woke up the next day, her senior brother was nowhere to be seen. Zhu Yingtong lay on the soft bed in the hotel room, one hand stroking Yi Buju's smooth fur, the other checking something on her communication bracelet, beginning to plan her next move. "We're currently within the territory of the Jinrong Empire. Next we go." Zhu Yingtong suddenly seemed to remember something, her finger swiping across the screen searching for information about the 4 empires. She froze at the last result. The royal surname of the Mayu Empire is Wuma, the Qinghui Empire is Jinghua, the Yanghui Empire is Qingyang, and the royal surname of the Jinrong Empire is actually Zhu. It's quite unique among a bunch of compound surnames. Zhu Yingtong was speechless. Could she really be from this side too? Yi Buju yawned. "What do you mean, this side and that side? Aren't you from this side? The ultimate yin-yang fire isn't something just anyone can possess. So far, the most complete ultimate yin-yang fire is only possessed by that woman and you. I'm starting to doubt if you're related to her." Yi Buju reached out a wolfish paw and pressed it against Zhu Yingtong's cheek, looking her up and down. "Look," Zhu Yingtong exclaimed, slapping Yi Buju's hand in surprise. There is a resemblance. You wouldn't really be her daughter, would you?" Yi Buju blew on her reddened hand and muttered, "You little brat. You become so powerful in just a year or two. You could probably send several people flying with a single slap." Zhu Yingtong gripped Yi Buju's hands tightly and asked nervously, "You mean, I look like Di Fuyan? Is she married? Does she have children?" Yi Buju, shaken and unable to speak clearly, said, "We do look a little bit alike. I don't remember. I heard she was going to get married, but it didn't happen. As for children, she's the empress. Does she have to go through procedures if she wants children? But I did hear she had a child. Why don't you just ask her? I only know a little more than you guys." Zhu Yingtong frowned. I wanted to ask her too, but she's been mentally unstable lately and rarely appears. When she does, the memories she can recall are extremely fragmented. But my surname is Zhu. Based on this surname, I should be able to find something if I go to the Jinrong Empire. Then what will you say? "Hello, my name is Zhu Yingtong. I feel I'm part of your family. Could you please do a blood test to confirm our kinship?" Zhu Yingtong was speechless. "Where did you get all this information? Your mother, oh no, your aunt raised you. Did your aunt leave you anything? Like the amulet you always carried with you since childhood?" Upon hearing Yi Buju mention her aunt, Zhu Yingtong suddenly fell silent. The familiarity she felt when she first saw Di Fuyan in her dream wasn't because half of his face actually resembled her aunt's, but rather an inexplicable closeness, as if they were destined to be together. Zhu Yingtong remained silent for a long while. If Di Fuyan really was her mother, the thought of this possibility overwhelmed her. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't explain why, but it felt extremely strange. Their relationship shouldn't be like this. Moreover, her aunt's surname was Wei Sheng, not the same as Di Fuyan's. How could they be sisters? However, Di Fuyan's reaction to hearing the name Wei Shengjian was indeed rather strange. She talked to him about it later, when he was feeling better. Yi Buju looked at Zhu Yingtong, who was deep in thought, and poked her cheek, asking, "Do you remember now?" Zhu Yingtong rubbed the string of small beads on her wrist. It was indeed something she had worn since she was a child. Whenever she took off this bracelet, she would feel an indescribable heat. Her aunt told her that it was because she had a congenital ailment that Wei Shengyin had gone to get this thing for her. Previously, she had simply believed her aunt's words without question, thinking there might be something wrong with her body. But now, after everything that had happened, she realized that the intense heat might have originated from her yin-yang fire. Since she had mastered controlling this flame, she no longer felt any strange sensations even without the bracelet. However, because it was her aunt's instruction, and the bracelet she had been raised with since childhood, she added a layer of magic for protection. Yi Buju also touched it. This cold aura seems to be forged from the 1,000-year-old ice of the Shui family's cold pool. Zhu Tong only noticed the first part of the sentence, cold. By the way, Buju, have you ever heard of someone named Cold? She had searched through all the information she could find but found no related details, which surprised her greatly. Yi Buju scratched his head. Han Lung, Han Lung, Han Lung. Ah, I remember now. Di Fuyan's unmarried imperial consort is named Han Lung. Zhu Tong's expression changed drastically. What? If Di Fuyan really had some kind of relationship with her, then Han Lung must be. Yi Buju ignored Zhu Tong's exclamation and continued, that Han Lung is from the northern continent. Di Fuyan met Han Lung when he was 16 and traveling the continent. They fell in love at first sight and traveled together after they met. Later, Di Fuyan hurriedly. Liao wanted to bring that person back to the palace, and a date had even been set, but in the end, it all fell through for some reason. Zhu Tong comforted herself, thinking, it might just be a coincidence of names. It might just be a coincidence of names. Zhu Tong quickly asked, what about Xian? Do you know Xian? Yi Buju pulled Zhu Tong's hand and tapped her bracelet. You already found the royal surname of the Zhengrong Empire. Didn't you click in to learn more? Zhu Tong scanned the page Yi Buju pointed to, Xian, the Grand Preceptor of the Zhengrong Empire. However, there was no portrait, so Zhu Tong couldn't let Yi Buju make a comparison. Chapter 65. Zhu Tong asked, how do you know all this information about Di Fuyan? Wasn't you just an egg before? And after Di Fuyan's death, the imperial palace initiated a self-destruction process, leaving no ancient texts behind. Upon hearing Zhu Tong mention this, Yi Buju replied with considerable pride, who am I? I possess one of the most powerful magical beast bloodlines on this continent. Even as an egg, I have consciousness. As long as Di Fuyan kept me by her side, I could see everything she did. However, later on, she dumped me in a dark, gloomy underground place. That place was very strange. It felt very cold, yet there was also a suppressed aura of fire. Zhu Tong smiled and asked, oh? One of the most powerful bloodlines. How does that compare to Xiaoyu's teacher, that senior juror? Yi Buju, once he started boasting, couldn't stop. It's just that her magic power is slightly higher than mine now. Once I reached the 9th level, I might not necessarily lose to her. Zhu Tong laughed and echoed, good, 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 our Buju is really amazing. Zhu Tong had a flash of inspiration. Then I contact Xian first, and see if he can help me investigate my background. Upon hearing Zhu Tong mention that man, Yi Buju replied in a seductive tone, oh, last time you eagerly protected him for 10 months, and he didn't even leave you a single communication message? Zhu Tong patted Yi Buju's head, don't say that. Didn't you and I cultivate by the Golden Spring for those 10 months? It felt like our speed was much faster than before. But he said he didn't have a communication bracelet. Heh, what kind of ancient person is he? He doesn't even have a communication bracelet? Zhu Tong also found it strange. It wasn't that she felt Xian was being perfunctory, but rather that Xian didn't seem like someone who needed to build stable interpersonal relationships. He seemed to live in his own world, needing no communication with the outside world. A strange sense of loneliness. Zhu Tong pondered this, gradually becoming drowsy, and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Zhu Tong woke up early, looked in the mirror, and saw that the wounds on her back had mostly healed. She packed her bags, preparing to head to K City, the capital of the Zhengrong Empire. On the continent of Ziliosis, the magical skills practiced by mages are generally divided into instant cast and enchanted types. Instant cast spells are fast to cast and can achieve immediate attack effects, making them the most commonly used type by mages. Enchanted spells are mostly healing spells and large area attack spells. The former are the most frequently used skills by healing mages, while the latter are often seen in cleaning missions of some magic guilds. Besides magical skills, weapons are also an indispensable part of a mage's training. Generally, weapon imprints provide the user with certain enhancements, the most common being attack, defense, and speed. However, the two divine bows wielded by Njin and the Dragon Girl offer extremely rare enhancements, boosting both attack and vision. Beyond this, we must mention a very rare branch, the Beastmaster faction. Because most beasts are unruly and brutal, Even though human mages have developed related contract spells, very few can actually form a true contract. Therefore, Zhu Weitong riding on Yi Buju's original form as a night wolf was quite conspicuous. Zhu Weitong couldn't help but say, "Buju, run faster, and don't bump into anyone." Yi Buju immediately felt constrained as he ran. Ah, how he missed the forests, ice plains, and grasslands where he could run freely. Just as Zhu Weitong and the wolf were rushing towards the K-City Palace, a commotion in the distance caught his attention. "Buju, wait a minute." Several circles of people were gathered ahead, shouting and cursing coming from the center. Zhu Weitong directed Yi Buju to gently push aside a path. In the very center of the crowd, a burly man was hurling insults. Before him huddled three disheveled girls, their faces obscured, but something strange was about them. Their exposed skin had a bluish tinge, unlike that of ordinary people. Zhu Weitong frowned upon hearing the vile words, and quietly asked the people next to him what was going on. "Ugh, it's that steamed bun shop owner from the city gate again. He insists those three girls took his buns. I say his buns are as hard as tabletops. If it weren't for his cousin who's a government official, he wouldn't even have the chance to open a shop in this prime real estate city. That's for sure. His breakfast place is the worst I ever eaten at. I really don't know how they can make food taste so awful." Zhu Weitong glanced sideways, and saw that the owner, not content with just cursing, had grabbed a rolling pin. Zhu Weitong unleashed a burst of magical power, and the wooden stick pierced straight into the rafters behind him, impossible for the owner to remove. The owner, his face flushed with rage, roared, "Who dares to defend these little bitches?" Zhu Weitong, enraged, leaped forward, shouting, "It's me, your grandma." Before the shopkeeper could finish his tirade, Zhu Weitong shouted, "What kind of skill is it to bully a few young girls?" Seeing Zhu Weitong's earlier display of skill, the shopkeeper realized she was no ordinary person and began to boast, "Oh, a magician is beating up an ordinary person. Everyone come and see." A chorus of voices rose from the crowd. "Bossly, you usually bully others because of Steward Audua, and now you think you're just an ordinary person?" "That's right. Last time I passed by his stall to look at breakfast, and he deliberately splashed water on me, demanding compensation for the cup and emotional distress. Who's going to pay for my emotional distress?" "Exactly. Last month That's for sure." The voices rose in chorus, all condemning the unscrupulous shopkeeper. Zhu Weitong was initially at a loss for words upon hearing those words. Since arriving in this world, she had almost exclusively encountered magicians. Among magicians, if there was a conflict, they would reason with each other if they were in the right, and fight if they weren't. Fighting first, and then reasoning back was far more effective. If it were just an ordinary person acting so shamelessly, she almost wouldn't know how to deal with them. A direct attack might cause trouble. After all, her immediate priority was saving the three children. Amidst the crowd's condemnation, Zhu Weitong left the fierce-looking night wolf behind, went to the other side, and led the three unusual children by the hand, asking, "Did you take anything?" The older child's voice weakly replied, "Yes, I'm sorry. We were too hungry. I didn't know the food here cost money." Although Zhu Weitong was also somewhat puzzled that things here didn't cost money, she turned to the shopkeeper and said, "They took your things, I pay." As she spoke, Zhu Weitong raised her hand, and threw several gold coins straight at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was startled and took several steps back, but the gold coins, upon hitting the man's face, somehow veered off course and embedded themselves hard in a nearby rafter. Chapter 66. The shopkeeper, his eyes lighting up at the sight of money, reached for the few gold coins, then said, "This is just for the steamed buns, plus compensation for the loss of my rolling pin and the roof beam." A voice from the side added, "How much are those few tattered steamed buns worth? This young lady's payment is probably your entire day's revenue." Zhu Weitong's face darkened, but she still walked to the shopkeeper's side, her voice low and strange, "The money, I give it to you. But if I find out who's been causing trouble for those three children lately, I hold you responsible." With that, she placed a bulging bag of gold coins on the table, then laughed loudly, "Shopkeeper, payment settled." The shopkeeper didn't speak again, only leaning against a pillar, shaking his leg. Not far away, two figures in the crowd were talking. "She really has a fiery temper," a handsome man said. A girl holding an umbrella beside him chuckled, "Your Highness, be careful what you say. If her identity is confirmed, you might really have to call her grandma." "Ah? This? If she really is the child of the god of war Zhu Yanheng, and the physician Wei Shengyin, even his majesty would have to call her aunt." The man awkwardly covered his face with his fan and remained silent. Zhu Weitong helped the three girls onto Yi Buju's wolf form, and whispered to him, "Turn around and find a hotel further away." Yi Buju let out a series of low growls, and the onlookers parted to make way. At midday, Zhu Yitong finally found a hotel near the city gate that was reasonably priced and had a decent environment. Early on the way, Zhu Yitong had taken out several coats and put them on the three girls, also covering their heads with large hats, so that the girls' slightly blue skin didn't attract attention when checking in. After checking into the hotel, Zhu Yitong curiously looked at the three women's blue skin and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" The eldest of the three spoke up, "My name is Shenlan, and they are my sisters, Lanluer and Yunchuan." Zhu Yitong hesitated as she looked at the three. Shenlan's skin was the bluest of the three, Lanluer's was slightly greenish, and Yunchuan's skin was the lightest. This was far beyond her comprehension. Zhu Yitong frowned and asked, "You're not human, are you?" She had heard the Dragon King mention many races before, but humans were the majority on the western continent. "Could you be from the northern continent?" Shenlan's voice was soft as she said, We are aquatic. My sisters and I secretly ran ashore." Zhu Yitong asked curiously, "Aquatic? Ran ashore from the sea? Do you know the Dragon King?" Yuan Shuilan said, "His Highness the Dragon King is the ruler of the shallow sea. Aquatic people live in the deep sea." Zhu Yitong became interested and pressed further, "The deep sea? There are..." "What?" Shalon whispered, "There are many races and tribes that live on the seabed. There are many cities on the seabed, and everyone lives in different cities. The deep sea and the shallow sea are separated by a huge barrier, and normally we can't leave. That barrier has both good and bad effects on us. Our elders say it protects us, but we can't leave." Lanluer interjected, "That barrier is a treasure left to us by the Phoenix god. The entire barrier carries a purifying aura, so our cultivation speed is exceptionally fast in our cities." Zhu Yitong's mind flashed with inspiration. "Your city is called Atlantis. This name was one Zhou you had mentioned to them back in Danshan, a floating island in the sky that had crashed into the deep sea." The most timid of them all, Yuan Shuilan, asked hesitantly, "Sister, have you heard of our city?" Lan Luer replied, "Atlantis is the central city. We come from Water City, one of the 13 islands of Atlantis." Zhu Yitong patted Yuan Shuilan's head, replying, "I heard a little bit." Hearing Lan Luer's words, she became curious and pressed further, "A branch island? Are there other branch islands?" Just then, a knock came at the door. "Miss Yitong, your meal order is here." Zhu Yitong opened the door, took the food cart, and said to the group inside, "Let's eat something first." So, while eating lunch, they continued their conversation about that mysterious place. Shenlan said, "The 13 islands are 13 islands surrounding Atlantis, inhabited by many different races. They lived on these islands for a very, very long time. They were the earliest sentient beings in this world, until they were destroyed by a great villain over 2,000 years ago." "Yes, a great villain. And who are they?" Zhu Yitong asked the first question. "They are the various races living on the islands. There are many races on the islands: divine flame phoenixes, deep-sea aquatic creatures, wind spirits, dream demons, tear demons, and many more." Zhu Yitong couldn't help but think of the dream demon that Anjin had mentioned and asked, "I heard of dream demons, but isn't it said that dream demons live on the northern Nuyueki continent?" Shenlan said, "Yes, they originally lived in northern Nuyueki, but later most dream demons moved to Dream Island in Atlantis." Lan Luer cried out, "If Atlantis hadn't taken them in, where would they have found a home? How dare they treat Atlantis like that?" Zhu Yitong connected the dots. "That big bad guy?" Lan Luer said, "That's right. It was him. He destroyed Atlantis. The high priest personally taught him magic, and he did this." Zhu Yitong realized they were talking about a descendant of a dream demon who dragged Atlantis into the sea. She had heard Zhou Yu mention this secret before. It stemmed from pollutants discharged by the Empire. Zhu Yitong was lost in thought when she suddenly felt a surge of heat. Looking down, she saw Di Fuyan, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, standing beside her. However, she was still wearing that half mask. The three members of Shalon couldn't help but gasp in amazement at the faint figure of Di Fuyan. The natural restraint between water and fire caused Yuan Shuilan, the weakest among them, to hide behind her two older sisters. After regaining his senses, Di Fuyan suppressed the fiery aura emanating from him, and the three people finally caught their breath. Zhu Yitong looked at the half-mask, wanting to ask something, but then glanced at the three aquatic girls beside her and sighed inwardly. Perhaps this wasn't the right time to inquire. "Is your soul recovering better?" Di Fuyan nodded. "A little better than before." Zhu Yitong asked again, "You came out because..." Di Fuyan raised his head slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. What you're saying reminds me of someone. No, it's two people. One of them killed me. The other is the dream demon you mentioned. He's not a dream demon, he just has the bloodline of a dream demon, and he also has the bloodlines of many ancient magical beasts. Although he's from the northern continent, he embodies the most prominent characteristic of the various races Atlantis has taken in, descendants with multiple bloodlines. The fusion of various magical beast bloodlines usually only results in talents that are equal to the original ones, but that person is a rare exception. His talent is powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Chapter 67. Zhu Yitong was somewhat unconvinced. What kind of talent could earn Di Fuyan's admiration? But I heard you're also very strong. You awakened your talent at 18, and became the #1 cultivator in the world at 28. Who in this world can achieve such a result in 10 years? Di Fuyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. That's just what people say. When I was young, I was confident in my exceptional talent and began practicing magic cultivation at the age of 2. However, for some reason, I couldn't awaken it until I was 8. Since then, I traveled the continent alone, never abandoning even the most ordinary cultivation for 10 years. That world-destroying power, I cultivated for a full 26 years. Yes, my talent is extraordinary, unmatched by anyone. But there are many people with extraordinary talents in this world. That dream demon was named Wanchiga, a person from the northern Niyueki. There was only one country in the northern Niyueki. Although there are no pure humans on the northern Qi continent, only magical beasts and their hybrid offspring, long ago, at least before the empire was established, many magical beasts chose humans as their model when they transformed. Therefore, their kingdoms can be considered, in a sense, human-dominated kingdoms. I only learned about this person later. Wankij is a descendant of the royal family of that long-existing nation. After the sudden demonic attack on the continent, Atlantis, at the request of the prophet, began teaching systematic magic to the people of both continents. Besides those who came to the continent, some exceptionally talented children were invited to Atlantis to study. Wankij was one of them. Atlantis's barrier is sacred and possesses self-healing abilities. Amidst the empire's dumping of waste, Wankij devised this method to obtain the power of the sacred barrier. Lan Luer angrily said, everything he knows was taught to him by the high priest. Is this how he repays the high priest? Zhu Yitong asked doubtfully, who is the high priest? Lan Luer said, the high priest is the high priest, the most powerful person in Atlantis. Shenlan said gently, I heard that the high priest is the most beautiful and powerful person in the world, created by the tree of bamboo. It's a pity we never seen the high priest. After Atlantis sank into the sea, thanks to the city's inherent barrier, the various tribes lived well, but the main city no longer opened to the outside world. They say the high priest has fallen into a deep sleep. Yunshui Lan muttered softly, I heard the barrier of the main city has recently loosened. Is something about to happen? Zhu Yitong then thought of. Then who is the person you mentioned who killed you? Di Fuyan's eyes glazed over for a moment. I don't remember. But I remember his soul. If I see him again, I definitely recognize him. I also remember he possessed many different magical abilities. He was a devourer. Zhu Yitong asked, a devourer? Yi Buju and the 3 aquatic sisters, standing nearby, took turns explaining to Zhu Yitong, their words scattered but clear. So, there are 3 people who look exactly alike? Zhu Yitong couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It would be quite a spectacle on the street. Then how did you tell me before about regaining your memories? Di Fuyan shook his head. There's no need to force it. Just staying by your side, and experiencing things will gradually help me remember some things. Zhu Yitong then brought up the topic back to the 3 aquatic girls, asking, what did you come ashore for? The 3 girls fell silent at the same time, until the eldest, Shenlan, finally spoke up. We always heard stories about the western continent from the adults, so we wanted to come and see for ourselves. I'm sorry, sister, for causing you trouble. In our city, food is free. We didn't know it was different on land. Zhu Yitong raised an eyebrow slightly. It really was a different place. So Zhu Yitong acted as a guide, explaining the rules on land to the 3 girls, and then gave each of them some cash for emergencies. The 3 girls' eyes welled up with tears, making Zhu Yitong feel a little embarrassed. Yun Shuilan quietly called Zhu Yitong aside, holding her hand tightly. Zhu Yitong felt a chill run through her, and then the girl whispered earnestly, Sister Yitong, the goddess of the camellia will protect you. Di Fuyan returned to Zhu Yitong's body to rest as usual. Zhu Yitong also planned to rest before going to the palace to find Qi Xian the next day, but unexpectedly, an uninvited guest arrived that very evening. A knock came at the door, accompanied by the voice of a grown man. Miss Tong, excuse me, may I speak with you in private? Zhu Tong frowned. Not wanting to cause trouble, she hadn't given her surname Zhu when registering at the hotel. Who could be coming with only the name Tong? Zhu Tong cautiously opened the door. Standing there was a man dressed in black. The man had a kind face and a smile on his face. Miss Tong, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aodwa, and I am the head steward of the Zhengrong Empire's royal family. What brings you here so late? Well, the person you had a conflict with at the market today was my good-for-nothing cousin. He offended you, and I already disciplined him. I have him come to apologize another day. No need. Just tell him not to bother those 3 children. Of course, I already reprimanded him. That will make him behave. Then what do you want with me? May I ask if Miss Tong's surname is Zhu? Zhu Tong's eyes flashed, and magic gradually gathered in her hand hidden behind her back. Where did you find out? Aodwa sensed the gathering magic and hurriedly took a few steps back. Miss Tong, I'm just an ordinary person. I hope Miss Tong won't use magic against me. Well, it's like this. My cousin's cooking is indescribable, but he has an extraordinary memory and is an excellent painter. After he returned, he showed me your face, and that's why I come. Zhu Tong tapped on the doorframe, seemingly impatiently. Get to the point. I come on behalf of the Grand Preceptor and His Majesty to invite you to the palace for a meeting. Zhu Tong immediately withdrew her magical pressure. Grand Preceptor. Xian? Indeed, it's Lord Xian. How did he know I was here? After the Grand Preceptor returned last time, he reported your situation to His Majesty. His Majesty believes you are of royal blood from the Zhengrong Empire. Why? Just because of a surname? Miss Tong, you may not know this, but your mother, Wei Shengyin, married Zhu Yinheng, the god of war of my Zhengrong Empire. They had a daughter, who was named Zhu Tong at the time. This name is recorded in the royal family genealogy. Zhu Tong's heart trembled slightly. This was only the second time she had heard the name Wei Shengyin in this world. But why did this person say Wei Shengyin was her mother? What exactly happened back then? Oh! And then? Zhu Tong asked calmly. Unfortunately, the god of war disappeared, and Miss Wei Shengyin took you with her. The deeper reasons are probably only known to His Majesty and the Grand Preceptor. His Majesty has never given up searching for you all these years. Aodwa said, tears streaming down her face, then handed Zhu Tong a token. Miss Tong, this is a token that allows you free access to the palace. Please keep it safe. His Majesty and the Grand Preceptor will be waiting for you at the palace tomorrow morning. Once you enter the palace, I will come to guide you there. He finished speaking and was about to leave, whispering one last thing. Also, the Grand Preceptor asked me to tell you that he looks forward to meeting you again. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong instinctively covered her slightly flushed face with her hand. Ha! I understand, I go. Chapter 68. Zhu Tong returned to her bedroom, and saw the 3 children sleeping in various positions on the bed. She went over and pulled up the blankets, then saw Yi Buju yawning beside her. She rubbed his ear and asked, Sleep well, we go to the palace together tomorrow morning. The next day, Zhu Tong got up very early. After washing up, she and Yi Buju arrived at the palace gate. The scene of the steward waiting at the gate unconsciously reminded her of their first visit to the Mayu Palace. So much time had passed. Aodwa smiled, a smile perfectly controlled, any more, and it would have seemed obsequious. Miss Tong, please follow me. Zhu Tong followed Aodwa, seemingly casually glancing at the decor of the Zhengrong Palace. As expected of the continent's #1 empire, Mayu's decorations exuded elegance, while Zhengrong's were opulent, both revealing its immense wealth. As they walked, Zhu Tong noticed they weren't heading towards the main hall, but rather to a higher place. Zhu Tong asked, Where are we going? Aodwa replied, Miss Tong, we're going to the star-gazing platform, the Imperial Preceptor's residence. Xian's residence? Zhu Tong felt her heart pound several times, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. He entertains outsiders in his residence. Aodwa immediately replied, The Imperial Preceptor has never seen outsiders in the Zhengrong Palace. This is the first time I heard of him actively inviting people to the star-gazing platform. Yi Buju yawned in Zhu Tong's mind and said, Look at you, so easily frightened. Zhu Tong stubbornly replied, I'm just a little surprised, just a little bit. The two ascended, and the observatory gradually came into view before Zhu Tong. It was an extremely ancient palace, its exterior a deep moon white. Upon closer inspection, Exquisite murals were carved into the walls on all four sides. Alba walked ahead and pushed open the heavy doors for Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong didn't know what she was feeling as she entered the hall. Perhaps her true identity was about to be revealed. Yi Buju added in her mind's eye part of it. They can't even tell if it's your mother or your aunt. How could they possibly know who your father is? Zhu Yingtong hardened her fist. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. The doors opened, and the wind and snow outside blew into the main hall with the sound of shouts. Only 2 people were inside. The man standing closer appeared to be around 40 or 50 years old, dressed in black robes, with a dignified and imposing appearance, yet a hint of anxiety lingered on his face. The person sitting quietly to the side wore a very light green robe. His handsome face was partially obscured by a white fur collar. He glanced at the door, his hands never pausing as he prepared tea. His hand, emerging from his robe, had distinct knuckles. His fingers, long and slender, held a teacup, their rounded tips touching the crystal-clear cup, inspiring an irresistible urge to worship. The middle-aged man rushed forward the moment he saw Zhu Yingtong, stopping just 2 or 3 steps away. So alike, so incredibly alike. Are you really called Zhu Yingtong? Zhu Yingtong was bewildered by those 2 incomprehensible exclamations. She only resembled Wei Shengyin by 3 or 4 points. How could they be so alike? Could she really be the god of war? However, she still answered the question, yes, my name is Zhu Yingtong. The emperor asked again, do you carry any items related to the ice attribute? Zhu Yingtong was taken aback. Ice attribute? She had looked it up last night. Zhu Yinheng, the god of war of the Zhongrong Empire 500 years ago, was indeed a god descended from the ice attribute. She raised her hand. I carried it with me since I was little. The emperor grasped Zhu Yingtong's wrist. It's this. This is the ice jade that my great-grandfather made. Zhu Yingtong was silent for a moment. Great-grandfather? That's right. Your father, Zhu Yinheng, the god of war of the Zhongrong Empire, was my grandfather's elder brother. Zhu Yingtong found it even harder to speak you. Indeed, according to seniority, I should call you aunt. Qi Xian, standing nearby, promptly intervened to smooth things over. Your Majesty. Yingtong is easily embarrassed, and besides, she's young. Don't pressure her too much. Turning to Zhu Yingtong, he said, it's cold outside, have a cup of hot tea. Zhu Jiadi slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. Right, I forgot. Before he could finish calling her aunt, Zhu Yingtong interrupted. Your Majesty, call me Zhu Yingtong, or Yingtong, it's fine. Really, just call me Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong said sincerely, then found an opportunity to sit down opposite Qi Xian, and took the cup from his hand. To prevent the emperor from using an unacceptable title again, Zhu Yingtong spoke first. Your Majesty, could you tell me about my parents? Yesterday, the head steward told me that my parents conceived me a long time ago, and included me in the family genealogy to give me a name. But I checked, and the god of war, Zhu Yinheng, disappeared in the 2700th year of the continental calendar. Does that mean I was born at least 200 years ago? Zhu Jiadi sat down, stroking his stubble, and said, I was still young back then. My father only told me many things on his deathbed. I learned more after consulting relevant materials. According to Zhu Jiadi, around 2500 AD, the physician Wei Shengyin arrived in the Zhongrong Empire. In her first year in Zhongrong, Zhu Yinheng proposed to her. The following year, they had a daughter named Zhu Yingtong. However, the child seemed to be born with a physical ailment. Except for the first few years after birth, when she grew normally, the girl looked exactly the same as she had 10 years ago. After that, almost no one saw Wei Shengyin and her daughter again. The god of war, Zhu Yinheng, was constantly on campaign due to the War of Ashes, and by 2700 AD, the Zhongrong royal family had lost contact with him. After that, Wei Shengyin left the Zhongrong Empire with her young daughter, and no one knew where they went. 2,700 years into the continental calendar. Zhu Yingtong pondered. Wasn't that the great transfer Yue had mentioned? Could she have been one of those who transferred there? The War of Great Qi? Zhu Yingtong asked. Zhu Jiadi sighed. This is the hidden danger left over from the Great Development Era more than 4,000 years ago. It turned out that from the very beginning of the Imperial Era, the Regent Prince Hao Rushi had already begun experiments with magic crystals. He was once stopped by Emperor Tian, but Hao Rushi was cunning enough to secretly open a laboratory that shared his ideas. 800 years later, the Empress died, and Hao Rushi usurped Emperor Tian's power. He then conducted a brutal 10-year-long experiment, until Emperor Tian's daughter, Di Fuyan, returned to the empire, finally eradicating the group of ruthless experimenters. However, The pollutants released back then, flowing out of the Ming River, not only affected the main polluted area of the northern continent, but also left a significant amount of pollutants on the border of Zeleusis. Initially, the Empress cooperated with the Danshan Council, progressing slowly but effectively. However, the emissions were simply too great for the Empire to handle. Until the year 1300 of the Imperial era, someone saw that thing for the first time: humanoid creatures formed from pollutants. They emitted a foul stench, were extremely averse to sunlight, and humans who came into contact with them could hardly survive. Later, people called those things ash gas. Chapter 69. As more and more humanoid creatures formed from the gray mist appeared, the various empires formed their own armies. The Zhengrong Empire was led by Zhu Yanheng, known as the God of War. Zhu Yanheng guarded the borders of Zhengrong for hundreds of years, repeatedly venturing into the gray mist realm to clear it away. Until the year 2700 of the continental calendar, he never returned, and no one knew of his whereabouts again. Zhu Yingtong, seizing the opportunity, asked, "Didn't you go to look for father?" Zhu Jiadi shook his head sadly. "We went many times, but unfortunately, we all returned empty-handed. The only place we haven't explored is the Grey Realm. Even my great-grandfather was injured several times going there. Magicians below the divine descent level can hardly approach it." Zhu Yingtong asked, "Where is the Grey Realm?" "On the border of the Zhengrong Empire, where it meets the boundless sea." Zhu Jiadi chatted with Zhu Yingtong for a long time, bringing out several volumes of Time Speed, all about Zhu Yanheng, a genius who was highly regarded from childhood, broke through to the spirit venerable realm at 30, reached the divine descent level at 80, and after fighting for his country for over 100 years, finally married the woman he loved. Those time speeds were kept in the Imperial Library, requiring the joint authorization of the Emperor and the Grand Preceptor. After opening the door, Zhu Jiadi plunged inside to begin searching for those time speeds. According to Zhu Jiadi, all of this was recorded by Zhu Yanheng. He had seen several volumes about the speed of time of the subtle sound, and even said that they might contain records of Zhu Yingtong's childhood. In the year 2331 of the continental calendar, I broke through to the spirit venerable realm. I was the first among my peers to break through. In the 2345th year of the continental calendar, this was my first mission involving Great Qi. In the 2358th year of the continental calendar, they were very troublesome. I was injured for the first time, and the damage is irreversible. Perhaps I need to find a healing deity to help me, but unfortunately, the Zhengrong Empire doesn't have one. In the 2381st year of the continental calendar, I broke through to the divine descent realm. Zhu Yingtong looked at the scrolls Zhu Jiadi took out one by one, piling up in front of her like a small mountain, taller than herself, and felt a headache coming on. There was no use taking so many back. A single scroll of blank time speed cost 100 gold coins. No wonder they were the richest royal family on the entire continent. They used this stuff like it was nothing. Qi Xian, standing nearby, handed over several time scrolls. These scrolls seemed to mention things related to you. February of the year 2500 in the continental calendar, I met the person who moved my heart. August of the year 2500 in the continental calendar, Xiaoyin accepted my marriage proposal. November of the year 2501 in the continental calendar, Xiaoyin brought us the fruit of our love. I will love them dearly. Zhu Yingtong's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was even Zhu Yanheng saying this? If what Zhu Yanheng and the others said was true, why was her aunt lying to her? But what was there to lie about? From mother to aunt, a title, a status? She desperately wanted to go back and see the person who had raised her for over a decade. Their relationship wasn't important. She only knew that woman had raised her for over a decade, perhaps even longer. Zhu Yingtong's eyes stung, and she gripped the scrolls tighter. She continued reading the time scrolls Qi Xian had selected. In January of the year 2502 in the continental calendar, the child was born suffering from the corrosive effects of the sunfire. Fortunately, I am an ice attribute mage, so I was able to suppress it. In August of the 2502nd year of the continental calendar, the simple magical suppression began to break down, so I went to the Shui family. The combination of the Millennium Ice and the ultimate ice element was basically enough. In the 2504th year of the continental calendar, although Xiaotong was almost unaffected by the heart fire, her growth rate was very slow, somewhat different from the other children. In the 2506th year of the continental calendar, Xiaoyin and Xiaotong were both fire attribute. Spending so much time with Xiaotong made Xiaoyin very uncomfortable. Xiaoyin said she wouldn't abandon Xiaotong. What else could I do to help them? In the 2508th year of the continental calendar, I had to go to war again. I hope Xiaoyin and Xiaotong are alright. In the 2515th year of the continental calendar, this time the battle lasted a long time. I returned, but Xiaotong showed almost no signs of growth. I took Xiaoyin and the others to live in a city further north of Zhenrong. Xiaoyin said she didn't want to. Ah, it's a pity Xiaotong won't have many friends anymore. In the year 2525 of the continental calendar, Xiaoyin sealed Xiaotong away. I watched with my own eyes as Xiaotong's body shrank little by little. This was shocking. Xiaoyin said the next unsealing wouldn't be for at least 100 years. It's okay, I wait and be with you all. In the year 2631 of the continental calendar, our Xiaotong returned to our side, but she seems to have forgotten everything. It's okay, I love you all even more. In the year 2651 of the continental calendar, Xiaoyin sealed Xiaotong away again. I could feel Xiaoyin's sadness. We will continue to wait for you. In the year 2683 of the continental calendar, I heard that a god of light descended upon Huiluan. Perhaps she can help me. In the year 2699 of the continental calendar, we must go on another expedition. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. Thus, the mountain of time-speed records displayed in the library contained everything Zhu Yinheng had recorded about his life. During his final battle of ashes, he was completely lost to the world. According to royal records, in the second year after Zhu Yinheng's expedition, no one could contact him again. Soon after, Wei Shengyin also left the rugged northern border with the child. For the next 10 years, there was no news of Zhu Yinheng. They had to admit that their war god had truly vanished. Zhu Yitong felt a heavy weight in her heart. She stored all the time-speed records containing Wei Shengyin's image into her storage device. She was quite certain that she didn't resemble Zhu Yinheng at all, and only bore a 3 or 4-point resemblance to Wei Shengyin. She truly couldn't understand how the emperor could say something like too similar. While helping Zhu Yitong pack up her belongings, Qi Xian whispered, "I'm the one who told Zhu Jiadi about meeting you. Will you blame me for meddling?" Zhu Yitong shook her head. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know anything about this. I should thank you." She then asked with some curiosity, "I heard from the steward that his brother drew my portrait, and that's how they recognized me. But how did they see me before, and know what I look like?" Qi Xian, unusually silent for a moment, turned his head away somewhat embarrassedly and whispered, "I drew it after I met you. I am Zhenrong's imperial advisor, so naturally I knew they were looking for you, which is why I drew your portrait." The portrait was given to Zhu Jiadi. "Zhu Yitong, he painted me. Yi Buju, how promising." Zhu Yitong then noticed Qi Xian's last sentence, "The Zhenrong royal family is looking for me." Qi Xian paused for a moment, then suddenly transmitted his voice, "Perhaps they think you are the offspring of the god of war, Zhu Yinheng, with considerable talent, capable of resisting the gray aura. You can play dumb about this. The Mage Association has studied the resistance of mages of all ranks to the gray aura, and unanimously believes that mages below the divine descent level have no need to delve into the gray aura realm. At least the spirit venerable level is required to deal with gray aura alone. Before you reach the divine descent level, you can pretend you didn't hear the Empire's request and incidentally make some suggestions. No divine descent mage can escape the final mission of facing the gray aura. This continent should be protected by everyone. Make some suggestions?" Zhu Yitong winked mischievously. Chapter 70. Qi Xian smiled slightly and raised his voice, "Your Majesty, I remember that the treasure pavilion once contained a sword with a faint, melodious sound. How about giving it to Yitong?" Zhu Jiadi stopped searching for the scroll, thought for a moment, and said, "That's fine. Let me think. Where was it again?" Qi Xian smiled, "With your Majesty's words, I'm relieved." Before Zhu Jiadi could understand what Qi Xian meant, he saw Qi Xian wave his hand, and a fiery red object flew from a corner into his hand. Zhu Jiadi was shocked. This was clearly a treasure trove. The Grand Preceptor knew it all like the back of his hand. This. Qi Xian ignored the old emperor's lament and turned to Zhu Yitong to introduce the sword. "This sword is called Remnant Autumn, ranked 21st on the weapon ranking list. It originally belonged to your mother, and now it's returned to its rightful owner." Zhu Yitong took Remnant Autumn and said with a smile, "You've given me something again, I'm a little embarrassed. I was quite comfortable using the long whip you gave me before." Qi Xian smiled slightly. "Isn't it a scythe? It looks like it hasn't been used in a long time, you've gotten them mixed up. However, I think this sword suits you better now. Its power is enough to accompany you to the spirit venerable realm." Zhu Yitong secretly stuck out her tongue. Her little trick had been exposed. Yi Buju asked quietly. You suspect that he and the coldness you met back then aren't the same person? Now it seems he should, indeed, be the person I met in the cold land back then? His attitude at our first meeting was quite different from now. But perhaps the coldness you mentioned isn't the same person? Maybe they just share the same name. Zhu Yingtong instinctively avoided that possibility. I investigated. Qi Xian was born in the 1800s of the continental calendar. Emperor Fuyan died in the 1500s, more than 2,900 years ago. Clearly, he's not the fiancé you mentioned from Emperor Fuyan, right? As for the cold, he casually mentioned, perhaps it really was just the name of that place. Did it say where he was from? At least the cold place you saw was definitely in the northern continent. Although I don't know what that place is used for, under the effect of that barrier, ordinary people cannot pass through it smoothly and travel between the two continents. In any case, he is inextricably linked to the northern continent. Yi Buju seemed to distrust every bit of information about Qi Xian. Zhu Yingtong frowned slightly. The information says the Zhongrong Empire, but in reality, there's very little description of his life. Even the magical attributes of this Grand Preceptor weren't mentioned. This is too mysterious. And how do you know the information written on it is true? The Grand Preceptor is second only to the Emperor. What can't he change? Perhaps he's not even second only to the Emperor. I think this Grand Preceptor is on equal footing with the Emperor. Qi Xian chimed in. Why are you so engrossed? Ah! Zhu Yingtong was brought back to reality by Qi Xian's voice, and smiled. I feel this weapon is indeed very suitable for me. I'm irresistibly drawn to it. Qi Xian smiled faintly. I'm glad you like it. The Emperor, who had been a third wheel for quite some time, rushed forward, grabbing Zhu Yingtong's other hand. Auntie! Zhu Yingtong, help! Zhu Yingtong was about to pull her hand away when she saw Qi Xian shaking his head slightly at her. And, why don't we restore your original title? Zhu Yingtong, ? Grandpa personally named it, Anquan, Grand Princess Anquan. It also expresses the wish that you would grow up safely and smoothly. Zhu Yingtong stared blankly. Wow, that's quite long. Qi Xian spoke up. Why not choose the sacrificial ceremony? Firstly, it will inform the people of the princess's return, and secondly, it will allow the princess, whom the empire has regained, to pray for the people. Zhu Yingtong asked, what sacrificial ceremony? Qi Xian said, it's a unique feature of Zhongrong, a festival held at the end of each year to pray for favorable weather in the coming year. The end of the year? That means there are only a few days left? Qi Xian nodded. You just need to follow me and His Majesty. We take care of everything else. Leaving the Zhongrong Palace, Zhu Yingtong touched the storage device at her waist, feeling a slight heaviness. She thought about the balance in her small treasury. Perhaps one day, she could get a larger storage device. Zhu Yingtong returned to the hotel as usual, only to find the three aquatic sisters gone from her room. Her first instinct was to ask the staff, but before she even stepped out of the room, she noticed a small, inconspicuous stone on the bed. It was a shadow stone. Zhu Yingtong played a message that roughly said they had gone home, thanked her sister for taking care of them, and hoped to see each other again sometime. Phew. Zhu Yingtong collapsed onto the soft mattress. Every day, I keep encountering strange things. Strange? How about I tell you about your true origins? Di Fuyan's voice suddenly rang out. You heard everything? Zhu Yingtong asked softly. I heard bits and pieces. Zhu Yingtong lay on the bed, staring blankly at Di Fuyan floating in the air. Looking at the increasingly familiar lower half of her face, she asked, could you let me see your face? Di Fuyan sighed. It was time for you to know. With that, she removed the half of the mask, revealing a face that bore a 5 or 6 point resemblance to Zhu Yingtong. Even with all her mental preparation, Zhu Yingtong was still shocked. She felt her heart pounding, as if something was about to burst forth. She asked, what exactly is our relationship? Di Fuyan tilted her head, smiling as she asked, what kind of relationship do you hope we have? Zhu Yingtong's face turned ashen. No, not mother and daughter. No, not mother and daughter. However, this wasn't a dream world created by Di Fuyan. Otherwise, hearing Zhu Yingtong's inner thoughts would likely have made her burst into laughter. Although my memories are incomplete, I always remember that I have a younger sister, Di Fuyan said solemnly. Zhu Yingtong was stunned for 2 seconds by this unexpected yet reasonable answer, then asked, but, you are from 3,000 years ago. I only lived for 17 years. But as you saw today, you were born at least in the year 2501 of the continental calendar. Those timelines tell you about your growth over those years. And what I want to tell you is that, in fact, you were born in the year 816 of the imperial era. Di Fuyan continued. Do you remember anything from your childhood? What's the earliest timeline you can recall? Zhu Weitong didn't answer, but in her memory, the earliest she could recall was when she met Jean in kindergarten. Zhu Weitong retorted, but I was only 3 years old then. Isn't it normal not to remember things from before? Although she was also unsure, because in those timelines, Wei Shengyin was indeed her aunt who had been with her for over 10 years. Di Fuyan said, it's not that you don't remember, but that I asked someone to seal it for you. For you, it might only have been 3 years, but for me, it was countless days of repetition. Sealed? Like back in the Zhengrong Empire? When Wei Shengyin and Zhu Yanheng were together. Zhu Weitong's voice unconsciously carried a hint of anger. Why did she have to endure all this? Why didn't anyone tell her? You said I'm your sister? Then Wei Shengyin is also your aunt. Di Fuyan frowned, pondering. This matter is quite strange. I'm afraid you won't understand. Zhu Weitong said, you're afraid I can't accept it? A little? Di Fuyan sighed. Wei Shengyin, besides being our aunt, also had another identity, my subordinate Tao Tai.